So I've transmigrated, but not quite to the right place. Lin Shu sat in the classroom propping his chin with one hand, his gaze vacant as he stared out the window. The sun shone brilliantly, and the playground outside was filled with students in identical uniforms, youthful vigor written across their faces. Everything looked almost the same as the high school days in his memories, except for the nights occasionally soaring across the sky on griffins and the colossal tower in the distant city center that pierced the clouds, radiating a faint sacred glow. This was not Blue Star. This was a world where the era of deities had already descended a full century ago. After digesting the memories of his body's original owner, Lin Shu could not help but rant inwardly. Other protagonists who transmigrate either come bound to a system, have some old grandpa awaiting them in a ring, or at the very least turn out to be the fallen descendant of some noble lineage bearing a peerless bloodline. But him. No cheatability, no system, no old grandpa. Parents dead, a younger sister, in an apartment. On paper that might almost sound acceptable. Yet in this world that was the standard configuration of a bottom-tier citizen. The apartment was an old welfare housing unit, and their savings were barely enough for the siblings to scrape by. His only advantages were perhaps the face of the body's original owner, handsome to an almost excessive degree, and grades that were above average. But what use was that? In this age of deities, looks and grades were utterly worthless before absolute power. Sigh. Lin Shu let out a deep breath. In this world, everyone had the chance to awaken a life-bound divine creature, open up their own divine realm, and in the end, ignite divine fire, ascend a godly throne, and become an undying deity. Yet opportunity had never been equal. After 100 years of development, the divine system had become incomparably stable and mature. Various powerful pantheons had been established, forming unshakable interest groups and class barriers. The Olympian pantheon, the Norse pantheon, the Nile pantheon. These were all universally acknowledged as supreme pantheons, and those who awakened their core divine creatures were destined for greatness from the very moment they were born. People like him, commoners with no family inheritance and no abundance of resources, even if they were lucky enough to awaken a decent divine creature, could never compete with the heavens, proud, chosen, nurtured by those great powers. Slim chances. That phrase was tailored for people like him. Lin Shu, what are you spacing out for? It's about to start. Nervous. His chubby deskmate nudged him with an elbow, excitement and anxiety warring openly on his round face. I'm all right, Lin Shu replied offhandedly. Nervous? Not really. As a transmigrator who had received more than 20 years of materialist education, what he felt now was more a sense of absurdity and a curiosity toward the unknown. After all, when your starting difficulty was already set to hell mode, how much worse could it get? At worst, he would treat this as an in-depth tour of a fantastical world. All right, your mindset is amazing, his chubby deskmate Wang Tao said in open admiration. My palms are sweating from how nervous I am. This is the most important day of our entire lives. It decides whether we'll stand above others or just become ordinary wage slaves. Lin Shu merely smiled without commenting. He chatted idly with Wang Tao while continuing to absorb information about this era. At the core of the age of deities lay the divine realm. After awakening one's life-bound divine creature, each person would open an initial divine realm space. Gods, or rather gods in preparation, could load all kinds of cards into their divine realms. Follower cards, building cards, equipment cards. They could even load other divine creature cards. These cards woven together around one's life-bound divine creature would form a unique divine kingdom, and pantheons were the linchpin of this entire system. Within a single pantheon, followers, buildings, equipment, and the like often possessed powerful synergy effect. For example, if you awakened an angel, the best path was to follow the heaven pantheon, recruit praying believers, and construct churches of holy light to gain a tremendous boost in combat power. If you were foolish enough to raise a horde of demons in heaven, the result would most likely be civil war within your divine realm and a collapse of faith. Followers were the very foundation of a deity. The more devout and the stronger the followers, the more faith value they could provide. Faith could be converted into divine power used to unleash divine arts and strengthen the divine realm. Once divine power accumulated to a certain degree, it could be refined into divinity. When enough divinity was gathered, one could attempt to kindle divine fire and assault a godly seat. The entire process was like a grand game of cultivation and development, and the life-bound divine creature was the single most crucial starting piece in that game. It not only determined your future path and your ceiling of potential, but more importantly, it granted a full tenfold bonus to faith value. A follower who possessed a life-bound divine creature was worth far more than an ordinary believer. They themselves also held the potential to ascend to godhood and were thus immeasurably precious. Therefore, to call today's awakening ceremony a crossroads of destiny was no exaggeration. Silence. At that moment, a stern voice boomed from the loudspeakers. The previously noisy crowd on the playground fell silent in an instant, and all eyes turned toward the right. A middle-aged man in ornate mage robes stood at the front of the stage, his aura steady and profound. He was the principal of this school, a true god who had already kindled divine fire. Students, today is the most important day of your lives. The principal's voice, amplified by a sound-enhancing divine art, rang clearly in every ear. 100 years ago, deities descended. Blue Star transformed into a vast divine realm, and the magnificent age of deities began. And you will be the inheritors and pioneers of this era. Awakening is a gift and opportunity, and also a challenge. No matter the result, I hope you will hold fast to your hearts and walk forward with unwavering resolve. After a rousing motivational speech, the principal swept his arm grandly. I hereby declare the life-bound divine creature awakening ceremony officially begins. As the principal's voice fell, the enormous awakening array at the center of the playground began to bloom with a gentle white radiance. Rows of students arranged by class walked toward the formation in tense yet orderly lines. Senior Class 3 Section 5 Zhang Wei. The first boy whose name was called took a deep breath and stepped into the very center of the array, his heart full of unease. A low hum resounded as the array flared to full brightness. A pillar of light shot straight into the sky, coalescing in midair into a vague, indistinct silhouette. It was the shape of a powerfully built pig. The phantom gradually solidified. Coarse bristles stood on end, tusks jutted outward, and a wild, savage aura radiated from its massive body. It's from the feral lineage, a giant tusk boar. Not bad. It's only of ordinary quality, but the feral lineage is still a decent combat god system. Its early development is quite rapid. Yet paired with orc believers and taking the orc tribe route, it can quickly accumulate faith. Soft murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd. The boy named Zhang Wei wore a complicated expression, a mix of faint disappointment and quiet relief. A giant tusk boar was neither good nor bad. At least it was no mere ornamental pet, and it still held some promise for the future. Next, Senior Class 3 Section 5 Li Jing. A girl stepped forward. Light flashed, and a multicolored butterfly began to dance gracefully in the air. A phantom butterfly. That belongs to the Dream Illusion God system, and it's of rare quality. Very nice. I heard phantom butterflies can enter dreams to preach the faith-gathering belief with great efficiency, and they're no slouches in combat, either excelling at spiritual attacks. The girl's face blossomed with delight, as she was clearly very pleased with the result. One student after another then stepped forward in turn. The awakened divine beings were endlessly varied, leaving Lin Shu utterly amazed. There were elemental types, such as a fire elemental spirit wreathed entirely in flames, and a floating cluster of wind element. There were undead types like a skeleton soldier hefting a bone blade and a zombie rolling about on the ground. There were even mechanical types, a steam-driven robot with wings, and incredibly, a wrench that could twist its own screws. A mechanical wrench? What the hell is that? Wang Tao, the chubby deskmate, stared dumbfounded. That should be from the Tools God system. They say this system guzzles resources with almost no combat power in the early stages, but if you manage to build a mecha like a Gundam later on, then you're unstoppable. A knowledgeable-looking classmate nearby offered the explanation. Standing off to the side, Lin Shu listened quietly, gaining a far more intuitive understanding of how this world's god systems were categorized. Hundreds upon hundreds of god systems existed, as if every fantastical creature and concept that had ever appeared in human history had been swept into one grand collection. Greek mythology, Norse mythology, Egyptian mythology, Celtic mythology. These were all mainstream, powerful god systems. Beyond those were all manner of strange niche systems, such as the Tools God system from earlier, as well as gastronomy, plant, and insect god systems. An hour passed, and already over 100 students had completed their awakening. Most people awakened only ordinary quality divine beings, and only a lucky few obtained rare quality ones, drawing bursts of astonished exclamations. As for the higher tiers, epic and legendary quality, not a single one had appeared so far. Looks like our year is a disappointment too, not even one epic tier among us. That's normal. Epic tier isn't so easy to come by. There might not be even one or two in the entire Donghai city in a whole year. The crowd's emotions, once fervent, slowly settled into a more subdued calm. Lin Shu's mindset remained steady throughout. He even had the leisure to categorize these divine beings in his mind, contemplating their respective strengths, weaknesses, and developmental paths. Since he would most likely turn out to be an ordinary specimen himself, there was little point in overthinking things. Better to observe more and broaden his horizons. Lin Shu, look. It's Han Bingjing's turn. Wang Tao suddenly jabbed him excitedly, his voice cracking with agitation. Following his gaze, Lin Shu saw a tall, slender girl of breathtaking beauty walking slowly toward them. She wore the same school uniform as everyone else, yet her cool, aloof temperament made her stand out sharply from the crowd, like a fairy untouched by the dust of the mortal world. Han Bingjing. acknowledged school beauty, and in the memories of this body a friend with whom he had quite a good. In the memories from before Lin Shu crossed over, the body's original owner, blessed with handsome looks and outstanding grades, had been relatively close to the equally exceptional Han Bingjing. Between the two lingered a delicate ambiguity, more than friends yet not quite lovers. Lin Shu, however, felt little attachment to that sort of relationship. He understood all too well that the gulf between their family backgrounds was like a heavenly chasm. Han Bingjing belonged to the Hanshuang family, one of the 4 great clans of Donghai City, a true favored daughter of heaven. He, on the other hand, was merely an orphan living in welfare housing. In the past, their apparent compatibility could be maintained through his grades and appearance, but after today's awakening ceremony, the distance between them would only stretch ever further. She was destined to soar across the 9 heavens, while he was in all likelihood fated to wallow in the mire. They did not belong to the same world. Lin Shu quietly arrived at this calm conclusion in his heart. At this moment, every gaze in the field was fixed upon Han Bingjing, not only for her beauty, but even more for her lineage. The Hanshuang family was renowned for wielding a formidable ice element god system. Everyone wanted to know what kind of world-shaking divine being this unseen-a-century genius of the Hanshuang family would awaken. It's coming, it's coming. I bet at least an epic tier frost dragon. A dragon. Dream on. I'm guessing a frost titan. That would be legendary tier. Whatever it is, it'll definitely be ice-related. The Hanshuang bloodline is no joke. Under the gaze of the multitude, Han Bingjing stepped into the center of the array. Her expression remained serene, like an ancient well untouched by wind, as though it were not her own fate being decided, but that of some distant stranger. Next, Senior Class 3 Section 1 Han Bingjing. As the supervising teacher read out her name, the light of the array burst forth in an instant. Boom. A blinding blue-white pillar of light shot into the sky, thicker and more dazzling than any previous instance. An extreme chill instantly spread, causing the temperature of the entire playground to drop several degrees, making people shiver involuntarily. Within the pillar of light, a petite and exquisite phantom slowly coalesced. It was the image of a young girl dressed in magnificent palace attire, holding an ice crystal staff. Her eyes were tightly closed, her features as delicate as a work of art sculpted from ice and snow, surrounded by visible ice crystals and cold air. Although small in size and still in her juvenile phase, the pressure emanating from her life force caused all divine beings present to tremble, with some weak ones directly dissipating and vanishing. What is this? Such powerful pressure. My giant boar phantom can hardly maintain itself. Look at that image. It's a humanoid divine being. Oh my god, it's a deity. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. The principal and teachers on the podium also stood up abruptly, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. It's a divine form, and judging by this divine aura, it must be of legendary quality. The core deity of the ice system. Could it be the juvenile frost goddess? Yes, it's the frost goddess. I've seen her in the deity pictorial. Oh my god, a student from our school has awakened a core deity. Legendary quality. This is the top-tier talent that countless people dream of, existing only in textbooks and news. Awakening a legendary level innate divine being, what does it signify? It signifies that her starting point is someone else's finish line. Ordinary people need to cultivate their believers and dependents with great difficulty to slowly strengthen them. Yet Han Bingjing directly awakened the deity itself. As long as she develops step by step, she will almost certainly become the true frost goddess, wielding the powerful divine authority of ice and becoming a formidable figure. A genius. No, a prodigy. The true pride of heaven. The Frost family is about to produce a true god. This is terrifying. Is this the foundation of a prominent family? Countless envious, jealous, and awe-filled gazes gathered on the girl at the center of the formation. However, as the focus of everyone's attention, Han Bingjing's face showed no trace of joy. She still maintained her icy demeanor, as if awakening a legendary deity was nothing but a trivial matter. Amidst the crowd's gasps, she calmly raised her hand. A card shimmering with brilliant blue light appeared in her hand. What is that? A building card. Such a strong energy fluctuation. It's a legendary quality building card. Is she going to load it into her divine realm right now? Are you crazy? The newly awakened divine realm space is very unstable, and loading high-quality cards carries a risk of failure. Just as the crowd expressed their doubts, Han Bingjing gently tossed the card. The card transformed into a streak of light, instantly merging into the phantom of the frost goddess behind her. Buzz! The phantom of the frost goddess trembled violently, her aura becoming even more solid. Beneath her feet, a magnificent ice crystal temple phantom rose into the air, exuding the chilling divine might that suppressed all. Loading successful. She actually succeeded. Legendary building card, Frost Temple. This is one of the core buildings of the ice system, significantly enhancing the growth speed and faith purity of ice-based believers. My goodness. She was already fully prepared. Only at this moment did everyone seem to awaken from their dream. Yes, she is the direct descendant of the Frost family. Surely the family had long predicted through blood tests and other means that she would awaken an ice attribute divine being, and they prepared the best and most suitable initial card for her. The disparity between people was vividly illustrated at this moment. Some were still celebrating the awakening of an ordinary quality wild boar, while others already held legendary deities and buildings winning at the starting line. There's really no comparison at all. The chubby classmate Wang Tao sighed heavily, his tone filled with bitterness and envy. Lin Shu remained silent. He looked at the girl who remained calm amidst the dazzling brilliance, and the last flicker of hope regarding the ambiguous feelings in his heart was completely extinguished. Indeed, the difference was like that between clouds and mud. At that moment, he suddenly felt several unkind gazes glancing towards him. Lin Shu followed his intuition and looked over. It was a few boys from the class with decent family backgrounds watching him with mixed expressions of jealousy and schadenfreude. He immediately understood. Previously, when he and Han Bingjing were close, these people did not dare to say anything out of respect for her, but had long been harboring resentment. Now that Han Bingjing soared to great heights while he, the poor boy, was still unaware of what he would awaken, they naturally delighted in watching the show. Lin Shu silently smiled and withdrew his gaze. Naive. At that moment, the teacher in charge spoke again, his voice trembling slightly, still recovering from shock. Next class, one of the senior year Lin Shu. When the name Lin Shu was mentioned, the fervent wave stirred up by Han Bingjing on the playground experienced a brief. Many people's gazes instinctively shifted from the dazzling Han Bingjing to Lin Shu in the team. After all, one was recognized as the school belle and the other as the school hunk. Before today, the two of them had been referred to as the face of Class 1 by well-meaning individuals, and there were even quite a few rumors about them being in a relationship. It's Lin Shu's turn now. I wonder what he will awaken. It shouldn't be too bad, right? After all, he is so handsome, performs well in academics, and should be lucky too. Not necessarily awakening has nothing to do with looks or grades. Moreover, with Han Bingjing setting such a high standard, whatever he awakens will pale in comparison. Haha, that's true. After just watching the legendary Frost Goddess, seeing anything else does seem a bit lackluster. The few boys harboring resentment towards Lin Shu were eagerly waiting for the spectacle. If a poor wretch truly thinks he can match up to Miss Han. Today, let him see reality. Exactly, if he awakens something as trivial as a pet cat or dog, it will be hilarious. Under the gaze of complex looks, Lin Shu calmly walked out of the line. He could feel countless gazes shining down on him like searchlights filled with curiosity, expectation, jealousy, and malice waiting to see a joke. Even Han Bingjing, who had just stepped down from the magic circle, paused, her cold gaze directed at him quietly. Lin Shu felt no ripples in his heart. He even felt like laughing. This scene made it seem as though he were In truth, he was merely an ugly duckling beside a swan, and everyone was eager to see just how ugly this duckling really was. Taking a deep breath, he walked steadily and powerfully, ultimately standing at the center of the magic circle. Come on, whether it's a mule or a horse, let's take it out for a stroll. After all, he was already prepared for the worst. Even if he awakened a wrench that could only tighten screws, he could accept it. Buzz. The magic circle beneath him lit up again, enveloping him in a gentle white light. Lin Shu closed his eyes, feeling a peculiar energy surge into his body, resonating with a mark deep within his soul. Here it comes. A beam of light shot up into the sky, but compared to Han Bingjing's earth-shattering blue and white beam, Lin Shu's beam appeared somewhat shabby. The light was not intense, its color a rather ordinary milky white, and its height barely reached an average level. At the top of the beam, a phantom began to slowly coalesce. Everyone held their breath, straining their necks. The outline of the phantom gradually became clear. It looked like a monkey. A monkey. Is it of the ape type? There are indeed many strong beings in the ape category, like the diamond giant ape and Titan mountain ape, both of which are of epic quality. But wait, look at its size, isn't it too small? As everyone focused, they saw that once the phantom solidified completely, it revealed a rather small-sized monkey. It was covered in golden fur, looking quite vibrant, but compared to those majestic giant apes, it lacked any imposing presence and even appeared somewhat frail. It squatted in midair, scratching its ears and cheeks, its eyes spinning around full of spirit, but beyond that it showed no special traits. The entire venue fell into a strange silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Someone couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Immediately after, the laughter spread like a plague. Huh, what is this? A skinny monkey. It doesn't even have a quality halo, just the most trashy, ordinary quality, right? I thought he might surprise us, but after all this, it's just this. The boys who had been displeased with Lin Shu laughed the loudest, nearly doubling over. I'm dying of laughter. Is this the awakening of the school honk? A malnourished monkey. Don't say that this monkey still has its uses. One boy pretended to be mysterious. Oh, what use is it? Look at its eyes. At that moment, the golden monkey in midair seemed to have heard the discussion. Its eyes suddenly lit up, shooting out two faint golden beams, sweeping back and forth in the air like two small light bulbs. Huh, I see. This is a divine realm searchlight. Divine metaphor. In the future, when it gets dark in the divine realm, we won't need to turn on the lights, just have this monkey widen its eyes. Useless. Truly a thoroughly useless innate being. Harsh laughter and unabashed disdain filled the entire playground. The teachers on the podium shook their heads in disappointment and sat back down. Lin Shu's chubby deskmate Wang Tao looked at him with concern and sympathy, wanting to say something but hesitating. Even Han Bingjing's cold eyes flashed with a barely perceptible shock and worry. However, as the center of everyone's ridicule and sympathy, Lin Shu was completely stunned. His body trembled slightly due to excitement. His heart raced in his chest like a drum. A divine realm searchlight. Useless. You all call this useless? His gaze was fixated on the golden monkey scratching its ears in midair, and a tremendous wave surged in his mind. That posture, that demeanor, those eyes capable of shooting golden light. This is clearly the Lingming Stone. Lin Shu's mind buzzed with confusion. It turned out that the greatest advantage he had after crossing over was not a system or an old man, but the unique memories he possessed from Blue Star. The Lingming Stone Monkey, able to undergo transformations, recognize the timing of heaven and the advantages of the earth, and move stars and change constellations. This was the prototype of Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. The audacious monkey who dared to cause chaos in the heavenly palace, turning the realm of gods upside down. In this world, he was actually regarded as merely a divine realm spotlight that could only emit light. This was simply a waste of talent. A colossal joke. He must not laugh. He absolutely must not show any signs of abnormality. This information gap was his greatest trump card for survival in this world, even for overturning his fate. Once exposed, who knows what kind of envy and trouble it would bring. Those divine families that had been inherited for centuries would not hesitate to use any means necessary to extract the secrets of an unknown divine system from a powerless orphan. A common man is innocent, but possessing a jade is a crime. Having just crossed over, it was better to be cautious. With that thought, Lin Shu took a deep breath, suppressing the surging excitement within him, and began to tap into the self-cultivation of an actor. He slowly raised his head, allowing a perfect expression of bewilderment, disbelief, and profound loss and pain to wash over his face. He gazed at the monkey in midair, still curiously scanning around with its fiery eyes, his expression dimming as if all spirit and energy had been drained away. This lost and soul-searching demeanor perfectly matched everyone's expectations. Look at him, he must be dumbfounded, right? It's normal. Who could handle falling from the clouds into the mud? He was so close to Han Bingjing before, now he's worlds apart. TSK. Serves him right. Let him pose as aloof. The intertwining gazes of mockery and pity pierced him like needles. Yet Lin Shu remained unfazed. He even found these voices exceptionally pleasant. Curse me, go ahead, curse me to your heart's content. The harsher you are, the deeper my trump card will be hidden. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, using the pain to maintain the facade of suffering. Lin Shu, please load your initial cards or conclude your awakening. The monotonous voice of the responsible teacher came through, tinged with a hint of impatience and urgency. Load cards. Lin Shu suddenly remembered that there was this process. But as a penniless person, what initial cards could he possibly have? The school did provide ordinary quality cards for free, but what use were they? He just wanted to quickly leave this highly scrutinized place and find a corner to carefully study his divine realm spotlight. I didn't prepare any cards. Lin Shu spoke in a hoarse, dry voice, and then, seemingly unable to bear the surrounding gazes any longer, lowered his head and stumbled down from the magic circle. That retreating figure looked both desolate and pitiable. Can't even afford an initial card, what a pathetic creature. All right, enough said. Who's next? With Lin Shu's exit, this small upheaval quickly subsided. The attention on a waste was far less than that on the next potential genius. Lin Shu lowered his head and hurried back to his class line. His chubby deskmate Wang Tao looked at him with concern, patting his shoulder and awkwardly comforting Lin Shu. Don't be too upset. Ordinary quality doesn't mean there's no future. With good training, there will always be a way out. I'm not feeling well. I want to return to the classroom to rest for a bit. Lin Shu forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, then said to the leading teacher. The teacher glanced at him, recalling his earlier tragic state, understanding his feelings, and waved his hand. Go ahead, adjust your mindset. Thank you, teacher. Lin Shu felt as if he had been granted amnesty, paying no mind to the bored gazes around him, and turned to run towards the teaching building. He didn't want to stay for another second. He needed to immediately confirm his suspicions. He dashed into the empty classroom, locked the door, and rushed to his seat, opening the personal terminal embedded. This was a high-tech product of the era of deities, with each student having one to access various public information online. He trembled as he typed monkey into the search box. Countless entries popped up. Encyclopedia of Simian Divine Beings on the Power Bonds of the Diamond Giant Ape, how to construct the Battle Divine Realm of the Flame War Monkey. Lin Shu directly ignored these and quickly scrolled down. Finally, in an inconspicuous corner, he found what he was looking for. Divine Being Unknown Monkey Quality Ordinary Potential Unknown Divine System Affiliation Unknown Innate Divine Ability Breaking Illusion Golden Eyes Beginner. The eyes can emit light and possess weak illusion-breaking effects. Note its primary function is to emit light, hence it has been humorously referred to as the Divine Realm Spotlight in folklore. Bond Effect Unknown Evolution Path Unknown Overall Evaluation A rare, but extremely low-value Simian Divine Being with virtually no development potential, not recommended for resource investment. Looking at this official introduction, Lin Shu was so excited that he nearly overturned the table. Unknown. All of it was unknown. What did this signify? It indicated that the people of this world had not been able to develop its true usage at all. A divine realm spotlight. Lin Shu nearly burst into wild laughter. This was not a spotlight at all. It was clearly the brilliant golden light illuminating the path to his future. Lin Shu suppressed the wild joy within him, swiftly sliding his fingers across the screen of his personal terminal, continuing to search for information. He changed the keyword to Pangu. The vast system of myth from his past life, filled with deities and demons, did not exist here. So why did a spirit stone monkey appear alone? Concept of Pangu. The vast system of myth from his past life, filled with deities and demons, did not exist here. So why did a spirit stone monkey appear alone? Lin Shu calmed down and began to analyze. The divine system of this world seemed to be born from concepts and faith. A century ago, during the era of deities, humanity's fantasies, legends, and mythological tales transformed into real tangible divine beings and divine systems. The Western mythological systems, due to their clear lineage and defined relationships, were fully inherited, forming powerful pantheons like Olympus, Norse, and the Nile. In contrast, the myths of Huaxia are far too complex. From Pangu creating the heavens and Nuwa creating humanity, to the investiture of the gods and journey to the west along with various folk tales and local deities, the system is a chaotic mixture. The people of this world clearly cannot comprehend such a complex and vast mythological structure. They likely only see individual deities, treasures, and concepts as independent entities. Thinking of this, Lin Shu immediately began to verify his hypothesis. He searched for Neza. Divine Being, a young god with 3 heads and 6 arms quality, epic divine system affiliation, heaven court system, incomplete description, a powerful battle deity, but due to the unclear affiliation of the divine system, the bonds are difficult to trigger, greatly limiting cultivation potential. He then searched for Yang Jian. Divine Being, the 3-eyed war god quality, epic divine system affiliation, Guanjianku, system micro description, a powerful war god wielding a 3-pronged double-edged knife, said to possess immense power in the 3rd eye on his forehead. Unfortunately, the divine system is too small, with only him and a divine dog, limiting their potential for development. Lin Shu grew increasingly startled and excited as he read. Just as he thought, the people of this world had forcibly deconstructed the many mighty beings of the Pangu myth into countless independent small divine systems. Neza was placed in some obscure heaven court system, while Yang Jian established his own faction, calling it the Guanjianka system. They had no idea that there were intricate connections between these deities. They did not know how vast the heaven court organization was, nor the true significance of the investiture of the gods, and they were completely unaware that they, in the divine domain spotlight, they awakened, belonged to the same grand mythological world. Due to the inability to form effective bonds, these separated deities, even if their qualities were high, were evaluated as having limited potential. It's like having the CPU of a supercomputer, yet not knowing where the motherboard, memory, or graphics card are, leaving you to use it as a hand warmer. And the Spirit Stone Monkey was the biggest loser among them. It burst onto the scene in Journey to the West, unlike Neza or Yang Jian, who had clear lineage and background in investiture of the gods. So in this world it became an orphan with an unknown divine system and evolution path. Moreover, the divine ability of Fire-Eye Golden Eye had no offensive power in its early stages, being regarded as the least valuable among the least, which is easy to understand. Treasures. This is simply the greatest treasure under heaven. Lin Shu's breathing became rapid. While others developed divine systems by searching for clues, optimizing, and combining within existing frameworks. He held a complete treasure map ready to excavate a massive gold mine that had never been discovered before. He could reconstruct the entire Pangu divine system around the Spirit Stone Monkey. Flower and Fruit Mountain and Water Curtain Cave are building cards. The Golden Staff and Cloud Somersault are equipment cards. The 72 Transformations and Law of Heaven and Earth are skill cards. Monkey Offspring are follower cards. He could even gather Nezayong Jian, the 4 Heavenly Kings, and the 28 Constellations, collecting these scattered Pangu fragments to recreate the glory of the Heaven Court. When that time comes, how powerful will his divine domain be? Lin Shu could hardly imagine. Calm down, one bite at a time, one step at a time. Lin Shu forced himself to pull away from the grand fantasy. The most critical thing now was still how to cultivate his spirit stone monkey. First, there is faith. Without faith value, everything is just talk. Secondly, evolution. The evolution path of the spirit stone monkey is unknown, meaning he needs to explore it himself. Should he have it, seek a master for guidance, or find exclusive equipment for the great sage equal to heaven. Money in the end still requires money. Lin Shu sighed. The excitement from earlier had cooled considerably. Whether it's buying follower cards or collecting items possibly related to Pangu, it all requires vast resources. And right now he was broke. It seems I need to find a way to make money. Just as Lin Shu lowered his head in thought, planning his path to wealth, the classroom door was suddenly knocked upon. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Shu walked over and looked through the small window in the door. Just one glance, and he was standing outside the door was actually Han Bingjing. She stood quietly in the corridor, seemingly carrying the light and noise from the playground, which was in stark contrast to the empty teaching building. What did she come to find me for? Lin Shu looked at Han Bingjing outside the door, countless thoughts flashing through his mind in an instant. What was she here for? Was it to draw a line between them? After all, the gap between the two of them was no longer just a difference between clouds and mud, but rather the chasm between mortals and deities. Or perhaps was she here to annul their engagement? Lin Shu couldn't help but laugh at the thought. He hadn't even dated Han Bingjing. Where would this engagement come from? Perhaps he had read too many web novels. Regardless of the reason, her arrival at this moment was certainly not for a casual chat. Han, classmate, is there something you need? Lin Shu asked. He could feel that with Han Bingjing's arrival, the few remaining students in the teaching building along with some teachers were directing their gazes towards him like spotlights. Jealousy, curiosity, mockery. Various gazes intertwined to form an invisible net. Especially those rich kids who had mocked him on the playground earlier, now standing at the other end of the corridor, arms crossed, looking over with amusement, clearly waiting to watch the show. See, I told you Miss Han would definitely come looking for him. She must be here to clear things up, telling him not to dream of a frog eating swan flesh anymore. Looks like we have a good show ahead, ha. Those fragmented voices floated just right to Lin Shu's ears. Lin Shu sneered inwardly. Was the classic trope about to unfold? The proud daughter of heaven publicly declaring to cut ties with the useless protagonist while he internally roared, "Do not underestimate the youth in poverty, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West." Alright, I've already prepared the script for you, and I've got the lines ready. Just hurry up and start your performance. After all, he didn't care about these things at all now. As long as he was given time to develop the Hong Huang divine system, not to mention just a Han family, he would have confidence even against the entire Ice divine system. A mere woman could only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Lin Shu had mentally prepared himself for the humiliation, even contemplating whether to act more pained or more stubborn to better conceal himself. However, Han Bingjing's next action completely exceeded his expectations. She did not speak, only silently gazing at him, her eyes as cold as a frozen pool, seeming to carry a hint of complex emotions. There was worry, concern, and even a trace of regret. Regret. What are you apologizing to me for? Lin Shu was utterly bewildered. This script is all wrong. While he was in a daze, Han Bingjing finally spoke. Her voice was as cool and clear as her demeanor, like ice cubes striking a jade plate. Are you? All right. These simple 4 words caused all the prepared lines about "do not underestimate the youth in poverty" to be swallowed back. What was going on? Shouldn't you be saying, "Lin Shu, we are no longer people of the same world. Please do not disturb me again"? Why has it turned into a concern? Han Bingjing looked at him, seemingly noticing the confusion and vigilance in his eyes, and softly sighed. She did not say any comforting words nor paid attention to the surrounding onlookers, but instead made a move that left everyone, including Lin Shu, utterly astounded. She revealed a gentle smile towards Lin Shu. That smile was like a snow lotus blooming under the sun in a snow-covered wilderness, instantly melting away, all her surrounding chill breathtakingly beautiful. The boys at the end of the corridor waiting to watch the show were wide-eyed. They had never seen this aloof Ice Queen smile at any boy like this. As for Lin Shu, he felt his heart skip a beat. Not because of her beauty, but because of shock. "Big sister, your character is collapsing. Where to?" Lin Shu instinctively asked. "My divine domain has just been opened, and it is still unstable. I would like to invite you to take a look and help." "Where to?" Lin Shu instinctively asked. "My divine domain has just been opened, and it is still unstable. I would like to invite you to take a look and help me assess it." Boom. This sentence detonated like a heavy bomb in the silent corridor, inviting a waste who has just awakened the divine domain spotlight to visit her legendary quality, Frost Goddess Divine Domain. What kind of operation is this? Everyone who heard this felt their brains were not enough. At the end of the corridor, the expressions on the faces of several rich young masters shifted from amusement to shock, then to twisted jealousy, before finally turning a shade of liver color, a truly spectacular display. This is completely different from the script they had imagined. This is not drawing a clear line. This is showing goodwill publicly. What kind of place is the divine domain? It is the most private and core space of a deity. Except for the closest family and partners, almost no one would easily invite outsiders into their initial divine domain. Because a newly established divine domain is like an unprotected infant, extremely fragile. Once core secrets are pried into by someone with ulterior motives, the consequences are unimaginable. By doing this, Han Bingjing is practically announcing to everyone Lin Shu is her most trusted person. This carries more weight than any words. Is she going crazy, inviting Lin Shu? Why does she think he will shine? My goddess, how can she be so kind to a waste? The flames of jealousy burned fiercely in their eyes, and their gazes towards Lin Shu seemed ready to spit fire. Lin Shu felt those murderous looks, causing his scalp to tingle. Sister, are you helping me or harming me? I was already envied by these people due to my close relationship with you, and now with this, are you trying to make me a target for everyone? He just wanted to quietly develop in peace and did not want to become the enemy of all the boys in the school. This is not good, right? Lin Shu tried to politely refuse. Your divine domain is so precious, as an outsider I shouldn't. Aren't we friends? Han Bingjing interrupted him, her cold eyes quietly looking at him. Or do you think we are no longer friends? Her tone was very calm, but Lin Shu could detect a hint of stubbornness and barely perceptible grievance. Lin Shu was left utterly speechless. At this point, if he refused again, it would seem too inhumane and hurtful. Besides, he was indeed very curious. What kind of place is the initial divine domain constructed with a legendary quality deity and legendary quality architecture? Observing it would definitely benefit his future divine domain construction. All right, Lin Shu finally nodded. Seeing him nod, a faint smile once again blossomed on Han Bingjing's cool face, and then she turned and walked towards the dedicated divine domain teleportation room on the top floor of the teaching building. Lin Shu, steeling himself, followed behind her under the countless envious and jealous gazes. He could feel his back burning as if it had been shot through with those piercing looks. This is unbearable, truly unbearable. Lin Shu lamented inwardly, feeling both pain and joy. He finally understood that in the memories of the original body, Han Bingjing did treat him quite differently. Although she appeared cold and indifferent to everyone when she was with the original body, she spoke a bit more and would occasionally smile. However, the original body was also someone with high aspirations, and his family's inferiority complex made him hesitant to think deeply, considering it just an ordinary classmate friendship. Now it seems that this ordinary classmate friendship has a lot of hidden depths. The two of them walked into a dedicated teleportation room that only a few geniuses and teachers had the right to use. It was a spacious room with a silver metal disc in the center. Han Bingjing walked onto the disc and glanced back at Lin Shu. Come up. Lin Shu stepped onto the disc, and Han Bingjing extended her fair hand, gently pointing in the air. An invisible portal opened before her, and on the other side of the portal was a world filled with wind and snow and a magnificent temple that seemed to shimmer in and out of existence. Do not resist, Han Bingjing said softly, and then a gentle wave of spiritual force enveloped Lin Shu. In the next second, Lin Shu felt a blur before his eyes, as if the stars had shifted. When he opened his eyes again, he was astonished by the sight before him. This is a world of ice and snow. The sky is eternally gray and white, with endless snowflakes drifting down from the heavens, and not a whisper of wind stirs. The entire world is hauntingly silent. Beneath my feet lies a thick layer of ice, crystalline and transparent, extending like a mirror to the horizon. In the center of this world, a magnificent ice temple stands silently, its grandeur beyond description. At the pinnacle of the temple, the frost goddess whom I had seen on the playground is quietly floating there with her eyes closed. Is this the divine beings and architecture of legendary quality? Lin Shu murmured, his heart filled with awe. His divine domain is still a chaotic expanse, while Han Bingjing's divine domain at the moment of its inception already possesses such astonishing scale and grandeur. This is the disparity. This place is still rather crude. Han Bingjing's voice broke the silence as she stood beside Lin Shu, observing her divine domain with a calm tone void of any emotion. Lin Shu snapped back to reality, forcing a bitter smile as he replied, "Is this what you call crude? Then my chaotic space wouldn't even count as a rough structure, would it?" Han Bingjing turned her head, looking at him earnestly. "Does the outcome of awakening really matter that much?" "Why doesn't it matter?" he retorted, This determines the path we will take in the future, deciding how high we can rise and how far we can go. He continued to play the role of the lost waste, which was one of his most genuine thoughts at that moment. Without the secrets of the primordial divine system, he would indeed feel despair at awakening only a divine domain spotlight. I don't see it that way. Han Bingjing shook her head, her cold eyes shimmering with earnestness. The path of the divinity is long, awakening is merely the beginning. There have been many examples in history of those who awakened as ordinary divine beings, yet eventually became powerful, true gods. There are also many who awakened as epic or legendary deities, but fell due to negligence and arrogance, leading to the collapse of their divine domain and their descent into mortality. She paused for a moment before continuing, "Your achievements have always surpassed mine. Your mind is sharper than mine. I believe that even if your starting point is lower, you will surely find your own path." Lin Shu listened thoughtfully. He had not anticipated that Han Bingjing would bring him here just to say these things. She was afraid that her awakening situation would leave her disheartened, so she deliberately brought him to her divine domain, using this method to comfort and encourage him. She even risked exposing her most core secret. At that moment, Lin Shu's heart felt as if it had been gently nudged by something. It was somewhat warm and a bit bewildering. He had originally thought that as a transmigrator, his mindset was mature enough to calmly view everything, treating all interpersonal relationships as mere exchanges of benefits. Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword, except for wealthy ones. But now, faced with such a sincere, kind, and somewhat clumsily caring girl, he found that his theories seemed to falter. And Han Bingjing appeared somewhat hesitant, yet she continued, "Today's event may also relate to me. If it weren't for our close relationship, they might not have mocked you so excessively." Her voice lowered, carrying a hint of guilt. Lin Shu then suddenly understood. It turned out she had considered even this. She was not only here to comfort him, but also to support him. She was using her actions to tell everyone that even if Lin Shu awakened as a waste, he was still her friend Han Bingjing. Anyone who wished to harm him would first need to weigh whether they were worthy. Having realized all this, Lin Shu's feelings became incredibly complex. He had originally wanted to distance himself from this exceptional girl to avoid trouble and develop steadily. But now, gazing at this girl who appeared cold on the outside, yet was incredibly gentle on the inside, he found that he could not simply push her away. "Thank you, Han Bingjing." Lin Shu took a deep breath and said sincerely, "I'm fine now." "Really?" Han Bingjing looked at him with some disbelief. "Really?" Lin Shu smiled, his eyes clear and confident. "You were right, awakening is just the beginning, the road ahead is still long." Upon seeing Lin Shu's expression, Han Bingjing seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, her lips curving slightly upward to reveal a faint smile. "That's good." After she finished speaking, as if recalling something, she flipped her palm, and a card shimmering with pure white light appeared in her hand. "This is for you." Lin Shu stared at the card handed to him by Han Bingjing, momentarily taken aback. It was a card composed entirely of pure energy, devoid of any patterns, with a dense, almost tangible white light flowing across it. "Is this a divine power card?" Lin Shu asked uncertainly. The divine power card is a special card that seals purified divine power, which can be used directly to replenish energy in the divine domain or to cast divine arts. This is hard currency among deities, highly valuable. Han Bingjing nodded. "This is a divine power card worth 1,000 standard units. Your divine domain has just been established, and it is in dire need of energy. With this, you can stabilize the divine domain space or purchase a higher quality believer card as a foundation for development. 1,000 points of divine power." Lin Shu's heart raced. He understood all too well what this 1,000 points of divine power meant. In the market, the official exchange rate for 1 point of divine power is 1,000 credit points. 1,000 points of divine power amounts to a staggering 10 million credit points. Moreover, divine power is a strategic resource that is valuable yet scarce. The black market price would only be higher. 10 million. The entire inheritance left by his parents, combined with the frugal savings he and his sister had accumulated over the years, barely amounted to a fraction of that sum. Han Bingjing now casually gifted him a sum that could sustain an ordinary family for a lifetime. "This is too precious, I cannot accept it." Lin Shu instinctively wanted to refuse. Although he desired wealth, he did not want to do so in this way. He could never repay such a significant favor. He wanted to adhere to his original principle, to keep his distance from her and avoid trouble. "Why can't I accept it?" Han Bingjing's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure appearing on her otherwise aloof face. "For the first time, didn't you say we are friends? Between friends, isn't it natural to help each other? But there are no buts." Han Bingjing's tone became somewhat firm, even carrying a hint of pride. "This card is nothing to me. My monthly allowance exceeds this amount. But for you, this is exactly what you need right now. If you truly consider me a friend, then accept it." Without further ado, she pressed the divine power card into Lin Shu's hand. As the card came into his grasp, a warm and immense sensation of energy surged through him. Holding the card, it felt as though his palm bore 1,000-pound weight. He looked into Han Bingjing's unwavering eyes, unable to utter a word of refusal. What was the point of avoiding trouble? What was the significance of drawing boundaries? What did it matter that a woman could only slow down his response time? In the face of 10 million no before a friend, these principles felt so pale and powerless. At this moment, only 6 words remained in Lin Shu's mind. Rich girl, food hungry. Then, Lin Shu took a deep breath, solemnly putting away the divine power card. He raised his head, looking intently at Han Bingjing, and said earnestly, Han Bingjing, thank you. I will remember this favor today. In the future, whenever you need my help, Lin Shu will never hesitate. Hearing his serious words, Han Bingjing felt a bit embarrassed, turning her head slightly to avoid his gaze, her voice barely audible. It's not that serious. Looking at her slightly reddened ears, Lin Shu couldn't help but smile. So the ice goddess can be shy too. All right, let's head back, Lin Shu said. Han Bingjing nodded and reopened the passage to the divine domain. The two returned to the teleportation room, where the onlookers in the corridor had mostly dispersed, leaving only a few persistent ones peering from afar. Seeing the two emerge, unscathed, disappointment was evident on the faces of the onlookers. I'll head back first, Han Bingjing said to Lin Shu, seemingly wanting to avoid their stares. All right, be careful on the way. Han Bingjing nodded, said no more, and quickly turned to leave her back, carrying a hint of what seemed like a fleeing in haste demeanor. Lin Shu watched her figure until she disappeared at the end of the corridor before retracting his gaze. He looked down at his pocket, where a card worth 10 million quietly lay. This seed money came at just the right time. With it, he could begin to implement his plans. The first step in nurturing the Lingming stone monkey could officially commence. Lin Shu clenched his fist, his eyes shining with an unprecedented light. He did not return to the classroom, but instead turned and walked in another direction. His target was the school's card trading center. Lin Shu clutched the divine power card worth 10 million in his pocket, feeling as if his steps were somewhat unsteady. He walked straight towards the school's card trading center. Although this place was within the school, it connected to the national campus trading network. Most cards could be purchased here. Previously, he had only observed this place from outside and had never entered. Because his pockets were emptier than his face, entering would have been futile. But today was different. Now he was also a person holding huge funds. The card trading center was built in the basement of the school library, covering a large area resembling a large securities exchange. As soon as he entered, the noise of the crowd and various light effects assailed him. The hall was bustling with people, mostly students, but there were also some well-dressed adults who looked like outside cardmen. On the surrounding walls were enormous screens displaying various trading information of cards scrolling rapidly like stock prices. Selling a good quality building card. Elf Treehouse includes 3 Elf Tribe Believers, fixed price of 30 divine power. High price purchase for the rare quality equipment card Flame Demon Blade with the fire control bond as priority, price negotiable. Epic quality believer card, One-Eyed Giant, fragment, 13 brothers with the other 2 fragments. Contact me for collaborative development. Various information dazzled him. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. No need to panic. He was here to conduct serious business. He found an available personal terminal, which was far more advanced than those in the classroom. Not only could it search, but it could also conduct transactions directly. After sitting down, he rubbed his hands together, feeling exhilarated. It was time to test his worth as a transmigrator. He entered 3 characters into the search box with a near-religious fervor. Sun Wukong. Search. No such card found. Please check if the name you entered is correct. Seeing this result, he felt a little disappointed, but not surprised. That's right, if it could be found right away, the people in this world would be too foolish. He changed the keyword to Qi Tian De Sheng. The result was the same, no such card. It seemed the divine alliance of this world had not yet associated this name with any divine being. This was excellent news for him. He suppressed his excitement and began to implement the second step of his plan, searching for the supporting equipment and skills of Monkey Brother. 72. Transformations. No such card found. Cloud Somersault. No such card found. Great Immortal Technique. No such card found. A series of no such card results calmed his fiery heart a little. Sure enough, all the core elements were missing. The people of this world simply did not understand these concepts and naturally could not condense them into cards. All of these would have to be replicated by him in the future. So, were there any items that had already been developed by others? He thought for a moment and entered Golden Staff. This time he finally got a result. But the result that popped up made him feel a mix of amusement and frustration. Equipment card, Golden Staff, replica quality, good effect, a sturdy iron rod that can slightly extend and shrink. Price 5 divine power, remarks, crafted by a low-tier craftsman, deity, said to be inspired by an ancient Eastern legend, but aside from being sturdy, it has little real use. He looked at this description and nearly laughed out loud. A replica, in good quality. The real Rui golden cudgel was a mythical level treasure, the sea calming needle. Is this really worth 5 divine power? However, this further confirmed his suspicion. The understanding of the primordial world in this realm was just a heap of fragmented symbols. He closed this page deep in thought. Monkey Brothers' treasure trove, besides those top-tier divine abilities early on, also included a set of starter equipment. The 3-piece set obtained from the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. The Golden Chain Armor, Phoenix Wing Crown, and Lotus Silk Shoes. He entered Golden Chain Armor with a mindset of giving it a try. Buzz. This time the card information that popped up on the screen instantly dazzled his eyes. It was a card radiating brilliant golden light, featuring a majestic golden armor, floating quietly, designed elaborately, and full of a sense of power. Equipment card: Golden Chain Armor, quality rare, top-tier divine system, affiliation Dragon Palace of the Four Seas, incomplete effect, greatly enhances physical defense and spell resistance. Includes the skill Golden Light Protection, which consumes divine power to generate a powerful protection. Bond Dragon Palace 3-piece set, 13. When equipped simultaneously with Phoenix Wing Crown and Lotus Silk Shoes, activates the set effect, Dragon's Majesty, greatly enhancing all attributes and exerting great pressure on aquatic creatures. Price: 400 divine power. He stared at the attributes of this card, his eyes wide with disbelief. Good gracious. Rare, top quality. In this world, card quality is divided into mundane, ordinary, good, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Rare quality is already considered mid to high and serving as core equipment for many small families. And this one was the top tier within the rare quality. The most crucial part was that it had a set effect. He quickly searched for the other 2 pieces. Phoenix Wing Crown, rare, top tier, priced at 350 divine power. Lotus Silk Shoes, rare, top tier, priced at 250 divine power. The total for the 3 pieces was exactly 1,000 divine power. He looked at these 3 cards, nearly drooling. This set of equipment, even if not given to Monkey Brother, would allow any warrior-type divine being to experience a qualitative leap in strength. The price of 1,000 divine power was not expensive at all. One could even say it was worth the value. No wonder the people in this world struggled to develop the primordial world. The threshold was too high. Just Monkey Brother's set of starter equipment was enough to bankrupt an ordinary family. He gazed at the glaring 1,000 points of divine power in his account, his mind in turmoil. This 3-piece set was practically tailored for him. The 1,000 divine power given by Han Bingjing was just enough for the purchase. If he bought it, Monkey Brother's combat power would be significantly boosted. However, if he bought this 3-piece set, he would be left with not a single cent. Monkey Brother was still just an ordinary quality, unknown monkey, without even a place to stay. Dressing him in divine gear felt like letting a baby pilot a Gundam, completely unable to unleash its power. No, he had to resist. One must eat one bite at a time. Equipment is external. The foundation is what matters most. What is Monkey Brother's foundation? It was his origin, his hometown. He forced himself to close the 3 dazzling cards, took a deep breath, and re-entered new keywords into the search box. Lin Shu ceased his search for divine weapons and began to seek clues from the source. Where did Sun Wukong originate? Flower Fruit, Mountain, Water, Curtain, Cave, Immortal Stone. These are the fundamentals of his existence. He first entered Immortal Stone or Divine Stone into the search box. A plethora of results appeared. What heart of elements? Earth Essence, Crystal of the Earth, Faith Stone. A wide variety priced from dozens to thousands of divine power. These are common resource cards or special building cards in various divine systems, completely different from the Immortal Stone needed to cultivate the Spirit Bright Stone Monkey. It seems that the Immortal Stone is not an independent card. It is likely part of a scene card. Just like if you want to buy a computer, you can't just search for the CPU, you have to look for the entire motherboard or even the whole unit. His thoughts became clear all at once. Thus, he deleted Divine Stone and instead input a name he had long anticipated. Flower Fruit Mountain. The moment he pressed the search button, his heart skipped a beat. Please, it must exist. And it must be inexpensive. A flash of light appeared and the search results popped up. There was only one entry. His gaze was instantly drawn to that card. It was a card radiating a rich green light, depicting a lush island enveloped in celestial energy. The island featured cascading waterfalls and exotic flowers, appearing to be a heavenly paradise. Resource card: Flower Fruit Mountain, quality rare, type terrain, building effect. After loading, generates a large island within the divine realm. It primarily produces low-level spirit peaches, harvestable once a year. The island's environment is suitable for simian creatures, slightly enhancing their growth speed and reproductive desire. Includes ordinary monkey followers, X500. Description: a rare resource-rich overseas immortal mountain, popular among deities of the Beastman and Druid systems for its stable production of spirit peaches and suitable environment for monkeys, making it an excellent breeding ground for simian followers. Price: 799 divine power. He stared at the card's description, completely stunned. Immediately after, a surge of immense joy coursed through him like electricity from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Found it. It's the one. Flower Fruit Mountain. The home of Sun Wukong. But he meticulously read that description again, word by word. Resource card. Breeding ground. Primarily produces low-level spirit peaches. He nearly spat out blood onto the screen. This is Flower Fruit Mountain. The origin of the 10 continents, the source of the 3 islands. It is clearly described in Journey to the West as a heavenly paradise. Yet here it is defined as a rare-level resource card. Just because the quality of the peaches produced is low, it's treated like a monkey breeding facility. Such a waste. It's simply an outrageous waste. He was so agitated that his hands began to tremble. What have the people of this world missed? They have no idea of the true value of this mountain. What about the water curtain cave? What about the immortal stone that nurtured the Monkey King? None of these are mentioned in this card's description. What does this indicate? It indicates that the developers of this card have completely overlooked the true secret of Flower Fruit Mountain. They merely regard it as an ordinary picturesque monkey mountain, and its price is 799 divine power. To be honest, that's not low. For a rare card that only produces low-level resources, 799 divine power is already exorbitant. He quickly browsed the market trends in the trading center. A similarly rare resource card like Black Iron Mine primarily produces good quality black iron ore and is priced around 300 divine power. Yet this Flower Fruit Mountain, which produces low-level spirit peaches, is priced at a staggering 799, nearly 2.5 times that of the former. He quickly grasped the crux of the matter. The description stated that this card is quite popular among beastman and druid deities. The reason is simple: it comes with 500 monkey followers and a habitat suitable for monkeys. For deities whose divine beings are Vajra giant apes and 6-armed demon apes, this card is simply the perfect beginner village. Once bought, it directly provides the first batch of followers and a dedicated cultivation base, saving a lot of initial effort. Thus, its high price is driven by market speculation. What buyers are interested in is its breeding function, not the card itself. It's like selling diamonds as glass beads. He murmured, his heart pounding wildly. To others, this card might be worth 799 divine power. But in Lin Shu's eyes, its value is worth adding 2 more zeros. This is not merely a resource card, it should be a high-quality wonder card. The starting point of the entire Journey to the West divine system. He had no doubt that once he bought it and loaded it into his divine realm, astonishing changes would occur. The Water Curtain Cave and Immortal Stone, these hidden attributes would surely be activated by someone in the know like him. His gaze was fixed on the purchase button. Account balance 1,000 divine power. Card price 799 divine power. If he bought this card, he would be left with only 201 divine power. Forget about that majestic Dragon Palace set. He couldn't even afford a decent weapon. But is it worth it? Absolutely. This is not even a choice question. If he loses the equipment, he can always fight for it again. Yet this severely undervalued mythical component, if missed, might never appear again. He could even see several people under this card posting purchase requests, each offering increasingly higher prices, clearly indicating it was a hot item. No more hesitation. He trembled as he moved his finger to the virtual purchase button. His entire fortune, his future, his hope for a miraculous turnaround all rested on this single click. Let's take a gamble. His gaze became incredibly resolute as he pressed his finger heavily on the screen. Confirm. Lin Shu yelled silently in his heart. Looking at the personal terminal displaying balance 201 points of divine power, Lin Shu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a sense of lightness wash over him. The hardest part is often the beginning, and he had already taken that crucial step. Now it was time to witness them. He needed to return immediately to a deserted place to load this card, which held all his hopes into his divine. He couldn't wait to see what it would be like when his monkey brother laid eyes on the real Flower Fruit Mountain. Running back to the empty classroom, Lin Shu locked the door behind him and eagerly submerged his consciousness into his chaotic divine realm space. The divine realm looked the same as before, a dull gray, with only a small area in the center barely qualifying as land. His innate divine creature, the divine realm spotlight, was squatting on the ground board, playing with its own tail. Monkey brother, stop playing, I have a big treasure to show you. Lin Shu focused his mind and summoned the Flower Fruit Mountain card he had just purchased. The card transformed into a streak of flowing light hovering in the chaotic space. Note, the novice deity's divine realm is fragile, and there is a certain failure rate for loading high-quality cards. Estimated loading time 15 days. 15 days. Lin Shu frowned. That long. He couldn't wait that long. However, he soon noticed another line in the system prompt. The novice deity's divine realm is fragile. What if my divine realm is not fragile? The 1,000 points of divine power given to him by Han Bingjing after spending 799, he still had 201 left. Divine power itself is the best energy for stabilizing and strengthening the divine realm. I'll go for it. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Shu's eyes. With a focused thought, he unhesitatingly injected all of the remaining 201 points of divine power into his small piece of divine realm land. Boom. As the 201 points of divine power surged into the divine realm, the originally gray chaotic land, no bigger than a playground, seemed to receive a shot of adrenaline, shaking violently. The tremendous energy of divine power flowed like surging magma beneath the barren soil, dispersing the gray chaos in its wake as solid ground wildly expanded in all directions. 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. The small hillside continuously rose higher under the energy's wash, transforming into rolling hills. From the dry ground, wisps of vapor began to rise. The entire divine realm space expanded dozens of times in just a few seconds. Though still desolate compared to the previous shell, it could now at least be considered a villa area with foundations. Stable. Lin Shu could clearly feel that his divine realm space had become unprecedentedly stable and substantial. The card loading speed increased and the failure rate decreased. Indeed useful. Lin Shu was overjoyed and unhesitatingly issued the command again. Load Flowerfruit Mountain. With a hum, the card floating in midair radiated an intense glow, transforming into a dazzling stream of light that struck heavily at the central land of the divine realm that had just expanded. This time the system's prompt also changed accordingly. The stability of the divine realm was confirmed. Loading condition: large water area not met, automatically consuming divine power for environmental transformation. Transformation in progress. Estimated loading time 1 hour. From 15 days, it was shortened to 1 hour. Lin Shu watched as the last 1 point of divine power was drained, his balance reduced to 0, and instead of feeling heartbroken, he excitedly clenched his fists. Spending money wisely is the correct use of divine power. In the divine realm, where the streak of light landed, the entire earth began to change violently. The ground sank, forming a massive basin, as the previously rising water vapor rapidly gathered under the catalysis of divine power, transforming into clear flowing water rushing in from all directions, quickly filling the basin and forming an endless blue ocean. And at the center of the ocean, the outline of an island was slowly rising from the seabed. Rocks, beaches, mountains, and forests. Everything depicted on the card was materializing before Lin Shu's eyes at a visible speed. This is the power of a deity. Words manifest into reality, creating worlds. Lin Shu was profoundly shocked by this scene of creation before him. Even more shocked was his monkey brother. The golden little monkey, initially flustered, later stared dumbfounded at everything happening before him, its eyes wide open. The small piece of land it had been squatting on had now transformed into an island surrounded by an endless ocean. No, it shouldn't be called a lonely island. It should be called home. As the outline of Flowerfruit Mountain took shape and the first ray of sunlight simulated by the divine realm shone upon the lush mountains and forests, the little monkey's golden fur stood on end. It suddenly lifted its head, its nostrils flaring as if it were savoring the familiar, yet unfamiliar scent in the air. The fragrance of the earth, the freshness of the grass and trees, and the sweet scent of spiritual peaches. Eek! The little monkey suddenly let out a sharp and urgent cry, filled with confusion, excitement, and an indescribable yearning. It no longer paid attention to everything happening around it. Instead, it got down on all fours like a streak of golden lightning, dashing towards the depths of the island. Lin Shu's consciousness closely followed it. He saw the little monkey skillfully weaving and jumping through the forest as if it had an innate familiarity with the terrain here. It did not go to the peach forest at the foot of the mountain with scattered fruits, but instead headed straight for the highest peak of the island, towards the cloud-wreathed mountaintop. Its goal was very clear. Lin Shu's heart also began to race. In the original story, what was at the top of Flowerfruit Mountain? There was that immortal stone. It was the very core that birthed Sun Wukong. Could it be? Under Lin Shu's watchful eyes, the little monkey climbed all the way up and finally reached the summit. At the peak, surrounded by clouds and mist, there stood a massive stone quietly on a flat, open ground. The stone was approximately 3 zhang and 6 qi high, and 2 zhang and 4 qi in circumference, exactly as described in the book. It had 9 holes and 8 apertures, just like the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. The little monkey stared at the divine stone, unable to move its feet any further. It slowly approached, extending its fluffy little hand cautiously, with endless admiration and affection, gently touching the cold surface of the stone. Buzz! The moment the little monkey's palm touched the divine stone, the entire Flowerfruit Mountain trembled violently. That seemingly ordinary stone suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light, the blinding radiance even penetrating Lin Shu's divine barrier, causing his consciousness to feel a sharp pain. Gigi. The little monkey let out a painful scream, violently thrown away by an invisible force, rolling on the ground several times before finally coming to a stop. After the divine stone erupted in extreme brilliance, its surface began to crack inch by inch, emitting a series of cracking sounds. Countless cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, and golden light burst forth from the fissures, dyeing the entire mountaintop in gold. Lin Shu's eyes widened, his heart pounding wildly. He knew what was about to happen. The Monkey King is about to be born. No, wait. The Monkey King is right beside him, so what is about to emerge from that stone? Could it be? With a deafening explosion, the divine stone shattered completely. Rocks flew through the air and dust filled the atmosphere. Strangely, however, no new life sprang forth from the stone. The exploded divine stone transformed into countless golden specks, which, as if drawn by an invisible force, rushed madly towards the little monkey, who had just gotten back on its feet and looked utterly bewildered. The little monkey was so frightened by this sudden change that it flailed its arms in panic. It wanted to escape, but its body felt as if it were frozen in place, unable to move. It could only watch helplessly as the golden specks merged into its body. With each speck that fused, a brilliant golden light emitted from the little monkey's body, and its aura began to surge. Its once frail and small physique began to grow stronger and more agile at a visible rate. The golden fur became even more smooth and shiny, as if crafted from pure gold, shimmering under the sunlight. Its gaze, no longer filled with innocence and liveliness, now carried a hint of arrogance and dominance that looked down upon all. When the last golden speck merged into its body, the little monkey let out a fierce howl towards the sky. No longer was it a mere zhi call, but a roar filled with endless majesty and power. The roar echoed like thunder, shaking the entire flower fruit mountain as it reverberated. Meanwhile, a series of information prompts flooded Lin Shu's mind. Your destined divine creature, unknown monkey, has absorbed celestial stone essence, and its bloodline begins to regress to its ancestral form. Talent ability: breaking illusions. Golden Eyes beginner is evolving. Evolution successful. Talent ability upgraded to breaking illusions. Golden Eyes intermediate. Breaking illusions. Golden Eyes intermediate. The eyes can see through certain illusions and disguises, possessing powerful deterrence and damage effects against demonic entities. No can also be used as a spotlight when there's nothing else to do. Your destined divine creature is evolving. Bloodline purification in progress. Detected spiritual clarity. Stone monkey bloodline. Evolution successful. Your destined divine creature, unknown monkey, has successfully evolved into spiritual clarity. Divine creature, spiritual clarity. Stone monkey quality. Epic divine system affiliation. Primordial divine system. Unlock talent ability. Breaking illusions. Golden Eyes intermediate. Bond effect. Master of Flower Fruit Mountain. While within the range of Flower Fruit Mountain, all attributes increase by 20 AO in health. Recovery speed is greatly enhanced. Evolution path unlocks upon meeting specific conditions. Comprehensive evaluation, able to adapt to changes, recognize the timing of heaven and earth, and shift stars and constellations. One of the 4 great chaotic divine monkeys, possessing boundless potential. Please nurture it with care. Epic. It actually soared from the most trashy ordinary quality to epic in one leap. Lin Shu looked at the brand new attribute panel, trembling with excitement. This is what I recognize as the monkey. Although it is not yet the invincible great sage equal to heaven, the title spiritual clarity stone monkey is already enough to say it all. He noticed that the quality had only risen to epic, not the legendary level he had anticipated. However, he quickly understood. The current Monkey King has just been born, merely claiming the mountain as its own. It has not yet gone to seek a master, learned the 72 transformations, wielded the golden staff, nor caused havoc in heaven. Its myth completeness is still very low. It should be noted that formidable deities like Neza and Erlang Shun, who have extraordinary backgrounds, are only epic level. The Monkey King's leap from ordinary to epic is likely due to the backing of the spiritual clarity stone monkey, which is already an astonishing enhancement. This indicates that he is on the right path in his nurturing route. Roar. On the mountaintop, the newly transformed Monkey King let out another excited roar. Feeling the powerful energy surging within, it excitedly tumbled on the mountaintop, leaping several meters high, moving agilely, and exuding explosive beauty. After playing for a while, it seemed to have discovered something. It halted its movements and turned its gaze towards the mountain. There, a faint sound of water splashing was coming through. The Monkey King's figure was as swift as lightning, leaping through the forest until he arrived at the source of the water. Before him was a massive waterfall resembling a silver dragon, cascading down from the cliff, crashing violently into the deep pool below, splashing countless droplets with tremendous force. Mist permeated the air, and under the sunlight a splendid rainbow formed, creating a breathtaking sight. Chirp, chirp. The Monkey King looked at this spectacular scene, excitedly clapping his hands in delight. Naturally unafraid of water, he jumped directly onto a stone at the edge of the waterfall, playfully frolicking in the flowing water. At that moment, it seemed he inadvertently discovered that behind the massive waterfall there appeared to be a hidden world. Behind the water curtain, a faintly discernible black cave entrance came into view. The Monkey King's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath, and suddenly dove headfirst into the waterfall. Splash! Passing through the chilling water curtain, his vision suddenly opened up. A vast stone cave appeared before him. Inside the cave were stone benches, stone beds, stone pots, and stone stoves, all complete, seemingly naturally formed, yet meticulously crafted. At the deepest part of the cave, a stone tablet stood, inscribed with a grand line of characters. The blessed land of flower and fruit mountain, the celestial cave of water curtain. Seeing these 10 large characters, unparalleled joy erupted in the Monkey King's eyes. He hopped around the cave, checking every stone pot and bowl, then happily rolled back and forth on the stone bed, letting out satisfied cheers. He found it. He found his home. Meanwhile, in Lin Shu's mind, the system notification sound echoed. Your primary divine creature spirit Brightstone Monkey has successfully discovered and unlocked the core building water curtain cave. Resource card Flower and Fruit Mountain begins to resonate with the core building. Quality evolution in progress. Evolution successful. Rare grade resource card Flower and Fruit Mountain has successfully evolved into epic grade Wonder Building Blessed Land of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Wonder Building Blessed Land of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Quality epic type Celestial Cave. Mythical wonder description: the ancestral vein of the 10 continents, the source of the 3 islands. A land of extraordinary spirit, the origin of all things. Output: intermediate spirit peach. Good quality fruit can quickly restore stamina and divine power. Long-term consumption can significantly improve physical constitution and enhance potential. Descendants of the spirit Brightstone Monkey bloodline. Rare quality: innately awakened intelligence, devout in faith, possessing extremely high growth potential. Special effect 1. Celestial Cave. All monkey-type believers within the range of Flower and Fruit Mountain will have their cultivation speed increased by 50 and comprehension by 30. Special effect 2. Source of 10,000 monkeys. Flower and Fruit Mountain will automatically attract nearby monkey-type creatures to come and seek refuge, gradually awakening their intelligence, transforming them into your believers. Special effect 3. Water Curtain Cave. As the core of Flower and Fruit Mountain, your primary divine creature spirit Brightstone Monkey will gain the absolute home field effect here, with all attributes doubled, and will be able to mobilize the power of the entire Flower and Fruit Mountain. Wow. Lin Shu looked at the attributes of the evolved Flower and Fruit Mountain, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. This is too outrageous. The produced low-level Spirit Peach directly transformed into intermediate Spirit Peach, with quality rising from ordinary to good. If this thing was sold with the output of Flower and Fruit Mountain, the cumulative sales would surely fetch a sky-high price. Even more outrageous were the believers. Ordinary monkey believers directly transformed into descendants of the Spirit Bright Stone Monkey bloodline. They can be born with intelligence and become believers. It must be noted that the vast majority of low-quality beast-type believers, although termed believers, are simply unable to provide faith values due to their low intelligence. Only special sects of certain beasts can be utilized. Now the monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain not only upgraded in quality, but also awakened their intelligence, marking a qualitative leap. This means that he will continuously obtain rare quality believers in the future. What does this concept imply? Other deities may expend tremendous effort to cultivate a batch of rare quality believers over a long period. But as long as he possesses Flower and Fruit Mountain, he can harvest rare believers, just like harvesting radishes, reaping them one after another. This is simply cheating. And those 3 special effects, each more exaggerated than the last. Especially the 3rd Water Curtain Cave. All attributes doubled. He can even mobilize the power of the entire Flower and Fruit Mountain. As soon as the Monkey King cultivates his strength, if any unwise enemies dare to invade his divine realm, standing at the entrance of the Water Curtain Cave, the Monkey King would likely challenge even legendary deities. Lin Shu was so excited that his palms were sweaty. He had found the correct way to open this world. Recreating the myth. As long as he systematically reenacts the Monkey King's legendary experiences in his divine realm, he can continuously unlock his powers, allowing him and his accessories to evolve together. Just as he was filled with excitement, new changes occurred in the divine realm. As the quality of Flower and Fruit Mountain improved, the spiritual energy across the entire island became incredibly dense, and those monkeys that were once ordinary beasts under the nourishment of the spiritual energy seemed to awaken their senses one by one. Their eyes became lively, no longer dull, beginning to understand thought and reverence. They all instinctively gathered from all directions of the forest towards the Water Curtain Cave. When they saw the Monkey King emerge from the Water Curtain Cave, exuding a powerful aura and looking majestic, all the monkeys instinctively prostrated on the ground, bowing their heads and making sounds of submission. The Monkey King looked at the vast number of monkeys and their descendants' hands on his hips, laughing proudly at the sky. In that moment, he became the only king of this island. The beautiful Monkey King was born. Lin Shu's faith value panel also began to surge wildly at this moment. Your believer descendant of the spirit Brightstone Monkey contributed 1 faith point to you. Your believer descendant of the spirit Brightstone Monkey contributed 1 faith point to you. Your primary divine creature spirit Brightstone Monkey beautiful Monkey King form contributed 1,000 faith points to you primary divine creature 10 times. Previously, his daily faith value income was basically 0. Only the Monkey King occasionally contributed 0.1 points. But now in just a few minutes his faith value had surpassed 1,000, and it continued to grow at a terrifying speed. He struck it rich. This time he truly struck it rich. Lin Shu looked at the rapidly rising faith value feeling like a beggar who had been poor all his life, suddenly winning the lottery, overwhelmed with happiness to the point of nearly fainting. With faith value he could convert it into divine power. With divine power he could purchase more cards to expedite the advancement of the Monkey King's mythical storyline. A perfect virtuous cycle had formed. Lin Shu immersed himself in immense joy, feeling that his future. However, not long after the happiness, a new dilemma presented itself. The Monkey King was now enjoying a carefree life as the beautiful Monkey King on Flower and Fruit Mountain. But according to the original storyline, what was he supposed to do next? In the following days, Lin Shu meticulously organized all the plot related to Monkey Brother. Meanwhile, his greatest joy each day was watching the faith value in his domain rise steadily. The monkeys of Huagua Mountain, after gaining spiritual intelligence, displayed an extraordinary potential for every day. Apart from eating spirit peaches they practiced under Monkey Brother's leadership, then bowed reverently to the void sky in the divine realm that represented Lin Shu as the creator deity. In just 3 days, Lin Shu accumulated over 50,000 faith points. At the official conversion rate of 1.01, this amounted to a full 5 points of divine power. This was a substantial amount. It should be noted that the 1.0 points of divine power given to him by Han Bingjing before was a fortune that most people would never encounter in their lifetime. Although 5 points of divine power seemed meager in comparison, it represented a solid 3-day earning of 50,000 for an ordinary person. And this was just the beginning. This is the terrifying aspect of having a high-quality source of believers. He could now be considered a minor god tycoon. However, with more money came new troubles. What should I do next? Lin Shu sat in the classroom, propping his chin on his hand, gazing out the window lost. In these past few days, he had already replayed the opening plot of Journey to the West from his past life countless times in his mind. Monkey Brother had been the king of monkeys in Huagua Mountain for over 300 years, living a carefree life. Until one day, he suddenly realized the concepts of life and death, and feeling troubled, he decided to set sail in search of immortality. 300 years. He couldn't possibly wait for 300 years, could he? Although the flow of time for deities is different from that of the real world and can be accelerated with divine power, to speed up time in the divine realm to 300 years would require an astronomical amount of divine power far beyond his current resources. Moreover, even if time were sufficient, how could he make Monkey Brother suddenly realize the concepts of life and death? This was a highly metaphysical epiphany event. He couldn't just run into the divine realm, grab an old monkey in front of Monkey Brother, kill it, and say to him, "Look, he died, you will die too, go cultivate for immortality." That would be too lowly and completely unworthy of a mythological standard. Lin Shu felt himself falling into another line of flawed thinking. His previous success was due to having a clear tool, the Huagua Mountain card. But how could one use a card to achieve epiphany? Was there an epiphany card? Or a life and death experience card? He searched the trading center, but of course found nothing. This is tough. Lin Shu rubbed his temples, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Cultivating divine beings was indeed not a simple task. Even he, as an open book examinee with a standard answer, encountered trouble while writing out the solution process. Just when he felt at a loss, his personal terminal on his wrist suddenly beeped twice. He raised his wrist and a holographic screen projected in front of him. It was a new email. The sender was Han Bingjing. Lin Shu's heart skipped a beat for no reason. Since that day they parted in the divine realm, this was the first time Han Bingjing had contacted him. What does she want from me? Is she here to check my homework? To ask how I spent the divine power? Lin Shu felt a bit anxious as he opened the email. The content of the email was straightforward, lacking any unnecessary pleasantries, which was very much in line with Han Bingjing's aloof style. Does your divine being show signs of evolution? Lin Shu looked at the line and couldn't help but smile slightly. See, she really is here to check my homework. He pondered for a moment and replied, "Thanks to you, I've made a small breakthrough." He didn't dare to tell the truth. He couldn't just say my useless monkey is now epic level, and it even has an epic level blessed land lying around all day collecting faith. That would be too astonishing. He could only keep it vague. The email was almost instantly replied. That's good. The reason I sent you this email is to share a family secret that may be useful to you. A family secret. Lin Shu's expression suddenly became serious. He knew this was definitely a key moment. He immediately opened the email attachment, and a detailed text explanation unfolded before his eyes. The evolution of divine beings is not entirely random, rather it involves opportunities. Many powerful divine beings have evolutionary paths linked to specific times or events. For instance, our Han Frost family's Frost Goddess achieves peak success rate and effectiveness when Ice-type skill cards or resource cards are used on her during each full moon night, especially on the winter solstice's full moon night. We refer to this as the evolution window period. Each divine being's evolution window period is unique and requires the deity to invest a significant amount of time and energy to observe, document, and analyze. Your divine being's evolutionary path is unknown, meaning its window period is even more obscure and harder to discover. You must pay close attention to it, noting under what circumstances it displays special emotional fluctuations or shows particular interest in certain things, as those could very well be the keys to evolution. Lin Shu read this segment of text word by word, and his eyes grew brighter. He felt as if the blocked door in his mind had been smashed open completely. The evolution window period. It turned out that this world understood mythological plots in such a way. They didn't know the complete mythological story and could only deduce through countless trials and observations that divine beings strengthened at certain specific times were most effective. For example, Han Bingjing's Frost Goddess might have gained her powerful abilities or undergone a transformation on a full moon night during a certain winter solstice. Thus, the Han Frost family's people replicated this time point and inadvertently stumbled upon the plot. They thought that timing was crucial. But in reality, the core was reproducing the life experience. He had previously been troubled about how to make Monkey Brother realize. It now seemed that there was no need for him to guide. Monkey Brother's realization was inherently a plot event that would inevitably occur in his life trajectory. What he needed to do was not to forcibly create this event, but to provide the preconditions to trigger it. Why would Monkey Brother contemplate life and death? Because he had been the king of monkeys for over 300 years, enjoying wealth and glory. When he stood at the pinnacle and looked back, realizing that the old monkeys around him were dying one by one, he suddenly felt the void and fear. Therefore, time and experience were the keys to triggering this plot. What he needed to do was to find a way to let Monkey Brother have similar experiences in the divine realm. So that's how it is. Lin Shu was enlightened, feeling that everything before him became clear. The problem that had troubled him for several days was effortlessly solved by Han Bingjing's email. This woman is simply my lucky goddess. Just as he was filled with excitement, the last line of text in the email caught his eye. I've already told you the method. If you can't make your monkey evolve, don't come to me anymore. Ooh, I won't be friends with fool. At the end of the email, there was also a small red smiley face with fangs and devil horns. It looked fierce, yet held an indescribable cuteness. Looking at the fierce words at the end of the email, along with the devilish expression, Lin Shufei felt no pressure at all. Instead, he couldn't help but chuckle. This proud tone is just too obvious. Clearly, she generously sent me the family secret that isn't passed down, yet she still had to put on a tough front pretending that I just don't want to be friends with an idiot. It's not that I care about you. Yes, you don't care about me. You're just afraid that I'm too weak and will lower your friend's average level. Lin Shufei silently mocked in his heart. He could imagine that when Han Bingjing sent this email, she must have had that cold and beautiful little face, sternly typing. But by the last sentence, she couldn't help but feel a bit shy, so she added a devilish expression to disguise her true feelings. So adorable. This girl who appears icy on the outside but is gentle and somewhat awkward on the inside truly hits his cute spot. Lin Shufei shook his head, casting aside these chaotic thoughts. The matter at hand is urgent. He carefully read through the theory of evolution that Han Bingjing sent him 2 more times, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The value of this email is simply immeasurable. It not only solved his immediate confusion, but more importantly pointed him towards an exceedingly clear path, validating the correctness of his conjecture about replicating myths. For a deity, knowledge concerning core cultivation methods holds value that surpasses even that of divine artifacts and legendary cards. Han Bingjing casually gifted this to him. Alas, this debt of gratitude is growing larger. How will I repay it in the future? Though Lin Shufei said this, he felt no worry in his heart. Once he develops the Honghuang divine system, let alone repaying her, he could directly marry Han Bingjing and bring her home as the divine empress. At that time, with his Honghuang heavenly court combined with her ice god kingdom, wouldn't they be invincible? Thinking of this, Lin Shufei's mood surged once again. No, calm down, he's thinking too far ahead. A meal must be eaten one bite at a time. He refocused his attention on the cultivation path of the Monkey King. Now that he knew that enlightenment requires experience as a prerequisite, the problem became simple. He only needed to provide the Monkey King with a stage where he could experience various things. Although Huagua Mountain is a paradise, it is ultimately just an isolated island. The monkeys spend their days either eating or sleeping or fighting. Life is too monotonous. In such an environment, let alone 300 years, even 3,000 years, the Monkey King wouldn't gain any understanding of life's truths. In the original story, the Monkey King initially aspired to seek immortality after witnessing the birth, aging, sickness, and death of the monkeys. Therefore, he needed to be exposed to a broader world to see the joys and sorrows of life. Since he couldn't wait for the monkeys to age and die, he had to change his approach. Let the Monkey King interact with mortals. In the original story, when the Monkey King decided to go out to seek immortals, the first place he reached was the southern Jambu continent. There he learned human etiquette and language, donned human clothing, and roamed the cities for nearly 8 or 9 years, witnessing the famed fortune, birth, aging, sickness, and death of humanity. This was also another reason that compelled him to find immortals and learn the art of eternal life. Thus, before enlightenment, there was another crucial prestige: entering the world. He needed to create a mortal realm for the Monkey King within his divine domain. Thinking of this, Lin Shufei's eyes instantly lit up. He immediately opened the card trading center and began searching with a clear goal. What he needed was not some powerful believer card or some rare building card, but rather a most basic common card that many deities consider trash: mortal card. Many divine systems load some mortal kingdom cards in their early development. Though mortals possess weak individual strength and low faith potential, their large numbers, rapid reproduction, and complex social structures can quickly provide a substantial amount of foundational faith value, serving as a very useful primitive accumulation for deities in their early stages. Once the deity develops and has more powerful divine beings as believers, these mortal kingdoms are often abandoned or transformed into pastures for providing faith. Lin Shufei quickly browsed through various mortal cards. Good quality believer card: citizens of the Holy Light Kingdom. Description: devout humans who worship the Holy Light, highly disciplined, capable of quickly forming a holy temple. Knight order. Price: 20 points of divine power. Rare quality believer card: citizens of the Elven Kingdom. Description: nature-loving elves skilled in archery and magic with pure faith. Price: 80 points of divine power. These cards are quite good, but the prices are also steep. Each believer card defaults to 1,000 believers, yet the price remains significantly lower than that of divine creature cards of the same grade. After all, divine creatures are akin to so-called hero units with battle potential, and the faith value they provide far surpassing that of believers. Moreover, what Lin Shufei needed was not these mortals with built-in faith systems. What he needed was a blank slate, a most ordinary, inconspicuous, and even somewhat weak mortal kingdom. Only then could the Monkey King experience life rather than engage in religious wars. He continuously filtered through the options, and finally, in a pile of overlooked cards, he found what he was looking for. Mortal quality believer card: citizens of the Ally Kingdom. Quality: mortal. Type: mortal believer. Description: citizens of a small border nation located overseas from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Citizens possess weak physiques, no special faith, and no special skills, serving only as basic labor. Note: worthless, not recommended for purchase. Price: 1 point of divine power. Mortal quality. This is a rank even lower than ordinary quality. In this world, only those ordinary believers with no divine potential at all are classified as mortal quality. And this Ally Kingdom is the trash among mortals. A small border nation with weak citizens and no faith, lacking even the value to serve as cannon fodder. Therefore, its price has dropped to an outrageous level. 1 point of divine power. This is practically no different from being given away for free. Yet Lin Shufei looked at this card as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. Ally Kingdom. This is Ally Kingdom. Beyond the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Lin Shu gazed at the description on the card, each word acting like a key, continuously unlocking the details buried deep within his memory. The original text of Journey to the West clearly states that Flower Fruit Mountain is located in the land of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, and beyond it lies a country named Ally Kingdom. Back in the day, Monkey King led his monkey kin, raiding countless weapons from this Ally Kingdom, thereby forming the first monkey army. Later, he also set off from here, sailing on a makeshift wooden raft, crossing the seas in search of a mortal. This seemingly worthless mortal kingdom is in fact a crucial link that connects the early storyline of the Monkey King. Without it, the Monkey King's tale would be incomplete. Lin Shu's heart raced with excitement. He had no doubt that loading this card into his divine domain would undoubtedly trigger new plot lines. Moreover, the price of this card was practically nothing, just 1 point of divine power. Lin Shu looked at his balance of over 50,000 belief points, feeling immensely wealthy. Buy. Must buy. Without hesitation, he extended his finger and clicked the purchase button. Do you confirm spending 1 point of divine power to buy the mortal believer card: citizen of Ally Kingdom? Confirm. Purchase successful. The card has been stored in your divine domain card slot. Done. Lin Shu let out a long breath, feeling accomplished. From Flower Fruit Mountain to Owleye Kingdom, the Monkey King's beginner village map had been fully assembled. Next, he just needed to load this card and patiently await the unfolding of the plot. He was now filled with confidence about the future. Han Bingjing. Lin Shu looked at the unopened email on his personal terminal, warmth flooding his heart. If it weren't for her reminder, he might still be stuck in a rut struggling to figure out how to make the Monkey King have an epiphany. It was she who cleared the fog for him. This sentiment was noted. He thought for a moment and replied earnestly, "Receive, thank you. I won't let you." After sending the message, he felt something was still missing. After some thought, he mimicked Han Bingjing's style and added an emoji at the end of the email. A determined expression with a clenched fist showcasing his muscular arm. Although a bit silly, it truly reflected his innermost feelings at that moment. Lin Shu absolutely cannot lose. Not just for myself, but also to avoid disappointing that hard-headed, yet soft-hearted girl. After completing all this, Lin Shu felt an invigorating surge of energy. He stood up, stretched lazily, and prepared to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Man is iron and food is steel. Going without a meal makes one anxious. Especially when in a good mood, he must treat himself well. However, just as he stepped out of the classroom, he unexpectedly ran into a few people he wished to avoid the most. They were the wealthy youths led by Zhao Yu. It seemed they were specifically waiting for him. Upon seeing him come out, they immediately surrounded him with malicious grins. "Oh, isn't this our great school hunk, Lin Shu?" Zhao Yu spoke with a mocking tone, his gaze scanning Lin Shu's body, filled with blatant disdain. "I heard you've been researching how to cultivate your divine domain searchlight these days. How's it going? Have you made any progress? Are you planning to fit it with a reflector to make it shine a bit more?" His followers burst into laughter immediately. "Haha, you're too ruthless. Maybe it's already evolved. Evolved into a divine domain high-power searchlight." Lin Shu frowned. He didn't want to stir up trouble, especially not when he was in such a good mood. He was too lazy to deal with these flies and tried to sidestep them. But Zhao Yu sidestepped as well, blocking his path again. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave," Zhao Yu said with a fake smile. "We're not here to cause you trouble, but to offer you some guidance." He deliberately emphasized the word guidance. "Oh." Lin Shu stopped, looking at him expressionlessly. "What kind of guidance?" He was curious to see what these guys were up to. Zhao Yu cleared his throat and pretended to be serious, saying, "Lin Shu, we all know that you have a good relationship with Miss Han. However, one must have self-awareness, right? What you have awakened is something everyone is aware of. What Miss Han is, everyone can see clearly. You two are no longer from the same world. Miss Han is kind-hearted and too polite to speak harshly to you, but you must be aware of it yourself. In the future, it's best to keep your distance from her to avoid causing her unnecessary trouble and to prevent yourself from humiliating yourself. Do you understand what I mean?" His words were delivered with a tone of heartfelt advice, yet the underlying threat and warning were unmistakable. After hearing it, Lin Shu suddenly smiled. He initially thought these people were just jealous of his closeness with Han Bingjing, which is why they were seeking trouble. But now it seemed he was mistaken. This group was not jealous. They were afraid. They were scared. Scared that this waste of theirs would tarnish the perfect image of the goddess. Afraid that Han Bingjing would be criticized for being too close to him, becoming the subject of others' ridicule. Thus they were eager to jump out and eliminate this stain. "Have you finished speaking?" Lin Shu's smile slowly faded and his gaze turned a bit cold. "If you're done, move aside. Good dogs don't block the way." "You." Zhao Yu's face instantly turned beet red. He didn't expect Lin Shu to dare speak to him this way. "Lin Shu, don't be ungrateful for the kindness. For your own good." "For my good, Lin Shu sneered. "Put away your hypocritical words, Zhao Yu. Don't think I can't see through your little schemes." He stepped forward, leaning into Zhao Yu's ear, speaking in a tone only the two could hear word by word. "Do you think I don't deserve her? But you don't even have the right to be jealous of me, because in her eyes you are nothing but a fart." After saying this, he no longer looked at Zhao Yu's twisted face, filled with anger and humiliation, directly reaching out, pushing him aside, and walking past him. Zhao Yu was pushed aside by Lin Shu, staggering 2 steps before steadying himself. He stared blankly at Lin Shu's receding figure, his face alternating between shades of green and white, trembling with rage. "You! Stop right there!" he shouted angrily. But Lin Shu seemed to be deaf to his words, walking away without looking back. "Brother, you, are we just letting him go like that?" A lackey beside him said unwillingly. "That guy is too arrogant." Zhao Yu slammed his fist against the wall nearby with a dull thud, exclaiming, "A worthless piece of trash, how dare he speak to me like that?" Lin Shu's words had struck right at his sore spot. Indeed, he was jealous. He was jealous that Lin Shu could be so close to Han Bingjing. Why should he, a loser who awakened the divine domain spotlight, receive the favor of the goddess? And what about himself, who had awakened the rare lava dog and came from a prominent family, yet lacked the qualification to even have a single word with Han Bingjing? Lin Shu's remark, "You don't even have the qualifications to be jealous of me," was like a dagger piercing deeply into his heart. "Just wait and see. Lin Shu, I won't let this go so easily." Zhao Yu glared fiercely at the direction Lin Shu had disappeared, his eyes filled with resentment. Meanwhile, Lin Shu had completely brushed off the earlier incident. Arguing with a bunch of clowns was a pure waste of time. His mind was now filled with thoughts about his ally nation. After finishing his meal, he did not return to the classroom or the dormitory, but headed straight to the public divine domain connection room at the school. This place provided independent compartments, allowing one to connect to their divine domain without disturbance. Lin Shu chose the most secluded compartment, locked the door, and took a deep breath, immersing his consciousness into the divine domain. Within the divine domain, the scene of Flower Fruit Mountain was thriving. The Monkey King sat atop a high rock, gnawing on a fist-sized spiritual peach while watching the little monkeys training below. Those little monkeys, nourished by spiritual energy, had become exceptionally strong. Some were practicing throwing stones, others were training to climb and jump, and a few clever ones mimicked the Monkey King's actions, using branches as sticks to spar playfully. The entire Flower Fruit Mountain already exhibited the early signs of militarized management. The Monkey King was the towering overlord, majestic and carefree. Truly comfort breeds laziness. Lin Shu couldn't help but internally scoff at the Monkey King's leisurely demeanor. "It's time to find you something to do." Lin Shu thought, retrieving the Ally Nation Citizen card he had just purchased. Common Faithful card, Ally Nation Citizen. The card transformed into a faint white light hovering in the air of the divine domain. Loading. Lin Shu issued the command. He intentionally chose to load the location on the opposite side of the sea, far from Flower Fruit Mountain. He wanted to simulate a geographical environment of an overseas nation. Buzz. The white light descended, and on the desolate land across the sea, simple thatched huts and wooden buildings began to appear out of thin air. Soon, thin and malnourished mortals dressed in coarse linen appeared on the streets of the town. Some were forging iron, others weaving cloth, while some toiled in the fields, their expressions numbed as they repeated their work day after day. The entire town was shrouded in an atmosphere of poverty and oppression. This was the Ally Nation, a weak and impoverished mortal kingdom devoid of value in the eyes of the deities. Common Faithful card, Ally Nation Citizen, loaded successfully. You have gained 1,000 mortal followers in your divine domain. Due to the lack of faith among these followers, no faith value can be provided at this time. Looking at the system notification, Lin Shu was unfazed. He had never expected these mortals to provide faith. Their only value was to serve as a stage or platform for the Monkey King to experience the world. After completing all this, Lin Shu did not rush to guide the Monkey King. The time was not yet right. Currently, the Monkey King was enjoying himself on Flower Fruit Mountain. If he said, "Hey, there's a human kingdom across the sea, go take a look," the Monkey King would likely not pay him any attention. He had to wait for an opportunity that would spark the Monkey King's curiosity about the world beyond Flower Fruit Mountain. Lin Shu exited the divine domain, deciding to patiently wait a few days to see how things unfolded. However, he did not expect that this opportunity would come much sooner than he imagined. The next day, when Lin Shu re-entered the divine domain, he was astonished to find that the Monkey King was no longer on Flower Fruit Mountain. He was standing by the sea, his fiery golden eyes shimmering with light, gazing longingly at the land across the ocean, a place he had never paid attention to before. Lin Shu's heart stirred, and he immediately checked the divine domain log. Soon he found the reason. It turned out that when he loaded the Ally Nation yesterday, although the commotion was small, it still generated some energy fluctuations in the divine domain. This fluctuation had been captured by the Monkey King's fiery golden eyes. He noticed that across the sea, in that previously desolate place, some faint light spots had appeared. Those light spots were campfires lit by mortals and the flames from the blacksmith's forge. Though weak, they were exceptionally conspicuous to the Monkey King, who possessed fiery golden eyes in the pitch-black night. This successfully piqued his curiosity. What was in that place? Why was there light? The Monkey King stood by the sea, staring out for the entire night. When Lin Shu's consciousness descended, he saw that the Monkey King had finally made up his mind. He turned back to Flower Fruit Mountain, summoned a group of the best swimmers among the monkeys, and began awkwardly chopping wood, trying to construct something that could cross the sea. They were building a raft. Lin Shu was so excited by this scene that he nearly jumped out of his seat. The plot perhaps was about to begin. Watching the Monkey King and a group of little monkeys busily building a raft by the seaside, Lin Shu could only describe his feelings as ecstatic. It's done. He gambled correctly. The seemingly inconspicuous common card of Ally Kingdom acted like a stone thrown into a calm lake, successfully stirring ripples of curiosity in the Monkey King's heart. This is the chain reaction. This is the charm of recreating myths. You don't need to deliberately arrange anything, you just need to place the right scene and props in the correct positions, and the mythical figures will follow their inherent destinies and proceed on their own. Lin Shu resisted the urge to rush into the divine realm to assist the monkeys like directly using divine power to create a battleship, and chose to silently observe from the side. No intervention is not allowed. Now is not the time. The Monkey King's first sea expedition must be completed by himself. This process of overcoming difficulties and exploring the unknown is an indispensable part of his growth. If he arranges everything for him, then he would no longer be the son Wukong who has endured hardships, but rather a pet kept in captivity. The monkey's ability to work with their hands is clearly lacking. The things they created rather than being rafts are more like a pile of rotten wood haphazardly tied together with vines. But this does not dampen the Monkey King's enthusiasm. He directed the monkeys to push the rickety raft which could fall apart at any moment into the sea, and then jumped on it first excitedly chattering and calling for the other monkeys to join. A group of monkeys squeezed onto the raft using their hands as paddles straining to row toward the opposite shore of the ocean, a land filled with the unknown slowly making their way. Lin Shu's consciousness followed this little expedition team throughout. He saw the raft wobbling on the sea, nearly capsizing several times due to a wave. He noticed some little monkeys trembling in fear, but the Monkey King stood at the front of the raft, hands on hips, full of spirit, his fiery eyes sparkling with excitement, fixated on the distant coastline. This journey was filled with hardships and uncertainties. But for the Monkey King, it was the first time he actively embarked on a journey to satisfy his thirst for knowledge. Its significance is extraordinary. Finally, after drifting at sea for nearly a day and night, the precarious raft successfully approached the coastline of Ally Kingdom. When the Monkey King's foot first stepped onto land beyond Huagua Mountain, the long-awaited system notification tone finally rang in Lin Shu's mind. Ding! Detected that your destined divine creature Lingming Stone Monkey has successfully completed its first ocean voyage. Milestone event: first exploration of the human realm has been achieved. Flowerfruit Mountain. The moment he pressed the search button, his heart skipped a beat. Please, it must exist. And it must be inexpensive. Huagua Mountain. Unlocking evolution path. New evolution path has appeared. Lin Shu's breath caught, and he immediately opened the Monkey King's attribute panel. In the evolution path section, the original 3 question marks have now transformed into a clear line of evolution path 1, seeking immortals and the Tao, crossing mountains and seas, traversing crowds in search of the elusive path to immortality. Conditions to be met: seeking immortals and the Tao. Lin Shu gazed at these 4 characters, his eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. It's here. The most important main quest in the Monkey King's life has finally been triggered by himself. Although the conditions are still a pile of question marks, that no longer matters. What matters is that the direction has become clear. As long as he follows this path, the Monkey King will gradually grow from an epic Monkey King who rules the mountains into one who can shake the world, punching deities and kicking demons. The great sage equal to heaven. In the divine realm, the Monkey King, along with his monkey expedition team, has cautiously entered the town of Ally Kingdom. Everything here is novel to them. Bipedal beasts dressed in clothes walking upright. Tall buildings, smooth streets. A bustling market with a dazzling array of goods and vendors shouting energetically. The monkeys found everything fresh and began jumping around the town, quickly causing a commotion. Where did these wild monkeys come from? Catch them. My fruits. Don't steal my fruits. The residents of Ally Kingdom were thrown into chaos by these uninvited guests, grabbing sticks and brooms to drive them away. The Monkey King looked at the chaotic scene before him and felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time. In Huagua Mountain, he was the invincible king. But here he discovered that these seemingly feeble bipedal beasts actually knew how to use tools and understood teamwork. Their nests were far more complex than his water curtain cave. A sense of unprecedented crisis and curiosity sprouted simultaneously in his heart. He did not join the monkeys in their antics, but quietly hid aside, using his fiery eyes to observe this human world silently. He witnessed life, aging, illness, and death, the joys and sorrows of parting and reunion. He saw that powerful soldiers would grow old, beautiful women would fade, and even kings could not escape the fate of death. These sights deeply moved him. For the first time, he began to ponder a question. Will I also die? This question, like a seed, took root and sprouted in his heart. Lin Shu looked at the fleeting confusion and sorrow in the Monkey King's eyes, knowing that the epiphany event he had been looking forward to was drawing near. A smile of assurance tugged at his lips. The development of the primitive divine system has finally, from today, truly embarked on the right track. Since the breakthrough in the evolution of the Monkey Brothers, several days have passed, and Lin Shu once again found himself troubled. He sank his consciousness into the divine realm, gazing at the empty scenery before him, sighing for the nth time. Ever since the Monkey Brother began his quest for immortality and enlightenment, the development of the divine realm had come to a standstill. Rather than a realm, his divine domain resembled a vast expanse of gray chaos. At the center of this chaos lay an endless ocean, albeit one without a single drop of water, merely a deeper void. In this void-like ocean, a golden-haired little monkey floated aimlessly, sometimes kicking his legs, and sometimes scratching his chin, resembling a piece of space debris lost in direction. This was his innate divine creature, the so-called divine realm spotlight that the entire world deemed worthless, the Lingming stone monkey. Monkey brother, how long are you going to wander aimlessly? Lin Shu mentally complained. According to the script of Journey to the West, the Monkey King frolicked in Flower and Fruit Mountain for over 300 years, contemplating the impermanence of life and death before resolving to set out to seek immortality and enlightenment to learn from Master Bodhi. However, the current issue was that although the monkey brother had the desire to seek immortality and enlightenment and had successfully unlocked the evolution path, he seemed to have hit a wall. He was just spinning around in this empty sea of the divine realm. There was not even a shadow of an island, let alone the southern Jambu continent. Lin Shu was at a loss. He couldn't possibly conjure a Bodhi master out of thin air, could he? He had searched the card trading center, and not only was he unable to find Bodhi master, even the term Bodhi yielded no results. Such a level of ancient sage was simply not within his reach at this stage. Am I to just wait for an opportunity? Lin Shu grumbled irritably while ruffling his hair. Perhaps he really had to wait for a specific moment for the plot to trigger automatically, and Master Bodhi would descend like an NPC before the monkey brother. But waiting like this was too agonizing. He glanced at his divine power panel. Ever since Flower and Fruit Mountain upgraded to an epic level wonder, the faith output from the Monkey Clan had entered a period of explosive growth. Currently, the daily stable output of faith value had already exceeded 30,000 points. According to the widely accepted 1:0 to 1 conversion ratio in this world, he could obtain 3 points of divine power each day. 3 points of divine power is neither too much nor too little. For an average student, this is already a considerable income, enough to buy several decent cards over the course of a month. But for Lin Shu, this amount of divine power was almost negligible. The truly valuable cards were rare cards and epic cards, which typically cost hundreds or even thousands of divine power. At this rate, he would be waiting for who knows how long. Sigh, still poor. Lin Shu's consciousness withdrew from the divine realm, returning to reality. Poverty necessitates a proactive approach to wealth. As the saying goes, green mountains and clear water are as valuable as mountains of gold and silver. Isn't the Flower and Fruit Mountain in his hands a mountain of gold and silver? After a few days, Flower and Fruit Mountain was already laden with intermediate spirit peaches. Such a terrifying yield was enough to support the Monkey Clan's consumption, with plenty left over for him to shear the sheep. He spent a small amount of spiritual power to seal 1,000 intermediate spirit peaches, turning them into resource cards to hang on the platform, and Lin Shu smiled with satisfaction. Creating divine cards primarily involves sealing within one's divine realm or sealing in external secret realms. The latter requires a substantial amount of divine power, whereas the former's cost is negligible. However, the advantage of the latter is that it allows for sealing unfamiliar divine creatures from the secret realm and loading them into the divine realm. Perhaps this would develop new evolution paths and divine system bonds. Lin Shu's gaze shifted back to the market. Intermediate spirit peaches were also being sold by others with a market value of around 20 points of divine power. Given the yield from Flower and Fruit Mountain, he could seal a card every 2 days, which would provide a decent income. Just as Lin Shu was actively pursuing wealth, a message suddenly popped up in the class group sent by the homeroom teacher. All members, urgent notice. We have just received notice from the Academy that in 10 days the annual entrance examination for new students will... This examination will take place at a unified national time, and all awakened third-year students will participate, aimed at measuring each student's development potential and overall strength since awakening. The Academy has prepared extremely generous rewards for this examination, hoping that all students will take it seriously and give their all. Upon this announcement, the previously quiet class group erupted in chaos. What the hell? So sudden. Only 10 days left. A nationwide unified examination. Sounds so exciting. The rewards are generous. How generous? Are there epic cards? Lin Shu's heart raced. An awakening month and a nationwide examination clearly meant they were filtering out the most promising talents for focused training. This opportunity must not be missed. Just as he was getting excited, the homeroom teacher sent out a second message. Additionally, it is important to note that in order to test the students' cooperation and teamwork abilities, this examination will adopt a pair cooperation model. Please find suitable partners as soon as possible and submit the list within 3 days. Pair cooperation. Lin Shu was taken aback. This was not good news for him. With his divine realm spotlight reputation, who would be willing to team up with him, the recognized waste? Anyone he approached would likely see him as a burden. Sure enough, someone in the group had already started lamenting it's over pair mode. What am I going to do as a social anxiety patient? I need a strong partner. I have awakened a rare quality lava dog with strong attack power, seeking a supportive or tank-type teammate. Spoke Zhao Yu. Are there any girls who want to team up? I can protect you. Lin Shu smiled bitterly. It seemed he could only be a spectator. He quietly exited the group chat, preparing to continue researching how to help the monkey brother leave the beginner village. But just then a private chat window suddenly popped up. It was Han Bingjing. Her avatar remained the icy snowflake, and her message was as succinct as ever. For this examination, we will team up. Watching the brief 8 characters on the screen, Lin Shu fell into deep thought. This time for the grand test, we will team up. Han Bingjing wants to team up with me. Why? Lin Shu was surprised yet also puzzled. She was the proud heiress who awakened the legendary frost goddess, a super genius admired throughout Donghai City and even the entire Jiangnan province. And what about himself? On the surface, he was nothing more than a waste who awakened the divine domain spotlight, a laughingstock for the entire school. A genius teaming up with a waste. Who would believe that? What does she want? Does she think I can provide her light when it gets dark in my divine domain? Lin Shu rubbed his forehead. This girl seems to have more serious feelings for the original owner than he imagined. He took a deep breath, carefully choosing his words, preparing to politely decline. Although Han Bingjing was powerful, he no longer relied on her support. In comparison, he was more afraid of being targeted by the big families, losing the chance for a low-key development. My divine creature is rather special, lacking combat ability, and might hold you back. You should find a stronger teammate like Zhao Yu and the others. They would definitely be willing. His words were half true. Monkey Brother indeed lacked any serious combat power at the moment and was merely the king of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Zhao Yu, who awakened the rare Lava Hound, was recognized as a powerful combat unit, perfectly complementing Han Bingjing's ice abilities, ensuring excellent synergy. However, before he could send the message, Han Bingjing's second message arrived. Just a question mark. Yet Lin Shu could read an undeniable sense of pressure from this simple symbol. As if saying, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Lin Shu was unsure whether to feel happy or sad, and could only reorganize his words. What I mean is, this grand test is very important for you relating to the allocation of resources in the academy. Finding a powerful teammate would give you a greater advantage. You are not strong. Han Bingjing's response remained succinct, yet it struck Lin Shu's heart like a hammer. Such unconditional trust made it difficult for Lin Shu to view her as merely the trouble from a large family. Am I strong? To outsiders, I appear utterly weak. But in my own eyes, my potential is limitless. My monkey brother is destined to become the great sage, equal to heaven. Why be timid and give up an opportunity for an imagined threat? He gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and replied, "All right, let's team up. It's just a 2-person test. What is there to fear? The gods of the primordial divine system are utterly foreign to this world." As long as he didn't shine too brightly, there was no risk of attracting covetous eyes. Teaming up with a genius like Han Bingjing would make the outside world view him as merely an accessory, wouldn't it? He aimed to be the man behind Han Bingjing. Know the great deity behind her. Han Bingjing replied with a single word, and then there was no further conversation. Lin Shu looked at the chat box, his heart filled with mixed emotions. There was some pressure, but more than that, it was a thrill of being trusted. In the following 2 days, the topic of teaming up for the 2-person test became the hottest discussion among the entire senior class. Students with strong abilities were surrounded by classmates eager to hitch a ride on their coattails. Those with comparable abilities began to form alliances, searching for the most suitable partners. Meanwhile, Lin Shu found himself in a lonely corner, ignored by everyone. No one came to seek him out, nor did he seek anyone out. Everyone assumed that this unfortunate guy who awakened the divine domain spotlight was destined to be left out and missed this precious opportunity. Zhao Yu successfully teamed up with another student who awakened the rare rock giant, forming a combination of one main attacker and one main tank, recognized as a powerful duo. Each time he saw Lin Shu, his eyes filled with mockery and schadenfreude, as if to say, "Look, this is the gap between you and me." Lin Shu couldn't be bothered with him, focusing all his thoughts on how to enhance Monkey Brother's combat power. 3 days later, the deadline for submitting the team list arrived. In the class meeting, the homeroom teacher stood at the podium holding the compiled list. Most students have found their part. This grand test will not only test your individual strength, but also your vision and collaboration skills. A good partner can make your combined strength greater than the sum of its parts. Clearing his throat, the homeroom teacher began to read the list. Zhao Yu Chenemo, Li Shui Wang Tao. One by one, names were called with low murmurs of discussion filling the classroom. Lin Shu kept his head down, unconsciously drawing circles under the table, with his fingers calculating how to spend his divine power. He wasn't even listening. However, just as the homeroom teacher reached the last name, an eerie silence suddenly enveloped the last team, Han Bingjing. The homeroom teacher paused, glanced at the list in his hands, then raised his head, looking toward the corner of the classroom with an extremely complex expression. All the students' gazes followed his line of sight, focusing on the corner where Lin Shu sat. Zhao Yes, all faces were filled with disbelief. The homeroom teacher took a deep breath and finally announced the name that made everyone's eyes nearly pop out. Lin Shu. The moment the words fell, the classroom was deathly silent. 1 second, 2 seconds. Then with a bang it erupted completely. The noise in the classroom was almost enough to lift the roof. Are they crazy? What is Han Bingjing thinking? Does she want to take on a useless person and go 1 against 2? What kind of mind control did Lin Shu put on Han Bingjing? A divine realm spotlight apart from consuming power and shining, what else is it useful for? I understand. This must be some form of humiliation. Han Bingjing wants to show everyone that even with a useless partner, she can still take first place. That makes sense. It's a psychological attack. Where will Zhao Yu put his face now? He was thinking of teaming up with Han Bingjing before. The discussions were rampant, each remark clearly reaching Lin Shu's ears. He had anticipated controversy, but he never expected such a fierce reaction. In the divine world, the law of the jungle prevailed, and even the children raised their lacked manners. Lin Shu clicked his tongue in lament. These words were too hurtful. If it were the original sensitive and fragile boy, he would probably be so ashamed he would want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. But Lin Shu was not. Having lived 2 lives, his mental resilience far exceeded that of ordinary people. Was he angry? Of course he was. But he knew that any rebuttal or argument at this moment would be utterly futile. In a world where power was supreme, being weak was a sin. Whatever he said would be wrong. The only thing he could do was to use facts to slap these people's faces hard. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, restoring the usual tranquility to his face, as if the harsh discussions around him had nothing to do with him. His calm demeanor, reminiscent of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, appeared to others in a different light. Look at him, still pretending. He must have given up on himself, right? Being able to cling to Han Bingjing's thigh, what's being scolded a few times to him. Truly shameless, he has given up his dignity just to climb higher. Zhao Yes' expression was even darker, as if water could drip from it. He glared at Lin Shu, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment that nearly manifested into substance. Han Bingjing, the goddess, he dared not even speak to, actually chose a recognized useless person, and she wouldn't. This was a tremendous humiliation. He felt his face burning as if he had been publicly slapped countless times. Silence. The homeroom teacher on the podium could no longer bear it, slamming the table and shouting angrily. He was just as confused, completely unable to understand Han Bingjing's actions. But as a teacher, he had to maintain classroom discipline. Since the list has already been submitted, it cannot be changed. The combination of Han Bingjing and Lin Shu is their own choice. Others have no right to interfere. The authoritative gaze of the homeroom teacher swept across the room, and the noise in the classroom gradually diminished, but the unfriendly glances continued to dart back and forth between Lin Shu and Han Bingjing. Han Bingjing remained calmly seated, as if everything happening outside had nothing to do with her. Her cold and beautiful face bore no expression, neither angered by the crowd's discussions nor regretting her choice of Lin Shu. She simply read quietly, as if the person who had dropped the bomb earlier was not her. This composure, unshaken by the impending collapse, secretly impressed Lin Shu. Truly a proud daughter from a prominent family, her temperament was not something ordinary people could compare to. The class meeting quickly ended in this strange atmosphere. As soon as the class bell rang, the homeroom teacher had barely left when the classroom erupted again. A group of people immediately surrounded Zhao Yu, chattering loudly in his defense. Brother, can you bear this? What is Lin Shu even worth to team up with Miss Han? Exactly. Miss Han must have been deceived. She knows nothing about that kid's background. Zhao Yu's face was dark as he remained silent. Of course he couldn't bear it. He stood up, his gaze maliciously directed towards Lin Shu's seat. His followers immediately followed, looking fierce, clearly intending to cause trouble for Lin Shu. Lin Shu was packing his things, preparing to slip away. He didn't want to waste time with this group of flies. However, as soon as he stood up, he saw Zhao Yu and his group blocking his way. Lin Shu. Zhao Yu looked down at him, his tone icy. I don't care what sweet words you use to deceive Miss Han. I advise you to immediately go to the teacher and voluntarily withdraw to avoid self-humiliation. Why should I withdraw? Lin Shu raised his eyelids and glanced at him lightly. Why? Zhao Yu seemed to have heard the greatest joke. Just because you are a useless person, do you even deserve to participate in the great test? What can you do except drag us down? Do you want the entire school, no, the whole country, to see the joke of Dong Hai? No. One high school. Whether I deserve it or not is not for you to decide. Lin Shu's voice was not loud but extraordinarily clear. Similarly, it's not up to you to dictate who Han Bingjing chooses as her teammate. You. Zhao Yu was choked, his expression momentarily frozen, and he instantly became furious. Do you really think of yourself as something important? I'm telling you, Lin Shu, if you are sensible, just get lost. Otherwise, during the great test, you will have a good time. Just as the two were at odds, the atmosphere on the verge of bursting, a cold voice suddenly came from behind them. What are you doing? The voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable chill. Everyone tensed up, instinctively looking back. They saw Han Bingjing standing up at some point, slowly walking towards them. As she passed, the crowd automatically parted to make way, as if a queen were inspecting her territory. Her cold gaze swept over Zhao Yu and his followers, finally landing on Lin Shu. Upon seeing Han Bingjing approach, Zhao Yu's arrogant demeanor instantly diminished by half. He had been so domineering towards Lin Shu, yet now he felt awkward and uneasy in front of Han Bingjing. Bingjing classmate. Zhao Yu forced out a smile that looked even worse than crying, stammering as he explained, "We weren't doing anything, just chatting with classmate Lin Shu, sharing some feelings." "Is that so?" Han Bingjing's tone revealed no hint of joy or anger. She didn't even glance at Zhao Yu, but instead directed her gaze towards his few lackeys behind him. The lackeys felt as though they were frozen by 1,000-year-old ice under her cold gaze, shivering involuntarily. They instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. This was the pressure brought by a legendary divine being. Even a mere glance was enough to send ordinary awakeners into a panic. "Who I choose as my teammate is my business." Han Bingjing finally spoke. Her voice was soft, but each word struck the hearts of everyone like a piece of ice. She looked at Zhao Yu, her eyes carrying an unmistakable disdain. "I alone am stronger than the two of you combined." Boom. This statement was even more explosive than her previous announcement of teaming up with Lin Shu. Zhao Yu's face immediately turned a shade of deep red. He had awakened a rare quality lava hound, and his partner was a rare quality stone giant. Their combination was among the top in the entire grade. Yet now Han Bingjing was boldly stating in front of everyone that she alone was stronger than both of them combined. How incredibly domineering. And what a humiliation. Zhao Yu felt as though his dignity was being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly, leaving him without a shred of courage to retort. Because he knew that Han Bingjing was speaking the truth. There was an insurmountable chasm between legendary and, moreover, Han Bingjing's gaze shifted from Zhao Yu to the surrounding students who were watching the commotion. "If I hear anyone discussing my teammate behind my back again, don't blame me for being rude." Her voice remained cold, but the warning within it caused everyone to shudder. The classroom fell silent. No one dared to utter another word. After delivering her statement, Han Bingjing seemed to think that even a second more was a waste of time. She turned to Lin Shu, who was still in shock, and said, "Let's go, I have something to say to you." Without waiting for Lin Shu to react, she strode out of the classroom. Lin Shu came back to his senses, glancing at Zhao Yu, who looked pale and as if turned to stone, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction in his heart. "Serves you right. You flaunted and boasted. Before absolute strength you are nothing but a younger brother." He silently gave Han Bingjing's domineering retort a thumbs up and quickly followed her. The two walked one after the other through the corridor of the teaching building. Students around them saw them and avoided them as if they were a plague, all the while casting curious and gossiping glances. Lin Shu followed behind Han Bingjing, catching a faint scent of her hair. He felt a bit anxious. Although she had helped him out just now, her words were too hurtful, completely offending Zhao Yu. Moreover, why did she have to do this? She could have easily ignored the rumors. The two of them walked all the way to the rooftop of the teaching building, a rare quiet spot in the school. Han Bingjing stopped and turned around. The setting sun's afterglow bathed her in a gentle golden hue, softening her cold features, making her appear less unapproachable and more ethereal. Just now, Lin Shu was about to express his gratitude. "Don't feel burdened," Han Bingjing interrupted him, looking at Lin Shu with clear and earnest eyes. "I chose you not out of sympathy or pity." Lin Shu was taken aback, and the small resentment he had immediately dissipated. "The reward for this major test is very important to me," Han Bingjing continued. "There is something among them that I must obtain. You know my divine domain style is ice-based. It's too strong and too cold, nearly freezing everything. Ordinary divine beings struggle to survive in my divine domain, let alone cooperate. I have tried several classmates with decent strength, but once their divine beings entered my domain, their combat power was suppressed by more than 30%, unable to unleash their true potential. Therefore, finding someone who can perfectly cooperate with me is extremely difficult." Lin Shu listened quietly, gradually understanding her meaning. Her frost divine kingdom was like a realm of absolute zero, repelling all foreign energies. Unless it was another ice-based divine being, otherwise they would be greatly affected. Rather than finding a stronger teammate who is suppressed by me and drags us both down, it's better to find a teammate who won't be affected by me. Han Bingjing's gaze fell on Lin Shu, the meaning behind her words becoming clear. Lin Shu's divine domain spotlight had no combat power at all, so there was no question of being suppressed. In Han Bingjing's view, it was better to take Lin Shu with zero combat power than to bring a weakened, powerful teammate. After all, the result would be the same. She would be the only one fighting. Choosing Lin Shu at least allowed her to do him a favor, ensuring he wouldn't lose his qualification for the major test due to being left out. After hearing this, Lin Shu felt a mix of emotions. So in your eyes, I'm just a harmless mascot. However, he felt no disappointment. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. This was the best outcome. What he feared most was that Han Bingjing chose him out of sympathy or some other reason which would burden him with heavy psychological pressure. Now this reason was something he could fully accept. And Han Bingjing seemed to feel her explanation was insufficient and added quietly, her voice softer than before and her gaze a bit evasive, "Aren't we friends? Helping you is the least I can do." After saying this, she seemed to feel she had said too much. A hint of unnatural redness crept to her ears as she swiftly turned away, leaving Lin Shu with a cool silhouette. In any case, don't overthink it. Just focus on your own preparation. Don't end up being just a spotlight. Lin Shu couldn't help but smile at her stubborn yet soft demeanor. All the pressure and doubts in his heart transformed into a warm current at that moment. He knew that this girl was protecting his fragile pride in her own way. What else could he say? He could only silently cheer for her in his heart. "Don't worry," Lin Shu said seriously, looking at her back. "I won't let you down." Descending from the rooftop, Lin Shu felt invigorated. Although Han Bingjing's words made him seem like a mere filler, Lin Shu understood that this was the most considerate way she could think of to preserve his dignity. She bore all the pressure herself, telling him, "You should not feel burdened." But how could Lin Shu truly be at ease as just an ornament? "I can't just be a flashlight," Lin Shu murmured to himself on his way back to the dormitory. Despite his immense potential alone could not fill the stomach. Monkey King was still wandering aimlessly in the divine realm, far from being ready for battle. In 10 days, he must find a way to cultivate some initial combat capabilities. Back in his dormitory, Lin Shu locked the door and immediately immersed his consciousness into the divine realm. In the divine realm, Monkey King continued to drift across the empty ocean, looking like a philosophical monkey pondering, "Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? I can't wait any longer," Lin Shu resolved. He had initially thought to let the story unfold naturally, but it seemed time was not on his side. He needed to take the initiative. He opened his deity panel and looked at the balance section. Divine power 268 points. This was everything he had saved from the 30,000 faith points he converted over the past few days. Originally, he intended to save it for some crucial purchases in the future. But now, in order to prepare for the coming major test and not hold back Han Bingjing, he decided to spend it all. Money should be spent wisely. With over 200 points of divine power, what should I buy? Lin Shu began to consider. Should he purchase equipment for Monkey King, such as the Rui Jingu Bang golden hooped rod? He immediately opened the trading center and searched for Rui Jingu Bang. The result was item not found. It seemed that such mythological exclusive equipment was not something that could be bought on the market. What about skills? Like the 72 transformations. The search yielded nothing as well. These core divine abilities likely required unlocking through storyline tasks like seeking immortals and visiting the way rather than being simply purchased with divine power. If I can't rely on equipment or core skills, then I must think of alternatives. Lin Shu's mind raced. The biggest advantage of Monkey King right now was his epic pedigree as a spiritual monkey brimming with potential. His greatest disadvantage was his lack of cultivation, possessing a treasure mountain, yet not knowing how to excavate it. The path of seeking immortals and visiting the way cannot be relied on in the short term. So can I find a helper for him? One who can fight and ideally compensate for Monkey King's current lack of offensive capabilities. Moreover, to align with Han Bingjing, this helper should preferably be of the ice element. A bold idea gradually took shape in Lin Shu's mind. Since I can't temporarily cultivate a fighting Monkey King, can I buy another monkey to serve as his assistant? Once this thought emerged, it spiraled out of control. Yes, Monkey King is a commander and does not need to do everything personally. He can recruit younger brothers, just like the monkeys in Flower Fruit Mountain. As long as I find a suitable ice elemental combat-capable divine creature related to monkeys and load it into the divine realm for Monkey King to subdue. This way, during the major test, Lin Shu's divine realm won't just have a flashlight, but a flashlight plus an ice elemental fighter. This combination, while not as impressive as Zhao Ye's dual rare combination, at least has some utility and will definitely provide effective support to Han Bingjing. Perfect. Lin Shu slapped his thigh, feeling like a genius. The more he thought about it, the more feasible this plan seemed. Firstly, it addressed Monkey King's urgent needs. Secondly, it resonated with Han Bingjing's ice elemental divine realm. Thirdly, it would enrich his primordial divine system lineup. A threefold gain. Just as he excitedly prepared to open the trading center for a big purchase, a question suddenly flashed through his. He clearly remembered that loading the rare quality Flower Fruit Mountain took him an hour of expansion and environmental modification, initially requiring a full 15 days. Yet he distinctly recalled that on Awakening Day, Han Bingjing loaded the legendary quality Ice Goddess Temple almost instantaneously. Shouldn't higher quality and larger scale mean longer loading times? Why was it reversed for her? Could it be a matter of divine realm affinity? Was her frost goddess perfectly aligned with the ice goddess temple? Lin Shu was at a loss. He typed quick loading into the trading center. The search results quickly popped up, but none matched his desires. Most were one-time speed-up cards or items that boosted divine realm stability, which were costly and did not achieve instant loading. Lin Shu was undeterred, changing keywords to loading speed, building optimization, and so on, but the results were largely the same. Could it really be that I was overthinking? Just as he was about to give up, he spotted a post in an inconspicuous corner of a forum. Question: why do the children of major families load cards so quickly? I suspect they are cheating. The responses to this post were varied. The original poster is overthinking. Their divine realm quality is high and their mental strength is strong, so fast loading is normal. They probably used some secret treasure we don't know about. A poverty limits my imagination. Suddenly a comment that had been heavily downvoted caught his attention. Don't you all know? There's something called attributes. It is said that some top-tier divine bloodlines inherently possess special attributes. I've heard of one called Architect Master. Architect Master. As Lin Shu read these 3 words, his eyelids twitched. He immediately clicked on the commentator's profile and found that he was a very active mythology enthusiast, often sharing hearsay and gossip. Following his post history, Lin Shu discovered more information about attributes. Attributes is a conceptual ability that surpasses divinity and divine rank. It is not acquired through cultivation, but is a label bestowed upon certain special existences by the world. For example, the legendary dragon tribe may inherently possess the attribute cloud and rain, thus greatly enhancing their water-based divine arts. I heard from an insider that the Frost family bloodline has a particularly overpowered attribute called Architect. Its effect is simple yet brutal. When loading Icelum-interrelated building cards, divine power can be consumed directly, ignoring loading time and completing it instantly. The divine power consumed is proportional to the quality and scale of the building card. Upon reaching this point, Lin Shu's breath halted. So that's how it is. It turned out to be a special attribute. No wonder. No wonder she could instantaneously load the legendary temple. She didn't have to wait. Instead, she bought downtime with divine power. This attribute was simply outrageously rich. Lin Shu felt both envious and sour inside. Is this the foundation of a major family? Even their bloodlines are inscribed with money as power. He also recalled the 1,000 points of divine power Han Bingjing had given him, which must have been as trivial to her as spending $10 would be to an ordinary person. Psi people's differences can really be infuriating. Lin Shu sighed heavily and closed the forum. Knowing this secret did not discourage him. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit even more. You have bloodlines, attributes, and endless divine power. I have nothing. I only have a memory from another world and a monkey king who is yet to grow up. But so what? I will also become stronger. Lin Shu clenched his fist, his eyes becoming exceptionally firm. Strong enough that one day I can also possess my own attribute. He refocused on the plan at hand. After accumulating for over 10 days, his divine power had returned to 268 points. The urgent task now was to make good use of the limited 268 points of divine power to take the first step toward strength for both Monkey King and himself. With a clear goal in mind, Lin Shu ceased his aimless thoughts. He focused his mind and began searching for his target within the vast card trading center. Filter criteria: divine beings. Type: monkey species. Attribute: ice. Price range below 268 points of divine power. As he set the filter criteria and clicked confirm, the dazzling array of cards on the light screen was instantly filtered down to just a few. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shu began to examine them carefully. First card: divine being, snow mountain, white ape quality, ordinary description, a type of monkey living on snow-capped mountains, gentle in nature and skilled in climbing. It possesses a weak snow control ability capable of creating small areas of snowfall. Price: 30 points of divine power. Lin Shu glanced at it and swiped it away. Ordinary quality, gentle nature, weak snow control ability. Buying this would probably just mean using it as a snowmaking machine for Flower Fruit Mountain with no combat capability, purely an ornamental pet. Pass. Second card: divine being, ice arm long, ape quality, good description, a monkey with extremely long arms and agile movements. It can exhale cold air to briefly freeze enemies. A social creature with strong discipline. Price: 80 points of divine power. This looks a bit stronger than the last one, good quality, and comes with a control skill. But Lin Shu was still not very satisfied. Briefly freeze sounds unreliable. It probably could only deal with ordinary creatures. In the face of a strong enemy, this level of control is hardly sufficient. Moreover, what he needed now was a fighter, not a support. Let's take another look. Third card: divine being, ice crystal, demonized monkey quality, rare, incomplete description, a monkey-like creature that has been demonized by the energy of abyssal frost, ferocious in nature, possessing considerable melee ability and frost breath. However, due to its bloodline being tainted, its potential is compromised, and it has almost no chance of evolution. Price 150 points of divine power. This caught Lin Shu's attention. Rare quality. Although incomplete, its basic stats are certainly much stronger than the previous two. Its ferocious nature means it has a strong desire for battle. Melee capability Frost Breath, both offensive and control, makes it a decent combat unit. The only downside is its compromised potential, rendering it unable to evolve. Unable to evolve. Lin Shu stroked his chin. This means that its upper limit of strength is essentially capped at the rare level. Buying it would mean having a one-time fighter. After this major test, it would have little room for growth. Quite a pity. However, considering his current situation, it seemed to be a good choice. With 150 points of divine power, the price was acceptable. Purchasing it would leave him with over 100 points of divine power for emergencies. Lin Shu added this card to his selection, preparing to see if there are better options. However, the remaining cards were either beyond his budget or were some strangely functional support-type monkeys like the Brewing Ape that can brew ice wine or the Divining Ape that can use ice blocks for divination. They were all bizarre, but none could fight. Is it really only that ice crystal demonized monkey? Lin Shu felt a bit unwilling. He always thought there should be better choices. What he needed was not just a simple fighter. Ideally, it would be one that could unleash great combat power under specific circumstances. Just like his monkey brother. Usually appearing useless, but once the conditions are met, it can soar to great heights. That kind of card is what he called a bargain. Only under specific circumstances can combat power be enhanced. Lin Shu mumbled, suddenly struck with inspiration. He realized that his search approach might be a bit flawed. He had been searching for monkey species, but that range was too narrow. In the myths of the Primordial era, there were more than just monkeys connected to his monkey brother. For example, Neza, with 3 heads and 6 arms riding on a wind fire wheel, had fought back and forth with his monkey brother. For example, Erlang Shun, accompanied by a celestial hound, was a lifelong rival in the contest of transformations. These powerful divine beings must also exist in this world. If he could find one, even if it was just in the juvenile stage, it would be far superior to the ice crystal demonized monkey. With this thought, Lin Shu suddenly became excited. He immediately cleared the previous filter conditions and solemnly typed in 2 characters in the search box. Neza. The light screen flickered, and the search results instantly appeared. Divine being, the boy god with 3 heads and 6 arms, quality epic divine, system affiliation heavenly court divine system, incomplete description, a powerful battle deity, wielding a fiery spear clad in a mystical garment and riding on a windfire wheel. However, due to the uncertainty of its divine system affiliation, the bond is hard to trigger, significantly limiting its cultivation value. Price 8,888 points of divine power. Lin Shu stared at the long string of 8s, gasping. Epic level. It really is epic. And the price? 8,888 points of divine power. With what he had, he couldn't even afford a fraction. Damn, so expensive. Lin Shu couldn't help but curse. Although the system evaluation stated that cultivation value is significantly limited, the epic foundation was undeniable and the price was naturally high. Finding a bargain, Neza, was not a viable option. What about Erlang Shun? Lin Shu, not willing to give up, typed in Yangjian. Divine being, the 3-eyed war god, quality epic divine system affiliation, Guanjingke divine system, miniature description, a powerful war god wielding a 3-edged two-bladed knife, known for the tremendous power of the 3rd eye on his forehead. Unfortunately, the divine system is too small, consisting only of him and a celestial dog, limiting their development potential. Price 9,999 points of divine power, more expensive than Neza. Lin Shu was completely disheartened. It seemed unrealistic to find a bargain with these renowned figures from the Primordial era. Even if these divine beings faced challenges in their later development, due to their incomplete divine systems, their combat power in the early to mid-stages was solid. In this world, they had long been thoroughly researched by the major powers and divine families, so their prices were naturally high. Expecting to buy an epic being for merely over 200 points of divine power was nothing but a pipe dream. Sigh, it seems I must return to reality. Lin Shu sighed, feeling a bit absurd for his previous thoughts. Finding a bargain is not that easy. He prepared to retrieve the card for the ice crystal demonized monkey and just buy it. However, just as he was about to search again, his gaze inadvertently swept past a row of recommended cards labeled "You might like" at the bottom of the light screen. These were cards recommended by the system based on his previous search history. Most were monkey-like creatures or cards with divine or general in their names. Initially, Lin Shu paid little attention and was ready to swipe past. But at that moment, the cover of one card suddenly caught his eye. It was a rare quality card featuring an unusually robust white monkey on the cover. It stood atop an iceberg, howling at the sky, exuding a visible aura of ferocity. Its fur stood on end like steel needles, and its blood-red eyes were filled with madness and defiance. Just looking at the image of the card, Lin Shu felt a chilling primal ferocity wash over him. What attracted him most was the name of this card. rare level divine being Frost Demon Ape, and the ridiculously low price listed below it. Price 200 points of divine power. Lin Shu looked at the Frost Demon Ape card on the screen, his heart skipping a beat. Rare quality priced at 200 divine power. This price is just too cheap. To put things into perspective, the previously incomplete rare card Ice Crystal Demonized Monkey cost 150 divine power, while this card in terms of both momentum and sense of oppression far exceeded the former, yet was only 50 points more expensive. Something unusual must be afoot. Lin Shu immediately clicked to view the detailed information of this card. Divine Creature Frost Demon Ape. Quality Rare. Type Combat Beast. Description: an extremely rare species of divine monkey that can naturally control the power of ice and possesses tremendous physical strength. Its temperament is fierce and unruly, making it extremely difficult to tame. Talent skill Frost Rage. When in a state of anger, its attack, power, defense, and speed are greatly enhanced, and all ice-type skills gain increased potency. Bond effect unknown. Evolution path unknown. Overall evaluation: a beast with immense combat potential, but its untamable nature makes it the most unstable factor in the divine realm. Not recommended for novice deities unless you are absolutely certain you can control it. After reading the detailed introduction, Lin Shu instantly understood why this card was so cheap. Extremely difficult to tame. These 5 words are the crux of the issue. For deities, the stability of the divine realm is paramount. A disobedient follower who could potentially wreak havoc in one's divine realm, no matter how strong, poses a significant risk. If you summon it to help you fight, and it ends up killing your other followers and demolishing your buildings, who will you turn? Thus, such fierce and untamable divine creatures have always been unpopular in the market. Aside from chaotic deities who enjoy thrills, few would consider purchasing them. Consequently, the price has continuously dropped. Lin Shu glanced at the user reviews below, and sure enough, they were filled with negative feedback. Negative review. Trash. Whoever buys it is a fool. I spent 200 divine power to buy it thinking it would lead my orc army, but as soon as it was summoned, it tore apart my hard-trained wolf cavalry. I was so furious that I immediately disassembled at a total loss. One review. The guy upstairs is right. This monkey is insane. It has no rationality. It bites whoever it sees. Even the priestess in my divine realm cried in fear because of it. In the end, I had no choice but to lock it in a corner of the divine realm, out of sight, out of mind. Spent 200 divine power on a convict. Ooh, what a fool I am. Medium review. Actually, its combat power is decent. When it activates Frost Rage, it can hold its own against my rare level Lava Hound. But it's just too difficult to control. Like a madman in battle, it can't distinguish friend from foe, making it exhausting to use. I ended up selling it. Seeing the last comment, Lin Shu's eyes lit up. It can hold its own against a rare level Lava Hound. Zhao, yes, divine creature is the Lava Hound, isn't it? Although that was just a medium review, it was enough to prove that this Frost Demon Ape definitely ranks among the best. As for the biggest drawback of being difficult to tame, Lin Shu couldn't help but break into a confident smile. For others, this might be a fatal flaw, but for him it was hardly a problem. Don't forget who reigns in his divine. It's the Lingming Stone Monkey, the future great sage equal to heaven, the apex of monkeykind. A mere Frost Demon Ape, no matter how unruly, dares to act recklessly in front of Monkey Brother. Before the Monkey King, how can a wild monkey claim dominance? Bloodline suppression. This is an instinct engraved in their genes. Just because others can't tame it doesn't mean Monkey Brother can't. I've struck gold. This time I've truly struck gold. Lin Shu's heart raced with excitement. This card was simply tailor-made for him. Powerful combat capabilities, perfect ice attributes, and that unbelievably low price. The only drawback here became the greatest advantage for him. It is precisely because of this drawback that he had the opportunity to acquire a divine creature with combat power comparable to top rare cards for just 200 divine power. This is the advantage brought by the information gap. This is the joy of an open book exam. Lin Shu hesitated no more. He glanced at his balance, 268 points of divine power. Buying this card leaves him with 68 points, enough to serve as spare funds. It's decided. You're my ice-type fighter. Lin Shu's finger pressed firmly on the golden purchase button. Confirm the expenditure of 200 divine power to purchase the rare-level divine creature card, Frost Demon Ape. Confirm. Lin Shu roared inwardly. Purchase successful. The card has been stored in your divine realm card slot. Success. Looking at the personal terminal displaying balance, 68 points of divine power, Lin Shu let out a long breath, feeling relaxed all over. Everything was ready, only waiting for the wind. He did not linger at the trading center and immediately got up, hurrying away. He needed to go to the school's public divine realm connection room to find an independent booth. Loading this fierce card will certainly make quite a stir. He didn't want to be discovered in the dormitory. He was eager to see what a spectacular scene it would be when this unruly Frost Demon Ape encountered its true king. In the next moment, his consciousness traversed the endless void and arrived in his familiar, yet strange divine realm. The azure sea of no water remained vast, with the distant flower fruit mountain shrouded in celestial energy, peaceful and serene. Monkey Brother was still the same, floating alone on the sea surface, scratching his head, looking utterly bored. Monkey Brother, don't worry, I'll find you a companion soon. With a thought, Lin Shu summoned the newly acquired Frost Demon Ape card. The card transformed into a stream of ice blue light hovering in the air of the divine realm, emanating a chill. Detected rare level divine creature card Frost Demon Ape. Proceed with loading. Load. Lin Shu unhesitatingly issued the command. Buzz. The card blazed with brilliance, transforming into an ice blue meteor that violently struck the far side of the ocean into a chaotic area far from Flower Fruit Mountain. Boom. As the ice blue meteor landed, a terrifying cold wave erupted instantly. Crack, crack, crack. At the point of impact, the gray chaotic land was instantly frozen, a thick layer of frost rapidly spreading outwards at an observable rate. The temperature in the air plummeted, even beginning to crystallize into tiny ice crystals and snowflakes fluttering down. In just a few seconds, a vast ice-covered snowy expanse spanning several kilometers appeared in the divine realm. And at the center of this snowy expanse, a colossal figure was slowly materializing from a state of ethereality to solidity. It was an extraordinarily robust white giant ape. Standing at a height of 5 meters, its white fur stood up like steel needles, and its bulging muscles resembled granite, exuding explosive power. Its eyes were blood-red, burning with madness, ferocity, and endless brutality. Roar! As its body fully solidified, the Frost Demon Ape let out a deafening roar. The terrifying sound waves transformed into a tangible shockwave that swept outward, shattering the ice layer that had just formed on the ground into countless cracks. A powerful pressure belonging to rare-level divine creatures was released without reservation, filling the entire divine realm space. Far away on Flower Fruit Mountain, the monkeys playing around were startled by this roar, trembling all over, scrambling to hide, and crying out in panic, creating chaos. Even Lin Shu, separated by the divine realm barrier, could feel the fierce aura rushing towards him, causing a slight, stinging sensation in his consciousness. Goodness! This momentum is even more intense than I imagined. Lin Shu was secretly astonished. No wonder it could hold its own against the lava hound. Just the commotion it caused upon appearing was far stronger than that of ordinary rare creatures. In the divine realm, the newly arrived Frost Demon Ape was in a state of extreme vigilance and agitation. Its blood-red eyes scanned this unfamiliar world, snorting out 2 streams of heavy white, cold air. It sensed the life force coming from the direction of Flower Fruit Mountain, which to it was food prey. It also noticed the small golden figure floating on the sea surface. In the simple mind of the Frost Demon Ape, this little thing was either the original owner of this territory or a bug that could be crushed at will. Regardless of which, it had to announce its arrival in the most brutal way. It wanted this world to know who the new roar. The Frost Demon Ape let out another low growl, digging its limbs into the ground. Boom! The hard ice layer was smashed into 2 gigantic, deep pits under its feet, and its massive body surged forward like a cannonball, whipping up a violent cold wind, charging towards that small golden figure on the sea surface. Its target was clear: first eliminate this most bothersome fellow. Lin Shu's heart instantly leapt to his... It's happening. The main act is finally about to begin. He watched as the Frost Demon Ape charged in like a white mountain, and his monkey brother finally showed some reaction. The little golden monkey, which had been floating and scratching its head, slowly stopped its movements. It lifted its head. The speed of the Frost Demon Ape is astonishingly swift, its massive body leaving a white shadow on the icy plain. With each step it takes, it leaves a deep footprint on the ground, scattering ice shards in every direction. Its blood-red pupils reflect the approaching golden little monkey. So small, so weak. In its eyes, such a creature could be crushed into pulp with a single slap. A surge of bloodthirsty excitement swells within it as the Frost Demon Ape's mouth curls into a grin, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. A low growl escapes its throat, as if it has already envisioned the impending scene of blood splattering. However, just as it was less than 100 meters away from the little monkey, an anomaly occurred. The golden little monkey, which had been floating harmlessly on the surface of the sea, finally moved. It did not flee, did not dodge, nor did it take any defensive posture. It merely turned slowly, facing the charging Frost Demon Ape. Then it lifted its head and opened its eyes, which had been half closed all along. In that instant, an indescribable golden divine light shot out from the monkey's eyes. This was no ordinary beam of light, but a radiant divine might that seemed capable of piercing through souls and seeing into the very essence of existence. The breaking illusion, golden eyes. At the moment this golden light swept over it, the Frost Demon Ape, which had been sprinting wildly, suddenly froze in place, as if struck by a paralysis spell. The inertia of its forward charge was so immense that its feet carved 2 long half-meter-deep grooves in the ice, producing a piercing screech as they scraped across the surface. It came to a halt, not because it wanted to, but because its body, its instincts, and its soul were all screaming frantically, forcing it to stop. Danger. Extreme danger. A fear that sprang from the deepest recesses of its bloodline like a flood breaking through a dam instantly overwhelmed all its ferocity and savagery. The frost demon ape's blood-red eyes were fixated on the small golden figure ahead, its pupils constricting sharply to the size of pinpricks. In its vision, the other party was no longer a mere insect that could be crushed at will. That tiny body seemed to instantly grow immensely tall, towering above, emanating a terrifying aura that made its very soul tremble. This was not a suppression of power, nor a suppression of rank. Rather, it was an absolute, irrefutable bloodline suppression from a higher level of existence. A king. That was the aura of a king. The one and only supreme king that all simian creatures must bow down and submit to. The white steel-like hair of the frost demon ape stood on end, not out of anger, but out of fear. It felt as if its blood was about to freeze, its limbs stiffening, unable to even move a finger. Its once proud ferocity, that rebellious arrogance, was like a joke before the other party. A 3-year-old child facing a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex would have all their pride crushed to dust. At this moment, the golden figure that appeared godlike in its eyes finally made its next move. The monkey slowly descended from the sea surface, gently landing its feet on the ice plane just created by the frost demon ape. It tilted its head, looking at the towering big guy before it, which was trembling uncontrollably with a hint of curiosity in its eyes. Then it took a step forward, 1 step at a time, approaching the frost demon ape. Its pace was slow and casual, as if strolling in its own backyard. But with each step it took forward, the massive body of the frost demon ape involuntarily took a step back. Thud. The monkey advanced a step. Thud. The frost demon ape retreated a step. The scene was incredibly bizarre. A 5-meter white giant ape was being forced to retreat by a golden little monkey less than 1 meter tall. Lin Shu watched this dramatic scene from outside the divine realm, nearly jumping out of the connection pod in excitement. Well done, monkey brother. The aura of a king. This is the aura of a king. He knew that monkey brother's bloodline could suppress the opponent, but he never expected the effect to be so immediate and so domineering. There was no need for any physical confrontation. A mere glance had terrified this notorious frost demon ape into submission. In the divine realm, monkey brother had already reached the front of the frost demon ape. It came to a stop, raised its head, and locked eyes with the frost demon ape's blood-red eyes filled with fear. The massive body of the frost demon ape trembled like a sieve. It wanted to kneel to submit, but its body was paralyzed by extreme fear, unable to move. Seeing the pathetic state it was in, monkey brother seemed a bit dissatisfied. It extended its furry little hand and gently patted the frost demon ape's sturdy leg. Then it let out a squeak, as if to say, "What are you dawdling for? Kneel down." With a soft thud, accompanied by the understated squeak of the monkey brother, the massive body of the frost demon ape seemed to have all its bones extracted, collapsing heavily to the ground. The hard ice surface was smashed by its heavy knees, creating 2 enormous pits with countless cracks spreading. It lowered its proud head, burying its gigantic skull deeply into the cold ground, its entire body groveling, trembling in fear, no longer daring to lift its gaze at the monkey brother. Submission. A complete, unreserved submission stemming from the depths of its soul. The previous wildness and ferocity vanished without a trace, replaced by the most humble reverence in the face of its king. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Shu's mind. The divine beast of your destiny, Lingming Stone Monkey, has successfully subdued the rare divine creature, Frost Demon Ape. The Frost Demon Ape has been converted into your follower with a faith level of devout. It's done. Lin Shu looked at the Frost Demon Ape groveling on the ground, and the monkey brother standing proudly with hands on hips, a smug expression on his face, and felt elated. The entire process was even easier and smoother than he had imagined. The monkey brother hardly lifted a finger. With just a glance and a monkey call, he had made this fierce beast, which had rampaged in others' divine domains, obediently turn into a little brother. This is the domineering nature of bloodline suppression. This 200 divine power was worth it. Lin Shu felt like he had struck a tremendous bargain. In the divine domain, the monkey brother seemed quite satisfied with this newly acquired little brother. It circled around the Frost Demon Ape as if inspecting its spoils. Then it leaped gracefully onto the wide back of the Frost Demon Ape, treating it like a moving throne. The Frost Demon Ape dared not resist. Instead, it trembled even more violently from the favor of the monkey brother, but this time it was not due to fear, but rather excitement. The monkey brother sat on the back of the Frost Demon Ape, patted its head, and then pointed with a finger towards the empty expanse of the ocean in the distance. With a squeak, it called out twice. The frost demon ape seemed to instantly understand the king's intent. It suddenly stood up from the ground and let out a roar towards the sky. Roar. But this roar was no longer filled with previous ferocity and rage. Instead, it was imbued with power and battle intent, as if responding to the king's command. Immediately afterwards, it began to charge towards the direction of the ocean, carrying the monkey brother on its back. Thus, one monkey and one ape arrived at the seaside. The monkey brother jumped down from the back of the frost demon ape, staring at the void ocean before him, once again lost in thought. He knew that on the other side of the sea lay the place he wanted to go. However, without a boat, he couldn't cross. The small wooden raft he had used previously had long been on the verge of collapse and had already fallen apart due to the massive turbulence caused by the frost demon ape. He scratched his head, appearing somewhat troubled. Meanwhile, the frost demon ape, seeing its king in distress, seemed to grow anxious as well. It paced back and forth by the sea, emitting low growls from its throat, and then it seemed to have thought of something. It suddenly raised its massive palm and slammed it down onto the ice beneath it. Boom. A large piece of thick ice several meters in size was forcefully smashed off the ice sheet and fell into the ocean. Then it smashed down a second piece, a third. It was using its most primitive method to construct a boat that could cross the sea for its king. Not only that, but as it was building the boat, it constantly roared at the void seawater. Roar, roar. With its roars, the surrounding temperature dropped once more, and pure ice power surged from its body. The chunks of ice it had smashed into the sea began to automatically take shape under the influence of the ice power. Their edges became smooth, and even a fierce monkey face appeared at the bow of the boat. It was not only building a boat, but also using its innate talent to enhance this ice boat. Lin Shu watched this scene outside, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, this monkey is quite intelligent. He had originally thought that the frost demon ape was merely a muscle-bound brute. To his surprise, it even understood how to win favor and actively solve problems for the monkey brother. Moreover, its ability to turn ice into water made it the perfect sailor. The monkey brother, watching the diligent performance of the frost demon ape, nodded in satisfaction. He jumped onto the just completed, somewhat roughly formed frost giant ship, then turned back and waved at the frost demon ape. The frost demon ape was overjoyed, quickly jumping up as well, standing respectfully behind the monkey brother like the most loyal guardian. One ape and one monkey stood on the giant ice ship. The monkey brother, full of vigor, gazed into the distance as if he could already see the path to seek immortality and enlightenment. The demon ape stood behind, wielding a massive ice pillar as an or majestic and ready to break through any obstacles for its king. A brand new immortal seeking team was thus established. Captain Lingming, Stone Monkey. Sailor Frost. Lin Shu watched this scene, his lips curling up into a wild grin. Perfect. Lin Shu couldn't help but silently commend himself. This maneuver was nothing short of textbook-level opportunism. What others perceived as a scorching, unmanageable liability, a ferocious beast, was in his presence as docile as a pet thanks to the Monkey King's influence. Such was the power of informational asymmetry and the overwhelming dominance of the Honghuang divine bloodline's innate hierarchy. Gazing upon the frost demon ape before him, Lin Shu felt a bold idea surge forth, uncontrollable and insistent. This creature surely belongs to a Western fantasy bestiary, frost magic berserker ape, its aesthetic utterly clashing with the Monkey King's Taoist pilgrimage. As he muttered under his breath, his mind raced. A divine being rooted in Western mythos has become the Monkey King's subordinate, offering faith following the path of immortality. That is truly fascinating. According to the knowledge he had urgently absorbed over recent days, the era of deities in this world featured rigid, impermeable boundaries between divine pantheons. Mixing devotees' architecture or artifacts from disparate pantheons often triggered a rejection response, not merely negating synergies, but frequently diminishing efficacy below baseline. Thus, the vast majority of deities chose one dominant mainstream pantheon and built their entire divine framework around it, to maximize resonance and affinity bonuses. Lin Shu's choice, to embed a Western fantasy beast within an unmistakably Eastern Xianxia-style divine realm, was nothing short of heretical, certain to be cited as a cautionary case study in every divine academy. Yet so far no rejection response whatsoever. Lin Shu stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming brighter with each passing second. My understanding is sound devotees of divergent pantheons rarely coexist harmoniously. But could the Honghuang pantheon be the exception? An ancient mythological concept surfaced in his memory, the Jie sect. Teaching without discrimination, 10,000 immortals paying homage. Whether human, Yao spirit, or monster. If one's heart aspires toward the great Tao, all are welcome within our sect. What magnanimity! What grandeur! The Honghuang pantheon itself is an immense, all-encompassing system. Perhaps it truly possesses the capacity to absorb, integrate, and transmute the powers of other pantheons into its own essence. Once conceived, the idea blazed like wildfire across his thoughts, impossible to quell. If this proves true, then the pool of potential high-value assets expands exponentially. Those formidable divine beings, undervalued by the market due to minor pantheons' weak affinities or stylistic incompatibility, might well be treasures in his hands. Lin Shu grew increasingly exhilarated, sensing he had uncovered an entirely novel singular path to transcendence. His gaze returned once more to his two loyal vassals. Ever since his emergence at the Flower Fruit Mountain, the Monkey King possessed an exceptionally auspicious origin. Coupled with his daily consumption of low-tier spirit peaches, his body instinctively accumulated energy, even without formal cultivation techniques. Lin Shu estimated the Monkey King's current life tier had already reached the 4th tier of divine beings in this world, roughly equivalent to the nascent soul realm among mortal cultivators. Impressive on paper, yet in truth, he hadn't even grasped the threshold of immortality cultivation. Possessing only raw potential and brute strength, he remained immeasurably distant from genuine ascension. This frost demon ape, though merely of rare quality, occupied an astonishingly high rank. It was clearly a formidable demonic beast long sealed within some hidden realm, emerging already at semi-deity tier 2. By Honghuang standards, such a level corresponded roughly to a terrestrial immortal level great demon. Comparable to the chaos-defying Demon King, the first major adversary the Monkey King encountered after leaving the Flower Fruit Mountain. A 4th-tier divine being commanding a semi-deity tier 2 great demon as a subordinate. While semi-divine devotees were not uncommon for deities born at the semi-deity level and aspiring to true divinity. To possess such a devotee within a month of unlocking one's divine realm was extraordinarily rare. Were this revealed, it would likely shatter the jaws of every divine scholar. For now, the Frost Demon Ape is my strongest combat asset, Lin Shu concluded. He'll hold the line during the grand entrance assessment. As for the Monkey King, Lin Shu glanced at the small monkey, still directing the ape to build a vessel preparing to resume his pilgrimage in search of immortality, and smiled wryly. You go ahead and play for now, brother monkey. Let me, lay the groundwork first. Your moment to shine will come soon enough. After verifying his divine realm's stability, he disengaged the connection. Lying within the neural interface chamber, Lin Shu exhaled deeply. Tomorrow marked the grand entrance assessment, the crucible that would determine his future. Yet now no trace of tension or trepidation lingered in his heart. Only unwavering confidence and eager anticipation. Han Bingjing, brace yourself. This time it may well be I who lifts you skyward. The next day at Donghai No, one high school, the Divine Academy. The entire campus was enveloped in a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere. Today marks the day of the major examination for the senior students. In the central square of the campus, a sea of students gathered. All the senior students were assembled here, each with a serious expression, waiting for the test to commence. They either clustered in small groups discussing tactics in hushed tones, or stood alone, eyes closed, adjusting their mental state. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted in the crowd. Han Bingjing is here. Wow, the school beauty looks stunning today. Goddess, my goddess. Lin Shu turned towards the sound and saw Han Bingjing slowly walking from a distance. She wore a simple and elegant white long dress today, her waist-length black hair cascading casually over her shoulders, enhancing the translucency of her already fair skin. Her face still bore that cool expression, as if the surrounding clamor had nothing to do with her. As she passed through the crowd, people automatically parted ways, all eyes focused on her, filled with awe, admiration, and reverence. Under everyone's gaze, Han Bingjing walked through the crowd, ignoring the countless expectant looks, and headed straight to the most inconspicuous corner. She stopped in front of Lin Shu. The entire square fell silent in an instant. Are you ready? Han Bingjing looked at Lin Shu, her cool voice devoid of any emotion. She leaned closer to Lin Shu and whispered softly, ignore them. Lin Shu nodded, indicating that he didn't take them seriously at all. Then let's go. Han Bingjing's interest seemed to rise, and she turned towards the giant teleportation array in the center of the square. Lin Shu followed closely behind her. The two of them walked to the front of the line under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes. On the platform in the square, the headmaster in charge of the major examination glanced at the students below, cleared his throat, and spoke with a voice imbued with divine power. Students, you must be well aware of the rules for the entrance examination. This test will take place in the primary secret realm, numbered G37. Your goal is to acquire as many points as possible within the secret realm. Killing creatures in the secret realm, gathering rare resources, and discovering special wonders will all earn you points. The test will last for 3 days. After 3 days, your final scores and rewards will be determined based on the points you have accumulated. Remember, within the secret realm, danger and opportunity coexist. I hope you can work together and act according to your abilities. Now I declare the 2077 Donghai No. 1 High School Senior Entrance Examination officially begins. As his voice fell, the enormous teleportation array in the center of the square suddenly erupted with a brilliant silver light. Buzz! The blinding light engulfed all the students. Lin Shu felt a powerful spatial tug. Darkness enveloped him, and he instantly lost consciousness. When he regained his vision, a primal and humid scent of vegetation rushed towards him. The sounds of unfamiliar birds chirping and insects buzzing filled his ears. He opened his eyes and found himself standing in the midst of a dense primitive jungle. Towering trees blocked the sun, and thick vines coiled like giant pythons with a faint mist lingering in the air. This is the examination's secret realm. Is this the secret realm? Lin Shu surveyed his surroundings, feeling a slight shock in his heart. Stop daydreaming. Han Bingjing's cool voice sounded beside him. Lin Shu turned his head and saw her looking at him with a calm expression. Stay close to me, it's about to begin. As soon as she finished speaking, she extended her delicate hand and lightly swept across the empty space before her. A sky-blue spatial rift quietly opened. As the icy blue rift in space was torn open, a torrent of overwhelming and pure cold air surged forth in an instant. The surrounding air temperature plummeted, and a thin layer of white frost quickly formed on the ground. Lin Shu instinctively took a half step back, gazing in surprise at the scene before him. Is this a connection to the divine realm? He thought to himself. Projecting or manifesting one's divine realm into the real world on a small scale is a high-level technique that only deities with an extremely high mastery of the divine realm and immense divine power can achieve. To his astonishment, Han Bingjing had already mastered this skill during her high school years. Truly, she was a genius from a prominent family. As Lin Shu marveled at this, the spectacle before him left him utterly speechless. What emerged slowly from the rift was not merely a building or a few followers, but an entire, complete domain of the divine realm. A sacred ice temple radiating with holy light was the first to peek through the rift. Its walls were made of eternal, unmelting dark ice, intricately carved with complex and sacred runes. Surrounding the temple, vast expanses of land covered in ice and snow stretched out, forming a small frozen kingdom. At the center of this icy realm stood a colossal statue of a goddess, her features resembling Han Bingjing's by 7 or 8 parts, radiating holiness and majesty. A group of knights donned in exquisite ice crystal armor, wielding icy long spears, were kneeling on one knee in the square before the temple, fervently praying. They were Han Bingjing's core followers, the Frost Knight Order. Lin Shu even spotted several resource points emanating wisps of spiritual energy within this newly manifested territory. One appeared to be a cold marrow mine, and another was a wonder that could automatically condense a spring of ice elements. More importantly, Han Bingjing's divine being, the ice goddess, had already been nurtured to the semi-divine first stage of growth. This was a core deity of legendary caliber, surpassing even the quality of the Monkey King. Damn, Lin Shu cursed inwardly. Is this what it means to be a player with financial power? He had to toil hard to acquire a flower fruit mountain while she had it all. Temple Knight Order resource points and wonders, right from the start. The gap between people is greater than that between a person and a dog. After the projection of her ice frost divine kingdom was completed, Han Bingjing turned her head to look at Lin Shu, who wore a face of someone who had never seen the world. The corners of her lips subtly lifted almost imperceptibly. Feeling a bit smug, she said lightly, "You should feel reassured now, right? You don't have to do anything, just follow me. I'll ensure you secure a good ranking. This I will lead you to victory." Stance was unmistakably clear. Lin Shu felt amused in his heart, but nodded in agreement, saying, "I'll follow your lead." A woo. Just then a series of howls echoed from the nearby forest. Immediately 7 or 8 robust wolves engulfed in swirling black shadow energy burst forth from the woods, encircling the two. Third-tier secret realm creature Shadow Demon Wolf. They're coming. Han Bingjing's expression showed no signs of change. She simply raised her hand gently to issue a divine command. "My knights, cleanse the evil ahead." "At your command, my goddess." The Frost Knights responded in unison. They quickly rose, forming a standard battle formation, holding their long spears, and marched forward in unison, charging at the wolf pack. The battle erupted instantly. The combat strength of the Frost Knight Order was indeed formidable. They coordinated seamlessly, and their ice crystal armor offered incredible defense. As they swung their icy long spears, gusts of freezing air were unleashed, effectively slowing the actions of the demon wolves. However, the Shadow Demon Wolves were exceptionally cunning, using the forest terrain to continuously dodge and weave, occasionally transforming into shadows to evade attacks, and then launching surprise attacks from tricky angles. After the battle, although the Frost Knight Order ultimately slew all the demon wolves, one knight's armor was severely scratched by a wolf's sharp claws, nearly injuring him. Han Bingjing observed the scratch, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Lin Shu keenly detected the subtle change in her expression. "What's wrong?" he asked. Han Bingjing paused for a moment before softly saying, "My ice frost goddess has divine responsibilities leaning towards control, blessings, and domains if she is not suited for charging into battle herself. And these frost knights, they are my most devout followers, each cultivated with immense effort and resources. They are not merely combat units. They are an essential source of my faith power." She sighed, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness and regret. In the early stages of divine realm development, the quantity and quality of followers directly determine future potential. Every quality follower lost in battle is a significant loss for me. Thus, we cannot be too careless. We must act cautiously. These shadow demon wolves are merely an appetizer. The enemies encountered deeper in the secret realm will only grow stronger. I am under considerable pressure. Lin Shu understood. It turned out that this aloof campus beauty had her own troubles. Her divine realm system resembled a sophisticated mage artillery, immensely powerful, yet lacking a meat shield to absorb damage and disrupt enemy formations at the forefront. Though the Frost Knight Order was capable of combat, they were too precious, making her hesitant to engage them in high-intensity attrition battles. She wanted to lead Lin Shu to victory, but was afraid of incurring heavy losses among her core troops, impacting her foundation, which made her seem constrained. Looking at her face, which was etched with worries, Lin Shu nearly laughed out loud. What a coincidence. What you lack I happen to have. He cleared his throat and said in a nonchalant tone, "You need a unit that can charge into battle without fearing losses, right?" Han Bingjing looked at him in confusion. "I seem to have something quite suitable for that." Lin Shu smiled mysteriously. "You?" Han Bingjing looked at Lin Shu, her cold eyes filled with confusion and doubt. "What do you have?" She instinctively thought of Lin Shu's innate divine creature, the little monkey that everyone at school mocked as the divine domain spotlight. That thing. Can it charge into battle? Don't joke around. It probably wouldn't even reach the enemy before being swatted away. She tried to keep her tone from sounding too hurtful. "Lin Shu, I know you want to help, but the battles in the secret realm are very dangerous. That Lingming stone monkey of yours is still in its juvenile stage and isn't suited for this level of combat." To her, it was already commendable that Lin Shu had this intention. She was prepared to carry the whole scene on her own. Lin Shu looked at her expression, which seemed to say, "I know you're not skilled, but I'm not going to say it out loud," and held back a laugh. "It's not it," he shook his head. "Not." Han Bingjing was even more puzzled. "Do you have another divine creature?" As far as she knew, in the early stages of awakening, a deity's divine domain space and divine power were very limited. Managing to load one innate divine creature along with some supporting building cards was already quite difficult. To load a second divine creature would put an immense burden on the divine domain and be very cost-ineffective. A few students would do such a thing. Lin Shu, being from an ordinary family, where would he get the resources to obtain a second divine creature? Sort of. Lin Shu didn't elaborate further, just smiling slightly. "Actions speak louder than words, you'll see for yourself." After saying that, he imitated Han Bingjing's earlier gesture, extending his hand and lightly swiping at the empty space before him. A spatial tier much smaller than Han Bingjing's trembled and opened. Han Bingjing curiously stared at she wanted to see what Lin Shu could possibly summon. Was it an ordinary beast follower? Or some rare quality elemental creature? Regardless of which type, in this secret realm, where third-tier creatures were commonplace, it probably wouldn't be of much. However, the next second, the aura emanating from that spatial tear caused Han Bingjing's expression to freeze instantly. It was a cold, violent, terrifying aura filled with primal ferocity. As soon as this aura appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted once again, even colder than when her ice and snow divine kingdom had descended. Crack, crack. Centered around the spatial tier, the grass and trees on the ground were instantly frozen and shattered into ice shards. Han Bingjing's pupils shrank sharply. What is this? From this aura, she sensed a powerful pressure that made her heart race. This was definitely not an aura that an ordinary creature could possess. Just as her mind was in turmoil, a gigantic white-furred arm suddenly stretched out from the spatial tier, slamming onto the ground. Boom! The ground shook. Following that, an enormous figure slowly emerged from the tear. It was a white, giant ape, standing a staggering 5 meters tall. Its fur stood erect like steel needles, its twisted muscles brimming with explosive power, and its blood-red eyes burned with madness and defiance. Frost Demon Ape. The moment it fully descended into this world, a terrifying aura belonging to a demigod-level creature swept across the scene like a tsunami. Roar! The Frost Demon Ape let out a deafening roar, its voice transforming into a tangible shockwave that shook the towering trees around, causing leaves to fall wildly. Not far away in Han Bingjing's ice and snow divine kingdom, the trained Frost Knights staggered back a step in unison at this roar, their faces showing terror, and their grip on their spears faltered. Even the holy ice palace shimmered momentarily as if it had been impacted. Han Bingjing stood dumbfounded, her cold, delicate face displaying a look of shock. For the first time, her mouth agape, she could hardly breathe. Half. Demigod. She felt her brain go blank. How is this possible? Lin Shu. How could he possess a demigod-level divine creature? Moreover, it was a frost demon ape known for its ferocity and rage. However, what was even more unbelievable awaited her. She saw the frost demon ape exuding overwhelming ferocity, as if it could destroy the world at any moment, suddenly turn around after its roar. It spotted Lin Shu standing not far away. In the next moment, under Han Bingjing's gaze, which could overturn her worldview, this terrifying demigod beast actually thudded down on one knee. It lowered its fierce and proud head, making the most standard and humble knightly bow to Lin Shu. In its blood-red eyes, there was no longer a trace of ferocity, only absolute, fervent loyalty. Meanwhile, behind the frost demon ape, a small golden figure also bounced out of the spatial tear. It curiously surveyed its surroundings, then habitually scratched its cheek, seemingly uninterested in this new environment, completely ignored by everyone. The entire jungle fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to have solidified. Han Bingjing stood there in a daze, her mind completely shut down. She gazed at the striking scene before her. A demigod-level frost demon ape exuding immense pressure and a terrifying aura was humbly kneeling on one knee before Lin Shu, who accepted its loyalty with a calm expression. This moment shocked her even more than her awakening as the legendary frost goddess. Her lips parted slightly, and her clear eyes were filled with confusion and chaos. Lin Shu, she murmured, her voice trembling slightly, a hint of disbelief lacing her words. Is this yours? She felt her common sense and understanding completely overturned at that moment. How could an ordinary student who awakened the divine domain spotlight have a demigod-level frost demon ape as a follower? Is this reasonable? No, it isn't. This is even more absurd than a beggar pulling out a black gold card to buy an entire mall. Lin Shu looked at Han Bingjing's adorable expression of shock and felt an immense sense of joy within. Look at you just a moment ago with your "I'll take you flying" pride, and now you're dumbfounded. He suppressed his laughter and nodded calmly. Well, sort of. A little brother I just took under my wing has a bit of a wild nature, and I haven't trained him well yet. I hope he doesn't frighten you. Just taken under your wing. Wild nature. Not trained well yet. Hearing these extremely ironic words, Han Bingjing couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Big brother, you call the process of taming a creature that can make a demigod not trained well yet. If you trained it well, wouldn't it have to bow down to you? She took a deep breath, forcing her chaotic thoughts to calm down. She was not an ordinary girl. As the direct descendant of the Han Frost family, her vision and knowledge far exceeded that of common people. She understood very well what it meant for a demigod-level divine creature to recognize a new deity. Her frost goddess attained demigod status due to extremely high-quality innate talent and the vast resources of her family. Most importantly, this was her innate divine creature, and she didn't have to worry about disrupting the divine domain and suffering backlash. Otherwise, let alone a demigod, her family could even acquire the followers of true gods. But she couldn't control it. It could be harmful without benefits. And Lin Shu, how long had he awakened? 1 month. What resources did he have? 1,000 divine power was even given by himself. In just 1 month, he had silently tamed a demigod second-tier frost demon ape. Is this not genius? This is a monster. How? How did you do it? Han Bingjing's voice was filled with uncontrollable curiosity and admiration. She truly couldn't imagine what method Lin Shu used to make a frost demon ape known for its unruliness so obedient. Could it be that he forcibly suppressed it with overwhelming force? No, he himself is just an ordinary person, and his innate divine creature is only 4th tier, so he definitely couldn't defeat a demigod. Then was it some precious treasure or a contract? No, he comes from an ordinary background. Where would he get so many resources? Countless possibilities flashed through Han Bingjing's mind, but she dismissed each one. Lin Shu looked at her deep in thought and smiled casually, finding an excuse perhaps. I just have a good affinity. You have an affinity with a fierce beast. Han Bingjing wore an expression that seemed to say, do you take me for a fool? However, she didn't press further, as she knew this was definitely Lin Shu's biggest secret. She simply regarded this young man with a completely new and bright perspective. It turned out he had always been hiding his brilliance. It turned out he was not the waste that needed her sympathy and help at all. He was an extraordinary genius, far more dazzling than she had imagined. Choosing him as her teammate against the tide of opinion was indeed not a wrong decision. Thinking of this, Han Bingjing felt a surge of indescribable joy and pride. But soon a deep sense of worry surfaced in her heart. She quickly walked up to Lin Shu and said seriously, Lin Shu, you're being too reckless. My. Lin Shu was taken aback. This is a demigod-level creature. You have no idea how dangerous it is. If it loses control in your divine domain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Your entire divine domain could be destroyed by it. Han Bingjing's tone carried a hint of fear and reproach. You can't take such a huge risk. This is not worth it. She genuinely felt worried for Lin Shu. In her eyes, his actions were akin to dancing on the tip of a knife, gambling with his future. Lin Shu looked at her eyes, filled with concern, feeling a warmth in his heart. He knew she genuinely cared for him. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," he reassured. "It's very obedient." Saying this, he commanded the frost demon Gur. The frost demon ape growled softly, obediently, standing up, towering behind Lin Shu like a small mountain, its blood-red eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, playing the role of the most loyal guardian. Seeing this scene, Han Bingjing finally relaxed a little, but the worry in her eyes had not completely dissipated. "Since you've succeeded, then, let it be our vanguard." She quickly accepted the reality and began to think about the issue from a tactical perspective. "My frost goddess can grant it frost blessing and resilience prayer, significantly enhancing its ice-type skill, power, and defense. A strong alliance now. We can truly push forward." A newfound confidence sparkled in Han Bingjing's eye. A top-tier meat shield of demigod level paired with her legendary powerful support. This combination was nearly invincible in this stage of the assessment secret realm. "My divine lord, grant your loyal servant the power to shatter all enemies." Within Han Bingjing's divine realm, the sacred ice temple suddenly blazed with radiant light. The ethereal figure of the frost goddess seated upon her divine throne slowly opened her eyes and raised her delicate jade-like hands. Two brilliant beams of ice-blue divine artistry instantly traversed space, striking the frost demon ape with pinpoint precision. One halo coalesced into an exquisitely crafted suit of ice crystal armor, enveloping the ape's massive frame and elevating its already formidable defenses to unprecedented heights. The other halo merged seamlessly into its body, refining and intensifying the frigid aura radiating from its very being. The frost demon ape gained the frost blessing effect. Ice-based abilities increased in potency by 30. It also gained the resolute litany effect. Physical and magical resistance increased by 20. Feeling surging power flood its veins, the frost demon ape pounded its chest exultantly and unleashed a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. Battle lust burned fiercely within its crimson eyes. "Go," Lin Shu commanded calmly. Obeying its master's order, the frost demon ape launched its colossal form forward, its massive feet slamming into the ground with a deafening boom, as it charged headlong into the depths of the jungle like an uncontrolled heavy tank. "We'll follow." As Han Bingjing spoke, a lotus of pure ice bloomed beneath her feet, lifting her weightlessly into the air. Lin Shu's eye twitched involuntarily. "That accursed heiress," he muttered inwardly, then resigned himself to sprinting dutifully behind them on foot. What followed was brutally simple. The frost demon ape forged ahead, not as a humanoid, but as an alpine, whether venomous 3-tier shadow vines or armored 4-tier iron scale crocodiles, all crumbled before the semi-divine ape, now laden with overwhelming buffs. One strike sufficed. If one strike failed, two would do. Crack. A 4-tier phantom leopard attempting a stealthy ambush from the shadows materialized, only to be backhanded into the earth by the ape, flattened instantly into a leopard skin rug. 4-tier realm creature phantom leopard eliminated. Reward 50 points. Crunch. A swarm of 3-tier man-eating bloom vines erupting from the soil to ensnare the group was frozen solid in an instant by the ape's potent frost breath, transformed into a grotesque ice sculpture, then shattered under a single stomp. 3-tier realm creature cluster man-eating bloom vines destroyed. Reward 300 points. Thus the pair and their ape advanced through the realm with ruthless, unassailable momentum. Lin Shu trailed behind, doing nothing but watching point notifications cascade across his personal terminal. 30 points, 80 points, 50 points. In under half an hour, their cumulative score soared past 1,000. Such speed was staggering. In previous grand trials, scoring 1,000 points over 3 days marked exceptional performance. And they had only just begun, 30 minutes in. "This is absurdly easy," Lin Shu murmured, gazing at the ape's relentless carnage, disbelief coloring his voice. Was this what it felt like, to not cling to someone else's strength, but to be that strength? Utterly captivated, Han Bingjing hovered silently in midair, her expression shifting gradually, from initial astonishment to a complex blend of elation and quiet resignation. She rejoiced with such an unparalleled combatant. First place in the grand trial was virtually assured. Yet she sighed inwardly. She felt inexplicably superfluous. She had entered intending to carry Lin Shu, but now it seemed he was carrying her. This inversion of roles unsettled the celestial prodigy, stirring unfamiliar disquiet within her. "There's an energy fluctuation ahead, likely a resource node," Han Bingjing said, swiftly regaining composure and pointing forward. Minutes later, they arrived at a vast marshland. At its center grew a cluster of extraordinary lotuses pulsing with a faint, ethereal blue lumen. The abyssal blue lotus, Han Bingjing identified instantly. A rare-tier resource, its petals refined, tranquilizing elixirs, its seeds directly enhance spiritual awareness. Harvesting the entire cluster would yield approximately 800 points, a fortune for any student. Yet Han Bingjing merely glanced once then turned away indifferently. These hold no value for me. Take them all, Lin Shu. Lin Shu blinked in surprise. That's inappropriate. We're teammates. We should split them. Han Bingjing shook her head, her frost-pale countenance softening ever so slightly with the quiet pride of a scion from a venerable lineage. My divine realm holds far superior spiritual resources. I have no use for these. And her gaze flickered between Lin Shu and the majestic frost demon ape, a subtle, knowing curve lifting one corner of her lips. This swift triumph belongs entirely to your underling. These spoils are rightly yours. Without waiting for protest, she directed the frost demon ape 3 swift motions and uprooted the entire lotus grove, then unceremoniously dumped the harvest before Lin Shu. Lin Shu stared at the mound of treasure at his feet, then at Han Bingjing's haughty, faintly smug expression, half flustered, half amused. Fine. The heiress reigns supreme. Whatever you say goes. He abandoned pretense, grinning as he gathered every last resource into his divine realm. As the frost demon ape surged onward, their scores skyrocketed, shattering 5,000 then 10,000, leaving the second-place team far behind, vanishing beyond even the faintest glimmer of taillights. In this relentless advance, they swiftly crossed the realm's outer and central zones, entering its deepest, most forbidden reaches where no student had ever dared tread. The moment they stepped into the depths of the secret realm, the surrounding scenery changed dramatically. The once vibrant and lush primordial jungle vanished, replaced by a desolate and lifeless expanse of black earth. In the sky, gray clouds hung low, blocking out any trace of sunlight. The air was thick with a decaying, chilling aura, making one feel nauseous. The cracked ground was littered with scattered white bones and broken weapons, as if this place had once been a colossal ancient battlefield. The environment here. Han Bingjing's expression grew serious as the ice lotus beneath her feet emitted a soft glow, forming a protective shield that kept the cold aura at bay. Lin Shu also furrowed his brow. He could sense that the energy field in this area was filled with negative, chaotic, and deathly attributes. This is the territory of the undead, he concluded. Roar. The frost demon ape, which had been charging ahead, stopped in its tracks, restlessly scratching the ground, emitting a low growl from its throat, its blood-red eyes showing a hint of vigilance and wariness for the first time. As a living being, it instinctively sensed something lurking in this land that filled it with disgust and danger. Be careful. The creatures of the undead are usually quite troublesome. They are tireless, unafraid of death, and many possess abilities related to curses or soul attacks, which greatly restrain living beings like us. Lin Shu nodded, indicating his understanding. The 3 of them, 2 humans and 1 ape, slowed their pace and cautiously made their way deeper into this land of death. After walking for about 10 minutes, the outline of a dilapidated ancient city appeared ahead. The city walls had collapsed significantly, and the black bricks were covered in moss, exuding an air of weathered desolation. However, just as they approached the ancient city, an unexpected change occurred. Creak, creak. The scattered white bones on the ground seemed to have heard some sort of command and began to move on their own. They staggered to rise from the ground, and within their hollow eye sockets 2 points of ghostly blue flame ignited. Crack, crack. Countless skeletons reassembled into various shapes. There were skeletal soldiers wielding bone swords and bone shields, 4-legged skeleton hounds running swiftly, and even a gigantic skeletal spider formed by countless bones. In an instant, a massive army of skeletons awoke from their slumber, surrounding them completely. It's the undead sea tactic. Han Bingjing's face turned pale. This was the most classic and unscrupulous tactic of the undead, using endless low-level undead to wear down the enemy. The individual strength of these skeletal soldiers might not even reach the 2nd tier. A single slap from the frost demon ape could crush a large number of them. But the problem was there were just too many. As far as the eye could see, the black plain was densely packed with swaying white bones stretching endlessly. Roar. The frost demon ape let out a furious roar and charged forward. Its massive body crashed into the sea of skeletons like a stone thrown into a lake, instantly creating a huge void among the skeletons. Countless skeletal soldiers were ground into bone dust under its immense strength. With a breath of frost, it could freeze hundreds of enemies within a fan-shaped area ahead. However, all of this, more and more skeletons surged from all directions like a tide, charging fearlessly towards them. They climbed onto the frost demon ape, slashing with bone knives and biting with their teeth. Although they couldn't inflict substantial damage on the demon ape, they greatly delayed its movements. The demon ape was locked in a bitter struggle. This won't do, we can't continue like this. Han Bingjing said anxiously. Its stamina will be completely drained. She immediately began to cast spells, summoning ice spikes and blizzards that rained down, continuously reaping the lives of the skeletal soldiers. But her divine power was limited as well. Faced with this endless sea of undead, her attacks were merely a drop in the bucket. We must find the core that commands them. Lin Shu calmly analyzed. Behind the undead sea tactic, there must be a lich or undead lord controlling them. His gaze pierced through the overlapping sea of skeletons, turning towards the distant, dilapidated ancient city. The source should be in that city. But we can't just charge in. Han Bingjing looked at the impenetrable skeleton army before them, her tone carrying a tinge of urgency and panic for the first time. Her Frost Knight regiment, once thrown into such a scale of battle, would likely be overwhelmed in an instant, unable to create even a splash of water. And her own spells, while vast in range, could not clear a safe path for them. This was the first real crisis they had encountered since entering the secret realm. If they mishandled the situation, they could be trapped here and perish. Lin Shu's brow furrowed tightly. The situation was indeed precarious. Though the frost demon ape was fierce, its 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. Han Bingjing's spells were powerful, but consumed tremendous divine power. They had fallen into a stalemate. At that moment, Lin Shu's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a figure he had overlooked all along. His monkey brother. Since entering this land of the undead, the monkey brother had jumped down from the shoulder of the frost demon ape and had been squatting by Lin Shu's feet the whole time. It did not display the obvious disgust and wariness like the frost demon ape. Instead, it wore a curious expression, its golden eyes fixated intently on the distant ancient city. Seeing the monkey brother's relaxed demeanor, which was at odds with the tense atmosphere, Lin Shu's mind suddenly sparked with inspiration. Wait. Undead. Illusion. Delusion. He suddenly remembered the talent ability of the monkey brother that everyone, including himself, regarded as a searchlight. The breaking delusion, golden eyes. To pierce through delusions. Perhaps. A bold thought formed in Lin Shu's mind. He immediately crouched down and whispered to the monkey brother, "Monkey brother, help me out and see if there's anything wrong with that city ahead." Squeak. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the monkey brother tilted his head slightly, appearing puzzled. He followed the direction of Lin Shu's pointing finger and gazed toward the ruined ancient city in the distance, encircled by an endless sea of skeletons. Within his pure golden eyes, nothing unusual seemed apparent. Lin Shu watched the monkey brother's bewildered expression and felt a flicker of uncertainty stir within his own chest. Could it be that I'm overthinking this? Is my insight-dispelling golden eyes still too weak to perceive the truth? No, that wasn't right. Lin Shu swiftly dismissed the thought. The monkey brother's origin lay in the Lingming stone monkey, a being whose innate divine ability could never be mere ornamentation. Perhaps the flaw lay not in the ability itself, but in how he had guided it. Brother monkey, Lin Shu tried a new approach, gently coaxing. Look closely. Observe that city and those skeletons. Are they real? He emphasized the word real with deliberate weight. Squeak, squeak. The monkey brother appeared to understand. It scratched its ear, and then in that instant its golden eyes, usually brimming with innocent whimsy, blazed with sudden incandescent intensity. Hum. 2 radiant beams of golden divine light erupted from its eyes. This light was no longer merely bright. It carried the awe-inspiring authority to pierce through illusion and unveil fundamental truth. The insight-dispelling golden eyes activated at full power. Like twin unbreakable swords forged from celestial radiance, the golden beams sliced effortlessly through layer upon layer of ashen mist, pierced the boundless sea of skeletons, and lanced unerringly toward the ruined city far in the distance. What light is that? Han Bingjing started violently at the sudden golden radiance. Instinctively, she followed its trajectory with her gaze. Then she witnessed a sight that would sear itself into her memory for eternity. Under the golden light, the vast legion of bones, seemingly poised to drown the world in death, began dissolving rapidly like snow beneath a scorching sun. No, it wasn't dissolution. It was illusion. Those snarling, fearless skeleton warriors, and the thundering, monstrous skeletal beasts, twisted into translucent, warped phantoms under the golden light, then shattered one by one, vanishing into nothingness. The so-called Sea of the Undead was in truth nothing more than an impossibly lifelike illusion. This can't be possible. Han Bingjing stood utterly frozen, her worldview shaken once again by this unfathomable spectacle. Just moments earlier, she had felt the blows of those skeleton warriors. The Frost Devil Ape had truly fought them. How could it all have been illusion? Yet the truth lay undeniable before her. As the golden light persisted, the Sea of the Undead, which had moments ago filled her with despair, crumbled visibly fragment by fragment. In the blink of an eye, only a few hundred genuine skeleton warriors remained stubbornly resisting. And the ruined ancient city in the distance, bathed in the golden radiance, revealed its true form. It was no ancient city at all, but a colossal throne built entirely from countless bleached bones, the Bone Sovereign Throne. Upon its seat sat a slender white-clad figure. She appeared utterly unprepared for her grand illusion to be so effortlessly dispelled. When the golden light struck her, her skeletal frame visibly trembled. I see. Lin Shu grasped the truth instantly. It's an illusion, an immense composite illusion spanning the entire region. Now he understood why Han Bingjing had fallen prey. This illusion did not merely deceive the eyes. It manipulated touch and perception alike, making one believe they were locked in mortal combat against an army of thousands. The Frost Devil Ape's grueling struggle stemmed from the same deception. It had wasted immense strength attacking phantoms that did not exist. Now with the Monkey Brothers' fiery eyes and golden gaze piercing through the veil, every falsehood dissolved into smoke and ash. Brilliant work, Brother Monkey. Lin Shu excitedly ruffled the monkey's head. Squeak, squeak. The monkey brother chirped proudly as if to say child's play. Han Bingjing, now recovering from her shock, looked down at the small monkey beside Lin Shu's feet, preening and seeking praise, and her expression turned profoundly complex. Divine Realm Searchlight. That's what you call it. This is nothing short of a divine-grade illusion detection instrument. At last she understood why Lin Shu's soul-bound divine creature, though low in rank, possessed epic-tier quality. This innate ability, the insight-dispelling golden eyes, was never meant for illumination. Its true purpose was to expose all illusion, all falsehood. In battles among deities, or while exploring unknown perilous realms, this ability held incalculable strategic value. Lin Shu. Han Bingjing looked at him, her voice layered with complexity. How many more secrets do you still conceal, eh? First a demigod rank, Frost Devil Ape, now a Lingming stone monkey capable of shattering continent-spanning illusions. This man was like an inexhaustible treasure vault, always delivering staggering surprises or shocks precisely when least expected. Secrets are most intriguing when unveiled one layer at a time. Lin Shu winked playfully, leaving her hanging. Then his gaze shifted once more toward the distant Bone Sovereign throne. The illusion was shattered. Now, it was time to confront the mastermind. Frost Ape. Lin Shu issued a new command. Charge forward and tear that throne apart. Roar. The Frost Devil Ape, finally freed from the illusion's grip, unleashed a long-suppressed roar of fury. Having been besieged by countless phantoms moments before, it had been seething with frustration. Now with its master's order, it channeled every ounce of that pent-up rage toward the true source of its torment. It surged forward on all four limbs, ignoring the few hundred remaining skeleton warriors, and hurtled toward the colossal Bone Sovereign throne like a white meteor, dragging behind it a vortex of violent roaring wind. As the frosty demon ape charged like a white mountain, the graceful figure on the skeletal throne finally made a move. She slowly stood up from her throne. It was only then that Lin Shu and Han Bingjing could see her true form. She was a woman entirely made of eerie white bones. Her figure was tall and slender with exquisite curves. Even though her body was made entirely of bones, there was still an eerie and enchanting beauty about her. Her face had no flesh, only a delicate white bone mask. In the hollow eye sockets of the mask burned two clusters of ghostly purple flames of soul. In her hands, she held two exceptionally sharp swords crafted from leg bones. Divine Creature, Lady of Bones. Quality Rare. Divine System Undead. Divine System Marginal. Rank Demigod Level 5. Description: formed from the lingering resentment of skeletal remains, she is naturally capable of controlling bones and illusions, an extremely rare divine creature. However, due to the lack of related mythological connections, she is considered a marginal existence within the undead divine system, with low cultivation value. Seeing the information about her, Lin Shu's eyes brightened instantly. Lady of Bones. Isn't that a character from Journey to the West? How could she appear here, categorized by the people of this world into the undead divine system? This is simply a colossal misunderstanding. She is clearly a named female demon king from their Honghuang divine system. No, from the Journey to the West divine system. Just as Lin Shu was lost in his thoughts, the battle had already erupted. Facing the frosty demon ape's ferocious charge, the Lady of Bones showed no fear. She flickered, transforming into a white, ghostly shadow, advancing rather than retreating, and took the initiative to meet the charge head-on. Clang! The frosty demon ape's giant fist, capable of splitting mountains, collided violently with the twin swords in the Lady of Bones' hands. A piercing clash of metal rang out. The massive body of the frosty demon ape was actually forced to a halt. The Lady of Bones, using the recoil, floated back gracefully like a fluttering butterfly, landing steadily. In their first clash, it was a draw. Such speed, such strength. Han Bingjing's face was filled with fear. She could tell that the Lady of Bones was not only 3 ranks higher than the frosty demon ape, but her combat skills and agility were far superior to that of the ape. Even with the full power of the ice goddess enhancing it, the frosty demon ape was being thoroughly suppressed by the Lady of Bones. and the ice goddess having just entered the growth phase, primarily focused on cultivating followers without demonstrating the formidable power of a legendary divine creature. They could only rely on the frosty demon ape as their main force against the enemy. The frosty demon ape fought with brute force, whereas the Lady of Bones was a standard agile assassin, her movements elusive and her swordsmanship cunning. As the two engaged in combat, it was difficult to determine a clear victor. Each heavy punch from the frosty demon ape was evaded by the Lady of Bones with incomprehensible angles and movements, leaving shallow white marks on its body from her swords. However, although each of the Lady of Bones' attacks connected, it was challenging to penetrate the thick skin of the demon ape, which was bolstered by the resilient prayer. The damage she inflicted was quite limited. The situation had reached a stalemate. This cannot go on, Lin Shu frowned. Although it seems like a draw, the longer it drags on, the more unfavorable it is for us. The buffs on the frosty demon ape have a time limit. Once they expire, it would absolutely not stand a chance against the elusive Lady of Bones. We must seek a swift resolution. Han Bingjing, can you control her? Lin Shu immediately asked. I'll give it a try. Han Bingjing didn't hesitate and began to chant. In my name I command. Hand of ice. A giant hand formed of pure icy energy suddenly materialized above the Lady of Bones' head, then descended with a chilling force that could imprison everything. However, the Lady of Bones merely sneered her figure once again, turning into a blurry, ghostly shadow, swiftly escaping from the grasp of the hand of ice. No, she's too slippery, and my targeted divine technique can't lock onto her. Han Bingjing's expression turned grim. What about area attacks? The power of area attacks is insufficient to effectively restrain her. This was troublesome. A high agility, high evasion assassin type boss is the most counter to their combination of heavily armored warriors and stationary mages. Lin Shu's mind raced, searching for a way to break the stalemate. Just then the monkey beside his feet suddenly squeaked twice and pointed with its little hand at the back of the Lady of Bones. Lin Shu was taken aback and looked in the direction it pointed. Behind the Lady of Bones stood the massive skeletal throne. At the top of the throne was a skull the size of a human head, radiating ghostly purple light. That skull was the energy core of the entire illusion. Monkey, do you mean? Squeak. The monkey nodded vigorously and pointed again at the Lady of Bones, who was entangled with the demon ape. Lin Shu instantly understood. Cut off the source. There exists a certain energy connection between the Lady of Bones and that skeletal throne. The throne is the source of her power. As long as the throne is destroyed, her strength will surely plummet. And this secret, if it weren't for the monkey's sharp eyes, they would never have discovered it. Han Bingjing. Lin Shu shouted immediately, forget about that woman. Use your strongest single target attack on the throne behind her, especially that purple skull at the top of the throne. Although Han Bingjing didn't understand why, out of trust in Lin Shu, she hesitated not at all. Okay. She immediately switched targets, channeling all her divine power into the new attack. Gaze of the Ice Goddess. Extreme Ice Ray. A beam of ice blue light, more concentrated and more radiant than any previous attack, descended from the sky, like a divine punishment, bypassing the battling Lady of Bones and striking precisely at the massive skeletal throne. The Lady of Bones seemed to sense the danger, letting out a sharp scream as she attempted to defend herself. But it was already too late. The frosty demon ape, seizing the opportunity, slammed into her, ferociously entangling her completely. In the next moment, the extreme ice ray struck hard against the purple skull. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed across the entire Death Plains. The massive throne, constructed from countless bones, was instantly pierced by Han Bingjing's full-force strike. The purple skull at the top of the throne, serving as its core, could not withstand even a second, becoming thoroughly frozen in the chilling energy, and then with a resounding bang, it exploded into a cloud of icy crystals. The Bone Lady, engaged in a fierce struggle with the frost demon ape, suddenly let out a piercing scream. The semi-divine aura surrounding her rapidly weakened, as if a balloon had been punctured. Her agile movements slowed down. Her swordsmanship, once sharp as lightning, became feeble and powerless. The destruction of her source of power dealt her a fatal blow. Roar! The frost demon ape seized this rare opportunity, letting out a furious roar as a massive hand resembling a fan struck down towards the Bone Lady with immense force. This time the Bone Lady could no longer evade. Bang! With a muffled thud, her slender body, composed of bones, was sent flying like a kite, with a broken string rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop, several clear cracks appearing on her body. She struggled to get up, but the dual swords in her hands had already fallen to the side. She had been defeated. Lin Shu looked at the fallen Bone Lady and let out a long sigh of relief. It's done. This battle had indeed been thrilling. If it weren't for the keen eyes of the Monkey King, who had contributed twice, they might have really fallen here today. He walked up to the Bone Lady, looking down at this once invincible demon queen. At this moment her aura had dropped to around the 4th rank and the soul fire in her eye sockets dimmed significantly, appearing extremely weak. Do you want to kill me? A cold yet somewhat weak thought directly resonated in Lin Shu's mind. It was a transmission of the soul. Lin Shu was taken aback for a moment, then replied in his heart, "Kill you? No, I have no interest in killing you." "Then what do you want?" The soul fire of the bone lady flickered. "I want you." Lin Shu's response was simple and straightforward. The bone lady fell silent. She seemed to be pondering the meaning of Lin Shu's words. Lin Shu was not in a hurry. He knew that beings of high intelligence like her could be communicated with and subdued. The premise was that one must possess sufficient strength and a reason that could convince her. "Submit to me," Lin Shu continued, conveying his thoughts. "I can give you everything you desire." "What I want?" There was a hint of mockery in the bone lattice thought. "Do you know what I want? You want to escape this skeletal body to possess true flesh and blood. You want no longer to be regarded as a wandering soul, a rootless spirit in this world." Lin Shu's voice, like the whisper of a devil, struck precisely at the depths of the bone lattice soul with every word. The dim soul fire within her suddenly surged violently. "You? How could you know?" Her thoughts were filled with shock and disbelief. This was the obsession buried in the deepest part of her soul since her birth. It was also the fundamental motivation for her to continuously grow stronger and devour other souls. How could this human possibly know her secret? "I not only know, but I can also help you achieve it," Lin Shu said confidently. As he spoke, he subtly gestured to the Monkey King behind him. The Monkey King understood, hopping over to the bone lady, then pointing at itself with its furry little hand, and then at Lin Shu. Jit. It was telling the bone lady that if she followed its master there would be food to eat. The bone lady looked at the golden little monkey in front of her, and a hint of confusion appeared in her hollow eye sockets. She could sense that this little monkey emanated a unique aura that made her feel both kinship and awe. Lin Shu seized the moment. "The reason you are considered a spirit is that the people of this world do not understand your origins at all. They do not know that you are not a spirit. You simply took a wrong turn. In my presence, there is a method that can truly transform you. Your future is certainly not limited to merely being a skeleton. Submit to me, or you will turn into a pile of real bones right here. The choice is yours." Lin Shu issued his final ultimatum. He believed that no one could resist the temptation of rebirth, not even demons. The bone lady remained silent for a long time. In the end, she laboriously raised one bony arm, extending it towards Lin Shu. This was a gesture of submission. "Detected rare divine creature. Bone lady has surrendered. Proceed with subjugation." "Yes." Lin Shu's heart filled with joy. But he quickly encountered a new problem. "Warning. Your divine power is insufficient to complete the card formation of Bone Lady." Lin Shu's face darkened. "Damn, I forgot about that. Subjugating divine creatures and turning them into cards requires a massive amount of divine power." The Bone Lady was a semi-divine being of the 5th rank, and even in this extremely weakened state, the required divine power was beyond what he could afford with his current resources. This was awkward. Just as Lin Shu was at a loss, Han Bingjing beside him suddenly spoke up. "Do you need divine power support?" She looked at Lin Shu, her cold face carrying a hint of a vague smile. "I have plenty here." Lin Shu looked at her and felt as if the words wealthy woman appeared in shining gold behind this aloof beauty. Without hesitation, he nodded yes. "Urgent help. Here it is." Han Bingjing smoothly tossed over a card shimmering with pure light. It was a high-purity divine power card containing at least 10,000 points of divine power. "Thank you. He'll return it later." Lin Shu was overjoyed and immediately absorbed the divine power from the card. Consumed 200 points of divine power replenished, beginning card formation. Having already owed 1,200 points of divine power, this soft rice man was indeed living. A gentle light enveloped the bone lady on the ground. Her body gradually transformed into countless light particles, ultimately coalescing into a delicate card that fell into Lin Shu's hand. "Congratulations. Successfully subjugated the rare divine creature Bone Lady. It worked." Lin Shu looked at the card in his hand with excitement. This major test was truly profitable. Not only did he have a huge lead in points, but now he had also captured the Bone Lady. He glanced at the Monkey King beside him, then at the card in his hand, his heart overflowing with joy. "You're not seeing things. It's still rising. It's still rising." Everyone went wild. This was no mere score tally, what felt like riding a rocket. Zhao Ye's smile completely froze as he stared blankly at the number that continually refreshed the limits of his understanding, his mind a blank slate. 10,000 points. It seemed that was all there was to it. However, the number on the screen showed no signs of stopping. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 80,000. In the square, there was no sound of discussion, only the sound of people gasping in shock. Everyone was rendered speechless by the miraculous scene before them. The teachers in charge of the testing also stood up from the judging panel, all dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. This is impossible, a senior teacher exclaimed. The score tally system must be malfunctioning. The highest record in past citywide tests was only 6,000 points. Quickly contact the technical department. Check the data. Just when everyone thought the system had crashed, the number on the screen finally began to slow down. It ultimately froze on a number that made everyone's souls tremble. First place, Han Bingjing Lin Shu, final score, 99,999. Boom. The entire square erupted. 99,009. Just shy of 100,000. This must be fake. It has to be fake. How could anyone achieve such a score? Did they just slay the master of the secret realm? Even a god couldn't score this high. Voices of doubt and astonishment rose and fell. No one wanted to believe this score was real. It had completely surpassed their realm of understanding. Zhao Yu turned pale, his legs buckling as he nearly lost his balance. 99,000. And he had only 36,000. This was no longer just a gap, it was a chasm. It was the difference between gods and mortals. The achievement he had taken pride in was nothing but a joke before the other party. A thoroughly pathetic joke. He felt his face burning as if an invisible hand was ruthlessly slapping him in front of the entire school's faculty and students. Just as the crowd was in a frenzy, all in extreme shock and chaos, a voice that was both authoritative and trembling with excitement rang out through the loudspeakers, echoing across the square. It was the principal. Silence. Upon verification, the score records of Lin Shu and Han Bingjing are accurate. Congratulations to both students for achieving nearly 100,000 points and breaking the historical scoring record in Donghai City's tests. Lin Shu and Han Bingjing stood in a corner of the crowd looking at each other in disbelief. Are we that incredible? Lin Shu rubbed his nose, muttering softly. Now it was impossible to keep a low profile. A rare look of astonishment appeared on Han Bingjing's cold face. She knew this achievement was significant, but she had not expected it to be to this extent. Soon after, the principal's voice sounded again, and this time his words made everyone's breaths turn fiery. Now we will initiate the final segment of this test, the reward exchange. As soon as the words left his mouth, a virtual interface radiating golden light popped up in front of Lin Shu and Han Bingjing, visible only to them. The moment of harvest had arrived. A golden exchange interface unfurled before Lin Shu and Han Bingjing like a sacred scroll. Eternal Frost Prison, Legendary Structure Card, Frostmourne, Legendary Equipment Card, Tinder Sprig of the World Tree, Legendary Resource Card, 10,000 Swords Returning to 1, Epic Skill Card. Each reward standing alone would drive an ordinary demigod to madness. Other students in the plaza were also eagerly selecting their preferred rewards from their own exchange interfaces. Yet the list available to them existed in an entirely different realm from the one displayed before Lin Shu and Han Bingjing. Holy hell! I can redeem a rare tier skill card. I'm rich. I got an excellent grade suit of armor with insane defense. Wah, my points only cover a few low-tier divine power cards. Contrasting his peers' meager natleg rewards with his own god-tier selection, Lin Shu felt a surreal dissonance. So this was liftoff. His gaze swept slowly across the shimmering cards. Undeniably, the Alliance had gone all out this time. Eternal Frost Prison, a legendary structure card said to be capable of suppressing deities. Even its name exuded overwhelming majesty. Frostmourne, a legendary equipment card. The name stirred faint recognition, yet its power was undoubtedly cataclysmic. Each item held incalculable value. These artifacts were likely symbolic, displayed not for utility but to inspire awe and ambition. Priced at hundreds of thousands of points, even Lin Shu and Han Bingjing could only gaze upon them from afar. Yet Lin Shu's eyes did not linger long on these illustrious cards. His gaze bypassed every legendary and epic entry, drawn inexorably to the sole option at the very bottom of the list, radiating primordial chaotic hues. It bore no card form, no dazzling visual effects. It simply hovered there, a miniature nebula slowly rotating, emanating an ancient, boundless aura. Special item: Unknown Divine Spark Fragment. Description: the final crystallization of a fallen true god's divine portfolio, authority, and comprehension of cosmic law. Regrettably damaged, residual divinity unknown. You may inherit a fragment of its divine portfolio. Required points: 90000. A divine spark. A divine spark. Lin Shu's heart skipped a violent beat. Having immersed himself in lore of the divine age since his arrival, he knew precisely what those two words signified. Ignite the divine flame. Forge the divine spark. Raise the celestial realm. This was the ultimate aspiration of every deity. The divine flame marked the threshold between demigods and true gods. The divine spark, however, was the very essence of godhood, the foundational core that defined a true god's existence or marked their tragic demise. This artifact was extraordinarily rare. Indeed, if points permitted acquiring, it was non-negotiable. Before the grand trial began, Lin Shu had already heard rumors that the top prize might be a divine spark. Now it stood confirmed. Lin Shu drew a slow, steadying breath, forcing his racing pulse to calm. The Alliance had truly staked everything this time. You see it too. Han Bingjing's voice cut through the air, cool, crystalline, and utterly composed. Lin Shu turned to find her staring intently gravely at the divine spark fragment. As the legitimate heir of the Frostvale clan, she understood its weight far more deeply than he did. Yes, Lin Shu nodded. It's dangerously hot to handle. She acknowledged him, then shifted tone decisively. But for you, it's the optimal choice. Lin Shu blinked. For me, yes. Her tone brooked no dissent. Your path of divine beast evolution remains uncharted, brimming with potential, yet perilously arduous in its early stages. By conventional means, you'd require dozens, even hundreds, of times more time and resources than others to chart your course. But with a divine spark, everything changes. A divine spark contains the residual divinity of a true god, not generic attributeless divinity, but divinity infused with divine portfolio, capable of accelerating your mastery of that portfolio. Such insight is typically reserved for archdeities only after reaching the pinnacle of demigodhood. To ascend as a true god, accumulating 10 points of divinity is secondary. What matters most is securing a divine portfolio and achieving 100% mastery, transforming raw neutral divinity into portfolio-aligned power. Even absorbing a mere 0.1 could illuminate the direction of your divine domain. Her gaze locked onto his, unervingly earnest. Therefore, this divine spark must be secured. Lin Shu listened to strange unease stirring within him. Why did it sound as though this spark had been tailored for him alone? He gave a wry smile, gesturing toward the staggering price tag of 90,000 points. Sister, look carefully. It costs 90,000. 90,000. And we have barely under 100,000 total. Acquiring it would leave us nearly depleted. Nearly depleted is sufficient, Han Bingjing replied, crisp and unyielding. How exactly are our merits being calculated? Lin Shu decided to reason this through thoroughly. He wasn't one to take advantage, especially not of women. From start to finish, your Frost Goddess and Frost Knight Legion delivered the overwhelming majority of damage. I merely contributed an Ice Frost Great Ape, serving as secondary tank. Later against the Bone Lady, although my ape uncovered her weakness, the killing blow was delivered by your absolute Frost Ray. So by contribution you account for at least 60%, I at most 40. Our total points hover near 100,000. 60-40 split, 40,000 for me, 60,000 for you. That is fair. His logic was impeccable. Yet Han Bingjing merely regarded him with a quiet, detached glance. The look one might give a foolish, wide-eyed younger brother. Have you finished calculating? She asked. Yes, Lin Shu affirmed. Then allow me to calculate. Han Bingjing extended one slender pale finger. First, without your Ice Frost Great Ape, we could never have penetrated so deeply into the secret realm. We would have been ground down by endless hordes of monsters long before. That was your contribution. She raised a second finger. Second, without your ape piercing the illusion, we would already be fresh fertilizer in that field of bleached bones. That was salvation, and likewise your contribution. Then came the third finger. Third, without your ape identifying the Bone Lady's source of power, neither of us, combined, could have matched her. We would have met certain death. That too was your contribution. She paused, having enumerated 3 decisive contributions, then fixed Lin Shu with unwavering intensity. I provided divine power. You provided the sole path to victory. Therefore, your contribution to this trial accounts for 90%. Lin Shu was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, was calculation really this subjective? Had he somehow been ensnared in her logic? 90%? That was preposterous. No, absolutely not. Lin Shu shook his head vigorously. At most 50-50. That's my absolute. I disagree. Her tone instantly chilled, glacial and absolute. Lin Shu felt his temples throb. Was claiming a reward more exhausting than defeating a boss? Gazing at Han Bingjing's expression, etched with unshakable resolve, he felt profoundly helpless. What was this heiress thinking? Wealth didn't entitle one to spend recklessly, especially not on a divine spark, the very cornerstone of apotheosis, coveted enough to ignite wars among demigods. Just as their standoff reached its peak, Han Bingjing appeared to lose patience. Without another word, she tapped the allocation interface. Teammate Han Bingjing has proposed a point distribution. Allocation proposal: Lin Shu, 900 points. Han Bingjing, 9999 points. Accept. Lin Shu stared at the confirmation prompt hovering before him, his eye twitching uncontrollably. She was serious. Are you crazy? Lin Shu exclaimed instinctively as he looked at the allocation plan. 90,000 for him, and she kept only less than 10,000. This is no longer generosity, this is charity. I'm not crazy, Han Bingjing replied calmly, as if merely distributing a trivial allowance. This is the most reasonable plan. Reasonable my foot. Lin Shu grew anxious, disregarding all politeness. I want that divine fragment. Oh, everything else is yours. What can you exchange with your points? You can't even touch the edge of a legendary item. He quickly scanned the list. With her points being less than 10,000, she could at most exchange for a decent quality epic reward, which was completely disproportionate to the gains from this event. How could he accept this? I made it clear beforehand, Han Bingjing said indifferently. For this major test, I only need one ice-type reward to assist in the evolution of my frost goddess. I don't care about anything else. As she spoke, she pointed her finger gently at the list. Epic divine creature accessory heart of extreme cold description, a strange object born at the core of glaciers for millennia, containing the purest laws of ice. Bestowing it upon an ice-type divine creature can significantly enhance its affinity and control over ice and snow powers, with a certain chance of comprehending new divine techniques. Required points for exchange, 8,000. You see, this is good. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Han Bingjing's face. 8,000 points, just enough to use. Lin Shu looked at her frugal demeanor, almost unable to suppress a laugh. Sister, you are the legitimate daughter of the Frost family. You are a peerless genius who awakened a legendary divine creature. Your goals should be the stars and the sea myths and legends. Yet you are content with just an epic accessory. If your family elders found out, they would probably be so furious they'd suffer a stroke on the spot. No, I disagree. Lin Shu's attitude was resolute as he intended to press the refuse button. However, Han Bingjing seemed to have anticipated his reaction. Don't rush to refuse, she suddenly spoke, her voice softer than before. Lin Shu, listen to me. We are friends, right? Lin Shu's finger, which was about to press the button, froze. Yes, he replied, a bit confused. Since we are friends, we shouldn't be calculative about these things. Han Bingjing looked at him, her gaze filled with a complex emotion that Lin Shu couldn't comprehend. Helping you is not charity, nor is it sympathy. I am investing. Investing? Lin Shu was taken aback. Yes, investing. Han Bingjing's eyes sharpened. I see your potential, a kind of potential that even I find shocking. Your future will not stop at just a divine realm spotlight. Your monkey, your white bone lady, and your endless strange tactics. The secrets you possess are far more than I imagined. I believe that as long as you are given an opportunity, a springboard, you will soar to great heights, becoming someone even I would need to look up to. Her words struck Lin Shu like a heavy hammer, hitting deep into his heart. He never expected to hold such a high evaluation in her eyes. This divine fragment is your springboard. Han Bingjing's tone was filled with an undeniable certainty. I'm giving it to you today to gain the most powerful ally in the future. My family appears glamorous, but the competition within is far more brutal than you can imagine. I need a helper, a truly trustworthy and sufficiently powerful one. She gazed deeply at Lin Shu. And you are the best candidate. You don't need to place too much weight on this divine. If it were a complete divine fragment, its value would indeed be immense. If it were a complete divine fragment, Donghai City wouldn't be willing to part with it. But this is just a damaged shard. How much divinity it contains, whether it can grant divine position, is uncertain. Even if you do obtain it, the mastery will be extremely low. It's merely a bit of assistance for a newly born demigod. And my family has prepared a complete ice-type divine fragment for me. Lin Shu fell silent. He had to admit that Han Bingjing's words stirred something within him. What she wanted was not his gratitude, but his future. This made the awkwardness and resistance in his heart dissipate by more than half in an instant. Indeed, why be pretentious? She had said it so clearly, and if he continued to push back, it would seem too petty. A true man stands between heaven and earth, having principles of what to pursue and what not to pursue. Since he owed her this enormous favor, he would repay her with 100-fold, 1,000-fold value in the future. With this thought, Lin Shu felt a sudden clarity in his heart. He raised his head, looked at Han Bingjing, and said solemnly, all right, I'll accept this investment. But I have a condition as well. Han Bingjing raised her beautiful brow slightly. What condition? This divine fragment is considered a loan from you. Han Bingjing looked at his earnest expression, first taken aback, then a beautiful smile blossomed on her cold face, one that would make 100 flowers pale. And Han Bingjing looked at his earnest expression, first taken aback, then a beautiful smile blossomed on her cold face, one that would make 100 flowers pale in comparison. All right. She nodded lightly. I'll be waiting. Lin Shu felt his heart race uncontrollably once again. No way, I can't hold it together. This woman is just too beautiful when she smiles. To hide his fluster, he quickly lowered his head and pressed the agree button on the allocation plan. Allocation plan confirmed successfully. Points and transfer. Congratulations, you have received 9,000. Congratulations, you have received an epic resource card, Wellspring Water from Moonlit Well. 3. Rare equipment card, Elven Bow. 1 from teammate Han Bingjing. A series of system prompts flashed across Lin Shu's screen. Before he could even take a good look, he found that Han Bingjing had transferred all the other items she exchanged with her 2,000 points back to him. Lin Shu, what about the promised investment? Why is there additional investment? Are you trying to trap me completely? Just as he was about to protest, Han Bingjing stepped ahead and completed her exchange. Exchange successful. Epic divine creature accessory, Heart of Extreme Cold. Then she closed the exchange interface, turned to Lin Shu and revealed a smile of accomplishment. Alright, it's all. Lin Shu looked at her, opened his mouth, and finally could only sigh helplessly. Forget it, no need to argue with her. After all, too much debt is not something to worry about. In the future, he would repay her slowly. However, while they were friendly finishing their distribution, the crowd in the square had already erupted. Because just a moment ago, the central light screen had live broadcasted their allocation results. First team allocation results publicized. Han Bingjing received reward Epic Divine Creature Accessory, Heart of Extreme Cold, and others. Lin Shu received reward Special Item, Unknown Divine Fragment, and others. When this line of text appeared on the light screen, the entire square fell into an eerie silence once again. Everyone looked as if they had been struck by lightning, staring blankly at the line of text, thinking they were hallucinating. Divine Fragment. That useless spotlight actually took a divine fragment. And Han Bingjing, that super genius who scored over 90,000, only got an epic accessory. What the hell is going on? Silence. A deathly silence. In the entire square, thousands of students and teachers seemed to have pressed the pause button, their mouths agape, their eyes wide with shock, staring intently at the announcement on the screen. In their minds, only one thought echoed wildly. Am I going insane? Or is this world mad? That is the divine grade. The key to the path of true divinity. Even a fragment of it is incredible. What they found even more unacceptable, incomprehensible, and unimaginable was, it was not the proud daughter of heaven Han Bingjing who obtained it, but the well-known waste Lin Shu. Fake. This is absolutely fake. The announcement system must have a bug. Finally, someone snapped back from the extreme shock and let out the first scream. This scream was like a boulder dropping into a calm lake, instantly igniting the whole scene. This is a conspiracy. It must be a conspiracy. Why should a waste be able to obtain the divine grade? I can't accept this. Classmate Han Bingjing is the true hero. The divine grade should belong to her. What is Lin Shu even worth? A mere divine realm spotlight. Does he deserve it? I get it. He must have used some sweet talk to deceive Han Bingjing into giving it to him. To let her give the divine grade to him. This person is too scheming. Utterly shameless. Waves of doubt, anger, and jealousy swept across the entire square like a tsunami. Countless malicious and resentful gazes shot towards Lin Shu, who stood in the corner like swords. If looks could kill, Lin Shu would have been cut to pieces at this moment. Zhao Ye's eyes were crimson, his nails digging deeply into his flesh, his whole body trembling. He was not angry, he was jealous. It was a kind of mad jealousy that almost scorched his rationality. Divine grade. Why is it Lin Shu? Why not me? He had worked hard and risked his life to earn over 30,000 points, exchanging them for an epic grade piece of equipment, and was already smug, thinking of himself as a dragon among men. But now Lin Shu, the waste, in his eyes, the trash he had always looked down upon, had taken the divine grade right in front of everyone. How could he balance this? How could he accept this? Parasite. This waste only knows how to live off others. Zhao Yu growled through clenched teeth, his voice filled with resentment and anger. His few lackeys immediately chimed in. That's right. Brother Yu is right. This kid is just a pretty boy, definitely seduced classmate Han with his looks. Shameless. To make a woman give him the most precious reward, he really has the gall to ask for it. If I were him, I would have already found a hole to hide in. Classmate Han is really blind. How could she choose someone like this? She would rather give the divine grade to a waste than spare one glance at you, brother Yu. These words pierced Zhao Ye's heart like daggers. He felt he had become the biggest joke in the school. The goddess he pursued would rather give the chance to become a god to a waste than team up with him. This was an absolute humiliation. Lin Shu. Zhao Yu could no longer hold back. He pushed through the crowd, storming towards Lin Shu, his handsome face twisted with jealousy. You despicable scoundrel. What exactly did you do to classmate Bingjing? He pointed at Lin Shu's nose and loudly questioned, what right do you have to take the divine grade? You should return the divine grade to classmate Bingjing. His voice was loud, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Countless people gathered around, pointing at Lin Shu and discussing. Exactly. Make him return it. A grown man living off a woman, how shameless. Lin Shu looked at the frantic Zhao Yu in front of him, then glanced at the surrounding indignant champions of justice, and found it somewhat amusing. Were these people really standing up for Han Bingjing? No, they were just jealous. They simply could not accept that a waste in their eyes had obtained what they longed for. If Han Bingjing had obtained the divine grade today, they would have only envied and marveled. But since it was Lin Shu who obtained it, they were filled only with jealousy and rage. In the end, it was just their dark psychology of why can a waste live better than me? At play. What right do I have? Lin Shu looked at Zhao Yu, suddenly smiled, took a step forward, and leaned close to Zhao Ye's ear, whispering in a voice only they could hear, just because she is willing. You These 3 words light as a feather struck Zhao Ye's face like the loudest slap. She is willing. Yes, Han Bingjing is indeed willing. Are you angry? Zhao Ye's face flushed, turning a deep shade of purple as he raised his hand, wanting to punch Lin Shu's detestable smiling face. However, his fist was caught midair by a slender yet strong little hand. It was Han Bingjing. She had somehow stood in front of Lin Shu, glaring at Zhao Yu like a lioness protecting her cubs. What do you want? Her voice was as cold as ice shards. Zhao Yu looked into Han Bingjing's frigid eyes, and all his anger and courage were instantly extinguished. He stammered, "Classmate Bingjing, don't be fooled by him. He is a fraud. He is using you. The divine grade is such a precious thing, how can you give it to him?" "I am willing." Han Bingjing's response was exactly the same as what Lin Shu had said earlier. But coming from her mouth, it carried a completely different weight. Boom. The crowd erupted again. What did I just hear? Han Bingjing said she is willing. Heavens. Is she? Publicly admitting it. My goddess. She really has fallen for this pretty boy. My youth is over. If before everyone merely speculated that Lin Shu was living off a woman, now it was Han Bingjing herself personally stepping in and forcefully shoving this bowl of soft rice into Lin Shu's mouth, announcing it to the world. Zhao Yu was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at Han Bingjing, feeling as if his worldview had collapsed. He couldn't understand where he had lost. In terms of family background, strength, and looks, what makes him inferior to Lin Shu that waste? Why? What on earth is the reason? Han Bingjing couldn't be bothered to deal with this clown any longer. She slightly loosened her grip on Zhao Yu's wrist. Zhao Yu felt as if struck by lightning, staggering back several steps before sitting down on the ground. Han Bingjing didn't even give him a glance, just turned to Lin Shu and said, "Let's go, it's too noisy here." Lin Shu nodded internally, giving 1,000 praises to this powerful and protective rich woman. With a friend like this, what more could one ask for? Just as the two were about to leave this place of turmoil, the principal's authoritative voice once again echoed through the broadcast. "Attention, all students. After this major test, the media from Donghai City will contact us to conduct a live interview with the top 10. The live broadcast will be aimed at all the divine high schools in the city, so relevant students, please get ready." As soon as the voice fell, several floating divine power cameras automatically flew to the square, precisely focusing on Lin Shu and Han Bingjing. Live broadcast. Special interview. Lin Shu's face instantly darkened. No way. Now isn't everyone in the country going to know about his living off a woman? Looking at the few dark cameras emanating waves of divine power accurately aimed at him, Lin Shu felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. What the hell is going on? A live broadcast? Are they afraid that my reputation as a sugar daddy isn't? He glanced at Han Bingjing beside him and found her still calm, as if it wasn't her being broadcasted live across the city. Truly a person from a prominent family, this level of occasion is nothing to her. Lin Shu silently complained in his heart, but given the situation, he had to brace himself. Soon a professional-looking female host in a sharp suit approached them with elegant strides. "Hello, Han Bingjing and Lin Shu. I am Xia Lin, a reporter from the official channel of the Age of Deities." The female host wore a professional smile. "Firstly, congratulations to both of you for achieving unprecedented, outstanding results in this major assessment." "Thank you." Han Bingjing was succinct with her words. Lin Shu could only nod in agreement. "We all know that the two of you have obtained a terrifying score of nearly 100,000 points along with a fragment of divine essence as a reward. The audience is very curious. How did you achieve this? Especially, how did you defeat that semi-divine 5th-tier mutated divine creature?" Xia Lin handed over the microphone, her question hitting the core of the matter. This was also what everyone was most concerned about. Han Bingjing looked at Lin Shu, seemingly asking for his opinion. Lin Shu gave her a look that said, "You take this. Come on, in matters that draw attention, of course, let the big boss take the lead. I can just stand by as a spotlight and cheer." Han Bingjing understood, took the microphone, and her cool voice spread throughout the city via the live stream. "Luck. Sister, you call killing a semi-divine 5th-tier creature luck? That kind of luck is on the level of a divine king." The smile on the female host's face stiffened for a moment, but she quickly adjusted and continued to ask, Han classmate, you are too modest. May we ask about the distribution of the final rewards?" "Hey, here it comes. The main topic has arrived." Lin Shu's heart instantly tightened. All the students in the square who were eavesdropping held their breaths. We see that in the end it was Lin Shu who obtained that extremely precious fragment of divine essence. You only chose an epic-level accessory. Many people find this puzzling, believing you to be the greatest contributor. Could you explain why you made such a distribution decision? Is this a subtle jab at Lin Shu for being a sugar daddy, or questioning Han Bingjing's romantic biases? However, Han Bingjing's answer surprised everyone once again. "Because he needs it more than I do." She looked at the camera, her gaze calm and resolute. And she paused, glancing at Lin Shu beside her, a hint of barely noticeable softness flashing in her. "Because I believe his contribution is greater." Boom. This statement carried more impact than any previous "I am willing." If "I am willing" represents a form of affection and indulgence, then "he contributes more" is an official, undeniable affirmation. She publicly justified Lin Shu in front of everyone. The crowd, who had just been shouting about dark schemes and injustice, now seemed like ducks with their necks grabbed, unable to utter a single word. Greater contribution. A divine realm spotlight, contributing more than a legendary frost goddess. But this statement came directly from Han Bingjing herself. They could question Lin Shu, but they couldn't question Han. Zhao Ye's face turned ashen. He knew he had completely lost. He lost utterly. Lin Shu also didn't expect Han Bingjing would say such things. He looked at the girl beside him who had shielded him from all storms. A warm current surged in his heart. He knew she was once again protecting his fragile dignity in her own way. All right, the interview is over. Han Bingjing seemed unwilling to say more. She returned the microphone to the female host and then grabbed Lin Shu's wrist. We should go. After saying that, she ignored the reactions of others and led Lin Shu straight out of the square amidst countless complex, shocked, envious, and jealous gazes. Until the two figures disappeared at the school gate, the female host seemed to wake from a dream and stammered her closing remarks into the camera. And this explosive live broadcast completely ignited the forums of various divine high schools. Breaking news. A divine duo appears in Donghaino, one high school with assessment points nearing 100,000. The strongest sugar daddy in history. The useless spotlight obtains divine essence, while the heavenly beauty willingly plays the supporting role. In-depth analysis. What does Han Bingjing mean by greater contribution? Is it a fact or a lie of love? All sorts of attention-grabbing headlines emerged one after another. Lin Shu and Han Bingjing's names became a sensation throughout the entire divine education sector that day. Few finally out. Stepping out of the school gate, Lin Shu let out a long breath, feeling as if he had just "Thank you for earlier." He looked at Han Bingjing beside him and said sincerely, "For what?" Han Bingjing released his wrist, returning to her cool demeanor, though her ears were slightly red. "Thank you for speaking up for me. I was just stating the facts," she replied stubbornly. Lin Shu smiled and didn't argue with her. "All right, I should head home now. You should also go back early and study that Heart of Extreme Cold well," Lin Shu said. Han Bingjing nodded. "You two study that fragment of divine essence well. Don't waste it." The two said their goodbyes at the school gate and headed home. Upon returning to the familiar little house, Lin Shu collapsed onto the sofa, feeling exhausted, yet unusually exhilarated. He opened his divine realm panel, immersing his consciousness within. In the center of the divine realm space, that unknown fragment of divine essence radiating chaotic colors was quietly floating. "Would you like to begin absorbing the unknown fragment of divine essence?" "Yes." Lin Shu chose to confirm without hesitation. Buzz. The fragment trembled lightly, transforming into a stream of light that instantly entered Lin Shu's forehead. In the next second, Lin Shu felt his consciousness being drawn into an expansive and boundless starry sky. Countless chains of laws intertwined and collided around him, evolving the cycle of creation and destruction. In the center of this starry sky, three huge luminous spheres, each radiating different hues of light, floated. Detected 3 different divine essence sources within the fragment. Please choose one to absorb. Note: once chosen, it cannot be changed. The unchosen sources will dissipate. Option 1: Destruction Divinity Incomplete, originating from a powerful deity who wields the power of destruction. Upon absorption, your divinity will carry destructive traits, and all attacks will possess immense destructive force. Option 2: Storm Divinity Incomplete, originating from an ancient deity who controls storms. Upon absorption, you will gain the ability to manipulate storms and thunder, greatly enhancing the agility and speed of your followers. Option 3: Transformation Divinity Weak, originating from a mysterious ancient being. Its essence is extremely weak, nearly non-existent. Upon absorption, the effect is unknown. The 3 options were clearly presented before Lin Shu. The first 2, Destruction and Storm, are both extremely powerful combat divinities. Either one would allow an ordinary person to rise to the top and become a peak combat deity. However, Lin Shu's gaze was fixated on the third option, Transformation. That word instantly reminded him of a monkey. Isn't Sun Wukong's 72 transformations the ultimate embodiment of transformation? And his chief master, Patriarch Bodhi, is also proficient in various transformation techniques. This transformation divinity, while seeming the weakest with an ambiguous description of effect unknown, Lin Shu's instinct told him that this was undoubtedly linked to his primal divine system. This is tailor-made for him. I choose 3. Lin Shu made his choice without any hesitation. Primal divine system, here I come. The moment Lin Shu made his choice, the 2 other luminous orbs in the vast starry sky, representing the divine sources of destruction and storm, exploded with a thunderous crash, transforming into a rain of light that dissipated into nothingness. The orb representing change, the weakest gray light, seemed to respond to some kind of summoning, suddenly bursting forth with unprecedented brilliance that instantaneously engulfed Lin Shu's entire consciousness. Choice confirmed, divine nature of change. Divine essence absorption initiated. Analyzing divine source. Analysis successful. Binding with your soul. Binding successful. Congratulations. You have successfully absorbed the divine nature of change, and your divine talent has undergone a transformation. Original talent, none. Current talent change. Beginner talent affect. You and your divine beings will experience a 100 increase in efficiency when performing deductions, learning, or imitating abilities related to change. You have a very small chance to trigger beneficial mutation when creating or evolving new divine beings. Current divine position change. 5. Divine position introduction. The change of all things, the source of evolution. All divine systems emerge from infinite changes. You can increase the mastery of your divine position by altering your followers and divine beings. A series of system prompts echoed in Lin Shu's mind. When he regained consciousness, he found himself back in his divine domain. Is this over? Lin Shu assessed his body, and it seemed there were no earth-shattering changes. There was no surge of power, nor did he comprehend any world-shattering divine art. Everything remained the same as before. A 100 increase in efficiency. Beneficial mutation. Lin Shu contemplated the effects of this changed talent, his eyes growing brighter. This talent seemed ordinary, unlike destruction and storm, which directly enhanced combat power. But for Lin Shu, this was the true divine skill. A 100 efficiency increase meant that his monkey brother could learn the 72 transformations, or Bai Gu Jing could practice the transformation technique at double speed. The time and resources saved were immense, and that beneficial mutation was brimming with infinite possibilities. This implied that in the future, when attempting to fuse followers from different divine systems, such as using the Hong Wang system to transform Western fantasy beings, not only would the success rate increase, but there would also be unexpected surprises. This talent was practically a cheat tailored for him, the Hong Wang divine system developer. I hit the jackpot. This time I really hit the jackpot. Lin Shu was so excited, he almost leaped up. 90,000 points for such a potentially limitless bug-level talent was simply too worth it. He forcefully suppressed his excitement and shifted his attention to another important prize. With a thought, a card radiating a dim purple glow appeared in his hand. The front of the card depicted a beguiling woman clad in bone armor wielding dual swords. It was the image of Lady Whitebone. Divine being Lady Whitebone, quality rare, divine system, undead system, marginal rank, demigod level, for injured, downgraded talent, bone body, passive mastery of illusion skills, bone transformation into soldier's soul, capturing melody, dual sword technique, a bone bond, unknown evolution path, unknown introduction, formed from the lingering grievances of unyielding bones. Low cultivation value. Looking at the glaring undead system and low cultivation value evaluation on the card, Lin Shu couldn't help but chuckle. The people of this world truly waste resources. To treat a renowned female demon king from Journey to the West as an ordinary undead skeleton monster was simply to fail to recognize true treasure. No wonder the theoretical framework of deities in this world is based on divine system bonds. Lin Shu began to analyze. The value of a divine being largely depends on how many followers, structures, and equipment of the same divine system it can interact with. For example, Han Bingjing's Frost Goddess can form powerful bonds with all cards of the Ice Divine System, where 1 + 1 is greater than 10. But what about Lady Whitebone? In the perception of this world, she is the undead. But what is the mainstream of the undead system? It consists of endless seas of skeletons, slow-moving zombie armies, plague-controlling liches, and death knights riding bone dragons. These all rely on human C tactics and negative status flows. But what about Lady Whitebone? She is a high-agility, high-skill illusion assassin. Her abilities are completely at odds with the entire undead system, making it impossible to find teammates to cooperate with her. A divine being that cannot form connections, no matter how strong its individual power, has extremely limited utility in the grand context of divine wars. Therefore, it is not surprising that she is rated as low cultivation value. But they have missed the most fundamental point. Lin Shu's lips curled into a confident smile. Lady Whitebone, she is not undead at all. In the original Journey to the West, Lady Whitebone appeared to consume Tang Sung's flesh to seek immortality. Her goal was to become an immortal. She transformed 3 times, played tricks on Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, relying not on brute force, but on the deceptive art of illusion. Her essence is that of a demon pursuing the Tao, not a ghost who knows only slaughter. What she sought to cultivate was the corpse-dissolving technique of the Tai Xuanmen to transform into a human with a real flesh-and-blood body and ultimately ascend to the celestial ranks. Not to remain in a dark grave controlling a pile of bones and becoming some undead queen. The path was wrong from the very beginning. Lin Shu shook his head, feeling pity for the deity researchers of this world. They were like a group of chefs with the finest ingredients, but only able to use the coarsest methods to cook, completely wasting the raw talent that is Lady Whitebone. However, this is also good. Lin Shu's mood grew increasingly cheerful. It was precisely because everyone had overlooked her that he had the opportunity to pick up such a great bargain at a minimal cost. He was eager to see Lady Whitebone shine brilliantly in his Hongwang divine system. First, I must ensure she fully returns to her senses. Lin Shu concentrated, loading the card of Lady Whitebone into his divine domain. With a flash of light in a clearing not far from Huahua Mountain, a figure of a woman dressed in a white gown, pale, yet still unable to hide her beauty, slowly took form. She was no longer in the combat stance of bone armor, but had reverted to the appearance of a weak village girl as she first appeared in the illusion. Yet at this moment her eyes were filled with confusion, vigilance, and a deep-seated weakness. The forced deprivation of her power and her transformation into a card had inflicted great trauma upon her. She gazed at this unfamiliar, vibrant world before her and glanced at the distant Huahua Mountain shrouded in celestial mist, momentarily at a loss. Is this the divine domain of that man? It was completely different from the realm filled with the aura of slaughter and death she had imagined. Just then Lin Shu's figure appeared before her. How do you feel? Lin Shu asked with a smile, his tone. Lady Whitebone stepped back, warily remaining silent, instead coldly observing him with her hollow eyes. She trusted no one, especially not someone who had defeated her and forced her into servitude. Lin Shu, however, paid no heed to her attitude and continued, I know what you're thinking. You think I deceived you, that I merely wished to enslave you and use you as a tool for battle. Lady Whitebone's gaze flickered. Clearly Lin Shu had hit the nail on the head. I admit I need your power, Lin Shu said candidly, but I will also fulfill my promise to you. I have said that I can help you rid yourself of this bone body, allowing you to possess real flesh and blood and walk the true path to the heavens. Empty words can be spoken by anyone. A cold, mocking thought echoed in Lin Shu's mind. Oh, Lin Shu raised an eyebrow. It seems you've recovered well enough to engage in soul communication. He smiled casually and said, what do you think would not be empty words? Unless you can provide a genuine method that allows me to transform into an immortal. Lady Whitebone's thoughts grew agitated. This was the deepest obsession since her birth. Immortal methods. Lin Shu feigned profundity, shaking his head. Immortal methods should not be casually passed on. However, he shifted his tone, revealing a kind smile. Before passing on the immortal method, I can first introduce you to a teacher. Teacher? Lady Whitebone was taken aback. Yes, Lin Shu nodded. Then, with a voice full of temptation, he slowly said, have you heard of Bodhi Patriarch? Bodhi Patriarch. When these four words resonated through the soul connection and clearly entered the consciousness of the bone lady, the fire of her soul, which had been as calm as an ancient well, suddenly surged violently. This name was completely unfamiliar to her. Yet for some reason, just hearing it evoked a strange sense of reverence and longing from the depths of her soul. It was as if this name inherently represented a supreme principle, the very source of the Tao. Bodhi Patriarch. Who is he? She instinctively asked, her tone involuntarily laced with a hint of trembling. He has taken the bait. Lin Shu felt a rush of joy in his heart, but on the surface he maintained an air of profound mystery. Who is he? Lin Shu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, slowly speaking with a distant and mysterious tone. He is one of the most mysterious powers in the universe. He resides in the western cowherding continent on Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain at the Shiyue Sanshin Cave. He does not concern himself with worldly affairs, does not enter reincarnation, does not meddle with karma, and is solely dedicated to imparting the Tao and enlightening those destined to receive it. As Lin Shu spoke, he quietly observed the bone lattice reaction. She had completely frozen, her originally hollow eyes now filled with shock and disbelief. Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain, Shiyue Sanshin Cave. These words thundered within her soul like celestial lightning. Lingtai Fangsuan, when combined, is it not just a representation of the heart? Shiyue Sanshin, is it not also a representation of the heart? This power's dojo is actually within the hearts of every living being. What a profound and unfathomable realm this is. The bone lady was completely stunned. Born from resentment and mingling with darkness, all she had ever seen were the strong preying on the weak and deceitful schemes. She had never imagined that in this world there existed a sage who solely devoted himself to imparting the Tao. This completely overturned her understanding. Seeing her dazed expression, Lin Shu almost burst out laughing. How could an ancient demonist like you play mind games with me, a modern person well-versed in the original text? I could easily paint a grand vision for you that you cannot refuse. He decided to stoke the flames further. Do you know the origin of that monkey in my divine domain? Lin Shu suddenly asked. The Bone Lady was taken aback, instinctively recalling the little monkey that had repeatedly seen through her illusions during battle, shining with golden light. She shook her head. He was originally a celestial stone on the peak of Huagua Mountain, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon born from the transformation of heaven and earth, named Lingming Stone Monkey. After his emergence, he was also confused, unsure of where to go. Thus, he traveled across oceans and trekked for years, seeking immortality and the Tao. In the end, after enduring countless hardships, he finally became a disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch. Lin Shu's voice was filled with narrative allure. The Patriarch saw his exceptional talent and extraordinary roots, teaching him 72 transformations and a supreme heart method called Depinchiangxianju. Now, although he is still inexperienced in the Tao, his future is destined to be that of the one who stirs the winds and clouds of the three realms, even making the heavenly court take notice. The great sage equal to heaven. The great sage equal to heaven. These 4 words seemed to carry a power that resonated with the universe, causing Sun Wukong, who was playing with the monkey horde on Huagua Mountain, to suddenly feel a sense of awareness, letting out 2 sharp cries filled with indomitable spirit. Meanwhile, the Bone Lady was utterly dumbfounded. She stared blankly at Lin Shu, then glanced at the seemingly weak little monkey in the distance, feeling her mind was overwhelmed. That little monkey. Is his future goal really to be equal to the heavens? And guiding him on this path is that Bodhi Patriarch. A complete grand worldview filled with infinite possibilities struck her soul at that moment. It turns out that the immortality she had been pursuing was merely the most insignificant step on this road to the heavens. It turns out that in this world there truly exists a supreme being who cares not for one's origins, but only for one's Tao heart. It turns out that becoming an immortal is not the end, but merely the beginning. The fire of the Bone Lady's soul flickered intensely, her thoughts for the first time appearing chaotic and disjointed. Can I also become a disciple of that patriarch? She asked in a tone bordering on a plea. Her heart was filled with desire and trepidation. As a being formed from bones in the eyes of the world, she was the embodiment of evil and misfortune. Does someone like her truly have the right to pursue the supreme Tao? Of course you can. Lin Shu's response, as I said earlier, your origins and past do not matter. What matters is your heart. He looked at the Bone Lady with an expression of utmost sincerity. You yearn to free yourself from this skeletal body to possess true life, and to no longer be regarded as an outcast by the world. This heart that seeks life is your most precious quality. For instance, you should have a human name. Let's call you Bai Jingjing. How does that sound? The Patriarch's Tao emphasizes doing things according to the heart. Your heart is your Tao. Follow me, follow that monkey, and together we will seek immortality and pursue the Tao. One day I will truly bring you before that Patriarch. Every word of Lin Shu struck precisely at the core of the Bone Lady's heart. The heart that seeks life. Doing things according to the heart. The confusion and obsession that had plagued her for countless years seemed to find an outlet at that moment. Yes. She no longer wanted to be a wandering spirit. She wanted to live. She wanted to live in this world with dignity like a true human. This is her Tao. I understand. The Bone Lady's thoughts became unprecedentedly clear and firm. She looked at Lin Shu and slowly knelt on one knee. For the first time, a look of submission and devotion appeared on her pale face. Bai Jingjing pays respects to the master. She declared her own name. From now on, Jingjing wishes to follow the master, follow the great sage, and seek the supreme Tao. I would die without regret. Ding. Your divine being Bone Lady under your guidance has realized her own Tao, and her loyalty to you has increased to absolute loyalty. Her name has been corrected to Bai Jingjing. Due to her transformation in mindset, her divine affiliation had original divine system, undead divine system, marginal current divine system, primordial divine system journey to the West awakening pending. Due to realizing the path of transformation, her quality has improved. Original quality rare, current quality epic. Pseudo note: current quality is in a potential activation state and requires specific evolution to stabilize as a true epic level. Looking at the series of system prompts flooding the screen, Lin Shu's lips curled up in a wild grin. It worked. This grand vision was painted successfully. Not only did it fully win over the Bone Lady, but it also directly altered her divine system and quality. From the undead divine system, she became part of his exclusive primordial divine system journey to the West. Her quality also shifted from rare to pseudo-epic, on the verge of true epic status, coupled with a 100 efficiency boost from his transformation talent. Bai Jingjing's future achievements are boundless. Very good. Lin Shu nodded in satisfaction and reached out to help her up. From today onward, you will be the third member of my team seeking immortality and the Tao. Go now, familiarize yourself with the environment here. There is spirit wine brewed by the monkey horde on that mountain, which will help you recover and stabilize your soul. Yes, master. Bai Jingjing respectfully bowed, then transformed into a beam of white light and flew towards Huagua Mountain. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Shu felt elated. His team seeking immortality, and the Tao had finally taken shape. After dealing with the matters concerning Bai Jingjing, Lin Shu felt as if he had just enjoyed a bottle of ice-cold cola on a scorching summer day, a single word encapsulating his mood. Refreshing. He now had 3 core employees under his command. The first disciple, Sun Wukong, a promising candidate, currently the spiritual leader and a future great sage equal to heaven. Although he was still a mischievous child running around the mountains with his potential firmly established, he would undoubtedly become a key warrior in the future. The second disciple, the Frost Demon Ape, currently serving as the team's main tank and enforcer. Despite hailing from a Western fantasy film set with somewhat mismatched aesthetics, his tough skin and strong abilities more than made up for it. He had already been won over by the charismatic in a physical sense personality of the Monkey King and was utterly loyal. The third disciple, Bai Jingjing, a newly joined member serving as the team's assassin and mage. Proficient in illusions and swordsmanship, her movement was elusive and her potential had been exaggerated to an epic level by her own persuasion. The future is promising. 1 monkey, 1 ape, 1 skeletal spirit. Lin Shu stroked his chin, reviewing his team with a fatherly smile of satisfaction on his face. This combination is quite good. There's a front line, there's damage output, there's control illusions, and there's burst potential. Although the numbers are a bit low, the configuration is quite reasonable. The Xuanxian Fandao team is officially established. Lin Shu announced with a touch of exuberance. His current task was to nurture these 3 core employees, helping them to grow as quickly as possible. For now, there was no need to worry too much about Sun Wukong. What he needed most was time to fulfill his script of seeking immortality and the Tao. Once the time is right, he would find a way to introduce him to the Bodhi Patriarch for imparting true divine abilities. The Frost Demon Ape was currently at the semi-divine 2nd tier, strong enough for the task. His main task now was to serve as the bodyguard and ferryman for the Monkey King, just wandering around the divine realm with him. Thus the focus now shifted to the newly joined Bai Jingjing. The pressing urgent matter was to help her quickly regain her strength and plan her next evolutionary direction. Corpse dispersing technique. Transforming into a human. Lin Shu's consciousness plunged into the internal network of the Age of Deities, frantically searching for relevant information. He wanted to see if this world had any similar concepts or cards. However, the search results left him greatly disappointed. Online research on undead creatures acquiring flesh and blood bodies was pitifully sparse. Most theories focused on how to enhance the skeletons of the undead, how to boost their soul flames, and how to enable them to control stronger death energy. It was completely off the mark. Occasionally, a few mentions of flesh transformation surfaced, but they were all wickedly taboo techniques. As expected, relying on the theories of this world is futile. Lin Shu sighed and exited the network. It seemed that Bai Jingjing's path of evolution had to rely on him digging through the knowledge base of primordial myths. Lin Shu redirected his attention back to his divine realm. At this moment, Bai Jingjing had already flown to the peak of Huagua Mountain. She looked at the scene before her, filled with celestial energy and fragrant spiritual fruits, her eyes brimming with novelty and awe. The life aura here was incredibly rich. It was an entirely different world compared to the desolate death plains she had previously inhabited. The troop of monkeys in the mountains, upon spotting an outsider, initially bared their teeth and displayed wariness. However, when they sensed the faint trace of transformative energy emanating from Bai Jingjing, which was of the same origin as Sun Wukong, they gradually lowered their guard, and a few bold little monkeys even approached with some fresh red spiritual peaches curious to offer them. Bai Jingjing looked at the spirited little monkeys, then at the spiritual peaches they presented, feeling momentarily. Since she gained consciousness, all living beings had looked upon her with fear, disgust, or avoidance. This was the first time a creature had shown her goodwill. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her pale hand and accepted a spiritual peach. As the peach entered her mouth, it transformed into a pure and gentle life energy that instantly flowed through her limbs and bones. What a pure energy! Bai Jingjing's mind was filled with surprise. The spiritual peaches of Huagua Mountain were far more effective than she had imagined. At that moment, Sun Wukong, who had been fast asleep on a large rock not far away, seemed to have caught a whiff of the fragrance and suddenly sat up with a start. Seeing Bai Jingjing eating his peaches, he paused for a moment, then scratched his head, as if remembering that this was the new subordinate of the boss. Thus, instead of getting angry, he let out a couple of ees, and then with a proud demeanor produced a large stone bowl from behind him. The bowl was filled with clear, sparkling liquid that exuded a refreshing aroma. It was the monkey wine brewed by the monkey troop using 100 fruits. This monkey wine, infused with the spiritual energy of Huagua Mountain, was also a rare spiritual item effective in restoring the divine soul. Sun Wukong pushed the stone bowl in front of Bai Jingjing, pointed at her, then at himself, grinning with a The meaning was clear: you, the newcomer, will stick with me and enjoy the wine. Bai Jingjing looked at the golden monkey before her, then at the bowl of fragrant spiritual wine, feeling a warm current rise within her. Is this the great sage? Although he still seemed a bit mischievous, there was a purity about him that instinctively drew one closer. Imitating the monkey's manner, she managed a somewhat stiff smile, then picked up the stone bowl and drank the monkey wine in one go. Boom! A surge of energy greater than that of the spiritual peach erupted within her soul. She felt her soul's essence, which had been damaged due to forced card transformation, being rapidly repaired and replenished. Thank you, great sage. Bai Jingjing bowed respectfully to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong proudly patted his chest, then plopped down beside her, casually wrapping an arm around her shoulder, and began to boast about how he was once the king of Huahua Mountain. Though Bai Jingjing couldn't understand monkey language, she could feel the unreserved warmth of affection being conveyed. She listened quietly, her expression gradually softening from its initial rigidity. She felt as though she was slowly integrating into this new collective. Lin Shu, observing this harmonious scene from outside the divine realm, nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, the first step in team building had been perfectly achieved. The Monkey King's social prowess indeed lived up to its reputation. With Bai Jingjing's sense of belonging and recovery issues resolved, Lin Shu finally had time to tally up all his gains from this round of assessment. His harvest this time could be described as a leap to the top. An infinitely promising transformative divine position. A pseudo-epic new member from the primordial realm, Bai Jingjing. And Lin Shu's gaze fell upon the large pile of sparkling cards which had been additional investments from. Let me see what treasures the wealthy lady has given me. Lin Shu rubbed his hands together, his face revealing an expression of anticipation as he began to inspect each item one by one. Let me see how generous the first angel investment from the rich woman truly is. Lin Shu, filled with the excitement akin to unboxing a mystery box, focused his consciousness on the pile of cards that Han Bingjing had traded to him. These were all exchanged with over 9,000 points, and without batting an eye she handed them directly to him. The information of the first card slowly emerged. First, there are 3 cards of the epic resource Moonwell Water. Epic resource card Moonwell Water, 1 portion divine system, Elven divine system. Quality epic. Effect: a magical spring water infused with pure life energy and star power. After drinking, it can rapidly heal injuries, purify negative states, and permanently enhance spiritual power in small amounts. Used to irrigate land, it can transform it into a moonlight grove suitable for the growth of magical plants. Description: May a Loon Guide. Ano protect you. Wow. Moonwell Water. Lin Shu's eyes nearly bulged out the moment he saw this card. He knew in the trading markets of the Age of Deities, this was the hard currency among hard currencies. Because its applicability was too broad. Regardless of which divine system, healing injuries, purifying negative states, and enhancing spiritual power are all necessities. This item is simply an all-purpose existence. Even though it is a one-time resource, its value is relatively low among epic cards, yet it is in high demand. A portion of Moonwell Water in the black market costs at least several hundred divine power points, and even then it's hard to come by. This is not an investment at all. This is simply throwing money into water, not even hearing a splash. He continued to look at the next card. Rare equipment card, Elven Bow Divine System, Elven Divine System. Quality rare. Effect: a magical longbow meticulously crafted by elven artisans with arrows that carry a gentle breeze effect, enhancing flight speed and accuracy. The wielder must possess certain shooting skills. Description: May the wind guide your path. The elven bow, rare quality, not bad. Lin Shu nodded. Although it was only of rare quality, this bow was highly practical and beautifully designed, with a silver-white body adorned with green vine patterns brimming with natural beauty. Who should I give this to? Lin Shu pondered, stroking his chin. Monkey brother. No, he must wield a staff. It's a matter of faith. Frost magic ape. Asking a 5-meter muscle-bound giant ape to pull such a delicate bow. The image was too beautiful for Lin Shu to imagine. Bai Jingjing. She uses swords and dual swords at that. It seems. No one can use it. Lin Shu felt a bit troubled. Forget it, let's put it aside for now. If it really doesn't work, I can hang it on the trading post and exchange it for divine power points. He continued to count. Good quality building card, Watchtower 5. Good quality follower card, Elven Sentinel 10. Common quality resource card, Tranquil Flower Bed 2. The next ones are all low-tier cards from the Elven Divine System. Although the quality isn't high, their large quantity and variety are advantageous. Lin Shu quickly understood Han Bingjing's intention. She wants me to establish a new Elven Divine System division in the Divine Domain. Lin Shu looked at these cards deep in thought. The Elven Divine System is also a fairly mainstream and powerful divine system. Its core characteristics are elegance, agility, and proficiency in archery and nature magic. If he could successfully develop an elven community in his divine domain, it would undoubtedly enrich his tactical systems significantly. But My divine domain primarily focuses on the primordial style. Lin Shu felt a bit conflicted. Having a group of elves saying may a loon protect you living alongside a group of monkeys shouting you all get training on the same land. Isn't that a bit too disjointed? Wait. Lin Shu's mind suddenly sparked with inspiration. He remembered his recently acquired When creating or fusing new divine beings, there is a very small chance to trigger beneficial mutation. Fusion. Mutation. A bold idea, startling even to himself, wildly sprouted in his mind. What if I use the concepts of the primordial divine system to transform these elves? For example, instead of believing in the moon goddess Alun, they believe in Hoi. Instead of practicing nature magic, they practice archery, transforming them from fragile guardians of the forest into primordial divine archers capable of shooting down the 9 suns. This thought, once it appeared, could no longer be suppressed. Lin Shu felt as if he had opened a door to a new world. What is the greatest feature of the primordial divine system? It is inclusiveness. Have you not seen the Jie Jiao claims to welcome 10,000 immortals with disciples of all sorts representing every conceivable background? From those with fur and horns to those born from wet eggs, there is everything. So why can't he transform beings from other divine systems into his primordial warriors? Feasible. This is absolutely feasible. Lin Shu became more excited the more he thought about it, feeling that this was a promising venture. His current transformation talent was still at the beginner level, and the chance to trigger beneficial mutation was very small. But that's okay, he could start with experiments. He could practice with these low-level elven sentinels. Even if he failed, it wouldn't be a loss. Once successful, the path ahead would be vast and limitless. He could go around acquiring those divine beings considered useless or marginalized, and then use his primordial reformation technique to transform them all into his divine army. Han Bingjing, you truly delivered this investment right to my heart. Lin Shu was utterly in awe of Han Bingjing. He had no idea whether Han Bingjing acted unintentionally or truly saw his potential and paved the way for him in advance. Regardless, he owed her a great favor. All right, let's do it. Lin Shu carefully stored all the elven cards, preparing to start his magical reform plan as soon as his divine power recovered a bit. Just as Lin Shu was immersed in the joy of digesting his gains, his deity panel suddenly beeped twice. Lin Shu opened it and couldn't help but smile slightly. The sender was Han Bingjing. The message was as concise as ever. Han Bingjing, are you there? Lin Shu shook his head with a smile. This rich girl can't even find a proper opening line for a chat. He replied, I'm here, what's up my big investor? A few seconds after sending the message, Han Bingjing's reply came. Han Bingjing, don't call me that. It was followed by an annoyed expression. Lin Shu could imagine her proud demeanor, pretending to be tough but soft-hearted on the other side of the screen. He chuckled and continued typing. All right then. Then may I ask, Miss Han, what business do you have with this kept man? This time Han Bingjing was silent for a full half-minute. Lin Shu thought she was angry and was about to apologize. Her message finally arrived. Han Bingjing, do you still care what those people say? Lin Shu was taken aback, and then his heart warmed. Lin Shu, just joking. Am I that petty? Han Bingjing, not at all. Han Bingjing, how is the research on the divine? Here it comes, finally getting to the point. Lin Shu knew this was her true purpose for contacting him today. She was still worried about him, afraid he might waste that incredibly precious divine rank. Lin Shu, it's going well, quite smoothly. I've chosen a direction that suits me very well. Han Bingjing, that's good. But Lin Shu could sense from those 3 simple words the heartfelt relief she felt. This girl, who appeared cold on the outside, was actually more gentle than anyone. The two chatted aimlessly for a while, mostly Lin Shu talking and Han Bingjing listening. Lin Shu shared some amusing stories about the monkey and the skeleton demon in his divine realm, of course omitting all core secrets, and Han Bingjing would occasionally reply with an ahu or oh, but Lin Shu knew she was listening intently. This feeling was quite wonderful. It was like a couple of ordinary young lovers sharing their daily lives. Just as Lin Shu was about to end this chat and continue training his spirits, Han Bingjing suddenly sent an Han Bingjing, do you have time in 3 days? Lin Shu was taken aback. This? Is she asking me out? Lin Shu, I have time, what's up? Han Bingjing, my father wants to meet you. Lin Shu stared at the message on his deity panel, his mind buzzing, feeling, what the heck? What's going on? Lin Shu's first reaction was that a classic scenario was unfolding. The kind of scene where someone offers $1 million to stay away from their daughter was about to play out in this divine world. No, the currency in this world is divine power. So it should be here, take 100,000 divine power points and stay away from my Bingjing. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind and his heart raced uncontrollably. Meeting the parents. These 3 words carry an inherent sense of terror for any man, especially when the other party is Han Bingjing's father. The head of the Han family. A true big shot standing at the pinnacle of this world. And here he was, a lowly citizen who had just awakened over a month ago, relying on the knowledge of a transmigrator and barely scraping by. The disparity in status between them was simply vast. This was no ordinary meet Theprince situation. It was clearly a venture into a den of tigers and dragons, a banquet at Hongmen. Why did Han Bingjing suddenly send this message? Is it her father's idea, or is it her own test? Lin Shu's mind raced, analyzing calmly. From what he knew of Han Bingjing, this girl, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, would definitely not put herself in a position to trick him on such matters. So the issue lay with her father. A patriarch of a large family busy with affairs of state, why would he suddenly want to meet someone as insignificant as himself? There are only two possible reasons. First, his performance in the grand test and his close collaboration with Han Bingjing caught his attention. He wanted to personally assess how capable this kid who has taken his precious daughter really is. Second, and most likely, he was dissatisfied with him and wanted to use his absolute power and status to make him retreat, voluntarily distancing himself from Han Bingjing. This is a bit troublesome. Lin Shu rubbed his forehead. To be honest, he really didn't want to face such matters right. His Hongwang divine system was just starting out. The monkey was still wandering aimlessly on the path of seeking immortality. Bai Jingjing had just returned to her senses, and the ice frost demon ape was merely a thug. The foundation of his entire divine realm was still too thin. He had nothing substantial to present. Going to meet her father now was just waiting to be scolded and mocked, wasn't it? What if I find an excuse to push it off? The moment this thought popped into his head, Lin Shu quickly squashed it. No way. You can dodge the first day of the new year, but not the 15th. His relationship with Han Bingjing would only grow closer with time. He would have to face her father sooner or later. Backing down now would not only disappoint her, but also leave a knot in his heart. Moreover, from another perspective, this was also an opportunity. An opportunity to showcase his potential to the Han family. Although he was weak now, he possessed an advantage that others couldn't match: complete mythological knowledge from another world. His future would not be limited to this. What am I afraid of? It's just meeting the parents. I've done it before in my past life. Lin Shu encouraged himself. He took a deep breath, calming his racing heart. On his face, he regained a calm and composed demeanor. He picked up the deity panel and quickly typed. Lin Shu Shuruan. He didn't ask why, nor did he show any surprise or hesitation. It was as if it were just a trivial matter. He knew that the more composed he appeared, the more secure Han Bingjing would feel. After sending the message, there was a moment of silence on the other end. It seemed she didn't expect him to agree so readily. After a few seconds, Han Bingjing's message finally came back. Han Bingjing, aren't you going to ask why? In her words, Lin Shu could almost see her cautious and slightly worried demeanor. He smiled. This girl, always pretending to be cold, was actually deeply concerned. Lin Shu, what's there to ask? A son-in-law must meet his father-in-law, I understand. Han Bingjing. Who is your father-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. It was followed by a blushing expression. Han Bingjing, don't be scared, my dad. He just wants to see you. You don't need to be nervous. I will protect you. Seeing the word protect, Lin Shu's heart warmed. A girl from a top-tier family told him she would protect him. This sentiment was more precious than any divine power card or resource card. With your words, I am no longer afraid of anything, Lin Shu silently thought. His smile became even gentler. Lin Shu, all right, I await the protection of our Miss Han Bingjing. So what time and place? Han Bingjing. 3 days later at 3 in the afternoon at my place. He'll come to pick you up. Lin Shu got it. After ending the chat with Han Bingjing, Lin Shu let out a long breath. What was meant to come eventually arrived. If he asked himself honestly upon his arrival in this world, he didn't have any special feelings for this proud girl. Based on Lin Shu's years of reading experience, it was best to keep a respectful distance from a large family like this. But he didn't expect Han Bingjing to be so genuine and sincere toward him, practically a venture capitalist. If it weren't for her help, his goal of rebuilding the Hongwang divine system would be even more distant than it is now. He couldn't say he felt no emotions toward this girl. 3 days. He rubbed his chin, his gaze sharpening. Though it's a bit rushed, it's enough time to make some preparation. I'm not the kind to sit and wait for judgment to come. Since I'm going, I can't go empty-handed. He wouldn't disclose anything about the Hongwang divine system, but he could at least focus on improving his divine realm and increasing his potential beforehand. He wanted that lofty patriarch of the Han family to know that his daughter was not interested in a worthless person. Lin Shu's consciousness instantly sank into his vast divine realm. It was time to take stock of his resources and then sharpen his skills. Within the divine realm, Flower and Fruit Mountain is enveloped in celestial energy, teeming with life. Lin Shu's will takes form wandering across this land that belongs to him, yet his mood is far from as beautiful as the scenery before him. With an important meeting with a big shot in just 3 days, the pressure is immense. He must enhance his presentation as much as possible within these 3 days. The so-called presentation refers to the potential of his divine realm. He begins to assess the cards in his hand. His core trump card, without a doubt, is Sun Wukong, an epic-level asset with the potential to become the future great sage, equal to heaven, a figure of mythic proportions. However, the problem is that the Monkey King is currently just a fourth-tier brat spending his days either eating peaches or wandering aimlessly at sea, lacking even a proper skill. This asset, when presented, can only be described as promising for the future, lacking immediate combat capability. The second employee is the Frost Demon Ape, a demigod at Tier 2, tough-skinned and sturdy, serving as a decent frontline meat shield. Yet its aesthetics clash with the entire prehistoric system, and its origins as a Western fantasy beast severely limit its potential, making it of low cultivation value. Although Lin Shu is eager to use his ability to alter divine roles to integrate it into the prehistoric system, he lacks the necessary conditions and opportunities. The third employee is Bai Jingjing. Recently subdued, possessing pseudo-epic level potential, proficient in illusions and swordsmanship, currently at demigod tier 4, but still in a recovery phase, unable to find space for improvement. Ultimately, he is relying solely on 2 high-tier divine beings to maintain appearances with a shaky foundation. Looking at this, my team composition seems a bit shabby. Lin Shu felt a headache coming on. His gaze fell upon another corner of the divine realm. There lay a newly opened woodland where 10 agile and handsome elven sentinels were patrolling. These are the elven divine system cards that Han Bingjing invested in after the last major test. In addition to these elven sentinels, there is a complete set of basic elven divine system cards, including the elf Bao Well Water from the Moon Well and the Watchtower. According to Han Bingjing's intention, she wanted him to establish a new elven tribe in the divine realm to enrich the tactical system. Lin Shu had indeed planned this, even ambitiously intending to magically modify these elves using prehistoric concepts to cultivate them into divine archers like Hui. However, after several days of experimentation, he found the results to be quite average. He stood before the leading elven sentinel. "Aaron, how is your archery practice going?" "The will of the divine. Lin Shu's will manifested," as he asked. The elven sentinel, named Aaron, immediately placed a hand over his heart and saluted, "Respected deity, I am attempting the method you mentioned of infusing qi and intent into the arrows. However, I feel this conflicts with the natural power granted to us by Goddess alone." His face bore a look of confusion. Lin Shu sighed. "The problem lies here. Thought imprint. These elves possess a deeply rooted and quite mature cultural belief system. They worship the moon goddess Alun, valuing nature and peace. Their strength comes from their communication with nature and prayers to the moon goddess. For Lin Shu to change their training to require a murderous aura for the archery path is akin to asking them to betray their faith. The difficulty is self-evident. While he managed to temporarily persuade them with his big-picture rhetoric, such a shift in mindset is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Moreover, the elven divine system and his prehistoric divine system lack any synergistic effects. In the era of deities, the bonds of divine systems are the core of combat power. By forcibly integrating the elven race into his divine realm, he would not only fail to achieve a greater effect, but would also waste resources due to system incompatibility. At present, the elven race is simply not suitable for my divine realm. Lin Shu made his judgment. He only intended to experiment, but it now appears this path is unfeasible in the short term. And in 3 days he will meet Han Bingjing's father. At that time, the other party will undoubtedly request a tour of his divine realm. If he sees that aside from a few inconsequential monkeys, there is only a group of elves struggling with faith issues, that scene would be a public execution. The other party would only think that Lin Shu lacks decisiveness, haphazardly mixing and matching, turning his divine realm into a disjointed mess. What future can a deity have who can't even clarify their own developmental direction? No, this absolutely cannot happen. Lin Shu's gaze grew resolute. He looked at the elven sentinels before him, as well as the elven buildings and resource cards, and a bold thought surged in his mind. These things cannot be kept. Rather than holding on to these incompatible assets and embarrassing himself before his future father-in-law, it is better to cut through the chaos and dispose of them all. Then, with the divine power obtained, he can invest in things that truly suit him. This decision is quite risky. It essentially means negating Han Bingjing's investment and plan for him. What if she gets angry? Lin Shu's mind conjured the image of Han Bingjing's cold, yet slightly proud face. He shook his head. That won't happen. She is not the type to be unreasonable. As long as he explains clearly that it is for the sake of concentrating resources and developing the core system, she will understand. Moreover, this is also a way to prove his ability to her and her father. To demonstrate that Lin Shu is not just a kept man who accepts gifts from others without any opinions of his own. He has his own plans and ambitions. With this thought, Lin Shu felt no further hesitation. He gazed at the entire set of elven divine system cards before him, enough to make countless people envious in the market, with not a trace of reluctance in his eyes. "I'm sorry, rich lady. I appreciate your goodwill, but these things are truly not suitable for me." With a thought, he began to reseal all the elven system cards within the divine realm. Elven sentinels, watchtowers, elven bows, One glowing card after another was stripped from the land of the divine realm, floating before him. After finishing all this, Lin Shu's consciousness exited the divine realm. His gaze turned to the largest online trading platform of the divine era, the Universal Exchange. It is time to turn these fixed assets into liquid funds. His consciousness immediately sank into the trading market of the Age of Deities. The Multiverse Trading Post is an online trading platform officially established by the Deity Alliance, covering all deities across the entire blue star. Every day, the number of cards and resources traded here reaches billions. Lin Shu skillfully opened the interface of the trading post, selected the seller identity, and then packaged the entire set of fairy-themed cards in his hand into a single product. Product named Fairy Divine System Beginner Development Package includes high-quality Moonwell Water Product Content Rare Equipment Card Fairy, Bow 1, Good Quality Follower Card Fairy Sentinel 10, Good Quality Building Card Watchtower 5, Common Resource Card Flower Garden 2. An Epic Resource Card Moon Well Water 3. Product Type Card Set sold as a whole, pricing fixed price 28.88 Divine Power Points. Lin Shu set this price after careful consideration. This entire card set, if sold separately, would have a total value of about 2,500 divine power. The most valuable items are the 3 portions of Moonwell water, each with a market price exceeding 500, and they are in high demand but low supply. Although the other cards are of lower quality, their variety is complete enough to directly develop a prototype of a fairy faction. For those aspiring to establish a fairy divine system but lacking connections, this all-in-one beginner's gift package is incredibly attractive. Selling as a complete package, the price is slightly higher than the market price, which is completely reasonable. 28.88 for good luck. Lin Shu chuckled and clicked the list button. Ding! Your product has been successfully listed. Almost instantaneously, a large crowd of onlookers surged below his product. Wow! A big shot in the front row. Is he selling an entire set of fairy cards? 28.88 divine power points. Oh my god, I've never seen so many divine power points in my life. The highlight is the Moonwell water. And there are 3 portions. This stuff is hard currency. How could a big shot be willing to sell it? This card set is great, very cost-effective. If I weren't specializing in the necromancy system, I'd want to buy it immediately. Don't think about it. Upstairs, look at the view count. It will probably be gone in a second. Anyone who can produce this much divine power must come from a prominent family. Lin Shu watched the continuously refreshing comments and the rapidly increasing view count, feeling utterly unsurprised. The Fairy Divine System is the mainstream divine system with a broad audience. His card set is of high quality, fully equipped, and includes 3 portions of Moonwell water, making it a luxurious beginner's village gift package that is sure to attract buyers. After listing the Fairy Tribe Cornerstone gift package on the trading market, Lin Shu did not keep a constant watch on it. In such matters, haste is of no use. Trading relies on fate, especially for such a bundled product with a considerable total price that isn't a necessity. It requires waiting for the right buyer. During these 2 days, he dedicated all his attention to studying the deity system of this world. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If he wants to thrive in this world, he must thoroughly understand the rules of the game here. The prices in this world are indeed quite interesting. Lin Shu browsed through the card value assessment white paper published by the Deity Alliance, quietly summarizing in his mind. The categorization of card quality is similar to what he previously understood: common, good, rare, epic, legendary, and the theoretical, mythical. The price is a rough range. Legendary cards are truly strategic resources, each capable of changing the landscape of a divine domain. Their value typically exceeds 1,000 divine power points, with no upper limit. Often they cannot be measured merely in divine power, and trades occur through bartering or even using the essence of divine domains. Epic cards are the core of high-end combat power and the focal point of contention among various factions. Their value ranges from 1,000 to 1,000 divine power points. The reason for such a wide gap is that the differences within epic cards can be as vast as the heavens and the earth. Rare cards serve as the backbone and are the highest quality most common deities can access. Their value ranges from 100 to 1,000 divine power points. Below that, good cards and common cards are worth little, ranging from a few to 100 points, considered basic materials. Cards of the same quality also have a clear hierarchy of value. Lin Shu's fingers glided across the screen, quickly absorbing and digesting the information. Divine creatures, buildings, resources, equipment. This ranking is easy to understand. Divine creatures are followers with the potential to ascend to divinity, the core and future of divine domain development, and thus have the highest value. Building cards, especially functional ones that can produce special troops, are the foundation of divine domain systems, second only to divine creatures in value. Resource cards provide stable output and ensure the development of divine domains. Equipment cards, while they can directly enhance combat power, are consumables and less versatile than the top 3, thus the lowest in value. Of course, this is just a general classification. Special cards like Blessed Land and Cave Heavens are harder to value, entirely dependent on specific effects. Follower cards are somewhat unique. Each card is fixed to 1,000 followers. Therefore, the value of follower cards of the same quality is greatly influenced by the quality of the followers themselves. For example, even if both are rare-level follower cards, the price of Human Heavy Infantry and Minotaur Berserker may differ by tenfold. However, regardless, the value of common follower cards is basically impossible to exceed that of divine creature cards of the same quality. Looking at it this way, Neza and Erlang Shun are indeed severely underestimated in this world. Lin Shu once again searched for information on these two deities, feeling a surge of emotions. Divine Creature, the three-headed, six-armed young god quality, Epic Divine System affiliation, Heavenly Court Divine System, incomplete description, a powerful battle deity, but due to the unclear affiliation of the Divine System, the potential for bonding is severely limited, greatly restricting cultivation value. Priced at 88 Divine Power Points. He then searched for Yang Jian. Divine Creature, the three-eyed war god quality, Epic Divine System affiliation, Guanjinku Divine System microdescription, a powerful war god wielding a double-edged blade. It is said that the third eye on his forehead possesses immense divine power. Unfortunately, the Divine System is too small, with only him and a divine dog, limiting their developmental potential. Priced at 99.99 Divine Power Points. This is already among the top tier of epic cards. Quality can change. Lin Shu looked at the card description and noticed a key detail. Even if the same Divine Creature card does not actively evolve, its quality may change as certain conditions are met. Quality can change. Lin Shu looked at the card description and noticed a key detail. Even if the same Divine Creature card does not actively evolve, its quality may change as certain conditions are met. Lin Shu thought of his Lingming Stone Monkey. When he first awakened, he was merely a Divine Domain Searchlight with unknown quality, treated as Lin Shu thought of his Lingming Stone Monkey. When he first awakened, he was merely a Divine Domain Searchlight with unknown quality, treated as a waste by everyone. However, when he loaded Flower Fruit Mountain, unlocked Water Curtain Cave, and replicated the plot of the Monkey King's emergence, the quality of the Lingming Stone Monkey skyrocketed to epic. Although the current Monkey King has yet to begin cultivating and possesses no combat power, just the powerful backing of Lingming Stone Monkey is enough to elevate him to epic. So the reason Neza and Erlang Shun are relegated to epic status is likely because they haven't found an organization. Lin Shu's thoughts became clear. Erlang Shun is perceived by the world as merely a grassroots god fighting alone at Guanjinku. Nezha's Divine System affiliation is even listed as unclear. They have no idea that Erlang Shun is one of the most outstanding disciples of the Chan teaching taught by Yuding Jinren. They also don't know that Nezha is the chief marshal of the Heavenly Court, commanding the 5 camps of divine soldiers. If Lin Shu's heartbeat began to accelerate, if someone could rebuild the Heavenly Court and have Nezha conferred as the great deity of the 3 altars at the Heavenly Court, or revive the Chan teaching and recognize Erlang Shun as a protective, true monarch, then their quality would undoubtedly break through the epic barrier and reach the legendary level instantly. This discovery made Lin Shu tremble with excitement. This is simply a path to the heavens. While others struggle for an epic card, he sees the possibility of mass-producing legendary cards. This discovery made Lin Shu tremble with excitement. This is simply a path to the heavens. Just as he was immersed in thoughts about the future filled with passion, ding, a crisp notification sound pulled him back from his fantasies. It is Han Bingjing. Lin Shu's heart skipped a beat, feeling inexplicably guilty. Could it be such a coincidence? Just as I prepared to sell the items she gave me, she shows up at my door. With a hint of trepidation, he opened the message. Han Bingjing, are you there? Still that familiar, aloof, opening line. Lin Shu steadied himself and replied, yes, what's up, my major investor? He intended to use a joking tone to gauge her intentions. After sending the message, there was a long silence. Just when Lin Shu thought she might have dropped the connection, Han Bingjing's reply slowly popped up. Han Bingjing. Following that was a small, puffed-up red devil emoji. Lin Shu couldn't help but chuckle at the expression. This girl is still so cute. He was about to continue teasing her when the second message from the other side arrived. Han Bingjing, have you loaded the cards I sent you? How does it feel? Is the elf archer adapting to your divine domain? Oh no, what I feared has come true. This is a checkup on my homework. Lin Shu looked at the for sale page of his trading platform, feeling a bit of sweat forming on his forehead. If she found out that I had hastily packaged and resold her heartfelt gift, would she show up with Frostmourne to slap? Although she hadn't replaced that sword, she surely had others. How should I put this? Lin Shu felt troubled. Should I just say it's not suitable, I sold it? That would be too hurtful. Should I lie and say it's great, it fits well? What if I get exposed later? That would be even more awkward. After thinking it through, Lin Shu decided to tell the truth. Between him and Han Bingjing there was no need for superficial things. Moreover, he believed that with Han Bingjing's intelligence, she would understand his actions. He took a deep breath and began typing. Lin Shu not yet loaded. Lin Shu Bingjing, there's something I want to discuss with. On the other side, Han Bingjing saw these two messages, her beautiful brows slightly furrowing. Not loaded. Discuss. A bad premonition surged in her heart. Han Bingjing, what is it? Go ahead. Lin Shu, the elf card set you gave me is very precious, and I am very, but Lin Shu carefully considered his words. Lin Shu, after researching and trying it out over the past few days, I found that the elf divine system is not very compatible with my own development path. Lin Shu, they are excellent, but in my divine domain they not only cannot play their maximum role, but will also waste a lot of unnecessary resources due to ideological conflicts. Lin Shu, therefore I want to sell them. When he typed the last 3 words, Lin Shu's heart jumped to his throat. He was already prepared to be questioned by Han Bingjing, or even to be blocked by her. However, the other side fell into a prolonged silence again. Just as Lin Shu was about to go crazy thinking that their friendship was about to capsize, Han Bingjing's message finally. Han Bingjing, do you think that the things I gave you are interfering with your development? Her tone sounded somewhat dejected. Lin Shu's heart tightened, and he hurriedly explained. Lin Shu, no. Absolutely not. How could I think that? What you gave me is a sign of respect. You're helping me, I know in my heart. Lin Shu, I just feel that I can't always rely on you. I need to forge my own path. Lin Shu, this card set is a huge treasure for me. But it feels more like a beautiful, ill-fitting piece of clothing. Wearing it would only hold me back. Lin Shu, I want to exchange it for the weapon that truly suits me to create my own future. That way it won't be a waste of your investment in me, right? Lin Shu expressed all his thoughts in one breath. He didn't want her to misunderstand. On the other side, Han Bingjing looked at the long message Lin Shu sent, a complex glimmer flashing in her cold eyes. She remained silent for a long time. Long enough that Lin Shu thought she was really angry. Han Bingjing, I understand. Finally, her reply came. Han Bingjing, you are right. The path of a deity must ultimately be walked by oneself. I shouldn't use my thoughts to restrict your development. Han Bingjing, if you want to sell it, then sell it. Han Bingjing, do you need my help in contacting buyers? I know a few card merchants who specialize in the elf divine system. They can give you a good price. Seeing these messages, Lin Shu was completely stunned. He had anticipated that Han Bingjing would be angry, would question him, would be disappointed. But he never expected her to calmly accept his decision. Moreover, she even wanted to help him in return. This girl's breadth of mind and demeanor were far broader than he had imagined. A warm current instantly surged through Lin Shu's entire body. Lin Shu, no need, gets already listed on the trading platform. It should sell quickly. Han Bingjing, Han Bingjing, so what do you plan to buy with this money? Her tone carried a hint of curiosity. Lin Shu smiled. He knew that from this moment on, Han Bingjing had truly transformed from a mere giver into an investor who cared about his future development. Lin Shu, it's a secret. Lin Shu, but I can guarantee it will definitely surprise you. The candid conversation with Han Bingjing completely lifted the last burden from Lin Shu's heart. He felt that his relationship with this aloof, rich woman had seemingly progressed to another level. It was no longer the simple, somewhat ambiguous camaraderie of classmates, nor was it a one-sided act of giving and receiving. Instead, it was a strategic alliance based on trust and appreciation. This feeling was quite pleasant. Just as he was in high spirits preparing to hum a little tune, the system notification from the Universal Trading House suddenly rang out frantically. Ding! Your item beginner development package for the Elven Divine System has been successfully sold. The buyer Wind Whisperer has paid 2,888 points of divine power, transaction completed. After deducting a one-platform fee 88 points of divine power, your actual income from this transaction is 2,859. 12 points of divine power. Your account balance has been updated. Wow, that was fast. Lin Shu was taken aback by this official. From listing to completion, it took less than 5 minutes. He glanced at the buyer's ID, Wind Whisperer, and it was clear they were a diehard fan of the Elven Divine System. It seemed that his beginner gift package truly hit the sweet spot for some people. Lin Shu opened his divine panel, staring at the balance section, and felt his breath quicken at the long string of glittering numbers. Divine power balance, 3,127. 12 points. He originally had over 200 points of divine power, and with the income from this card sale, his total assets had directly surpassed 3,000. 3,000 divine power. This was definitely a significant sum. Enough to allow any newly awakened deity to take off right from the spot. I've struck it rich. This time it's really happening. Lin Shu rubbed his hands excitedly, feeling more confident in his speech. With this money, he could finally start implementing his long-planned bargain hunting scheme. He forced himself to calm down his excited emotions and then immersed his consciousness back into the vast. This time he was no longer the penniless fool with pockets cleaner than his face. He was a divine tycoon holding 3,000 in cash ready to shop. First, I need a clear goal. Lin Shu did not wander aimlessly like a headless fly, but began to calmly analyze his needs. The journey of the Monkey King to seek immortality had hit a snag, and he couldn't count on it in the short term. Although Bai Jingjing and the Frost Demon Ape were capable fighters, one was injured, and the other was a temporary aid, making their foundation unstable. What he needed most now was a basic believer who could quickly provide a large amount of belief value and integrate into his primordial system. In simple terms, he wanted to expand his monkey horde. Although Flower Fruit Mountain could automatically breed Lingming Stone monkey bloodline descendants, that speed was too slow to keep up with his growing demands. Directly purchasing a batch of high-quality monkey believer cards was the quickest and most effective way. Quality must be high, reproduction ability strong, and intelligence can be a bit lower. Lin Shu silently listed his selection criteria in his mind. High quality meant great potential and thus more belief value provided. Strong reproductive ability was to quickly snowball and form a scale effect. As for low intelligence, which was seen as a fatal flaw by others, it became an advantage for Lin Shu. No matter how foolish the monkeys were, as long as they ate peaches every day, they could gradually be enlightened into smart believers. Moreover, low intelligence and fierce temperament also meant that no matter how foolish the monkeys were, as long as they ate peaches every day, they could gradually be enlightened into smart believers. Moreover, low intelligence and fierce temperament also meant they were harder to manage, which naturally resulted in lower prices in the market. Wasn't this the bargain hunting target tailor-made for him? What others saw as garbage, he saw as treasures. Perfect. Lin Shu praised his brilliant idea. He immediately entered these stringent conditions into the trading house's filter. Type believer card. Race monkey. Quality epic or above. Characteristics high reproductive ability, low intelligence, fierce temperament. As he clicked confirm, the dazzling array of cards on the screen was instantly filtered down. What remained were some oddly shaped monkeys that looked tough to deal with. Lin Shu took a deep breath and began to carefully scrutinize each one. He knew that the opportunity that could make him soar to great heights was hidden among these discarded garbage. The first card he saw was one radiating a dark red glow. Epic believer card, Blood Fury Ape. Description: a type of monkey driven mad by blood and anger. It is tireless and pain immune, a natural berserker. But it has a very short lifespan, usually living no more than 3 years. Selling price, 1200 divine power. Blood Fury Ape. Sounds good, but too reckless with little potential for growth. Lin Shu shook his head and swiped past. He then saw a completely black card. Epic believer card, Shadow Strike Ape. Description: an assassin lurking in the shadows, skilled in ambush and assassination. But it is inherently suspicious and extremely difficult to trust others, even to the point of backstabbing its master. Selling price, 1000 divine power. Backstabbing its master. That's not acceptable. Oh, my little temple can't accommodate such a traitor. Lin Shu swiped past again. He patiently sifted through the cards like an experienced online shopper searching for buried treasures among the trap. Just as he was about to lose patience, a seemingly ordinary building card, even lacking in radiant effects, suddenly caught his eye. That card was casually tossed by the system into the recommended for you corner, appearing as if it were a piece of unwanted garbage. However, the moment Lin Shu saw the name of that card, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. His breath also stopped completely at that instant. The 6 simple words rare building card, Tongbi Temple, struck like thunder in Lin Shu's mind. Tongbi Temple. He stared at the card, his heart racing uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap. He immediately clicked on the detailed information of the card, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Building card, Tongbi Temple. Quality rare. Deity system unknown. Effect: it venerates an ancient deity known as Tongbi Yuanho. Once loaded, it can provide a slight strength and agility boost to monkey-type believers within the divine realm. There is a very small chance that believers will comprehend a fighting technique called Tongbei Fist. Description: an ancient temple of unknown origin, whose deity Tongbi Yuanho is not recorded in the existing pantheon, thus classified as a wild god and an obscene cult. The temple's enhancement effects are weak and extremely unstable, lacking investment value. Price: 99 divine power points. After reading this detailed introduction, Lin Shu was completely stunned. Immediately after, a joy more intense than winning the lottery erupted within him, overwhelming all his reason like a volcanic eruption. He could hardly suppress the urge to throw his head back and howl in excitement. Tongbi Yuanho. Grasping the sun and moon, traversing mountains, discerning fortune and misfortune, manipulating the cosmos. This is one of the 4 mischievous monkeys. An existence comparable to his spiritual stone monkey son Wukong. In this world, he is regarded as an unknown wild god. And the temple that venerates him, this should be a mythic level architectural card, is actually rated as rare. The price is even shockingly low at 99 points of divine power. What the hell, this is not a find. This is simply the Divine Alliance shoving a national treasure disguised as street merchandise into his hands while begging him to accept it. Wasting heaven's resources. This is insane wastage. Lin Shu trembled with excitement. He quickly glanced at the user reviews beneath the card, and as expected they were all negative. Negative review. Trash card. Anyone who buys it will regret it. I spent 100 divine power points to buy it hoping to buff my divine realms diamond giant ape, but it was utterly useless. That so-called Tongbei fist has a comprehension rate lower than winning the lottery. I have 5,000 monkeys and none learned it. Negative review. You're not alone. This temple is just a pretentious item. Its enhancement effects are negligible, not even as good as a decent war totem. I suspect the quality of this card is fabricated. It is not worth being rated as rare. Neutral review. Actually, I can't say it's completely useless. I have a little monkey in my divine realm who by chance comprehended that Tongbei fist and indeed became a bit fiercer in combat. But that's it. It was still beaten by the same tier werewolf believers. Overall, the cost effectiveness is extremely low, not recommended for purchase. Summary. This card is a trap. The deity it venerates is unknown and the deity system is also uncertain, making it impossible to form a bond. The so-called Tongbei fist is just a gimmick. For 99 divine power points, I could buy several decent equipment cards that are far better than this. Rated industrial waste. Looking at these insightful comments, Lin Shu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ignorance. You mortals have no idea what you have missed. Tongbei Yuanho elusive and secretive. It's entirely normal for the people of this world not to recognize him. And Tongbei fist is not some ordinary fighting technique. It is the supreme divine ability that leads directly to the Tao. It is the signature skill of Tongbei Yuanho. These ordinary monkey believers with their mixed bloodlines and lowly backgrounds naturally cannot grasp its essence. But what if it were a true Tongbei Yuanho learning it? Thinking of this, an ancient, yet wise figure suddenly appeared in Lin Shu's mind. The one who guided the Monkey King to seek immortality and then retired after achieving success, the old ape of Tongbei. There has always been great controversy regarding the true identity of that old ape. Some say he is just an older, wise, ordinary monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain. Others say he is Tongbei Yuanho from the Four Mischievous Monkeys. Lin Shu had only suspected it before, but now he was 90% sure that he is indeed Tongbei. Moreover, this old ape was refreshed into his divine realm by the system only after the Monkey King's Seeking Immortality event was triggered. What does this mean? It means that the old ape in his divine realm is the destined master of this Tongbei temple. My heavens! Lin Shu felt as if his heart was about to stop. A bold and crazy plan instantly took shape in his mind. To use this trash card that everyone despises to summon a true mischievous divine monkey. Once successful, what he gains will not just be a powerful force. It will also be a complete, infinitely expandable system of the Four Mischievous Monkeys. This is the true path of ascension for his ancient divine system. Lin Shu's gaze was fixed firmly on the golden purchase button. His account had over 3,000 points of divine power. And this card only requires 99 points. This is not even a question of choice. This is heaven feeding him directly. Ding. You have successfully purchased the rare building card Tongbei Temple for 99 points of divine power. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the system prompt, that garbage card, which seemed worthless to others, steadily fell into Lin Shu's pocket. Success. Lin Shu let out a long breath, feeling as if he had accomplished a monumental feat. He didn't even have time to select new monkey followers and hurriedly exited the trading market. At this moment, he just wanted to immediately verify his conjecture. Lin Shu locked the door of his dormitory, drew the curtains, and then instantly plunged his consciousness into his vast divine realm. Within the divine realm, Flower Fruit Mountain remained shrouded in celestial aura. Lin Shu's will took form, not lingering on the beautiful scenery of the mountain, but flying straight towards a secluded valley at the back. There lay the hiding place of the Tongbei old ape. Since guiding Sun Wukong on his path to find immortality, this mysterious old monkey seemed to have completed his historical mission and no longer participated in any affairs of the monkey group, spending his days quietly sitting in this valley observing clouds and the blooming and falling of flowers like a true recluse. Soon Lin Shu found that familiar figure beneath a 1,000-year-old ancient pine. The old ape sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, his gray-white fur gently swaying in the mountain breeze, with no energy fluctuations emanating from him, looking just like an ordinary aging monkey. But Lin Shu knew this was merely a facade. He could sense that beneath this seemingly ordinary exterior lay a terrifying power as deep and unfathomable as the abyss. It was a kind of wisdom and sorrow that had been refined through endless years, having seen the changes of the world. Lin Shu slowly landed before the old ape, making no sound to disturb him, merely standing quietly. After an indeterminate amount of time, the old ape's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. What kind of eyes were those? Murky, yet they seemed capable of seeing through all. Calm, yet seemingly containing the rise and fall of stars. Divine Lord, you have arrived. The old ape's voice was hoarse and aged, yet it carried a steady calm that put one at ease. Elder, Lin Shu slightly bowed to him, paying his respects. He held deep respect for this guide who had led the Monkey King and opened the entire journey to the West Chapter. I have come this time to ask you a question, Lin Shu stated directly. Speak, Divine Lord. I want to know your... Lin Shu's gaze was fixed firmly on the old ape's eyes, not missing any subtle changes in his expression. However, the old ape's face showed no ripples. He merely smiled faintly, a smile full of zen. Does it matter who I am? I'm just an ordinary monkey who has lived a bit longer. He was denying it. Lin Shu's heart sank slightly. Could it be that he was mistaken? No, that wasn't right. Lin Shu quickly calmed himself. He knew that beings like this old monster who had lived for countless years were very profound in their thoughts and would not easily reveal their true identities. His reluctance to admit it was simply because he had not yet shown enough sincerity, or rather he had not presented a token that could prove his identity. With that thought, Lin Shu ceased to say more. With a flick of his mind, the Tongbi Temple card he had just obtained, he slowly extended the card towards the old ape. Elder, could you take a look at this? Do you recognize it? At the very moment that the card appeared, the old ape, who had remained calm and seemingly indifferent to everything in the world, suddenly trembled violently. His murky eyes erupted with two terrifying beams of light. His gaze fixed intensely on the card. His breathing became rapid. His aged body even trembled slightly with excitement. This is... He reached out his dry, wrinkled hand to touch the card, but hesitated, as if afraid of something stopping in midair. His voice was hoarse and dry, filled with disbelief and endless desolation. Tongbi Temple. How could it appear here? Seeing his disheveled appearance, the last heavy stone in Lin Shu's heart finally crashed to the ground. He had bet right. He was the Tongbi ape. Elder, now can you tell me your true identity? Lin Shu looked at him, asking each word. The Tongbi old ape slowly raised his head to look at Lin Shu. The calmness and indifference that were previously in his murky eyes had vanished, replaced by an incredibly complex emotion. There was shock, nostalgia, sadness, and even a hint of relief. He remained silent for a long time, ultimately letting out a long, deep sigh. That sigh seemed to exhale the solitude and waiting of hundreds of years. Sigh. Well, since the Divine Lord can find this item, it must be fate. He looked at Lin Shu and slowly stood up. At the moment he stood, the ordinary aged aura around him vanished without a trace. In its place was a terrifying momentum that seemed to manipulate the universe at will. His form still appeared old, but his gaze had become sharp as an eagle, as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. The four monkeys of the world, the Tongbi ape. I pay my respects, Divine Lord. He deeply bowed to Lin Shu. When the words Tongbi Yuan Ho were clearly uttered from the old ape's mouth, Lin Shu felt as if his heart, though he had long suspected, hearing him admitted in person still gave Lin Shu a dizzying shock. The four monkeys of chaos. This was a legendary existence. A top-tier divine monkey that could stand shoulder to shoulder with his monkey brother Sun Wukong. And now here it was standing right in front of him, bowing in respect. Elder, please rise quickly. Lin Shu hurried forward, wanting to help him up. What a joke, having a chaotic divine monkey bow to him like this made him fear for his lifespan. Etiquette must not be disregarded. The Tongbi old ape insisted, only straightening up after completing a full bow. From now on you shall be my divine master, and I shall merely be an ordinary follower of yours. His tone was calm, yet resolute. Lin Shu looked at him, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. He understood that the old ape was declaring his position and attitude to him. All right. Lin Shu no longer hesitated, nodding. In that case, I shall call you Tongbi from now on. As you command, Divine Master. Tongbi. Lin Shu's gaze fell upon the temple card, curious as he asked, what is the origin of this temple? Why do you? The Tongbi old ape followed his gaze, and his expression grew complex again. This temple was built by my own hands long ago. His voice carried a hint of distant nostalgia. That was a long, long time ago, before I embarked on my journey of cultivation, when I established a refuge for myself. But later, due to unforeseen circumstances, I acquired an enormous opportunity, yet also stirred up a catastrophic disaster, and had to abandon this temple, fleeing to distant lands, living in obscurity. I thought I would never see it again in this life. Yet today, unexpectedly, I have been rediscovered by you, Divine Master, from the endless currents of time and space. In truth, I merely happened to know the Tongbi Yuan Ho and stumbled upon it in the market. Lin Shu couldn't help but scoff inwardly. He spoke so casually, yet Lin Shu could hear a hint of indescribable sorrow and loneliness. An enormous opportunity. A catastrophic disaster. Lin Shu's curiosity ignited fiercely. There must be a monumental story behind this. However, he tactfully chose not to inquire further. Everyone had their own secrets, especially an ancient being who had lived for who knows how long. A mysterious smile appeared on the old ape's weathered face. He looked at Lin Shu and suddenly spoke, Divine Master, do you know why I have appeared in your divine domain? Lin Shu's heart stirred, knowing the main topic was at hand. I would like to hear the details. All of this is the arrangement of a great power. The Tongbi old ape's eyes revealed a trace of reverence. That great power foresaw that in this realm the Lingming stone monkey would be born, initiating a journey concerning the fortunes of heaven and earth. But the heavenly secrets are chaotic and variables are abundant. Though the stone monkey has astonishing potential, its disposition remains uncertain and the path ahead is fraught with difficulties. Thus that great power sought me out. She borrowed me from my original timeline with supreme magical power, placing me into your nascent divine domain, and instructed me to guide that stone monkey at a critical moment, helping it embark on the path of seeking immortality. She promised me that as long as I could accomplish this task and assist that stone monkey in achieving its goals, I would be able to resolve the calamity I faced back then, allowing me to regain my freedom and attain fruition. Lin Shu listened, his heart racing. A great power. A journey to the west. He instinctively thought of one person. The great power you mentioned, could it be? Not to be spoken of, not to be spoken of. The Tongbi old ape shook his head, a deep taboo etched on his face. The name of that great power must not be spoken lightly. The divine master only needs to know that she is a compassionate bodhisattva. Bodhisattva, indeed. A great wave surged in Lin Shu's heart. He had previously guessed that logically beings and items in the divine domain should not simply refresh out of nowhere. Yet divine beings in this world could trigger plot lines and initiate evolution within his divine domain. This undoubtedly indicated that every person in this world, upon turning 18 and becoming a master deity, opened a divine domain connected to the endless secret realms of the outside world. His divine domain, since loading Wagwashan and evolving his nameless monkey into the Lingming stone monkey, must have already been influenced by ancient powers who laid out plans here, driving the plot forward. And he, merely relying on his understanding of the plot, pushed a little at the right moment. Now the words of the Tongbi old ape completely confirmed his suspicions. Ancient powers, upon sensing the birth of the Lingming stone monkey, had begun orchestrating events behind the scenes. Specifically, they commissioned the Bodhisattva Guanyin to deploy the Tongbi old ape into his divine domain to serve as the guide for his monkey brother in the novice village. All of this was a script that had long been arranged. So that's how it is. Lin Shu felt that many things that had confused him in his mind suddenly became clear at this moment. No wonder the Tongbi old ape would refresh out of nowhere in his divine domain. No wonder he would appear to guide his monkey brother at such a coincidental time. This was not a random event at all, but rather the operation of the heavenly Tao, a move made by a great power. And he, as the owner of the monkey brother, naturally became a piece in this game. No, that's not right. Lin Shu smiled slightly. He was not a mere piece. He was a variable who came with a strategy intruding into this game. If he were just one of the countless unknown awakeners of ordinary monkeys, he would naturally be unable to help the monkey brother evolve into the Lingming stone monkey and unlock rare plot lines. Even if he accidentally triggered the evolution of the Lingming stone monkey, a typical person would be unaware of the opportunities for seeking immortality and would not let their innate divine beast wander aimlessly in the divine domain. Once he called back the monkey brother, preventing the plot from advancing, then no matter how many magical powers and wisdom the ancient powers possessed, they could only be left helpless in the outside world. But if those great powers from the ancient times truly existed, how could there be no news of them in this world? According to textbooks, the countless secret realms in today's world appeared when people collectively unlocked their divine domains 100 years ago. So far, the highest level of secret realms seems to only be at the true god level, and even then only powerful true gods have appeared, which is already an impressive big boss of a secret realm. If figures like the Tathagata Buddha and Bodhi Patriarch truly existed, they would definitely not be limited to the true god realm. Could it be that there are still higher realms in this world? Is it possible that the deities from the higher realms are the ones who opened divine domains for the people of this world, unlocking their innate divine beasts? As long as those in the lower realms can replicate mythological plotlines and cultivate systematically and reasonably, the deities from the higher realms can project their power according to the rules to assist divine beings in their evolution. And the developmental circumstances of different divine systems in the lower realms might be able to influence the rise and fall of the divine systems in the higher realms. Of course, this is just his one-sided speculation. The mysteries seem to be increasing. Lin Shu smirked. Regardless, the advantage is on my side. If his guesses are correct, such a powerful ancient divine system has become so desolate today due to scattered legacies. As a player with an advantage, am I not a coveted treasure in the eyes of the ancient powers? Moreover, if it were someone else, they would never discover the true identity of the Tongbi old ape, only allowing it to complete its mission and then disappear without a trace. Others would never know the old ape's true identity, nor would they find this Tongbi temple card to keep him around. But now, because of his appearance, this script has been forcibly rewritten. The Tongbi old ape, who should have been a one-time NPC, has now become the most loyal warrior under Lin Shu's command. This is the greatest advantage of being a traveler. Tombi, let me see your attributes. Lin Shu suppressed the excitement in his heart and said to the old ape. Divine creature, long-armed monkey. Quality epic. Divine system, primordial divine system, 4 mischievous monkeys. Rank 9th, tier demigod. Divinity, Qiankuan, 99 strength, 49. Talent, Qiankuan manipulation passive, significantly shrinks mountains and moves stars highly attuned to spatial laws. Skills, backfist, demigod level move stars, and change dippers demigod level invert yin and yang demigod level. Status damage, Dao foundation strength sealed, currently can only exert 2nd tier demigod strength. Description, seizing the sun and moon, shrinking mountains, discerning fortune and misfortune, manipulating Qiankuan. One of the 4 mischievous monkeys with extraordinary origins and limitless potential. Due to a mistake in early training, his Dao foundation was damaged, and he is yet to achieve the status of a true immortal. Epic quality. 9th tier demigod. Lin Shu's eyelids twitched. What does being a 9th tier demigod mean? It signifies the pinnacle of demigods. One step further is to ignite divine fire and condense divine rank, achieving true god status. Although he can currently only exert 2nd tier demigod strength due to his damaged Dao foundation, he is not as powerful as Bai Jingjing, who is at 4th tier demigod. But this potential is simply earth-shattering. Once his injuries heal and his strength is unsealed, he will become the most elite ace under Lin Shu. At the same time, he can also confirm the correspondence between the primordial realm and the power system of this world. From human immortal to Tai golden immortal corresponds to the 1st to 9th tiers of demigod. Tai golden immortal is a true god. What a fortune! This time I've hit the jackpot. Lin Shu looked at the unfathomable old monkey before him, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a billion. Just as Lin Shu was feeling pleased, his mind suddenly jolted, and he felt as if he was frozen in place by a spell. Something is off. It's too smooth. Subduing this long-armed monkey has been too easy, as if walking on a tightrope over an abyss. Lin Shu suddenly turned around, fixating his gaze on the old hunched monkey behind him. Long-armed monkey. Epic quality 9th tier demigod, one of the 4 mischievous monkeys. This is a powerful being from primordial mythology capable of seizing the sun and moon and shrinking mountains. Even in decline, it is still greater than a starving camel. And what about me? A high school student who has just awakened his divine domain for less than a month with scant divine power and a barren divine domain. It's like an ant suddenly finding the reins of an elephant. An ant points and the elephant follows. Why should it? Just because his life divine creature is monkey brother. Lin Shu's fervor instantly cooled, replaced by extreme calmness and scrutiny. There is no loyalty without reason in this world, especially in a realm where deities abound and followers are as numerous as dogs. Unequal power is the original sin. What is the divine sovereign command? The long-armed old monkey stood respectfully, hands by his side, posture impeccable. Let's speak plainly, wanting to clarify his intentions. What is the divine sovereign command? The long-armed old monkey stood respectfully, hands by his side, posture impeccable. Let's speak plainly. You understand what this divine domain is and who I am, right? The long-armed old monkey raised his head, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his murky old eyes, quickly fading away. Naturally aware. The old monkey's voice was steady, carrying the weight of one who has seen through the world. This place is the interior landscape of your divine sovereign and a small world that is currently developing. And you are the master of this world, commonly referred to as a deity. Boom. Lin Shu's heart exploded with a thunderous sound. The master god. This old monkey actually knows the concept of deity. In this world where everyone is a deity, divine creatures are mostly ignorant, only knowing to pledge loyalty to deities, rarely comprehending the essence of the divine domain. This old monkey not only knows, but even explains it more thoroughly than a textbook. Lin Shu stared intently at the old monkey's facial muscles, trying to catch even the slightest hint of malice. Before entering my divine domain, where were you? The long-armed old monkey smiled. A meaningful smile creased his wrinkled face. A good question from the divine sovereign. The old monkey sighed, his gaze drifting towards the misty peak of Flower and Fruit Mountain in the distance. I am not a native spirit of this realm. I am a loner wandering through myriad realms, drifting for countless years. I have seen those who call themselves Olympians, the thunder god, and those robed in white, self-proclaiming heaven as birdmen. Lin Shu's heart raced. Goodness. Just as he had guessed, there is indeed a place similar to the upper realm which accommodates the inheritances of countless divine systems, the myriad realms. This old monkey is practically a living travel guide to the myriad realms. He has even encountered the divine systems of Greek mythology and biblical mythology. Afterwards, you entered the divine domain under the Bodhisattva's guidance to assist Monkey Brother. Well, I understand that. The question is, since you have completed the task, why recognize me as your master? The divine sovereign may not know, but you are the possessor of the Lingming stone monkey, already under the gaze of a powerful being, potentially leading to the great calamity of journey to the west with limitless potential. I am descended from the heavens, originally unable to actively reveal my identity and had no reason to stay. But now that the Divine Sovereign has unveiled my identity and attached the long-armed shrine to my dwelling, I naturally have a reason to remain. As for the various other mysteries, due to the constraints of rules, I am afraid I cannot speak further. Lin Shu understood. Looking at it this way, what he randomly guessed earlier might indeed be very close to the truth. And the reason this long-armed monkey is willing to stay can be called bound sale. Because he has monkey brother, he can attract the long-armed old monkey. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. Once you have the first piece, the second will naturally come knocking. Dwelling. I see it as occupying another's nest. Lin Shu sneered, unceremoniously piercing through that layer of window paper. You are now a 9th-tier demigod. Even if sealed, your foundation is still there. And my divine domain has just begun. If you harbor malicious intentions and turn the tables, what will I use to stop you? This is a very practical question. There are countless stories of inviting wolves into the home and ultimately being eaten by them. Who can guarantee that this old monkey is not in disguise? What if he devours his divine soul once Lin Shu lowers his guard and occupies this divine domain? The air instantly froze. The wind stopped and the leaves ceased their rustling. The long-armed old monkey looked at Lin Shu, his old eyes carrying not anger from being offended, but rather a hint of admiration. It is a good thing for the Divine Sovereign to possess such vigilance. If you were truly unguarded, I would rather worry that the revival of the 4 mischievous monkeys might collapse halfway. However, the Divine Sovereign is overthinking. It is not that I do not wish to, but that I cannot. Cannot. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow. Exactly. The long-armed old monkey extended a thin, withered finger pointing at the sky above. This is the rule. Rule A. Lin Shu followed the old monkey's finger and looked up. Above is a blue sky with a few lazy white clouds floating, showing no signs of anything abnormal. The rules of the Great Path are irreversible. The long-armed old monkey lowered his hand, his tone becoming exceptionally serious. We outsiders wishing to enter the Divine Sovereign's divine domain must sign a contract and be subjected to the absolute suppression of the divine domain's rules. This is a protective mechanism. Protecting whom? Naturally, it is to protect those like the Divine Sovereign who are yet to grow into true gods. Lin Shu pondered. This setting sounds a bit familiar. It's like the newbie protection period in online games. Or perhaps, instance-level restrictions. How exactly does the suppression work? Lin Shu pressed on. Now that the conversation has reached this point, he must get to the bottom of it. Realm. The long-armed old monkey uttered 2 words. No matter what level we are at in the outside world, once we enter the divine domain, our own realm will be forcibly suppressed. To what extent? It cannot exceed the realm of the strongest believer within the divine domain. Lin Shu was taken aback. The strongest believer. He quickly reviewed his own strengths in his mind. Currently the strongest in the divine domain aside from the old monkey before him is Bai Jingjing. Bai Jingjing is a 4th-tier demigod, but the status panel of the long-armed old monkey now shows 2nd-tier demigod. That's not right. Lin Shu immediately spotted the blind spot. Bai Jingjing is 4th tier, why are you only 2nd tier? The long-armed old monkey smiled wryly and pointed at his own chest. That is due to my own lack of diligence. My Dao foundation is damaged and only a fraction of my strength remains. If I had entered in my prime, I would have only been suppressed to match that lady white bone at most. Lin Xin closed her eyes tightly, sensing carefully. Perhaps due to being exposed by the arm-extending monkey, Lin Shu could indeed faintly perceive the existence of the so-called rules. So that's how it is. Lin Shu suddenly realized the heart that had been hanging was finally set at ease. This is fundamentally why the arm-extending old ape, despite being a 9th-tier demigod, could only exhibit 2nd-tier strength. Apart from his own injuries, the more significant factor was the restrictions of the Divine Realm rules. It's like a level 100 character with full divine gear entering a level 10 novice village dungeon. The system directly forces your attributes down to level 10. You want to dominate the heavens and the earth. Dream on. Here the dragon must coil and the tiger must lie low. Huff. Lin Shu let out a long breath, feeling the cold sweat on his back dry in the wind. These rules are simply tailor-made for someone like him, a cheater. He had previously worried that if he summoned big shots like Bodhi Patriarch or Tathagata Buddha, would they just blow the divine realm apart? Or would the big shots in a fit of displeasure wipe out this divine lord? Now it seemed he was just being overly. Even if the Bodhi Patriarch came, as long as the strongest believer in his divine realm was still a demigod, the Bodhi Patriarch would have to obediently remain a demigod. Want to rebel? Not a chance. Now I can rest easy. Lin Shu's face regained a smile, this time filled with genuine relaxation. Since there are no more worries, it's time to get down to business. He no longer hesitated and immediately tossed the arm-extending shrine card high into the air. Loading. Buzz. The card transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly merging into the land of Huagua Mountain. In the next second, the entire Huagua Mountain began to tremble violently. In the valley at the back mountain, an ancient and magnificent stone temple rose abruptly. The temple's style was filled with an ancient, desolate aura, as if it had traversed time from that distant primordial era. On the plaque of the temple's main entrance, 4 large characters were inscribed in bold strokes. Arm Extending Shrine. The moment the temple was completed, an invisible golden divine light shot up from the top of the temple, precisely landing on the arm-extending old ape. The arm-extending old ape's body shook violently, as if a powerful vitality had been injected into his aged form. The sealed aura around him showed signs of loosening. Ding! Your divine creature arm-extending monkey resonates with the exclusive building arm-extending shrine. Arm-extending monkey receives the shrine's blessing. All attributes increased by 20. Foundation recovery speed increased by 10. Arm-extending shrine receives the faith enhancement from arm-extending monkey. Quality upgraded. Original quality rare. Current quality epic. Epic level building arm-extending shrine. Effect 1. Divine monkey's protection. All monkey-type believers in the divine realm receive a moderate increase in strength and agility attributes. Effect 2. Martial arts master. All monkey-type believers in the divine realm, when observing the divine statue in the shrine, have a certain chance to comprehend Tongbei Fist Fragment. Arm-extending monkey himself may impart Tongbei Fist to other believers here. Effect 3. Qian Kuan Dojo. Arm-extending monkey cultivates here. All skill proficiency acquisition speed increased by 50. Ding! Detected that your divine realm has gathered 2 of the 4 monkeys of chaos. Special bond 4 monkeys of chaos has been unlocked. 24. Bond effect primary. Your divine creature Lingming Stone Monkey and Arm-extending Monkey, when on the same battlefield, all attributes increased by 10. Bond introduction. Among the heavens and earth, there are 4 monkeys of chaos, not fitting into the 10 categories. The first is Lingming Stone Monkey, adept in transformation, aware of heavenly timing and earthly advantages, able to shift stars. The second is Chichioma Monkey, knowledgeable in yin and yang, understands human affairs, adept at entering and exiting, evading death and prolonging life. The third is Arm-extending Monkey, seizing the sun and moon, shrinking mountains, discerning fortune and misfortune, manipulating the universe. The fourth is 6-eared Macaque, skilled in listening to sounds, capable of discerning principles, knowing the order of things. All matters are clear. Collecting all 4 monkeys may lead to earth-shattering changes. A series of system prompts flooded Lin Shu's mind. Lin Shu looked at the lengthy bond introduction, trembling with excitement. The 4 monkeys of chaos. The bond has been unlocked. Although it's just the primary effect, it means he has found the most core development direction for his divine system. Chichioma Monkey. 6-eared Macaque. As long as he finds these 2, his journey to the West team will be complete. Divine Lord, how do you feel? The voice of the arm-extending old ape pulled Lin Shu back from his excitement. Lin Shu looked at him and saw that the aura of the old ape was evidently stronger than before. Although still a second-tier demigod, the imposing presence was even more astonishing. I feel very good, Lin Shu exclaimed sincerely. With the arm-extending shrine and the arm-extending old ape as the martial arts master, his plans to recruit a new monkey troop now have more confidence. He could already imagine a group of violent monkeys proficient in Tongbei Fist rampaging through his divine realm. Arm-extending, let's go handle the next matter. Lin Shu was now filled with vigor, not wanting to waste a second. Divine Lord, please command. Go pick a batch of new monkeys. Lin Shu waved his hand full of enthusiasm. With the core building of the Tongbei Divine Altar, Lin Shu felt a newfound sense of stability in his divine realm system. Previously, his divine realm resembled a chaotic mixture. While Huagua Mountain served as the core, it was merely led by the Monkey King alone. Although the Frost Demon Ape and Bai Jingjing were capable fighters, one was an external aid from the Western fantasy, and the other was a necromantic assassin, creating a disjointed atmosphere that hindered effective collaboration. But now things were different. The inclusion of the Tongbei Old Ape, along with the unlocking of the bond known as the 4 Monkeys of Chaos, provided him with a clear direction for future development, specifically to build an exclusive and powerful Divine Monkey Legion centered around these 4 divine monkeys. In this legion, the choice of the core clan was of utmost importance. From his perspective, selecting followers hinged on 3 key points: first, potential; second, loyalty; and third, whether their beliefs aligned with the divine duties and divine system of the master. On this matter, he also sought advice from the well-informed Tongbei Old Ape. Master, you embody the divine nature of transformation and have constructed your divine system centered around my 4 monkeys of chaos. Therefore, when selecting new monkey clans, we must not only focus on their current strength, but also emphasize that. Lin Shu pondered over this term. Malleability. Indeed, the Tongbei Old Ape nodded, a glimmer of wisdom sparkling in his eyes. If a clan's bloodline and beliefs have already crystallized like that of the elves, attempting to change their allegiance would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even if forced to change, the effort would only yield meager results, resulting in more loss than gain. Thus, we should choose those clans whose bloodlines have yet to solidify and whose spiritual intelligence remains undeveloped, akin to a blank slate. Such clans would be the easiest for us to transform and mold, seamlessly integrating them into our primordial system. Lin Shu nodded, repeatedly resonating with the heroic insights. His previous decision to acquire a monkey group with low intelligence stemmed from this consideration. Building on this, Lin Shu further analyzed. The future of the Monkey King bore another significant plot. The Lingming stone monkey, a naturally born stone monkey, did not fall within the 10 categories of species and was not subject to the cycle of life and death. However, when the Monkey King returned after his training, Yama of the underworld, unaware of destiny, sent ghostly messengers to claim his soul. According to the narrative, the Monkey King would subsequently erase the names of all monkeys from the ledger of life and death. From that moment on, all monkeys would attain immortality, escaping reincarnation. A grand uproar in the underworld, erasing the ledger of life and death. This would undoubtedly be one of the most majestic and exhilarating scenes in the Monkey King's life. For ordinary demigods, altering the rules of life and death was a domain far beyond that of true gods, an unfathomable distance. Yet this incident concerning the Monkey King was bolstered by tribulation energy and promoted by the heavenly path. In other words, this was scripted and inevitable. Upon realizing this, Lin Shu felt as if he had struck gold. This was destiny, also known as fate. He could seize this opportunity to ensure all his monkey followers achieved immortality. This was an achievement even true gods could not accomplish. Since the monkey clan was destined for immortality, did he still need to concern himself with their lifespan when selecting monkey groups? Not at all. In fact, the shorter their lifespan, the better. Because a monkey with a lifespan of merely 3 to 5 years compared to one that could live for 100 years would possess entirely different desires for longevity. The former would express an overwhelming faith in the god that rescued them from the brink of death. Lin Shu could hardly imagine. I understand. Lin Shu exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. What we need are those monkeys that have extremely high reproductive capacity but very short lifespans. Master is indeed wise. The Tongbi old ape chuckled, stroking his beard. With this approach, we can rapidly amass a large base of followers in a short time. Once the Monkey King creates havoc in the underworld, these short-lived monkeys will instantly gain the attribute of immortality. At that time, the power of faith will undoubtedly surge explosively to an unimaginable level. Lin Shu became increasingly excited, feeling as though he had discovered the key to wealth. This was essentially a bug that allowed for infinite faith value. Moreover, the Tongbi old ape added, Master, from my observations, if a clan has a very short lifespan, they will inevitably evolve other characteristics to thrive within their limited existence. For instance, greater strength, more arms, and more ferocious combat instincts. They would channel all their potential into combat and reproduction, abandoning the option of longevity. Such clans, while clearly flawed, would be precisely what we need at this moment after slight transformation to become our most needed fearless Dao soldiers. Lin Shu nodded in agreement, admiring the insights of this ancient being. No wonder he had lived for countless ages. This train of thought and perspective nearly rivaled his own as a player with advantages. Tongbi, you truly are my hidden gem. Lin Shu excitedly patted the old ape's shoulder. Master, you flatter me. All right, our goal is clear. Lin Shu was now brimming with enthusiasm. Open the trading post and start shopping. He conveyed his needs to the Tongbi old ape. Quality must be high, preferably epic. They need to have strong reproductive abilities, short lifespans, low intelligence, and fierce temperaments. Oh, and the price cannot be too high. Well, I only have a little over 3,000 divine power. The Tongbi old ape merely smiled slightly upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Master, there's no need to complicate matters. Oh, I know of such a monkey, the Tongbi old ape said slowly, and if I remember correctly, it should perfectly meet all your requirements. Do you know? Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback, then immediately filled with joy. Quick, tell me. With the Tongbi old ape as a living dictionary, it was far more reliable than fishing for information in the trading market. The Tongbi old ape stroked the gray-white beard on his chin, his eyes revealing a hint of nostalgia. Speaking of which, it was before I went into hiding during my travels across the heavens that I once encountered a certain tribe by chance. They hail from a world known as the beast god system, inherently filled with chaos and destruction. Their lifespan is pitifully short, lasting only about a mere 10 years from birth to death. Thus, they pour all their potential for life into combat and reproduction. Every adult male possesses 8 robust arms with immense strength, making them virtually invincible in close combat among their peers. Their temperament is exceedingly ferocious and fearless, making them natural war machines. Their only drawback is their low intelligence, acting purely on instinct like wild beasts. 8 arms. Incredible strength. A 10-year lifespan. Low intelligence. Lin Shu's eyes sparkled brighter with each detail. This was the perfect follower custom made for him. What is the name of this tribe? Lin Shu asked eagerly. The 8-armed demon ape. The Tongbi old ape slowly uttered the 4 words. 8-armed demon ape. Lin Shu immediately entered the name into the search bar of the Universal Trading Post. In a flash of light, a card emanating a rich dark red aura of malevolence instantly appeared. The card depicted a massive ape, its size comparable to a small mountain covered in long black fur. It had 8 terrifying arms like reinforced steel, each adorned with menacing bone spikes, and its blood-red eyes brimmed with madness and brutality. Just looking at this card, Lin Shu felt a suffocating sense of oppression. He immediately clicked on the detailed information. Epic level follower card, 8-armed demon ape god system, beast god system quality epic description, a powerful combat race from the beast god system possessing 8 arms and innate divine strength, making them meat grinders on the battlefield. This race has an extremely short lifespan, average 1,015 years, low intelligence, and is very difficult to tame, requiring a vast amount of flesh and blood resources for reproduction. Trait 1. 8-armed frenzy, can attack simultaneously with all 8 arms at an incredibly fast speed, making it hard to defend against. Trait 2. Bloodthirsty rampage, the heavier the injuries sustained in battle, the stronger the desire to attack, becomes enhancing both strength and speed. Trait 3. Rapid reproduction, given sufficient flesh and blood supply, they reproduce at a pace far exceeding that of other creatures of similar rank. Comprehensive evaluation, a type of war machine, with both pronounced strengths and weaknesses. Their powerful melee capabilities and reproductive potential have made them favored by certain chaotic and abyssal deities. However, their difficulty in taming low intelligence and massive resource consumption deter the majority of deities. Price, 3,000 divine power points. This is it, Lin Shu exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement as he looked at the card's attributes. Epic quality, 8-armed frenzy, bloodthirsty rampage, rapid reproduction. Their combat capability and potential for explosive recruitment are simply astonishing. As for those so-called drawbacks, Lin Shu saw them as absolutely trivial. Difficult to tame. With the Tongbi old ape as the ancestral master of the monkey tribe under bloodline suppression, even the fiercest monkeys would have to obey. Low intelligence. The spiritual peaches of Huagua Mountain are more than enough. If fed daily, even the dullest monkey could be enlightened. High resource consumption. He had the entire Huagua Mountain blessed land as a logistics base with spirit fruits available everywhere. He wasn't worried about raising a bunch of monkeys. This card, which others might see as a useless piece, was a trump card in his hands. The only issue was the price. 3,000 divine power points. Not too much, not too little, just right at the edge of his budget. Buying this card would leave him back at square one, turning him into a pauper. To buy or not to buy? Lin Shu hesitated for only a brief moment. Buy. He had to buy. This was a crucial step that would determine the foundational development of his entire prehistoric god system. Money could be earned again, but a perfect epic level follower card that matched his system so well if missed could never be found again. However, before purchasing, there's one more question. Lin Shu's gaze fell on the glaring words, Beast God. He looked at the Tongbi old ape beside him and asked, Tongbi, these 8-armed demon apes are after all creatures of the Beast God system. If I integrate them into the divine realm, will I truly be able to completely transform them into members of our prehistoric god system? This was the most critical question. If the conflict within the god system couldn't be resolved, then what he brought back would merely be a group of incongruous fantasy fighters, not the prehistoric Dao soldiers he desired. Hearing this, the Tongbi old ape smiled, while stroking his beard, his eyes full of confidence. My lord, have you forgotten what your greatest reliance is? My greatest reliance. Lin Shu was taken aback. It is your transformation divine office. The Tongbi old ape's voice carried a hint of reminder. Using the Tongbi shrine as a conduit with your transformation divine office at its core, guided by the primal aura of my 4 mischievous monkeys. Don't even mention mere monkeys from the beast god system. Even true abyssal demons, I am confident I can transform them into the guardians of the East. Furthermore, we could even sacrifice a part of their lifespan or squeeze out their potential to exchange for greater strength, allowing them to gain even more powerful abilities during the transformation process. For instance, letting them learn my Tongbei fist. Just imagine an 8-armed demon ape unleashing the Tongbei fist. What a scene that would be. As Lin Shu listened to the Tongbi old ape's description, a vivid image instantly materialized in his mind. An 8-armed demon ape with its 8 arms like a violent storm unleashing a flurry of punches. That scene. Wow. So fierce. Lin Shu felt his blood beginning to boil. Great. He hesitated no more and directly pressed the purchase button on the trading post interface. Are you sure you want to spend 3,000 divine power points to buy the epic level follower card 8-armed demon ape? Confirm. Purchase successful. Your balance is now insufficient. Please top up promptly. Lin Shu looked at his suddenly empty account and felt not a tinge of regret, but instead an unprecedented anticipation. His prehistoric god system was about to undergo an epic expansion. The foundation of his divine realm would also experience a tremendous surge today. Having acquired the trump card known as the 8-armed demon ape, Lin Shu felt an invigorating energy coursing through his body. Although he had returned to being broke, the exhilaration of spending money wisely was simply delightful. However, before officially loading this card and commencing his grand primordial transformation plan, Lin Shu felt it necessary to thoroughly study his newly acquired divine office of transformation. This was foundational to his livelihood and the basis for all his future cunning maneuvers. It seemed that the Tongbi old ape, sensing Lin Shu's thoughts, timely inquired, "Does the master still have doubts regarding the divine office of transformation?" Lin Shu nodded and admitted, "Indeed, I have absorbed this divine essence, but my understanding of it feels rather. I only know that it can enhance efficiency and has a chance to trigger mutations, but I am unsure how to use it or how to improve my grasp on it." The Tongbi old ape smiled slightly at this. "There is no need for concern, master. The path of transformation is not something that can be mastered in one go. It is more akin to a passive talent subtly nurturing the world around you. You need to continuously create and merge to slowly comprehend and master it." Comprehend and master. Exactly. The Tongbi old ape explained, "You can regard the divine office of transformation as a form of proficiency. The more you use it, the deeper your understanding of the path of transformation becomes, and your mastery of this divine office will increase. Once your mastery reaches a certain level, your divine office will naturally enhance your proficiency until it Lin Shu's eyes lit up at this revelation. Proficiency system. I understand this. So how do I use it? I can't just mold clay figures every day in the divine realm, can I? Haha, you jest, master. The Tongbi old ape stroked his beard and said the usage of the divine office of transformation primarily revolves around two aspects. The first is modification. It's just like what we are about to do to the 8-armed demon ape. Using a corresponding token as a guide, like my Tongbi shrine, then utilizing your divine power to alter the bloodline, faith, and even the soul affiliation of a different species. This process itself is a profound application and comprehension of the path of transformation. Each successful modification will significantly enhance your mastery of the divine office. Lin Shu nodded, understanding this well. It's just like conducting experiments. The more complex the project, the faster the skill improvement. And what is the second? The second is fusion. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the Tongbi old ape's eye. Once your understanding of the path of transformation reaches a higher level, you may even attempt to fuse two or even multiple different divine beings into a brand new unique creation. For example, merging the agility of a wolf with the strength of a bear, or fusing the eyesight of an eagle with the venom of a snake. This process is fraught with peril. A moment's negligence could result in the creation of a deformed, uncontrollable monster. But if successful, what you create may be an entirely new species with boundless potential. Moreover, each successful fusion will enhance your mastery of the divine office tenfold, 100-fold. Fusion. Lin Shu's heart raced at this revelation. Isn't this the synthesis function? This transformation divine office is incredibly overpowered. Now he finally understood why the direct combat power of this divine office was zero. Because it was not meant for fighting at all. It was an ultimate auxiliary divine skill focused on creation and development. I understand now. Lin Shu took a deep breath, feeling his future plans had become significantly clearer. His primary task now was to continuously modify the 8-armed demon ape to enhance the proficiency of his transformation divine office. Once his proficiency was high enough, he could attempt to fuse even more powerful beings. A perfect growth loop had formed. Tongbi, thank you for your guidance. Lin Shu sincerely expressed his gratitude. Having such an old grandpa as a consultant who had lived for who knows how many years saved him countless efforts. Resolving the master's doubts is my duty. The Tongbi old ape bowed. Now that the theoretical knowledge has been learned, it is time for practice. Lin Shu's gaze sharpened and filled with anticipation. No longer hesitating, he focused his thoughts, and the freshly acquired 8-armed demon ape card appeared in his hand. Tongbi, are you ready? Always ready, master. Good. Lin Shu took a deep breath and hurled the card toward a vacant patch of ground at the foot of the flower fruit mountain. Load. 8-armed demon ape. Boom. The card exploded in midair, transforming into a soaring dark red beam of blood light. The monkeys playing in the mountains were startled by this terrifying aura, screeching and scattering in all directions. Even Sun Wukong, who was boasting with Bai Jingjing at the mountaintop, suddenly stood up, his golden fur bristling and his fiery golden eyes fixed on the blood light, filled with vigilance and combat intent. Amidst the blood light, towering 5-meter fearsome black figures began to slowly coalesce. 1,000 epic 8-armed demon apes are about to descend. A deafening roar converged into a devastating sound wave sweeping across the entire flower fruit mountain. Countless ancient trees where uprooted rocks tumbled down, and the ground trembled violently. The 1,000 newly arrived 8-armed demon apes were like ferocious beasts unleashed from their cages, their blood-red eyes filled with a thirst for slaughter and destruction. They surveyed their surroundings, gazing upon this land rich in vibrant life, their greedy and brutal expressions nearly materializing. In their simplistic minds, everything here was food that could be torn apart and devoured. Whoa! One of the closest 8-armed demon apes could no longer suppress its bloodthirsty instincts. It roared, its 8 arms propelling it off the ground, its massive body shooting forth like a cannonball, targeting a small monkey on the hillside that was trembling in fear, crouching down to protect itself. Just as that small monkey was about to be torn to shreds, in that moment of imminent danger, an ancient and imposing voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Impudent. The voice was not loud, yet it seemed to carry a magic that commanded obedience. The 8-armed demon ape midleap suddenly stiffened, and with a thud it fell from the air like a stone, crashing down and creating a large pit. It struggled to rise, but found its body as though pinned down by an invisible mountain, unable to even move. Not just it. The 1,000 8-armed demon apes, which had been roaring and rampaging, froze in place, as if they had been hit by a spell the moment they heard that voice. The madness and brutality in their blood-red eyes were instantly replaced by a fear that originated from the depths of their souls. They slowly lifted their heads to look towards the source of the voice. In midair stood a gray-haired old monkey, not particularly tall, even somewhat frail, standing with his hands behind his back, quietly floating there. He appeared unremarkable, with not a trace of energy fluctuation emanating from him. Yet this ordinary old monkey instilled a sense of dread in the souls of all the epic 8-armed demon apes, causing their blood to nearly freeze. The king. That was an absolute, unresistible sovereign king who ruled over all. The supreme bloodline that all simian beings must worship. The Tongbi old ape. He did not even need to lift a hand. Merely by relying on the innate blood pressure of the 4 mischievous monkeys, he subdued these 1,000 brutal demon apes, rendering them completely immobile. A group of ignorant and arrogant beasts. The Tongbi old ape snorted coldly as he slowly descended from the air and approached the group of demon apes. As he passed by, all the 8-armed demon apes could not help but lower their proud heads, their bodies trembling violently from fear. This was bloodline suppression. In front of a true monkey king, even the fiercest wild monkey was merely a little brother. Lin Shu watched this scene with delight in his heart. It settled. With the Tongbi old ape as the disciplinary committee, this group of 8-armed demon apes would not stir up any waves. God Master, you may begin. The voice of the Tongbi old ape brought Lin Shu's thoughts back to the present. Good. Lin Shu nodded, took a deep breath, and began to mobilize the transformation divinity he had absorbed not long ago. His eyes glowed with a faint gray light. In his vision, the entire world transformed. He could see clearly that each 8-armed demon ape was entwined with dark red chains representing the beast god. These chains were their source of power and the root that bound them, preventing them from integrating into their primal self. What he needed to do was use his transformation divinity to sever and reshape these chains. In my name I command. Transformation. Lin Shu shouted softly, pouring all his mental energy into the transformation divinity. At the same time, the Tongbi shrine far in the back mountain shone brilliantly. A pure golden divine light filled with primal energy surged from the shrine, crossing space and precisely enveloping this area at the foot of the mountain. This was the Tongbi old ape using his source power to guide and empower Lin Shu's demonic modification plan. Buzz. The moment Lin Shu's transformation divine power came into contact with the primal aura of the Tongbi shrine and the 8-armed demon apes, an anomaly occurred. Roar, roar, roar. All the 8-armed demon apes began to scream in pain. The dark red chains on their bodies twisted and deformed violently under the impact of the 2 powers, emitting cracking sounds. This was a formatting process, painful yet necessary. Lin Shu gritted his teeth, exerting all his effort to maintain the output of his divine power. He could feel his divine power rapidly depleting, but simultaneously his understanding of the transformation path deepened at an unprecedented speed. Ding. Your mastery of the transformation divinity has increased by 0.1. Ding. Your mastery of the transformation divinity has increased by 0.2. During this painful formatting process, the 8-armed demon ape with the strongest willpower was the first to complete its initial metamorphosis. Ding. Your mastery of the transformation divinity has increased by 0.2. 2. During this painful formatting process, the 8-armed demon ape with its eyes were no longer filled with chaos and brutality, but instead carried a hint of clarity and intelligence. It looked at its 8 arms, and then at the Tongbi shrine, which emanated supreme martial truth in the distance. Then under the astonished gazes of all, it slowly and clumsily assumed a fighting stance. That was none other than the posture of the Tongbei fist. At the same time, Lin Shu's faith value panel began to surge wildly. Your new follower Primal Demon Ape has contributed 10 points of faith value to you. Your new follower Primal Demon Ape has contributed 10 points of faith value to you. The faith value began to soar. A smile of confidence curled at the corner of Lin Shu's mouth. From this day forth, his divine monkey army was officially formed. As consciousness withdrew from the divine realm, Lin Shu let out a long breath, feeling a bit fatigued mentally. He glanced at the data on his personal deity panel, his brows furrowing involuntarily. Daily faith growth approximately 8,000 points. Among them, the monkey group from Flower Fruit Mountain contributed over 30,000 points, and with the successful modification of the 8-armed demon ape, his faith income had reached nearly 80,000 points of faith per day. What does that even mean? According to the official ratio of converting 10,000 faith points into 1 point of divine power, his stable daily income now stood at 8 points of divine power. If this number were to be revealed, it would be enough to make 99% of the students at the school kneel down and call him father. It must be noted that many students who have awakened rare quality divine beings toil for a month, and their daily faith income might not even reach 8,000. Yet Lin Shu couldn't feel any happiness at all. I'm still poor. He couldn't help but lament in his heart. 8 points of divine power sounds like a lot, but in this age of deities, it's merely a drop in the bucket. A high-quality rare card requires hundreds or even thousands of points of divine power, let alone those epic cards that often cost several thousand. The main issue still lies with the quality and intelligence of the monkey group. Lin Shu calmly analyzed. Although he had successfully modified the group of 8-armed demon apes, branding them with the laws of the primordial divine system, they were originally beasts, and their intelligence awakened very slowly. Even with daily access to intermediate spiritual peaches, they could only provide a meager amount of faith, which is entirely inadequate given their status as a top-tier epic species. As a top-tier force within the epic ranks, their faith contributions were actually quite limited, which is the downside of low intelligence. Fortunately, with the ongoing awakening of intelligence among the spiritual peaches and the continuous breeding of the monkey group, the faith value should still increase steadily. Over time, Lin Shu consoled himself. Aside from the faith value, what troubled him even more was his own realm. Deity rank half-divine first stage. This glaring first stage made his teeth ache every time he saw it. Unlike divine beings that can elevate their ranks through bloodlines and energy accumulation, they as main gods had only one way to advance: condensing divinity. Every time he condenses a point of divinity, he could elevate 1 rank. Condensing a single point of divinity requires a whopping 10,000 points of divine power. 10,000 points of divine power. Currently, after exhausting himself daily to earn 8 points, he would need to refrain from eating and drinking for nearly 3 years in order to ascend to the second stage of half-divine. 3 years from now, the yellow flower will have wilted. Lin Shu felt that his future was bleak. That rich girl Han Bingjing had probably reached at least the second stage of half-divine after awakening for a month. This is the difference between cash-capable players and ordinary players. I can't think about it anymore. The more I think, the more frustrated I get. Lin Shu shook his head. Soon he would be meeting Han Bingjing's parents. He needed to decide what to showcase in his divine realm and what must remain hidden. Lin Shu's will manifested hovering in midair, overlooking his flourishing territory, pondering how to deal with the situation. First and foremost, the secret of the primordial divine system must never be revealed. This was Lin Shu's bottom line. It was his greatest trump card for survival. Once leaked, who knows what kind of coveting and trouble it would attract. Thus, before Han's father, he must disguise his divine realm as an ordinary beast divine system centered around monkeys. In that case, the cards in my hand are actually quite limited. Lin Shu began to count his actors. The ace in his hand was undoubtedly the long-armed old ape. Divine being, long-armed ape, quality epic, rank 9 stage, half-divine, Dao foundation, damaged, currently can only exert the power of half-divine second stage. An epic divine monkey at the half-divine second stage would suffice to dominate most situations if revealed. Moreover, the existence of the long-armed old ape could perfectly explain why he was able to subdue the unruly group of 8-armed demon apes. With the ancestral figure of the monkey clan in place, let alone the 8-armed demon apes, even if a 16-armed one showed up, it would have to kneel and sing conquered. However, the identity of the long-armed old ape must be concealed. Just say it's a mutated, rather intelligent ancient ape. Lin Shu silently arranged a character setting for the old ape in his mind. Being suppressed to the half-divine second stage, it wouldn't stand out particularly among many divine beings, making it a nice surprise. The second enforcer, the Frost Demon Ape. Divine being Frost Demon Ape, quality rare, rank half-divine second stage. Although this fellow has a Western fantasy style, it is still a monkey and can be classified under the ape category. With the strength of half-divine second stage, it has a tough hide and flesh, making it quite a rarity in combat prowess. The third potential star, by Jingjing. Divine being by Jingjing, quality epic pseudo, rank half-divine fifth stage. By Jingjing's strength is currently the highest, but her visual aesthetic presents a greater issue. How can a skeletal beauty be related to the monkey divine system? Fortunately, Bai Jingjing was subdued by Lin Shu in the secret realm with the help of Han Bingjing. Some deities can occasionally recruit and control divine beings outside their own divine systems, which isn't too far-fetched. With that in mind, he unexpectedly already had 3 half-divine level divine beings under his command. Just this number alone would be enough to make any new deity feel despair. 3 half-divines along with that group of monkeys from Flower Fruit Mountain that have begun to take shape, and 1,000 8-armed demon apes that are being modified. Lin Shu looked down at the army of demon apes suffering under the golden light of the long-armed divine shrine, revealing a satisfied smile. With this lineup going in front of my future father-in-law to show off should be enough, right? He wasn't aiming to slap faces or show off. He merely wanted to prove that he had potential capability and was worthy of Han Bingjing. As Lin Shu's divine realm flourished, 3 days swiftly passed. Han Bingjing came as promised to introduce him to her family. At the school gate, a completely black, understated, yet luxurious hovering vehicle quietly came to a stop before him. The car window slowly lowered, revealing Han Bingjing's coldly beautiful face. "Get in the car," Lin Shu opened the car door and sat down. A wave of cool air mixed with a faint fragrance and icy essence enveloping him. The interior of the car was spacious, decorated simply, yet filled with a sense of technology. "Are you nervous?" Han Bingjing casually asked while controlling the hovering vehicle. "A bit," Lin Shu. "Don't be afraid," Han Bingjing said in a flat tone, gazing ahead. "My dad is actually quite nice, just a bit serious usually. Just don't let him scare you." "Don't worry, I have a great mental fortitude," Lin Shu chuckled, trying to ease the atmosphere. "Besides, you're here to protect me, right?" Han Bingjing's ears turned slightly red at a visible rate. Observing her cautious tone as if afraid he might be scared, Lin Shu sat boldly, showing no signs of worry. "Scared? What would I be scared of? With the entire primordial mythological system tucked in my pocket, would I fear a mere family patriarch?" Just kidding. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved with Han Bingjing's family so soon. His primordial divine system had just begun with too many secrets. Exposing it too early to these big figures was not a good idea. However, since his crossing, Han Bingjing had been just a stranger in his eyes, but to her he was truly regarded as a cherished childhood friend. She had provided him with 1,000 points of divine power as startup capital, shared the family's secret evolution secret method, and even handed him precious divine fragment shards during the grand test. This kindness was invaluable. Regardless of how her father viewed him during this meeting, whether beneficial or not, Lin Shu would do his best to help her in return. With such a mindset, Lin Shu felt a surge of confidence coursing through him. Sitting in the car, his consciousness instantly sank into the vast expanse of the divine realm. He was already fully prepared. As the vehicle drove away from the bustling city, it entered a wealthy district nestled among mountains and waters. Each villa here resembled an independent manor with astonishingly large plots. Finally, the hovering vehicle came to a stop in front of a manor surrounded by towering ice crystal walls. The main gate of the manor was carved from a single massive block of cold jade pulsating with powerful divine runes. At the entrance stood 2 rows of guards clad in silver armor wielding ice crystal long halberds. These guards were all made of ice elements. Lin Shu's eyes twitched. Good heavens, using rare quality elemental beings as gatekeepers. This is what a big family looks like. As the vehicle entered the manor, Lin Shu was further awestruck by the scenery before him. The entire manor resembled a miniature kingdom of ice and snow. The ground was covered with pristine ice crystal tiles, with various fantastical flowers and plants sculpted from ice lining the paths. Even the air was filled with floating ice crystals, refracting vibrant colors in the sunlight. An elderly man dressed in a proper butler uniform had long been waiting at the villa's entrance. "Miss, you have returned. This must be Mr. Lin Shu, correct?" The old butler respectfully bowed. "Yes, Wang Bo," Han Bingjing nodded. "Where is my father?" "The master is waiting for you in the study." Under the old butler's guidance, Lin Shu followed Han Bingjing into the villa that resembled a palace of ice and snow. Inside, the decor was extraordinarily luxurious, yet exuded a sense of coldness and authority. Lin Shu felt as if he had walked into the set of Frozen. The two arrived at the study door on the 2nd floor, where Han Bingjing paused and turned to Lin Shu, whispering, "Don't be nervous, I'm here." After taking a deep breath, she pushed open the heavy oak door. The study was large and well-lit. A middle-aged man in a black suit, elegant in appearance, yet exuding an unyielding authority, sat behind a massive desk handling documents. He did not look up, but a powerful pressure belonging to an upper-class individual hit Lin Shu momentarily, stealing his breath away. This was Han Bingjing's father, the patriarch of the Han family, Han Tianqing. "Dad, we're here." Han Bingjing's voice held a hint of restraint. Han Tianqing slowly lifted his head. His gaze, like two sharp ice blades, bypassed his daughter and landed squarely on Lin Shu. It was an examination, an inquiry with a trace of barely perceptible disdain. Lin Shu felt as if he were being targeted by a prehistoric giant beast, every cell in his body sounding an alarm. Yet he neither flinched nor showed fear. He straightened his back and met Han Tianqing's gaze, speaking with neither servility nor arrogance. "Hello, Uncle Han. I am Lin Shu." Han Tianqing looked at the clear-eyed youthful boy before him, raising an eyebrow slightly. He had expected a boy whom his daughter valued so highly to either be exceptionally gifted and brilliant or deeply scheming and astute. To his surprise, the person before him appeared to be just an ordinary student. The only commendable trait seemed to be the calm demeanor he maintained in front of him. "Please have a seat." Han Tianqing gestured toward the sofa opposite the desk, his tone neutral, revealing no signs of emotion. "Thank you, Uncle." Lin Shu politely expressed his gratitude, and then sat down on the sofa at ease. Han Bingjing also sat beside him, her small hand subtly brushing against his arm below the table, as if the study fell into a brief silence. Han Tianqing remained silent, quietly sizing up Lin Shu with his seemingly all-seeing eyes. Lin Shu did not initiate conversation, either calmly accepting his scrutiny. He understood this was a silent clash, a competition of presence. Whoever spoke first would be at a disadvantage. After an indeterminate time, a hint of imperceptible surprise suddenly appeared on Han Tianqing's otherwise stern face. He realized that the pressure he exuded, which could intimidate even ordinary demigods, seemed to have no effect on the young man before him. The boy sat there calmly, his eyes clear, his breath steady, showing no signs of unease or anxiety. This composure was not typical of an ordinary high school student. Interesting, Han Tianqing thought to himself, feeling a flicker of interest in Lin Shu for the first time. He retracted his pressure, leaning back in his chair with a hint of a warm smile on his face, though there still lingered an undeniable authority behind it. "Lin Shu, right?" he began slowly, his voice much gentler. "Bingjing has always had high standards. There are rarely peers she regards favorably. The fact that you can be her friend indicates that you must possess exceptional qualities. I invited you today for no other reason than to have a chat with you as an elder." Lin Shu's heart stirred. Here it comes, the main topic. "Uncle Han, you flatter me." Lin Shu's face wore a modest smile. "In fact, it has always been Bingjing helping me. I came today mainly to personally thank you and Bingjing for your assistance." His words were neither obsequious nor arrogant, clearly expressing his gratitude, while cleverly defining Han Bingjing's gift as help, avoiding any suspicion of being a kept man. Han Tianqing's appreciation for him deepened upon hearing this. This young man was not only calm in nature, but also articulate. "That girl Bingjing has a kind heart." Han Tianqing waved his hand, shifting the topic directly to the main point. "I heard her say that you performed exceptionally well in this major assessment, achieving the top position in Donghai City together with Bingjing." "Yes, it was merely luck." Lin Shu did not deny it. "Luck?" Han Tianqing chuckled, a hint of depth in his smile, finding the weakness of the half-god level 5-bone lady is not something that can be summarized by the word luck. "It seems that the secrets you hold are more than I imagined." Lin Shu's heart sank. Indeed, nothing could be concealed from these old foxes. He did not respond, but simply smiled, tacitly accepting the other's statement. He knew that sometimes an appropriate sense of mystery could attract more attention. Seeing that he did not speak, Han Tianqing did not press further, but changed the topic. "Lin Shu, how much do you know about this world?" Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback, not understanding why he suddenly asked this. "I mean about this era of deities we are in." Han Tianqing's gaze became distant. "What do you think is the pinnacle of our world?" "Pinnacle?" Lin Shu pondered for a moment. He had once speculated about higher realms, but at this moment he answered according to the textbook standard it should be. Igniting divine fire, condensing divine status, and becoming an immortal true deity. True deity. Han Tianqing shook his head, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. A true deity is not the pinnacle. Above true deities there are the master deities. Master deity. Lin Shu had always been educated that the highest in the divine system of this world was the true deity. Indeed, there were higher existences above true deities. What kind of existence is a master deity? Lin Shu's voice trembled slightly, betraying his composure. They are the true rulers of a complete divine system, their words enacting laws capable of creating and destroying worlds. Han Tianqing's eyes revealed endless longing and reverence. The powerful divine systems we are familiar with, such as the Olympus pantheon, the Norse pantheon, and the Nile pantheon. Their highest rulers are the master deities. Zeus, Odin. These are all master deity level existences. Lin Shu felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly thought of his own primordial divine system. Buddha, Rulai, the Jade Emperor, the Three Purities, and Four Emperors. If these big shots were placed in this world, wouldn't they also be master deity level existences? In fact, they might even be stronger than master deities. But that's not the most astonishing part. Han Tiancheng seemed to think that the shock he had given Lin Shu was not enough and threw out an even more revolutionary piece of information. The world we are in is not the only one. Above our world, there is an even higher dimensional plane. We call it the upper realm. Upper realm. Lin Shu's pupils contracted sharply. He had previously speculated about this setting. Now it was confirmed through Han Tiancheng's words. This world, including those countless secret realms, is actually just a testing ground projected down by the powerful beings of the upper realm. Here we awaken our divine nature, open divine domains, cultivate followers, ignite divine fire. Everything feels like playing an incredibly realistic game. And the ultimate reward of the game is to gain the qualification to ascend to the upper realm and become one of the myriad deities. Han Tiancheng's words acted like a key, instantly unlocking countless mysteries in Lin Shu's heart. No wonder the divine system of this world is so mature and complete. No wonder there are so many beings and cards from different myths. It turns out that all of this was a game rule set long ago by those powerful beings of the upper realm. And these so-called deities are merely the players struggling in this game. This world is far more complex than I imagined. A great wave surged in Lin Shu's heart. So do you feel like your perspective has suddenly broadened? Han Tiancheng looked at Lin Shu's shocked expression and smiled with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he wanted. He wanted this proud young man to understand how vast the heavens are and how deep the earth is. In your eyes, Donghai City may seem like a big city, but looking at the whole country, it can only be considered a mid-tier. And our Han family, while dominant in Donghai City, is not even considered top-tier nationwide. Han Tiancheng spoke candidly about his family's shortcomings. Those truly top-tier families inherit mythical-level core divine systems. For instance, the Jiang family in the imperial capital, whose core is the mysterious teaching of expounding in the Huaxia divine system. The Yinger family in the magic capital, whose core is the Qin Huangling system. As for our Han family, the core goddess of ice, though legendary, is merely a branch of the Norse divine system. The foundational strength is too far apart. Lin Shu listened quietly, unable to stir up much of a wave in his heart. In the face of concepts like upper realm and master deity, all notions of mythical level and legendary level seemed somewhat trivial. I share this with you not to discourage you, but to help you understand the position you currently occupy and the world you are about to face. Han Tiancheng put away his smile, his expression becoming serious once more. He looked at Lin Shu, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if he sought to see through him completely. With Lin Shu's permission, his divine sense entered Lin Shu's domain. Upon seeing it, Han Tiancheng couldn't help but feel a shock. The three demigods and the epic clan Lin Shu had showcased were all visible to him. He was unaware of the Monkey King's uniqueness and Lin Shu's secret. In his view, Lin Shu, a helpless and impoverished youth, managed to tame epic demigods and clans within a mere month, relying solely on his unparalleled talent and charisma. However, his decision would not change. You have great potential, I admit that. To silently tame a frost demon ape of demigod level within a month, and even an epic 8-armed demon ape clan. I heard from Bingjing that you even saw through the illusion of the Bone Lady and turned the tables. This ability and mental acuity far surpass your peers. But potential does not equate to strength. Your vision is still too limited. Han Tiancheng's words were blunt and to the point. Do you think that by achieving first place in the grand test and obtaining a fragment of divine essence, you have already soared to greatness? Let me tell you, this is merely a beginning. An insignificant beginning. In the face of those true prodigies, your accomplishments are hardly worth mentioning. He paused and turned his gaze to his daughter, who had remained silent beside him. His expression instantly softened, filled with paternal affection. Bingjing is the most gifted child in our Han family in a century. Although the frost goddess she awakened is merely at the legendary level, her bloodline shows signs of ancestral return. In the family's predictions, she has a significant chance of breaking through the limitations of the divine system and reaching the elusive myth level. Myth level? Lin Shu's heart was once again shaken. This meant that Han Bingjing's future could even surpass her own divine system and become a main god-level being like Zeus or Odin. So do you understand? Han Tiancheng's gaze returned to Lin Shu, the softness vanishing instantaneously, replaced by a cold, piercing warning. She is too important. For our Han family, she represents all hope. Her future is destined to soar above the 9 heavens, not be confined to a small place like Donghai City. In fact, to ensure she goes further, we will spare no effort, including marriage alliances. The words marriage alliance were bitten off with great emphasis. The top divine families in the country, as well as some forces from the upper realm, have already taken notice of her. They all want to bring her into their fold. Do you think you amount to anything compared to those colossal entities with hundreds of years of heritage and unimaginable depth? Han Tiancheng's words were like a bucket of ice water poured over Lin Shu from head to toe. It caused his heart, buoyed by the acquisition of his golden finger, to instantly cool down. Indeed, although he had gained extraordinary abilities, he was still just at the beginning. And Han Bingjing, from the moment of her birth, had already stood at the finish line of countless others. The gap between them was not just one of family background, but of the entire world. Dad, what are you saying? Han Bingjing, who had been silent at the side, finally could not hold back. Her small face turned red with anger, and her cold eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. Lin Shu is my friend. He is not a tool for you to measure worth. Shut up. Han Tiancheng shouted sharply, the aura of authority emanating once more. You have no place to speak here. Han Bingjing was immediately affected by his shout, her eyes turning red, and she averted her head in grievance, ceasing to speak. However, her tightly clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin Shu looked at her pitiful yet stubborn appearance, feeling an inexplicable pain in his heart. He knew that what Han Tiancheng said was all true. Cruel yet real. He slowly raised his head, meeting Han Tiancheng's cold gaze, and said word by word, Uncle Han, I understand your meaning. Oh, what have you understood? Han Tiancheng looked at him with interest. You want to tell me that I and Bingjing are not from the same world? I should correct my position and not have any unrealistic fantasies about her. Lin Shu's voice was, if you can understand, that's best. Han Tiancheng nodded, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. He truly appreciated Lin Shu's sense of the situation. I am not trying to thwart your romance. I am merely stating a fact. Han Tiancheng's tone softened somewhat. It is good that you can be with Bingjing and assist her. I am very grateful to you. However, you need to clarify your own position and maintain a proper distance between you two. And do not think that you can always keep up with her pace. The gap between you will only grow larger. After finishing, Han Tiancheng picked up the teacup on the table and took a gentle sip, as if he had already drawn a conclusion to this conversation. He believed that any self-respecting young person upon hearing these words would make the most wise choice. However, Lin Shu's subsequent reaction once again surprised him. Lin Shu not only did not show any signs of disappointment or retreat, but instead smiled. It was a smile filled with confidence and fighting spirit. Uncle Han, you are right about everything. But the future has not yet arrived. Who can say for certain? He looked at Han Tiancheng, his eyes burning with fierce flames. Perhaps before long you will realize. It is not that I cannot keep up with her pace. Rather, she will need to strive. The air in the study seemed to freeze the moment Lin Shu uttered those words. Han Tiancheng's hand holding the teacup paused in midair. The expression on his face shifted from initial shock to surprise, and then to a hint of exasperation. He had seen arrogance before, but he had never witnessed such unbridled audacity. A kid who had just awakened for over a month, still troubled about how to elevate to the second tier of demigod, actually dared to brazenly claim in front of him that his daughter, who was already at the third tier of demigod and possessed legendary divine ancestry, needed to work hard to keep up with him. What sheer arrogance! What utter ignorance! He had thought Lin Shu was a clever person, a savvy talent. It seemed now that he was still too young. In the end, he had let a small achievement cloud his judgment. Han Tiancheng put down his teacup, letting out a light, ambiguous chuckle. Young man, having confidence is a good thing. But when confidence turns into arrogance, that's a different story. His tone grew cold again, the flicker of admiration he had just shown vanished without a trace. What do you base such claims on? Is it based on your divine domain spotlight that you still don't know how to evolve? Or perhaps on your few high realms that, despite being impressive, have scattered divine systems with no potential for development? Or is it based on that fragment of divine essence that you obtained from my daughter? His words pierced Lin Shu's facade, without mercy, laying bare his meager foundation for all to see. Beside them, Han Bingjing was almost in tears. She kept signaling Lin Shu with her eyes, urging him to stop, and quickly apologized to her father. She knew her father was genuinely angry. However, Lin Shu seemed oblivious to her signals, remaining seated with a smile that showed no sign of changing. Uncle Han, what you mentioned are my trump cards, but they are not all of my cards. My true confidence comes from my plans for the future and my absolute confidence in myself. I know you don't believe me now, which is perfectly normal, because I haven't yet shown you results that are convincing enough. So mere words are of no use. How about we make a bet? A bet? Han Tiancheng raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused by his words. What do you want to bet on, eh? Let's bet. On whether I can keep up with Bingjing's pace. Lin Shu said slowly. Oh, what are the terms of the bet? You just said Bingjing's future goal is the Imperial Capital Divine University, right? That's correct, Han Tiancheng nodded. The Imperial Capital Divine University is the most prestigious institution for divinities in all of China and even Asia. Anyone who could be admitted is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime talent. All right then. Lin Shu's eyes sparkled with incredible light. Let's bet on whether I can in the National Unified Entrance Examination in half a year get into the Imperial Capital Divine University alongside Bingjing. Upon hearing this, not only Han Tianqing, but even Han Bingjing beside him gasped in shock. The Imperial Capital Divine University. What kind of place is that? It is the sacred ground for divinities, the cradle of geniuses. Each year among millions of candidates nationwide, only a few hundred are admitted. The acceptance rate is appallingly low. Han Bingjing herself, as the legitimate daughter of the Han Huang family, awakened a legendary divine being. Her family had poured immense resources into her, providing divine essence, divine cards, and various rare treasures, which had allowed her to elevate her realm to the third tier of demigod within a month. Even so, she did not dare to say she could confidently be admitted to the Imperial Capital Divine University. And Lin Shu. He was only at the first tier of demigod now. She admired Lin Shu, trusted him, and believed he could turn the impossible into the possible. But that did not mean she wanted him to bear such a heavy burden for her sake. Believe in him. Han Bingjing silently told herself, suppressing her urge to speak, casting a worried, yet guilty glance at Lin Shu. Lin Shu turned his head and gave her a reassuring smile. Then he redirected his gaze to Han Tianqing. Uncle Han, what do you think of this bet? Han Tianqing fell silent. He gazed deeply at the young man before him. In his eyes he saw not a hint of frivolity or arrogance, only absolute confidence and a relentless determination, as if he intended to pierce the heavens. This young man was serious. He truly believed that within just half a year he could catch up to, or even surpass his daughter. How could that be? Han Tianqing immediately dismissed this thought in his mind. Yet for some reason, when he looked into Lin Shu's fiery eyes, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Perhaps. What if? All right. After a long silence, Han Tianqing finally slowly uttered a single word. I accept your... If you truly can achieve this and get into the Imperial Capital Divine University with Bingjing, then I will admit you are qualified to stand by her side. But if you cannot... His tone shifted, a cold chill instantly enveloping the entire study. Then you should know what to do. The implication of the threat was unmistakable. It's a deal. Lin Shu stood up and slightly bowed to Han Tianqing. However, Uncle Han, isn't there something missing from just having a bet? Oh. Han Tianqing looked at him with interest. You want a stake? Of course. Lin Shu smiled. Since it's a bet, there should be some motivation. Tell me, what do you want? Han Tianqing was curious about what this kid would propose. Lin Shu's gaze scanned the study, eventually landing on the cards beside Han Tianqing. There lay several cards, shimmering with faint light. They were some unimportant divine power cards Han Tianqing usually used for family affairs. Lin Shu pointed at those cards and boldly said, if I win, I don't want anything else. Just casually give me 10 to 18 units of divine power as a congratulatory gift. How about that? You think it's as simple as offering 18,000 units of divine power? When Lin Shu uttered these words, Han Bingjing couldn't help but scoff inwardly, yet her mood brightened once more. She certainly understood that for Lin Shu, who lacked family support, divine power was the most coveted resource. 18,000 units of divine power, although not a significant figure for the Han family, was indeed a staggering amount. But it was enough to enable any average family to achieve a leap in social class. Even she found it hard to come up with such a sum. Even if she could, she would not simply give it to Lin Shu. She admired Lin Shu and liked him, but she was not so naive as to be blinded by love. To casually give such a large amount of divine power was not only impulsive on her part, but also an insult to Lin Shu. However, if it were a gamble with such great risk, that would be a different matter. Moreover, if he was so confident, perhaps he truly had a chance to get into the prestigious Jing University. Han Bingjing pouted slightly, unable to suppress a smile. Taking this opportunity to milk her father would not be a bad idea. This behavior, however, appeared quite differently in Han Tianqing's eyes. A trace of barely concealed anger flickered across his face. He had initially thought Lin Shu's request for a reward was to prove his worth and regain some dignity. Yet he never expected the other party to be so mercenary, to demand divine power outright, and what's more, to ask for 18,000 at once. What does he take himself for? A fool. The atmosphere in the study instantly dropped to freezing point. Han Tianqing looked at Lin Shu, the glimmer of admiration in his eyes completely vanished, replaced by profound disappointment and disdain. It seems I overestimated you, he said coldly, his voice devoid of the warmth it once held. You are no different from those opportunists who desperately seek to climb the social ladder. The only difference is likely that you are a bit bolder than they are. Yet faced with Han Tianqing's icy gaze and unabashed contempt, Lin Shu still wore that nonchalant smile. It was as if he had not sensed the change in atmosphere at all as he continued casually. Uncle Han, you've misunderstood. I want this divine power not for myself. Oh, Han Tianqing scoffed. Then for whom? For the sake of all living beings. No. Lin Shu shook his head, then turned his gaze to Han Bingjing, who was looking at him with disappointment. His eyes softened immensely. It's for her. For me, eh? Han Bingjing was taken aback. Exactly. Lin Shu nodded, then looked back at Han Tianqing, enunciating each word. Bingjing's talent is unparalleled. Her future is as vast as the starry sea. The resources needed to support her until she reaches that point will be astronomical. As her father, you would naturally spare no effort in nurturing her. And I, as her friend, wish to contribute in my own. Right now, my strength is still quite limited. The help I can provide her is minimal. In fact, many times I need her to protect me. But I do not wish to remain like this forever. Thus, I need resources. I need divine power. I must strengthen myself as quickly as possible, strong enough to become her most solid support rather than a burden she needs to shield at all times. These divine powers are the essential seed capital for me to catch up to her footsteps. Lin Shu's voice was strong and resonant. I will not claim to be completely selfless, but I can assure you that I will dedicate all my efforts to ensuring Bingjing's safety. Every word struck Han Tianqing and Han Bingjing's hearts like a hammer. Han Bingjing stared at him at his fiery eyes, feeling as if her heart had been struck hard by something. A wave of indescribable emotion and sorrow surged in her heart. Her eyes turned red and her nose twitched. Although she knew this was merely a gesture made in front of her father, why did she find it so moving? Han Tianqing also fell silent. A storm of emotions surged within him. Having lived for so many years, he had encountered countless geniuses and ambitious figures. But someone like Lin Shu was a first for him. Arrogant yet clear-headed. Proud yet candid. He was like an uncut gem, still rough around the edges, yet containing a brilliance that could outshine the sun. Of course, he was not merely swayed by Lin Shu's few words. More importantly, Lin Shu indeed had major families would sign contracts with awakened powerful divine beings and exceptionally talented students, investing in them in advance. The reason no one invested in Lin Shu was simply that everyone assumed he awakened a talent with no potential, a divine domain spotlight, and was merely riding on Han Bingjing's coattails. But now he realized that Lin Shu possessed extraordinary potential. He was at least worthy of an A-level contract with the family, if not in level 1. That was already quite a significant oversight. Moreover, Bingjing liked him. If his daughter occasionally wanted to indulge, he could accept that. Having a known bodyguard by his daughter's side would provide some reassurance when she goes to Jing University in the future. As for Lin Shu's relationship with his daughter, he had never worried about it. Given Lin Shu's background, no matter how high his talent, he would be hard-pressed to match up to his daughter. By the time Bingjing had a powerful suitor with a solid background, Lin Shu would only be left as a mere background figure, like a companion studying alongside the prince. As for any accidents between a young man and a young woman, there was even less to worry about. He knew Bingjing was a sensible child, as she liked to appreciate Lin Shu and merely helped him a bit. Such private transactions would not occur. With this in mind, Han Tianqing spoke up. Good seed capital. I accept your wager. I also acknowledge your reward. He stood up, walked over to Lin Shu, and patted his shoulder firmly. As long as you and Bingjing can get into Jing University together, you can come to me for 10,000 units of divine power. Moreover, he took out a card shimmering with brilliant golden light from his divine domain space and handed it to Lin Shu. Bingjing trusts you, and I am willing to invest in you in advance. I will apply for an A-level genius contract for you from the family. When Han Tianqing uttered the words, I have hired you, Lin Shu distinctly felt the body of Han Bingjing beside her stiffen suddenly. The emotion on her face froze in an instant, replaced by a pale expression of shame. Dad, how could you? She instinctively wanted to retort. However, with just a cold glance, Han Tianqing silenced her, causing all her words to be swallowed back. Lin Shu's heart also skipped a beat. Well, this old fox is indeed not to be underestimated. Although he seemed optimistic about him, the words investment and hire undoubtedly pulled him down from the special relationship he had with Han Bingjing, resetting his position back to that of a follower and subordinate. This move of first raising expectations and then bringing them down was executed beautifully. He not only provided himself with resources, but also clarified the positions of both parties while subtly reminding himself not to become complacent. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. No wonder he is a charismatic figure capable of leading a large family. Lin Shu's evaluation of his future father-in-law rose another level in his mind. What's wrong? Unwilling. Han Tianqing looked at the silent Lin Shu, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Are you feeling that your pathetic pride has been hurt? He intended to temper Lin Shu's sharpness in this manner. A person truly capable of achieving great things must know how to bend and stretch. If Lin Shu couldn't endure this little injustice, then his future achievements would be limited. However, Lin Shu's reaction once again surprised him. Not only did Lin Shu not show any anger or humiliation, but he also took the card worth 5,000 divine power and smiled brightly at Han Tianqing. Of course I am willing. Being a follower of Bingjing and getting paid for it is such a good deal that I wouldn't find it even with a lantern. Why wouldn't I be willing? His tone was as relaxed as if he were discussing what to eat for dinner. His carefree demeanor, even a bit advantageous, left both Han Tianqing and Han Bingjing dumbfounded. Wait, this script doesn't match. A normal person should feel deeply insulted and either angrily refuse or accept with a face full of sorrow, right? What's up with your cheerful expression? You really don't mind. Han Tianqing began to feel uncertain. Mind what? Lin Shu retorted. Mind you giving me money, or mind that I can justifiably stay by Bingjing's side? Uncle Han, don't worry. Lin Shu patted his chest, speaking with a face full of righteousness. From today on, I will be the most loyal protector of Miss Bingjing. Anyone who dares to have ideas about her must first step over my dead body. His playful demeanor made Han Bingjing burst into laughter. Tears still not dry at the corners of her eyes, her mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. The frustration and worries caused by her father's words instantly evaporated. This guy is always like this. No matter how much pressure he faces or how awkward the situation, he can always resolve it effortlessly with his unique, nonchalant style. Han Tianqing was also taken aback. He watched this youth who one moment was filled with ambition and the next moment was grinning foolishly, feeling his mind slipping behind. Having lived for so many years, it was the first time he encountered someone completely unpredictable. He could not see through him. He couldn't fathom what this young man was truly thinking. Of course he couldn't see through him, because Lin Shu was already overjoyed inside. Hired. Being a follower. Hurt his pride. What a joke. In the face of absolute strength and the immense benefits of the future, this little face saving was nothing. Moreover, was Lin Shu really at a disadvantage? Han Tianqing thought he was hiring a promising young man with 5,000 divine power to protect his daughter, a very profitable deal. But he had no idea what kind of existence he had hired. A follower. Lin Shu sneered coldly in his heart. Have you ever seen a follower who carries an entire mythological system in his pocket? Have you ever seen a follower whose underlings include a future great sage equal to heaven and a mischievous monkey god? Have you ever seen a follower whose mind is filled with numerous supreme beings like the Buddha and the Jade Emperor at the level of main gods? Han Tianqing thought he was investing in a potential stock, but he had no idea that the one he was investing in was the future God King of this world, 5,000 divine power, and he wants to buy the follower rights of a future God King. All right, since you have no objections, let's settle it like this. Han Tianqing felt that if he continued talking with this kid, he would eventually be led astray. He waved his hand, issuing a dismissal order. Bingjing, take Lin Shu back. Sure, Dad. Han Bingjing nodded obediently. Lin Shu also stood up and respectfully bowed to Han Tianqing. Thank you, Uncle Han, for your investment. I will definitely not disappoint you. After saying this, he followed Han Bingjing and turned to leave the study. Watching the two depart, Han Tianqing was left alone in the study, silent for a long time. Finally, he picked up the cup of tea on the table that had gone cold and drank it in one gulp, revealing a mysterious smile on his face. An interesting little fellow. I want to see just how much of a stir this mudfish in my pond can cause. Emerging from the Han family's estate, a crystalline palace of ice and snow, Lin Shu felt as though he had just survived a harrowing divine realm, wore his entire being lightened and unburdened. Though the path had been winding, the outcome was favorable. Not only had he successfully carved a memorable impression before his future father-in-law, but he had also gained 5,000 units of divine strength, gratis. An absolute windfall. Inside the levitating vehicle, silence settled like mist. Han Bingjing drove with unwavering focus, saying nothing, but the tight press of her lips and the fleeting furtive glances she cast toward Lin Shu through the rearview mirror betrayed the turbulence within her heart. Still angry at your father? Lin Shu broke the silence with a gentle smile. No. Han Bingjing shook her head, her voice soft and subdued. Then, are you angry at me? Not that either. So what is it? Lin Shu watched her sullen expression with quiet amusement. After a pause, Han Bingjing steered the levitating vehicle to a halt at a scenic overlook by the roadside. Below them stretched the east sea, its surface shimmering beneath the golden embrace of the setting sun. She turned to face Lin Shu, her cool, clear eyes brimming with remorse. Lin Shu, I'm sorry, she murmured softly. What on earth for? Lin Shu blinked in surprise. My father. What he said today was unforgivably harsh. Her eyes glistened faintly, tears threatening to spill. He misjudged you, as if you were that kind of person, and treated you in that way. Her voice faltered, words dissolving into helpless stammering. Watching her flustered, earnest attempt to explain, yet utterly at a loss, Lin Shu's heart warmed. Instinctively, he reached out as he once had to ruffle her hair. But halfway there he hesitated, realizing the gesture might no longer be appropriate, and awkwardly withdrew his hand to scratch his nose instead. It truly doesn't bother me. He smiled reassuringly. Your father only spoke from concern for you. I understand completely. Besides, he wasn't entirely wrong. Being an attendant is a fine arrangement, paid handsomely, no responsibilities. A rather enviable position, wouldn't you say? You. Han Bingjing let out a disbelieving laugh, exasperated yet charmed by his unruffled demeanor. Truly, you feel no anger, no sense of injustice. She asked cautiously, why should I? Lin Shu shook his head, his gaze sharpening with quiet conviction. Your father is an extraordinary man. Every word he utters, every decision he makes is weighed through the lens of a patriarch, guardian of a venerable lineage. His barbs toward me may have sounded like dismissal, but in truth they were tests. Even protection. Protection. Han Bingjing looked puzzled. Yes, Lin Shu nodded, his eyes gleaming with quiet intelligence. Had he truly despised me, or wished me gone, he could have erased me from this world without a trace using any one of countless silent, irreversible methods. Yet he chose none of them. Instead, he selected the most direct and gentlest approach, shaping me with words, tempering me with it. He was telling me, in effect, young man, my daughter is exceptional. To win her heart, you must prove yourself, not with cleverness or fleeting luck, but with substance. He was pushing me, urging me to rise swiftly and surely. Lin Shu's insight eased some of Han Bingjing's lingering unease. So why should I be angry? Lin Shu smiled. I ought to thank him. He has shown me the path forward and even granted me seed capital. Such a splendid father-in-law. Ah, pardon me, a truly admirable uncle. Where else could one find such a paragon? You're incorrigible. Han Bingjing's cheeks flushed crimson right down to her ears. She shot him a mock scolding glance, but deep within her eyes bloomed tender, unmistakable affection. He understood everything. He wasn't indifferent, he simply saw farther clearer. Calm where others panicked, serene where others struggled, holding all threads of fate with effortless grace. But Han Bingjing's smile slowly faded, replaced by a quiet, wistful sorrow. In truth, my father does not know you. He does not know how truly extraordinary you are. Her voice softened, almost reverent, as if speaking to herself alone. He sees only your present weakness, not the relentless toil behind your ascent. Unbidden memories of high school rose vividly in her mind. Back then, Lin Shu was no luminous beacon of the divine realm, merely an ordinary student of modest means, yet a prodigy whose academic brilliance defied belief. She recalled how after school, while others laughed and wandered off together, he would remain alone in the classroom, quiet, absorbed, solving problem after problem until dusk swallowed the light. She remembered how after each mock exam he would pore over his test paper again and again, dissecting every error with meticulous intensity, a dedication so profound it left her awestruck. She remembered how once, when frustration overwhelmed her over an unsolved equation, he sat beside her, patient, unhurried, guiding her step by step until understanding dawned fully. Then he bore no divine radiance, no aura of authority, yet those eyes fixed intently upon the textbook beneath lamplight shone brighter than any star in the heavens. From that moment, a boy's silhouette had quietly taken root in her heart. Diligent, earnest, unwavering, refusing surrender. What I love has never been genius nor power. Han Bingjing gazed at Lin Shu, her beautiful eyes blazing with fierce, sunlit clarity in the dying light. What I love is you. Lin Shu, who gives his all against every obstacle, who refuses to yield, who stands unbowed. At last she voiced the deepest truth buried within her soul. Lin Shu looked at her, into those eyes brimming with sincerity and trust, and felt his heart cradle itself gently in a tender, invisible hand. Words failed utterly. This time, without hesitation, he reached out and softly, tenderly brushed his finger. I know. Keep going. A smile bloomed across Han Bingjing's face, so radiant, so exquisite it seemed capable of dimming the world itself. You absolutely will. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the clouds on the horizon in a brilliant orange hue. The hovering vehicle came to a smooth stop beneath Lin Shu's old welfare housing. I've arrived. Lin Shu unfastened his seatbelt and pushed the door open to get out. After taking a few steps, he stood at the bottom of the building and waved to Han Bingjing in the vehicle, saying, "Be careful on the road, send me a message when you get home." Han Bingjing said nothing, only nodded gently, then started the hovering vehicle, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Lin Shu watched her depart, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by an unprecedented determination. A 6-month agreement at the Imperial Capital University. This was no longer just his battle. He could not afford to lose. Returning to the familiar little room, Lin Shu threw himself heavily onto the sofa, feeling as if his entire body was about to fall apart. Today's meeting the parents was more exhausting than fighting against the Lady of Bones. The mental chess game was far more draining than any physical confrontation. However, the rewards were immense. He opened his divine panel, glancing at the balance column. A long string of shimmering golden numbers made his breath quicken. Divine power balance 5268 points. This included the 5,000 employment fee given by Han Tianqing plus the more than 200 points he had left over before. Over 5,000 points of divine power. This was definitely a sum that could elevate any newcomer god directly to the top. Lin Shu felt like a beggar who had been poor all his life, suddenly winning a 5 million lottery momentarily at a loss for words. Calm down, calm down. He forced himself to stabilize his excited emotions. No matter how much money he had, if it couldn't be converted into strength, it was just a pile of useless numbers. The urgent task was to spend this money wisely. By right, it was time to repay the 1,200 divine power he owed Han Bingjing. But he had already mentioned it in the car, only to be firmly refused by Han Bingjing. Now was the time to spend money, and he didn't plan to be overly sentimental. Using Han's investment to repay Han Bingjing was not an issue of borrowing flowers to offer Buddha. Lin Shu began to assess his current divine domain situation and plan the next development route. First, concerning Monkey Brother, for now, there's no need to think about it. Lin Shu's consciousness sank into the divine domain, glancing at the little monkey, still directing the frost demon ape to solidify the ship amidst the void sea. He shook his head helplessly. Monkey Brother's growth required plot and time. Simply pouring in divine power would not suffice. Forcing intervention might even disrupt his future growth trajectory. So the line with Monkey Brother must be left for now, allowing him to develop slowly on his own. Next, it's Bai Jingjing. Lin Shu's gaze shifted towards the back mountain of Flower Fruit Mountain. At this moment, Bai Jingjing was seated cross-legged on a piece of green stone, surrounded by a pile of leftover, nourished by a large number of spiritual peaches and monkey wine. Her soul, origin damaged from battles and forced card transformation, had nearly recovered. The aura around her had also stabilized back to the demigod 5th stage. However, advancing her further to evolve into a true epic-level being, or even having a real flesh-and-blood body as he envisioned, was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Bai Jingjing's evolution also requires opportunities. It cannot be rushed. Next, it's the group of primal demon apes. Lin Shu's gaze shifted to the area at the foot of the mountain, shrouded in golden light from the armored divine shrine. 1,000 fierce and terrifying 8-armed demon apes, now likely called primal demon apes, were seated cross-legged, undergoing further transformation under the pressure of the armored old ape and the power of the shrine. The residual brutal aura of the beast god system emanating from them was gradually being stripped away and purified, replaced by a more profound aura intertwined with fate. This was precisely the plan proposed by the armored old ape for further transforming the primal demon apes, known as the Primal Divine Ape Project. Primal Divine Ape and Primal Demon Ape, a single character difference yet a world apart. The demon nature of the Primal Demon Ape essentially stemmed from its original beast god lineage, which had not been entirely transformed. In contrast, the Primal Divine Ape signified the true awakening of the heritage divine powers of the armored ape. Given the opportunity to further strengthen the core group, Lin Shu naturally supported it wholeheartedly. Now this process had already lasted 3 hours. The progress was visibly slow. Transforming the 8-armed demon ape into a primal demon ape had nearly been instantaneous, which had greatly underestimated the difficulty of the transformation. However, initial transformations were naturally easier. To completely transform the primal demon apes and genuinely awaken the armored ape's innate divine abilities required a lengthy period. The efficiency is too low. Lin Shu frowned. It now seemed he had underestimated the stubbornness of the divine system laws. To completely transition an epic-level race from one divine system to another was in itself an act against the heavens, requiring energy and time far exceeding his expectations. It seems that this 5,000 divine power will be spent here first. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Shu's eyes. What he needed to do was to use massive amounts of divine power to forcibly accelerate this transformation process. He wanted these 1,000 primal demon apes to undergo a rebirth in the shortest time possible, becoming the sharpest fangs under his command. Divine Lord, you have returned. As if sensing Lin Shu's will, descending, the armored old ape who had been sitting at the front of the demon ape army slowly opened his eyes. How is the situation? Lin Shu asked directly. Report, Divine Lord, it is not optimistic. The armored old ape shook his head, a hint of gravity on his elderly face. The bloodline of these demon apes is more stubborn than I anticipated. They were born from chaos, and their power stems from destruction, which is fundamentally opposite to our primal divine system's principle of aligning with heaven and humanity. To completely reverse them, relying solely on the shrine's guidance and my pressure is far from enough. We need more powerful external forces to forcibly break the shackles in their bloodline. I understand. Lin Shu nodded. What you mean by external forces is divine power, right? A hint of approval flickered in the armored old ape's eyes. Divine power is the extension of the will of the deities, the manifestation of the world's origin. Provided there is sufficient divine power within the divine domain, we can even reverse life and death, reshaping the laws. Sufficient divine power. Lin Shu glanced at his more than 5,000 balance, already having a rough idea in his mind. Armored estimate how much divine power would be needed to completely transform all of these 1,000 primal demon apes. The armored old ape pondered for a moment before extending a withered finger. At least 1,000 points. 1,000 points of divine power. When the Tongbi old ape uttered this number, Lin Shu's heart couldn't help but twitch. To accelerate the transformation of these 1,000 monkeys, he would have to spend 1/5 of his fortune. This was not transformation, it was clearly burning money. What does the Divine Lord think? It's too expensive? The Tongbi old ape seemed to sense Lin Shu's hesitation and stroked his beard with a smile. Not exactly, Lin Shu shook his head, bitterly smiling. It's just a bit painful to part with the money. He certainly knew that this investment was absolutely worthwhile. After the complete transformation, the belief value provided by the Hongwang Divine Ape would undoubtedly make his belief value soar once again. He understood the principle of money generating money. Moreover, the sooner the transformation was completed, the sooner the Hongwang Divine Ape could swiftly embark on the grand endeavor of creating monkeys, increasing the population, and showcasing its strong reproductive capabilities. With the abundant resources of Flower Fruit Mountain in his divine domain, allowing the Hongwang Divine Ape to breed on its own would naturally be much more cost-effective than continuing to purchase 8-armed demon apes on the market and undergoing a long transformation. Divine Lord, you must understand. The Tongbi old ape's voice grew earnest, interrupting Lin Shu's thoughts. What we are doing now is not simple taming, but recreation. We are using your divine authority of change combined with the essence of my mischief for monkeys to create a brand new species that should not exist in this world. This process is bound to be immensely costly. However, once successful, our gains will be beyond imagination. Once we truly master our clan's innate divine powers, the Hongwang Divine Ape will definitely be one of the top-tier clans among the epic-level beings. We may even have a chance to touch the threshold of legendary status. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu felt his blood ignite. Let's do it. He no longer hesitated, a newfound determination blazing in his eyes. Isn't it just 1,000 divine power? Spend. He took a deep breath, tightly connecting his will with the entire divine domain. Then he summoned the vast reserve of divine power that had just broken through 5,000. By my name I command. Divine power torrent, pour in. Boom. A golden torrent of pure divine power descended from the sky. Like the Milky Way cascading down from the heavens, it violently washed over the area at the foot of the mountain, shrouded in golden light from the Tongbi shrine. Roar. The 1,000 struggling Hongwang demon apes let out even more mournful howls as they encountered this tremendous torrent of divine power. They felt their bodies, their souls being thrown into a massive furnace, subjected to an irresistible force that repeatedly tempered, pounded, and reshaped them. This was an incredibly painful process, yet at the same time it was one of rebirth. Tongbi. Now, Lin Shu shouted loudly. At your command. The Tongbi old ape's eyes sparkled, and his aged body straightened suddenly. A terrifying aura belonging to a 9th-tier demigod erupted. He sat cross-legged, forming a mysterious seal with his hands in front of his chest, beginning to chant. What he chanted was not some profound scripture, but the incantations of the Tongbi ape's innate divine powers. Every word seemed to contain supreme laws, transforming into golden runes that merged into the torrent of divine power, then forcefully imprinted deep into the souls of each Hongwang demon ape. This was forcibly bestowing them with knowledge. On one side, Lin Shu was using massive divine power to perform physical formatting, erasing the last marks of their original divine system. On the other side, the Tongbi old ape was using its own divine powers to further imprint the laws of the Hongwang onto them. Two-pronged approach. The effect was immediate. The bodies of the Hongwang demon apes began to undergo astonishing changes. Their originally pitch black fur gradually faded, replaced by a more resilient and powerful bronze. Their blood-red eyes, which once harbored savagery and madness, became clearer and steadier, sparkling with the light of intelligent beings. Their 8 sturdy arms transformed from their previous fierce and spiky appearance into a more fluid, coordinated form, radiating explosive beauty and strength. Roar. Finally, the first Hongwang demon ape completed its final transformation. It suddenly stood up from the ground, howling to the sky with a roar filled with power and rebirth. It was no longer the previous demon ape, but, ding, your epic-level believer Hongwang demon ape, under the combined influence of your changed divine authority and the Tongbi ape, has successfully completed the divine system transformation. The race name has been changed to Hongwang Divine Ape. Divine System Affiliation: Hongwang Divine System Mischief, 4 monkeys, subordinate quality, near legendary description, a powerful combat race from the Beast God system, based on the 8-armed demon ape with innate divine power. After being enlightened by the supreme power of the gods, a brand new race was born by merging the characteristics of the Hongwang Tongbi ape. Innate abilities: 8-armed frenzy, bloodthirsty rage, rapid reproduction, Qian Kuan manipulation, remains possesses high affinity for spatial combat law skills, Tongbei fist pseudo, star, shifting pseudo, yin-yang reversal pseudo. Evaluation: a great race created by a great deity, blending the frenzied power of the demon ape with the martial arts divine powers of the Tongbei ape. They are berserkers who comprehend the mysteries of space, natural war machines, and your most loyal Dao soldiers. Following that, the 2nd, 3rd, and the 100th. Under the catalysis of massive divine power, more and more Honglong demon apes completed their final transformation. One by one they stood up, and then in unison knelt before Lin Shu's will embodied in the air, and the Tongbei old ape in front of them. They expressed their rebirth and submission in the most direct way. Ding. Your mastery of the changed divine authority has increased by 0.5. Ding. Your mastery of the changed divine authority has increased by 1. The complete transformation and sublimation of the species had a more immediate effect on the mastery of the changed divine authority. As all the Honglong divine apes transformed, Lin Shu's mastery of divine authority soared to 10. Daily belief growth approximately 18000 points. Honglong divine apes about 1500. Flower fruit mountain monkey group about 300. His anticipated belief income had tripled. Lin Shu looked at the mass of 1,000 near legendary divine apes kneeling at the foot of the mountain, feeling the pure and fervent power of faith emanating from them. A surge of indescribable ambition welled up within him. It's done. His divine monkey army had officially taken shape from this day forward. He glanced at his remaining divine power balance, which was just over 4,000. In just over 10 minutes, he had burned over 1,000 points of divine power. But looking at the transformed army before him, he felt that this money was worth every penny. However, just as he was about to announce the magic modification plan as a complete success, the Tongbei old ape suddenly spoke up. Divine Lord, it's still not enough. Moi. Lin Shu was taken aback. They now have the form of a divine ape, but they still lack the soul of a divine ape. A glint of sharp light flashed in the Tongbei old ape's eyes. To truly make them the sharpest knife in your hands, we still need the final step. The final step. Exactly. The Tongbei old ape slowly stood up, looking at the army that was filled with awe and reverence towards him, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile full of affection. That is practical training. As he spoke, he loosened his muscles and bones, making crackling sounds. Combat drill. Lin Shu heard these 4 words, still unable to react. In the next moment, he saw the previously stooped figure of the Tongbei old ape suddenly tremble. Boom. A terrifying aura more fearsome than any previous one erupted from him. Although his level was still firmly restrained at the 2nd tier of demigod by the rules of the divine domain. But that overwhelming pressure sourced from the 9th tier demigod from the 4 monkeys of chaos swept through the entire valley like a tangible hurricane in an instant. At the foot of the mountain, 1,000 primal divine apes who had just completed their transformation and were still immersed in the joy of rebirth shivered in response to this pressure. They raised their heads, looking at the gray-haired old monkey in the air who appeared godlike in their eyes, filled with instinctual fear and reverence. All of you stand up for me. The Tongbei old ape shouted with a voice like a thunderclap, shaking the entire. The 1,000 primal divine apes, like soldiers hearing a military order, without any hesitation stood up in unison with a whoosh. They formed a massive square formation, standing tall with chests out, their 8 arms hanging by their sides, quietly awaiting the teachings of their patriarch. Very good. The Tongbei old ape nodded in satisfaction. He slowly descended from the air and walked to the front of the formation. His small frame seemed insignificant compared to those primal divine apes standing 5 meters tall, like small mountains. Yet not a single divine ape dared to show even the slightest hint of contempt towards him. You are all creatures of the demon path, only knowing slaughter and unaware of the heavenly principles. The Tongbei old ape's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of every divine ape. Today, thanks to the great divine grace of the deity, I shall purify your marrow and open your veins, remaking your true forms, allowing you to glimpse the path of the primal chaos. This is a tremendous fortune. He shifted his tone, the gravity in his voice rising sharply. Once you enter my door, you must abide by my rules. In my Tongbei sect, I do not nurture waste. You possess brute strength, yet wield it like a 3-year-old child swinging a big hammer with no method to speak of. Today I, the old man, will personally teach you what true combat is. Just as he finished speaking, the Tongbei old ape's figure vanished from where he stood. In the next second, he appeared in the very center of the formation. Tongbei fist first move, opening the mountain. He shouted, delivering a punch. It was a seemingly unremarkable straight punch. No dazzling light effects, no astonishing aura. Yet this punch caused the 8-armed divine ape standing directly in front of him to suddenly narrow its pupils. It felt as if it was being locked onto by an ancient fierce beast charging out from the primal age. It wanted to dodge, but found that all its escape routes were completely sealed by an invisible force. It could only watch helplessly as the fist, which appeared to be growing larger in its eyes, approached. Roar. At the critical moment, the primal divine ape's ferocity was completely unleashed. It roared, crossing its 8 sturdy arms like pillars of heaven in front of its chest to block the attack. However, bang! A muffled sound. The Tongbi old ape's seemingly weak fist collided violently with the 8 arms of the 8-armed divine ape, which were as tough as fine steel. The result nearly made Lin Shu's eyes pop out. He saw that the near-legendary primal divine ape's 8 arms capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones crumbled like paper the moment they made contact with the Tongbi old ape's fist. Then that unbeatable force of the punch drove straight in, violently imprinting on its chest. Puff! The massive body of the primal divine ape was like being struck by a battering ram, suddenly flying backward, tracing a parabolic arc in the air, knocking over a dozen companions behind it, before heavily crashing to the ground, leaving a huge imprint on its chest, and it instantly fainted. One punch. Just one punch. A second-tier demigod had obliterated a near-legendary primal divine ape renowned for its strength and defense. This is too exaggerated, right? Lin Shu stood by dumbfounded. He knew the Tongbi old ape was powerful, but he did not expect it to be to this extent. Also, at the second tier of demigod, the gap in combat power was just too vast. Did you see that? The Tongbi old ape retracted his fist slowly, turning to face the entire crowd with a cold gaze. All the primal divine apes that caught his gaze trembled in fear instinctively, taking a half step back. This is the gap. Do you think that having 8 arms makes you invincible? In the face of true martial arts, your brute strength is... From today on, all of you forget your ridiculous fist techniques. Every day it's just training. Train until you drop. Whenever you can last 3 rounds under my hands, only then will you barely qualify to begin your training. The Tongbi old ape's voice was filled with undeniable authority. The once unruly primal divine apes now all looked like obedient children, lowering their heads, not daring to breathe loudly. Lin Shu watched this scene, feeling an even greater respect for the old ape. This was no mere combat drill. This was clearly an act of establishing authority. The old ape was using the most direct method to tell this group of rookies who the real boss was here. It seems I need not worry about the training of the Divine Monkey Legion at all. Lin Shu nodded in satisfaction. With such a martial arts master who could serve as both an instructor and a sparring partner, the future of these primal divine apes was undoubtedly bright. Having resolved the army's issues, Lin Shu's gaze turned towards the overall planning of the divine domain. Currently, his divine domain already had 3 core groups. Led by Sun Wukong, the indigenous monkey group of Huagua Mountain. Led by the Tongbi old ape, the newly formed Divine Monkey Legion. And led by Jingjing, the special talents healing on Huagua Mountain. The 3 groups, all crammed into this small piece of Huagua Mountain, felt a bit crowded. It's time to give them their own spaces. Huagua Mountain is the exclusive dojo of Monkey Brother, the starting point of the entire journey to the West Divine System, holding a transcendent position that cannot be disturbed. So where should I arrange this newly arrived Primal Divine Ape Legion? Lin Shu scanned the divine domain. After absorbing that shard of divine essence, his divine domain had expanded significantly. Apart from the central area surrounded by the ocean, there were vast stretches of desolate land surrounding it. Got it. A spark of inspiration flashed in Lin Shu's eyes. He waved his hand, mobilizing the primal source power of the divine domain, starting to transform a landmass next to Huagua Mountain. Rumbling. The flat ground began to rise dramatically, transforming into towering steep black mountain ranges. Between the mountains, deep gorges crisscrossed the terrain, complex filled with a deadly and rugged aura. This mountain will be called Yuanwang Mountain from now on, Lin Shu declared, and the laws followed his command. The 3 golden characters Yuanwang Mountain were instantly imprinted on the highest peak of that mountain range. Tongbi, here. From today on, you shall be the master of Yuanwang Mountain. This Divine Monkey Legion will be entirely under your command for training. I have only one request. Lin Shu's voice grew thunderous. I want you to train them into an invincible, unbeatable heavenly army in the shortest time possible. With the establishment of the Monkey King Mountain, Lin Shu's divine realm finally had a preliminary plan. Huagua Mountain, serving as the core beginner village and logistics base, is overseen by Jingjing, responsible for producing spiritual peaches, spiritual wine, and training the new generation of monkeys. Monkey King Mountain, on the other hand, acts as the military base and training ground, personally trained by the martial arts master, the long-armed old ape, who commands 1,000 powerful ancient divine apes. With both civil and martial elements, the entire structure of the divine realm suddenly became clear and efficient. Perfect. Lin Shu looked at his thriving territory with a paternal smile of satisfaction. The foundation has been firmly established. Next comes the opportunity for weapon forging promised by Han's father. Tomorrow morning marks the day Lin Shu and Han Bingjing agreed to go to the Han family's forge to craft weapons. Early in the morning, Han Bingjing's familiar black hovercar arrived punctually at Lin Shu's building. Morning. Lin Shu opened the car door and sat down, skillfully greeting her. Morning. Han Bingjing nodded. Today, she wasn't wearing a skirt, but a neat white tracksuit, her long hair tied back into a refreshing ponytail, making her appear less cold than usual and more vibrant with a spirited demeanor. You look great today, Lin Shu remarked sincerely as he looked at her. Han Bingjing's cheeks flushed slightly. She turned her head, awkwardly started the hovercar, and mumbled under her breath, "Smooth talker." Lin Shu chuckled and did not continue to tease her. He could sense that since their last meeting, their relationship had become closer and more natural. Everything seemed to unfold so seamlessly. The hovercar did not head towards the Han family's mansion, but drove towards the other side of Donghai City, to an industrial park designated as a military-restricted area. Our Han family's forge is not located in the mansion. While driving, Han Bingjing explained, forging divine weapons creates too much noise and requires the geothermal fire energy, so we established a base separately in the volcanic region outside the city. Volcanic region? Lin Shu asked in surprise. Yes, Han Bingjing nodded. The volcanic activity beneath Donghai City is actually quite frequent. Our Han family has developed by controlling and utilizing these geothermal energy sources. This is also the foundation that allows our family to become one of the 4 prominent families in Donghai City. Lin Shu couldn't help but be astonished. It turned out that behind every powerful divine family lies a unique history of their rise and core technology. The Han family controls ice and snow, yet utilizes the geothermal fire. The combination of ice and fire sounds filled with contradictions and a sense of power. Soon the hovercar arrived at a massive base resembling a steel fortress. The entrance of the base was engraved with a complex and magnificent family crest composed of ice crystals and flames. The guards at the entrance were even more formidable than those at the mansion. No longer elemental beings, but fully armed, fierce demigod-level warriors. They all wore standardized armor emblazoned with the Han family crest, their eyes sharp as eagles, exuding an aura of iron-blooded ferocity. These individuals are all part of the geothermal guard trained by our Han family, Han Bingjing introduced. Most of them are awakened fire or earth attribute divine beings representing one of our family's core armed forces. Lin Shu nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of the Han family's strength. The vehicle passed through several checkpoints and finally stopped in front of a massive structure resembling a volcanic crater. Before even getting out of the car, Lin Shu felt a wave of scorching heat rush towards him. The entire building was constructed from a high-temperature, resistant black metal covered with dense cooling pipes and energy circuits resembling a gigantic, breathing steel beast. This is our Han family's Icefire Forge. A hint of pride appeared on Han Bingjing's face. As the two got out of the car, a short, stout figure with a fiery red beard, looking quite irritable, stood with hands on hips waiting at the door. He wore heavy fireproof work attire, his exposed arms covered with bulging muscles and burn scars, and he held a massive warhammer almost as tall as himself. "Miss, you finally made it." As soon as the dwarf saw Han Bingjing, he quickly rushed over with large strides, his voice booming like thunder. "Old Buck has been waiting for you for half the day. Master Buck, thank you for your hard work." Han Bingjing politely bowed to him. This Master Buck is a forging master hired by the Han family from the dwarf kingdom of the Norse pantheon, renowned for his exceptional forging skills throughout Huaxia. It is said that he once forged a legendary battle axe for a true god. This must be the younger brother Lin Shu, who the family had instructed to come for weapon forging, correct? Master Buck turned his large copper bell-like eyes towards Lin Shu, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his gaze filled with unabashed scrutiny and judgment. "Hello, Master Buck," Lin Shu greeted with neither humility nor arrogance. Master Buck merely snorted from his nostrils in response. He turned to Han Bingjing and said, "Miss, it's not that old Buck is being nosy. I will certainly fulfill the family head's orders. However, my hammer is only meant for true warriors and heroes to forge weapons worthy of them." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shu, his tone dripping with disdain. "This kid has delicate skin and looks like he can't fight at all. To forge an epic weapon for him, it would be a waste of my energy and sentiment. The top quality materials in our forge, which one isn't a rare treasure? Giving it to such a kid to make a toy that can only be looked at makes my heart ache." His words were blunt and unflattering. Han Bingjing's expression immediately turned sour. "Master Buck, Lin Shu." She was about to defend Lin Shu when he gently stopped her with a hand. Lin Shu looked at the irritable dwarf master before him, not only unbothered, but also smiling. He understood that true technical masters often possess their own pride and eccentricities. Arguing or asserting status with him would be futile. To make him agree, there was only one way to completely conquer him on a technical level. Master Buck, Lin Shu stepped forward and smiled. You are right. Divine weapons should indeed match heroes. However, who said that what I want to forge is a toy? Not a toy. Master Buck laughed heartily at Lin Shu's words as if he had heard the greatest joke. He scrutinized Lin Shu from head to toe, his gaze akin to that of someone looking at a naive child unaware of the world. Kid, do you even know what a weapon is? He slammed the enormous warhammer he held heavily onto the ground. The hard metallic floor was dented from the impact. Do you see that? He pointed at his hammer, a proud expression on his face. This is what a weapon looks like. It embodies power and the beauty of destruction. He continued, just look at your little frame. I estimate you couldn't even lift the handle of my skull crusher. What weapon could someone like you wield? A small dagger? Or a sewing needle? The dwarven apprentices behind him chuckled along. Han Bingjing's expression darkened, nearly dripping with rage. Just as she was about to explode, Lin Shu once again intervened. He maintained his calm and carefree smile, as if Master Buck's mockery was nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing against him, causing no discomfort. Master Buck, you are right. I indeed cannot lift your hammer, Lin Shu candidly admitted. However, the strength of a weapon is never determined solely by its size. Oh, Master Buck raised an eyebrow, looking at him with newfound interest. Then tell me, what kind of divine weapon do you wish to forge? Let old Buck have his eyes opened. His tone was filled with mockery. He had already made up his mind that regardless of what Lin Shu requested, he would guide this naive kid, making him understand what true forging art was. What I want is quite simple. Lin Shu didn't keep him guessing and directly expressed his thoughts. I need a stick. Master Buck was taken aback. The dwarven apprentices behind him were also shocked. Even Han Bingjing beside them showed an expression of surprise. She had thought Lin Shu would ask for a sword or a spear. After all, these two were the most mainstream and stylish weapons of the divine era. Instead, he wanted a stick. Wasn't that a bit too plain? Huh? After a brief silence, Master Buck was the first to burst into laughter, rolling with mirth, his beard trembling. A stick? Kid, are you kidding me? You want to waste an opportunity to forge an epic weapon just to create a fire stick? Do you realize how high the authority the Master has granted you is? As long as the materials are sufficient, old Buck could even forge you a near-legendary sword. And yet you just want a stick? His gaze towards Lin Shu shifted from disdain to that of disbelief. Yes, just a stick. Lin Shu's expression was surprisingly serious. A metal rod. As he spoke, he took out a design drawing he had prepared earlier from his divine domain space and handed it over. It was a virtual blueprint made of divine power, depicting the detailed structure of a stick with the most precise. Master Buck initially wanted to continue mocking him, but when his gaze fell upon the blueprint, the smile on his face gradually froze. The blueprint indeed depicted a stick. A completely black iron rod devoid of any patterns, appearing utterly unremarkable. Yet beside the blueprint there was a series of parameters that made even this master forger's heart race. Name: Rui rod, tentative length 13 feet 5 inches in normal state. Weight 13500 pounds. Material requirements: the core must use starlight iron essence and deep sea silver forged through the method of yin and yang tempered 100 times. The outer layer of the rod must be wrapped in obsidian mystical gold inscribed with at least 365 runes of fortitude and energy gathering. Special requirements: the inner part of the rod must construct a retractable linked formation, allowing it to change size freely under the user's mental control. Master Buck read these requirements word for word. His hands started to tremble involuntarily, not from fear, but from excitement. 13,500 pounds. Just this weight alone was enough to make 99 of demigods hesitate. The material requirements that followed were even more outrageous. Starlight iron essence, deep sea silver, obsidian mystical gold. Each of these was a core material for forging epic divine weapons. This kid actually wanted to use all three divine materials in a single stick. Had he gone mad? No, he wasn't mad. He aimed to forge something unprecedented, a weapon of ultimate power that had never been seen before. What stunned Master Buck the most was the so-called retractable linked formation. He had studied forging his entire life and had never heard of such a thing. From the structure on the blueprint, it appeared to be an incredibly precise and complex energy circuit, the design concept of which completely surpassed his existing knowledge system. If this formation could indeed be successfully constructed, then this stick would no longer be a mere object. It would possess its own life. It would become a truly Rui divine weapon. Gulps. Master Buck struggled to swallow. His gaze towards Lin Shu had completely changed, no longer filled with contempt or mockery. Instead, it was replaced with a fervor and obsession, as if he had witnessed a rare treasure. Kid. His voice was hoarse and trembling. This blueprint, did you really draw it? Lin Shu looked at his utterly stunned expression, secretly amused. Just kidding. This was a revolutionary work he had designed overnight, integrating mechanical engineering, material mechanics from his past life, and the runic formation studies of this world. Though it was still far from the true Rui golden cudgel, he believed this lower version would significantly enhance the Monkey King's Though it was still far from the true Rui golden cudgel, he believed this lower version would significantly enhance the Monkey King's combat power and even trigger certain bonds and evolutions. What surprised him was Master Buck's fervent reaction. Perhaps the foreign monk recited the scriptures while he seemed to have truly made a remarkable breakthrough. So Master Buck. Lin Shu smiled watching him. Do you still think this fire stick is a toy? Master Buck carefully tucked away the blueprint, yet his expression returned to one of indifference. You don't need to say anything. He waved his hand dismissively, cutting him off. I know you young ones are fond of flashy things. But forging is a meticulous and sacred art. It is not child's play. He pointed at Lin Shu's nose, speaking in a tone that conveyed the lesson of someone who has eaten more salt than the other has rice. You young lad, while you may possess a bit of cleverness and have designed such a novel gadget in the true realm of forging, you are merely an outsider. You know nothing about forging. Today old Buck will show you. Let you see how a true forging master transforms the mundane into the extraordinary. Without waiting for Lin Shu to say anything further, he snatched the virtual blueprint and turned to stride deep into the forging workshop. Young lady, have the storeroom bring over the star iron essence from warehouse A7, the deep sea silver from warehouse B3, and that block of obsidian gold next to the earth fire furnace. Today I will fire up the furnace. His voice echoed throughout the vast forging workshop. Lin Shu watched his proud and assertive figure opened his mouth and in the end could only helplessly exchange a smile with Han Bingjing beside him. Master Buck is quite an interesting character. He talks tough, but isn't he also very eager to forge? Master Buck usually has this temperament. Han Bingjing, noting Lin Shu's helpless expression, explained somewhat sheepishly he possesses an almost obsessive confidence in his forging skills. What he hates most is when others challenge his expertise. I can see that, Lin Shu replied with a bitter smile. However, without a bit of arrogance, one cannot become a master. Well, let him be, Lin Shu shrugged. After all, the material costs will be covered by your father. His shameless demeanor akin to a dead pig, not fearing boiling water, amused Han Bingjing. You? She shook her head helplessly, then took out her personal terminal to contact the storeroom and gather materials. Soon, under the transport of several massive alchemical automatons, rare ores emitting strange glows were delivered to the center of the forging workshop in front of the earth fire furnace, resembling the mouth of a giant beast. One was a piece of pitch black or seemingly containing billions of stars known as star iron essence. Another was sparkling silver exuding a chilling aura called deep sea silver. And there was a piece smooth like obsidian yet unbreakable known as obsidian gold. Any one of these rare materials alone would be enough to attract a demigod's attention. And now they were to be melted together, forged into a stick. Even the experienced dwarf apprentices couldn't help but gasp at this scene, their gazes toward Lin Shu shifting from looking at a fool to looking at a wealthy genius. Who exactly is this kid? How could he make the family utilize such high-level strategic resources to forge a weapon for him? All materials are prepared. Preheat the furnace to maximum power. Activate the ice crystal circulation system. With Master Buck's command, the entire forging workshop began to operate at high speed. The massive earth fire furnace emitted a deafening roar, and crimson flames burst from the furnace mouth, illuminating the entire space in a fiery glow. Around the furnace, countless pipes inscribed with ice system runes began to glow with a ghostly blue light, releasing wisps of cold air, skillfully controlling the temperature of the workshop so that no one would be roasted alive. This is the true face of the ice and fire forging workshop. Using the heart of the earth as the hammer and ancient ice as the anvil, the powers of ice and fire reach their perfect balance here. Watch closely, kid. Master Buck shouted back at Lin Shu. Then, with his bare torso revealing explosive muscles of a bronzed hue, he approached the furnace while wielding his massive skullcrusher warhammer. He did not rush to throw the materials into the furnace. Instead, he magnified the virtual design blueprint to its limits, suspending it before him to conduct a final analysis and deduction. His expression became unprecedentedly focused. The eyes that were once filled with fiery pride now showed only an extreme reverence for the art of forging. He was no longer the irritable dwarf, but rather a devout believer deciphering the language of the gods. Time passed second by second. Master Buck stood motionless before the furnace for a full hour. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, his brows occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. Han Bingjing, somewhat puzzled, whispered to Lin Shu, "What is he doing? Why hasn't he started yet?" "He is learning," Lin Shu said, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. "Learning?" "Yes," Lin Shu nodded. "He is absorbing my design philosophy, understanding the operational principles of the linked array. A true master would never blindly forge a piece they cannot comprehend. Right now, he is using his hundreds of years of forging experience to digest, absorb, and even refine my design." Lin Shu watched Master Buck's focused silhouette feeling a genuine respect for the dwarf master for the first time. Pride stems from confidence, and confidence arises from an extreme love and dedication to one's craft. Half an hour passed. Master Buck finally moved. He exhaled a long breath, his eyes filled with exhaustion, but more so with excitement and fervor. I see now. I see. Genius. This is true genius design. He murmured as if mad, then suddenly turned to Lin Shu, looking at him with the eyes of someone who had seen a monster. Kid, tell me honestly, how many more of these kinds of things are hidden in your head? He was now completely convinced. He had spent his life studying forging, believing he had reached the pinnacle of, but today Lin Shu's blueprint had shown him a brand new world he had never imagined. Lin Shu, hearing Master Buck's words, felt both amused and helpless. He knew nothing about forging, he had merely benefited from the design philosophy. The feasibility of this concept was entirely dependent on Master Buck's creativity and refinement. Since the conversation had gone this far, Lin Shu could only play along. Master Buck, if you like it, when I have time in the future, I'll draw a few more designs to discuss with you. Lin Shu said with a smile. It's a deal. Master Buck exclaimed joyfully. All right, no more nonsense. Master Buck redirected his gaze to the furnace. His eyes became incredibly sharp. Open the furnace. Add the materials. With his command, the enormous mechanical arm simultaneously dropped the pitch-black star iron essence and the silvery deep-sea silver into the earth-fire furnace, capable of melting all. Sizzle. The two materials with completely opposite attributes reacted violently the moment they touched the earth fire. The crimson flames and silvery chill, wildly interwove, collided and fused within the furnace. The entire forge began to tremble violently. Steady. Increase the output of the ice crystal energy. Master Buck calmly directed. He raised the Skullcrusher Warhammer high in the air. His body also began to radiate his own divine brilliance. It was a wild and heavy power filled with the essence of fire and earth. Divine being, Magma Titan, dwarf form, quality epic, rank demigod, level 9. Master Buck's innate divine being turned out to be an epic Magma Titan. No wonder he could become a forging master. Kid, what comes next is the real main event. Master Buck's body began to swell, magma-like cracks forming on his skin. In that moment, his power reached its peak. Watch closely. What true divine craftsmanship looks like. He roared, and with a force akin to breaking the heavens, he struck down heavily with the giant hammer towards the swirling mass of molten metal in the furnace. When a sound reminiscent of an ancient bell reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Clang. That hammer strike resonated with profound, lingering power, as if it could pierce straight into the soul itself. Lin Shu felt his divine realm tremble ever so faintly in unison with the reverberation. Such overwhelming force. He gazed at Master Baku before the forge, now half transformed into the molten fire titan, and silently marveled. A 9th-rank demigod, truly awe-inspiring beyond measure. And this was merely an auxiliary demigod whose mastery lay solely in forging. Were he a combat-oriented one, his destructive power would be unimaginable. The forging had begun. What followed was for Lin Shu nothing short of a breathtaking visual symphony. Each strike Master Baku delivered was flawless, precise in placement, perfect in force. He moved like a supreme sculptor, chiseling not stone, but molten metal with his hammer as chisel and will as guide. Throughout the forge chamber echoed Baku's thunderous roars and the ceaseless rhythmic clang, clang, clang of hammer on metal. Lin Shu's spiritual energy drained at an alarming pace. As the arcane array advanced step by step, the nascent form of a staff slowly coalesced within the seething molten mass. It was no longer chaotic raw energy, but now possessed its own skeletal framework and meridian-like channels. Time raced forward, swallowed whole by the intensity of the forging. How long had passed? Lin Shu had utterly lost all sense of time. Before his eyes remained only that black iron staff, relentlessly hammered, relentlessly tempered, in the heart of roaring flame. At last, as Master Baku brought down his final blow, the entire staff suddenly emitted a clear, soaring dragon's cry. A dazzling golden divine light erupted from its surface, shooting skyward with such ferocity it seemed poised to shatter the forge's roof. An oppressive, domineering aura, capable of subduing all things, burst forth instantly. It was done. Lin Shu stared breathless at the staff hovering serenely in midair, jet black from end to end, its extremities encircled by gleaming golden bands. His conceptual prototype, half-formed, half-dreamed, had truly taken shape beneath Master Baku's peerless craftsmanship. Master Baku appeared utterly spent. He dispelled the molten fire titan form and reverted to his dwarf stature, drenched head to toe as though dragged from the depths of a river. His warhammer Skullcrusher leaned heavily against the floor, propping up his exhausted frame. Yet his eyes blazed with fierce, almost terrifying brilliance, locked unwaveringly upon the staff, his face alight with the unparalleled pride and fulfillment of a true creator. It worked. By the forge fires, I actually did it. He murmured, disbelief thick in his voice. This is among the most perfect creations I've ever forged in my life. Han Bingjing stepped forward swiftly from the side. Her gaze fell upon the staff radiating that fearsome aura, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with wonder. She could sense it though unbound and unawakened the staff already surpassed ordinary epic-tier weapons in sheer innate power. Indeed, it had already brushed the threshold of legend. Lin Shu gazed upon this divine weapon, co-designed by his own hand, and swelled with incomparable triumph. This was his first gift to the Monkey King. Rui Iron Staff. Quality Epic Pinnacle. Materials Stellar Iron Essence Abyssal Sunken Silver Obsidian Mysterious Gold. Weight 13,500 Gene. Trait 1 I Rui. Responds to the wielder's will freely altering size and length. Current range remains limited. Trait 2 Sea Subduing. Exerts overwhelming suppression over aquatic beings and water-based laws. Trait 3 Law Shattering. Penetrates most energy shields and defensive spells. Description: a divine weapon brimming with infinite potential. Its ultimate power rests entirely upon the depth to which its master can awaken and refine it. Gazing upon this resplendent stat panel, Lin Shu's heart soared with quiet elation. Though still but an iron staff immeasurably distant from the true golden cudgel, it was more than enough. With it, the Monkey King's combat prowess would undergo a quantum leap. Young man, try its might now. Master Baku beside him could barely contain his eagerness. He longed to witness just how formidable this most perfect creation, endorsed even by Baku himself, truly was. Very well. Lin Shu nodded, rose, and reached out, palms upturned toward the hovering staff, grasping it with pure will alone. Boom! The entire forge chamber lurched violently downward. Within a 10-meter radius centered on Lin Shu, the metal floor collapsed inward by half a meter, and Lin Shu himself felt as though struck heat-in by a mountain. He grunted, a stifled guttural sound, and dropped instantly to one knee with a heavy thud. His arms trembled violently. Veins bulged across his forehead. With every ounce of strength he possessed, he barely managed to arrest the staff's descent, holding it aloft trembling in his hands. Heavy. Unbearably heavy. 13,500 Gene. On paper it was merely a cold, abstract number. But when that weight settled fully upon his palms, Lin Shu finally grasped, viscerally, the sheer staggering magnitude of it. He wasn't holding a staff. He was holding a mountain. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Shu's flustered state, Master Baku did not mock, instead bursting into unrestrained, jubilant laughter. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This is what a divine weapon should be. A weapon so formidable even a deity would struggle to lift it. Imagine placing it in the hands of a true warrior. His gaze upon Lin Shu burned with deep admiration. Only someone extraordinary could conceive such a weapon, and his companion was clearly no mere mortal. Gritting his teeth, Lin Shu pushed his divine energy to its absolute limit, just barely managing to draw the Rui Iron Staff into his divine realm. His arms felt shattered. It seems this thing truly isn't meant for me, he muttered, wryly shaking his head. Yet he felt no concern, not in the slightest. For he knew within this vast heaven and earth there existed only one destined master, awaiting this very staff. As Lin Shu stepped out of the Han family's forging shop, he felt as if he were floating on air. Inside his divine realm, a tremendous object weighing 13,500 Gene lay quietly. An epic top-tier quality, the youthful version of the golden staff, Rui Iron Rod. What are you thinking about? Han Bingjing asked Lin Shu, who was grinning foolishly beside her. I was thinking, who should use this rod? Lin Shu stroked his chin, wearing an expression of anguish. Han Bingjing rolled her eyes at him and said impatiently, in your divine realm, besides that group of monkeys, who else can wield a rod? She already knew the general situation in Lin Shu's divine realm, including Flower Fruit Mountain and the group of primordial divine apes undergoing military training by the arm extending old ape. Of course, Lin Shu had not revealed a word about the true identity of the Monkey King or the secrets of the 4 mischievous monkeys. In his words, the Monkey King was merely a lucky spiritual stone monkey that had undergone some mutations with decent potential, but still in its juvenile stage. The arm extending old ape, on the other hand, was an ancient ape that had lived for a long time, possessing significant wisdom and formidable strength, skilled in training monkey troops. This explanation was reasonable enough to account for why he could subdue that unruly group of 8-armed. That being said, Lin Shu's consciousness sank into the divine realm, taking a glance at the Monkey King, who was still in the sea of void directing the frost demon apes as they huffed and puffed, building ice ships. His mind was in turmoil. Should he give it or not? He had forged this low-spec version of the golden staff with the intention of giving it to the Monkey King. This was indeed the Rui Iron Rod, the Monkey King's exclusive divine weapon. If he gave it to him, now the Monkey King's combat power would undoubtedly soar several levels instantly. At that time, let alone seeking immortality, he could probably puncture the sea of void directly. But Lin Shu quickly calmed down. No, he couldn't give it. The words of the arm-extending old ape echoed in his mind. The growth of the spiritual stone monkey must follow the heavenly cycle and should not be interfered with. Every opportunity and every hardship is an indispensable part of their path. The divine master must not act out of momentary softness or profit, as it could lead to detrimental consequences. Otherwise, it would be akin to pulling seedlings to help them grow, which could hurt their foundation and lead to regret. The old ape's words were still fresh in his mind. At the beginning of the divine realm's development, Han Bingjing's evolution training secrets supported this view as well. Only by replicating the script could the effects of evolution be fully realized. And the script of Journey to the West was clearly outlined. Sun Wukong, after learning from Master Pewdie, returned without a suitable weapon, and under the guidance of the arm-extending old ape, he caused a ruckus in the East Sea Dragon Palace to seize the sea-calming needle. This treasure-seizing process was in itself an extremely important plot event on his path of growth. If he were to give this youthful version of the Golden Staff to the Monkey King, now what reason would he have to cause a ruckus in the Dragon Palace later? Wouldn't this plot be ruined by his own hands? With a slight misstep, it could even affect his subsequent growth path. This risk was one Lin Shu could not afford. Being a father is really worrying. With a slight misstep, it could even affect his subsequent growth path. This risk was one Lin Shu could not afford. Being a father is really worrying. Not be given to him for now, Lin Shu said to Han Bingjing. Why not? Han Bingjing asked, somewhat puzzled. Isn't this specially made for your divine monkey? The timing isn't right. Lin Shu pretended to be profound and shook his head. This monkey's temperament is still unstable. If I give him such a powerful weapon, I fear he won't be able to control it and might end up destroying my divine realm. This reasoning was strong and reasonable. After thinking for a moment, Han Bingjing nodded in agreement. So when do you plan to give it to him? When he truly grows up. Lin Shu's gaze grew distant. When he has mastered the 72 transformations, trained himself to immortality, and when he needs a divine weapon to stir the winds and clouds of the three realms. At that time, he would hand this Rui iron rod into his hands. That would be the true moment of its arrival in the world. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Shu brought back his thoughts, looking at Han Bingjing with a radiant smile. Miss, you worked hard today? To show my gratitude, may I treat you to a meal? Not going. Han Bingjing refused directly, without a second thought. Come on, give me some face. Then I might have to take the 5,000 divine power your dad gave me to the trading post and find 1,000 gaming sisters. You dare? Han Bingjing suddenly slammed the brakes, and the hovering vehicle executed a perfect drift in midair, coming to a halt. She turned her head, her cold eyes fixated on Lin Shu, gritting her teeth, and saying, Lin Shu, say that again. I was just joking, just joking. Lin Shu quickly raised his hands in surrender. What I meant was, let's go eat something good to replenish you. Look at you, you've lost weight because of my matters. Han Bingjing looked at his playful expression, both annoyed and... She was silent for a moment before restarting the hovercar, but under her breath she muttered, I want to eat. After finishing the ice and fire hot pot with Han Bingjing, Lin Shuan politely declined the offer of I will take you home and strolled home alone. He now had a more important task at hand. Upon returning home, Lin Shuan locked the door and without even taking a sip of water fully immersed his consciousness into the divine realm. Within the divine realm on the mountain of the Monkey King, a scene of bustling activity unfolded. The primordial divine monkeys were undergoing training under the guidance of the elder ape while desperately reproducing. Not bad, very spirited. Lin Shuan nodded in satisfaction as he observed this thriving scene. With the elder ape present, he no longer had to worry about the combat prowess of the divine monkey legion. What he needed to address now was another more significant issue. Quantity. 1,000 primordial divine monkeys were still too few. Even though the primordial divine monkeys had strong reproductive capabilities, relying solely on natural reproduction would still result in too slow an increase in their population. To expand rapidly, other measures had to be taken. The simplest and most direct method was to go back to the trading post and purchase the 8-armed demon ape disciple card, then repeat the previous modification process. However, this method had two fatal drawbacks. First, it was expensive. An epic level 8-armed demon ape disciple card costs 3,000 divine power. He currently had just over 4,000 points. Buying another would leave him back at square one. Second, it was slow. The modification process required a significant amount of divine power and time. He did not wish to waste his precious time on this. Therefore, he had to think of a more efficient and cost-effective method. Elder Ape. Lin Shuan's will manifested beside the Elder Ape. My lord, the Elder Ape paused his training and respectfully bowed. I ask you, how should we solve the reproduction issue of these divine monkeys? Lin Shuan directly inquired. The introduction states that a large amount of flesh and blood resources is required. Although we have plenty of spiritual fruits on Flower Fruit Mountain, they are all plant essences which seem not quite suitable. The elder ape chuckled while stroking his beard. My lord need not worry. The so-called flesh and blood resources are merely their instincts from the time they were under the beast god system. Now they have entered under my primordial sect. Their demonic energy has been thoroughly cleansed, so they naturally do not need to feed on flesh and blood. Then what do they eat? The spiritual peaches of Flower Fruit Mountain and the clear springs of the mountains are the best nourishment. The elder ape explained, however, relying solely on these if we want them to reproduce rapidly and form a substantial population, it may take quite some time. Is there a way to expedite the process? This was what Lin Shuwan cared about the most. There is, the elder ape nodded. In the age of deities, everything can be cardified. Naturally, there are special miraculous items designed to promote the reproduction of followers. Among them, there is a disposable consumable known as the reproduction card. Reproduction card. Exactly. This type of card is usually created by deities who govern life and reproduction. After use, it can forcibly trigger a group's reproductive potential in a short time, allowing them to enter a phase of explosive growth. A disposable consumable. Lin Shuwan stroked his chin, his eyes lighting up. This is great. It is perfect for his current urgent need for mass production. This is it. Lin Shuwan immediately searched for reproduction card in the trading post. This time a variety of products appeared. There were cards for insects, for fish, and for wild beasts. Lin Shuwan directly filtered for monkey type. Epic level consumable card, monkey reproduction card effect. After use on monkey type followers, it can trigger a frenzied breeding period for 1 month, increasing the breeding success rate by 300 and shortening the gestation period by 200. Cooldown time 6 months. Price 2,000 divine power points. 2,000 divine power for 1 month of mass production time. Worth it. Lin Shuwan looked at this card and quickly calculated in his mind. A month with a 3-fold increase in reproduction rate and a half gestation period. This exchange results in a 6-fold efficiency. 1,000 divine monkeys at the end of the month could at least give him several thousand little monkeys. As for after a month, the number of primordial divine monkeys should also be close to the carrying capacity of Flower Fruit Mountain. With nearly 10,000 in the population, it would be more than enough. I bought it. Lin Shuwan no longer hesitated, directly spending 2,000 divine power to purchase this divine monkey reproduction card. His account balance instantly dropped from over 4,000 to just over 2,000. Looking at the significantly reduced balance, Lin Shuwan felt no pain, but rather filled with anticipation. He could already foresee that in the near future a vast army of divine monkeys would appear on his mountain of the Monkey King, overshadowing the skies. After purchasing the breeding card, Lin Shu summarized his recent gains. The Hongmen banquet with Han Tianqing ultimately concluded with an unexpected win-win outcome. Not only was Lin Shu not intimidated by the dominating aura of his future father-in-law, but he also successfully extracted 5,000 points of divine power as investment and an opportunity to forge an epic weapon from the old fox thanks to a mix of genuine and exaggerated bravado. He felt he deserved a score of 99 for this maneuver, with the deduction being a precaution against pride. Following that, he converted the 5,000 divine power sponsored by Han Tianqing into strength. 1,000 points were used to accelerate the transformation of the primal divine ape legion. 2,000 points were spent on a rare-level divine ape breeding card, contributing to the grand plan of explosion of troops for the divine monkey legion. The remaining 2,000 plus points of divine power also found their purpose. Just now he had spent 800 points of divine power to snag an epic-level damaged spiritual vein node, which had already been loaded into the divine realm and would take effect in 7 days. Epic-level resource card, damaged spiritual vein node. Affect a severely damaged spiritual vein node in the turbulent flow of time and space. Once loaded, it can provide a large amount of spiritual energy to the divine realm. However, due to its damage, it needs to be loaded in a suitable environment for the growth of spiritual veins, otherwise the loading may fail. Description: a tasteless and regrettable chicken rib. Unless you have absolute confidence in making the spiritual vein grow, it is not recommended to try. Price: 800 divine power points. With the massive reproduction of the primal divine apes, the resource capacity of Lin Shu's divine realm was gradually becoming stretched. There was an urgent need to purchase resource cards to expand the divine realm. Coincidentally, the obscure nature of the primal divine system led to few people understanding how to utilize spiritual veins. This resulted in the epic-level damaged spiritual vein card being overlooked, with the price dropping repeatedly. As for the damage to the spiritual vein requiring a suitable environment. Joking, where is Wagwashan? As the ancestral vein of the 10 continents and the origin of the 3 islands, it stands where clarity and turbidity begin, formed after the separation of chaos, making it a gathering place for spiritual veins and a favored location by the heavenly Tao, fully meeting the requirements for suitable for spiritual vein growth. With the confidence of successfully loading the spiritual vein, Lin Shu naturally collected this epic card into his possession. With the loading of more suitable resource cards, Waguashan might truly restore the splendor of being a place of spiritual treasures as described in the original work. The remaining 1,000+ points of divine power were all exchanged for various rare materials that could enhance spiritual power and illusion skills for Bai Jingjing. This was also the result of Lin Shu's careful consideration. After all, the realm of the Tongbei Old Ape was suppressed by the highest level divine beings in his divine realm. This meant that as long as he elevated Bai Jingjing, who was at the highest realm, he could synchronize the restoration of the Tongbei Old Ape's realm. After all this operation, he reverted back to being a destitute pauper. However, his divine realm welcomed an unprecedented golden period of vigorous development. Money is meant to be spent. Looking at his account that hit zero again, Lin Shu felt not sorrow, but a surge of motivation. Resources only hold meaning when converted into strength. Now everything was ready, only the final step remained. Making gold. He needed a suitable instance to test the results of his efforts during this time, to find opportunities for Bai Jingjing's evolution and realm elevation, and to accumulate a sum of startup funds for condensing divine power for himself. Lin Shu opened the Divine Task Center app of Donghai City and began browsing the recently published exploration tasks. His goal was quite clear. The difficulty could not be too high, preferably something that could be completed solo. The rewards needed to be substantial, at least enough to replenish his losses. Most importantly, the type of secret realm should ideally be one filled with opportunities. He sifted through searching. Soon a recently published private exploration task marked as high risk caught. Task name: Explore the Lost Illusion Butterfly Valley. Task publisher anonymous. Task description: Illusion Butterfly Valley, a newly discovered micro-secret realm, is filled with various powerful illusion traps and psychic creatures. Currently recruiting a deity with a high resistance to illusions or someone proficient in breaking illusions to explore together. Task rewards: Secret realm earnings split 3,070. You get 7, I get 3. Illusion Butterfly Valley. Illusions. Psychic creatures. Lin Shu's eyes instantly lit up. Isn't this the experience pack and material library tailor-made for Bai Jingjing? Bai Jingjing's essence is that of the bone spirit, naturally proficient in illusions. For her to evolve and reshape her flesh and blood, besides needing vast life energy, what is more crucial is to enhance her understanding of transformation between reality and illusion and the path of illusion. And this Illusion Butterfly Valley is undoubtedly the best training ground. This is it. Lin Shu made a decision in his heart instantly. However, before accepting this task, he had one concern. Join exploration. The task description clearly stated that a teammate was being recruited. Moreover, the other party offered a profit-sharing condition of you get 7, I get 3, which was almost ridiculously generous. There must be something off about this. Who exactly is this anonymous task publisher? Why do they want to form a team? And why would they offer such an outrageous profit-sharing ratio? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Shu's mind. Could it be a trap? Trying to find a poor fool to scout the way and act as cannon fodder. This possibility was very high. Secret realm exploration was inherently filled with danger. Human hearts were even more treacherous than the monsters within the secret realms. Every year, countless deities do not die at the hands of monsters, but rather from the betrayal of their teammates. However, Lin Shu's lips curled into a confident smile. Want to use me as cannon fodder? They better see if they have that capability. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are mere paper tigers. Right now, he had the Tongbei Old Ape, the Frost Magic Ape, and Bai Jingjing 3 demigod-level powers. Not to mention a legion of 1,000 primal divine apes with overwhelming combat power. Just this lineup alone was enough to sweep through most mid to low-level secret realms. He had the confidence to take this risk. With that thought, Lin Shu no longer hesitated and directly clicked the apply button under the task. Almost at the moment he clicked, the other party accepted his request. Immediately, a private chat window popped up. Anonymous hello. The words were few, very concise. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow and replied, hello. I have accepted the task. Time and location. Anonymous, tomorrow at 9 a.m. Meet in front of Gate 7 of Time and Space Beacon in the east of the city. Lin Shu, okay. Anonymous, additionally a reminder. The danger level of Huan Digu may far exceed your imagination. The illusions inside are very strange and can even directly attack the soul. If you are not absolutely sure, it's still not too late to withdraw now. The other party's words sounded like a kind reminder. However, Lin Shu sensed a hint of probing in them. He smiled and replied, don't worry, I'm the kind of person who is just a bit stubborn. Anonymous. Okay. See you tomorrow. After ending the chat, Lin Shu closed the task app. He already had a general speculation in mind. This Anonymous is most likely the discoverer and owner of Huan Digu. However, his own strength might not be enough for independent exploration, or he might be trapped by some illusionary trap inside and need an external aid to break free. That's why he issued this task. The generous division of rewards was also to attract truly capable individuals. No matter who you are, or what your purpose is, this Huan Digu, I will conquer it. A glint of determination shone in Lin Shu's eyes. However, before going, he needed to do one last thing. That is to invest all the remaining resources he had into Bai. Since he decided to make her the core of this quest, he naturally needed to maximize her combat power. Lin Shu's consciousness sank back into the divine realm. At this moment on Huahua Mountain, Bai Jingjing was sitting cross-legged under a spirit peach tree, quietly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With the abundant nourishment of spirit peaches and monkey wine, her injuries had mostly healed. However, her aura still lingered at the peak of half-divine 5th stage with no signs of advancement. She seemed to have encountered a bottleneck. Lin Shu's will manifested before her. Master, are your injuries healed? In response to Master, there are no major issues. That's good. Lin Shu nodded and got straight to the point, saying, I am here to help you advance further. A hint of confusion flashed in Bai Jingjing's eyes. Advance further. She was already at the peak of half-divine 5th stage, just a step away from the 6th stage. But that step seemed like an insurmountable chasm. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't cross it. She felt as if she was missing some critical opportunity. Master Jingjing is foolish and does not know how to break through, she said with some shame. I know. Lin Shu smiled. You are not lacking in cultivation, but rather in a deeper understanding of illusion and reality. Your path is transforming the void into reality, reshaping the true self. Although your current illusion techniques are exquisite, they ultimately remain at the level of deception. You can only confuse the enemy's senses, but cannot truly shake their soul. Only when your illusions can create a real illusion indistinguishable from the truth will you have truly embarked on the path of transformation. Lin Shu's words were like a sudden enlightenment, sending a tremor through Bai Jingjing's soul. A real illusion. She had never imagined that illusions could reach such an unfathomable realm. Master, can I do it? Her tone was filled with uncertainty. You can. Lin Shu's answer was, he extended his hand, and several cards radiating different glows appeared in his palm. This is. Bai Jingjing looked at those cards and felt the pure spiritual and illusionary energy emanating from them. Her pupils suddenly constricted. Epic resource card, Mirror Flower Water Moon. Rare grade item card, Dreamweaver's Thread. Rare grade material card, Illusion Butterfly Scale Powder. These are all treasures Lin Shu meticulously selected from the trading post with the remaining 800 points of divine power, most suitable for Bai Jingjing. Each of these has immense benefits for cultivating illusion techniques and enhancing mental strength. These are what I have prepared for you. Lin Shu handed all the cards to Bai Jingjing. Master, this is too precious. Bai Jingjing hurriedly declined. She knew that Lin Shu was not affluent right now. These items were probably all he had left. Take it. Lin Shu's tone was unyielding. I said I would help you. This is just the first step. Tomorrow I will take you to a place that can truly transform you. Now what you need to do is absorb all these items. Then become stronger for me. Lin Shu looked at her, his eyes filled with trust and expectation. Bai Jingjing looked at him, then at the enticing treasures in her hand. Her eyes grew misty again. She didn't say anything more. She just nodded heavily. Then she sat cross-legged, surrounding all the treasure. She would respond to her master's unwavering trust with her actions. She would become stronger. The next morning, Lin Shu arrived punctually at the time and space beacon base located in the eastern part of Dong. This is a public facility established by the Donghai city government specifically designed for the transportation and entry into various secret realms with a very high security level, and patrolling semi-divine guards were visible everywhere at the entrance. According to the appointment, Lin Shu came to the front of gate No. 7. In front of the gate, there was already a person standing quietly with their back to him. It was a young man with a tall stature dressed in a well-tailored silver combat uniform. Just standing there gave off an imposing aura, as if he were the center of this realm. Hearing the footsteps, the man slowly turned around. Lin Shu's pupils slightly contracted. The hidden yet vast divine power emanating from him clearly indicated that he was an extremely powerful semi-divine. Hello, I am the issuer of this mission. The man extended his hand with a smile that felt like a warm spring breeze. My name is Yichun. Hearing the footsteps, the man slowly turned around. Lin Shu's pupils slightly contracted. The hidden yet vast divine power emanating from him clearly, either he is a rising star from outside or he is deliberately concealing his identity. Lin Shu also extended his hand and shook his lightly. In the moment their hands clasped, Lin Shu sharply sensed a subtle probing force emanating from the man's palm, attempting to explore his essence through his arm. The generous conditions and the hidden identity kept Lin Shu's doubts alive. This probing only solidified his vigilance. Lin Shu sneered inwardly and discreetly mobilized a trace of the power of transformation to simulate a chaotic and mixed spatial fluctuation within his body. This fluctuation appeared as if it were a newly awakened entity of some spatial divine nature, yet completely unable to control its power akin to a novice. Moi. A slight, barely perceptible surprise flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He withdrew his hand, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Brother Lin is indeed hidden and profound. He marveled, such pure yet violent spatial divine power surely indicates that Brother Lin's divine entity must be extraordinary, right? It's just luck, Lin Shu replied. Lin Shu feigned modesty, saying, it's just a relatively rare variant species with no real combat power. He silently mocked himself, keep acting, let's see who breaks character first. Haha, Brother Lin is too modest. Yi Chen clearly appeared satisfied with Lin Shu's honesty. In his eyes, Lin Shu, the novice with treasures, yet unaware of how to excavate them, was the perfect tool for it. Sufficient strength, insufficient intelligence, and a hint of greed. He was simply a chosen one. Well, since everyone is here, let's not waste any more time. Yi Chen glanced at the personal terminal on his wrist. I have already located the entrance to the illusory Butterfly Valley yesterday, using coordinates. We will teleport directly there. As he spoke, he operated a few commands on the personal terminal. The light gate of Gate No. 7, composed entirely of pure energy, instantly began to distort and reshape, and the scene behind the gate transformed from the original void into a colorful, dreamlike, splendid nebula. Brother Lin, please. Yi Chen gestured for him to go ahead. Lin Shu nodded without hesitation, took the lead, and stepped into the light gate. At the moment of stepping in, he quietly issued a divine command to the arm-reaching old monkey far away on the divine domains, Ape King Mountain. Arm-reaching, be prepared to respond to my command at any time. If there are any abnormalities, the primal divine ape army will give him a surprise immediately. Understood, Divine Lord. After a brief moment of spinning and disorientation, Lin Shu's feet landed on soft grass. He opened his eyes to find himself in a dreamlike valley. The sky of the valley was a magnificent purple, floating with cotton candy-like 7-colored auspicious clouds. The air was filled with a peculiar sweet fragrance that could intoxicate anyone. All around were various glowing strange flowers and plants that he had never seen before. Countless colorful butterflies with wings spanning over half a meter wide danced gracefully among the flowers. This was the illusory Butterfly Valley. What a beautiful place! Lin Shu sincerely exclaimed. Beautiful indeed, but it also hides dangers. Yi Chen's voice came from beside him. He pointed to those seemingly harmless, beautiful butterflies and said, these are the main creatures of the illusory Butterfly Valley, the dream enchantment butterflies. Their scales possess a strong hallucinogenic effect, and if inhaled too much, even a semi-divine would fall into a deep illusion and be unable to extricate themselves. Is it really that powerful? Lin Shu feigned surprise. This is just an appetizer. Yi Chen's expression turned serious. The deeper we go, the stronger the illusion will be. In the deepest part of the valley, there is a naturally formed illusion mist that can even distort space and time, causing one to become completely lost within. The last time I was trapped in that mist and nearly couldn't get out, he said, still filled with trepidation. Lin Shu sneered inwardly. Keep it up, keep spinning your tail. You probably found something valuable in there, but were kicked out by the gatekeeper, right? So how do we enter this time? Lin Shu asked. This is where I need Brother Lin's assistance. Yi Chen's face bore a sincere smile. He took out an item from his divine domain space. It was a small shuttle boat entirely made of silver metal, exuding a sci-fi vibe. This is my galactic traveler from the divine domain. It can create an independent curvature shield, isolating most energy erosion. Yi Chen pointed at the shuttle confidently, saying, as long as we stay inside, we will be immune to the scales of those dream enchantment butterflies. However, it is powerless against the illusion mist that can distort space. Therefore, I need Brother Lin's spatial divine monkey to maintain a stable spatial beacon inside the shuttle, ensuring we do not lose our direction within the mist. This explanation was seamless. Lin Shu nodded, indicating he understood. No problem. Yet inside, he was frantically mocking, wow, you even prepared the props so meticulously. You're quite dedicated as a villain. All right, let's set off. The two boarded the shuttle. The shuttle silently powered up, hovering in midair, and then transformed into a silver streak of light, swiftly heading deep into the valley. The Star River skimmer surged forward at breathtaking speed, carving a silvery streak through the kaleidoscope. Its interior was compact yet exquisitely appointed, designed for comfort and refinement. Brother Lin, would you care for a drink? Yi Chen gestured toward the bar with an affable smile. This is stellar nectar acquired at great expense from the divine winemaker's pantheon, renowned for its extraordinary efficacy in stabilizing the soul. No thank you. Lin Shu shook his head. He dared not accept anything from a stranger, nor risk what unseen additives might lurk within. Yi Chen did not press further. Instead, he poured himself a glass, sipped delicately, and let a look of pure indulgence settle upon his features. Brother Lin, ever the paragon of caution, he remarked, setting down his glass with a faint knowing smile. Prudence is never misplaced when journeying beyond familiar shores. Lin Shu's reply was flawlessly measured, neither revealing nor inviting. As he engaged Yi Chun in light, meandering conversation, he feigned casual curiosity while studying the passing landscape beyond the viewport. In truth, his entire consciousness had already withdrawn into his divine realm, poised vigilant and ready to counter any emergent threat. Tongbi status report, and, at your command, Sovereign. I have concealed an elite squad of celestial apes within the spatial interstices of the divine realm, prepared to act on your slightest signal. Tongbi the elder ape's voice resonated within Lin Shu's mind. And excellent. Remember, under no circumstances shall you reveal yourselves without my explicit order. Understood. And with every contingency secured, Lin Shu's composure settled into absolute stillness. He felt like a supreme player clad in god-tier gear returning to a novice village, watching this earnestly performing elite monster with the serene predatory amusement of a cat toying with its prey. Very well, continue your performance. Let us see what spectacle you intend to unfold. And the skimmer pressed onward, swiftly entering the valley's midsection. The scenery here diverged markedly from the outer reaches. The air thickened with that peculiar honeyed fragrance, now laced with an unmistakable undercurrent of danger. Outside, the fluttering illusion butterflies had grown larger. Their wings bore increasingly intricate, unsettling patterns. Sensing the skimmer, an intruder, they converged en masse, drawn as if by instinct. Thousands upon thousands of colossal butterflies encircled the slender vessel, their wings beating in unison, showering it with shimmering, iridescent scales. Where those scales struck the skimmer's curvature shield, they hissed and sputtered, corroding the energy field which flickered erratically, dimming and flaring in desperate rhythm. Brother Lin, no need for alarm, Yi Chun said, glancing calmly at the fluctuating energy readings on the holoscreen. These creatures cannot breach my defenses. Hardly had the words left his lips when two compact energy turrets extended from the skimmer's hull. And were two slender beams of cobalt light lanced forth, striking two nearest butterflies with surgical precision. Those two creatures emitted no cry, only dissolved instantly into ash beneath the searing beams. And behold, Yi Chun declared, gesturing proudly out the viewport, my Star River skimmer is far more than mere transport. Lin Shu observed his companion's self-satisfied grin, the kind that silently pleaded, praise me now, and inwardly rolled his eyes. Brother Yu, a formidable demigod, piloting high-tech artillery against mere third or fourth-tier butterflies. What precisely merits such pride? Outwardly, however, he complied perfectly, molding his expression into one of wide-eyed awe and profound reverence. In Brother Ye's power is truly immense, profound beyond measure. I stand humbled, utterly awestruck. Haha, modesty. Flattered by this impeccably timed praise, Yi Chun beamed with genuine Then, without warning, the skimmer convulsed violently. Not deep, resonant hum shook the hull. Naviri light died, save the frantic, pulsing crimson of emergency alarms. A shrill, piercing alarm shrieked through the cabin in, warning. High-intensity psychic assault detected. Curvature shield integrity degraded to 30%. What in the heavens? Yi Chun's smile froze, then shattered. He sprang upright, eyes locking onto the viewport, where behind the swarm a colossal shadow-wrought butterfly silhouette slowly coalesced. Its form spanned half the valley, its compound eyes blazed like twin blood moons, radiating malevolent, soul-chilling light. It hovered in silence. Yet an invisible, crushing tide of psychic pressure surged forth, like a tsunami bearing down upon the skimmer with suffocating force. Crack! And the curvature shield groaned, a single jagged fissure splitting its surface as though under unbearable strain. The illusion butterfly empress. Yi Chun's face paled for the first time. Damn it! Our intelligence was fatally flawed. How could such a being dwell here? Divine entity, illusion butterfly empress, psychic projection and rank, epic ascension, tier, demigod, fourth rank in description, sovereign of the illusion butterfly veil. Possesses overwhelming psychic mastery. Her physical form slumbers deep beneath the earth. Only her psychic projection patrols her domain. Brother Lin, hurry. Yi Chun's voice turned urgent, almost desperate. Her psychic assault is overwhelming. The skimmer won't hold much longer. Use your spatial ability. Get us out of here now. Ni's face was etched with raw panic, as if truly trapped at the edge of annihilation. Lin Shu watched the masterful performance and smiled coldly within. And go on. Keep acting. And this empress was surely part of your design all along. Your feigned distress is merely meant to force my hand, to compel me to reveal my ultimate trump card before the moment is ripe. And very well, I'll try. Lin Shu's expression shifted instantly, wide-eyed, trembling, convincingly terrified. He raised his hands and mimed frantic gestures in the air, muttering incantations under his breath. Spatial beacon, established. Spatial translocation, initiating. And even as he performed, his inner voice commanded Tongbi within the divine realm. Tongbi, assist me. Generate a grand spatial distortion, maximum visual impact, but no actual transit. In, as you command, sovereign. In the next instant, NBRRRR, not cataclysmic wave of chaotic titanic spatial energy erupted from the skimmer's core. The very fabric of the valley trembled, space itself rippling outward in visible concentric waves like stones striking still water. Yi Chen's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. He sensed it immediately. The magnitude of this spatial disturbance dwarfed all prior expectations. And this spatial ape of Lin Shu's was far more potent than he'd imagined. Yet, this only served his purpose better. And the stronger the power, the more valuable its eventual use. An avarice and exhilaration flickered unseen in the depths of his gaze, just as he believed Lin Shu was about to execute the translocation. Then, abruptly, the immense spatial resonance collapsed. And like a lamp snuffed in darkness, it vanished without trace. In Lin Shu spat a vivid arc of crimson, his face draining to deathly pallor as his body swayed barely upright. Impossible, brother Yi, he gasped, voice fraying into ragged whispers. The Empress's psychic force, it corrupted my spatial beacon. I can't initiate transit. Ni's eyes rolled back. He crumpled, unconscious, motionless. Yi Chen. And he stared dumbfounded at Lin Shu's lifeless form sprawled across the floor. And wait, this wasn't the script. Yi Chen looked at Lin Shu, who lay on the ground with a pale face and a hint of blood at the corner of her mouth, completely bewildered. What is this supposed to mean? Dying before achieving success. After planning for so long and finally finding such a perfect tool in Lin Shu, how could this guy be taken out by a mere mental pressure from the boss before the critical moment? This is just too pathetic. A flicker of anger and unwillingness crossed Yi Chen's face. He hurried to Lin Shu's side, crouched down, and reached out to check on her condition. However, just as his fingers were about to touch Lin Shu, a chilling, eerie energy, filled with the scent of death, suddenly erupted from her. A woman in a white dress with a pale complexion and graceful figure silently appeared in front of Lin Shu, blocking Yi Chen's hand. It was Bai Jingjing. Who are you? Yi Chen was startled by this sudden change, stepping back sharply and warily, eyeing the strange woman radiating a semi-divine fifth-tier aura. He could sense that this woman was very strong. Moreover, her aura was filled with the traits of the undead, and illusion completely out of place in this illusion butterfly valley. Bai Jingjing did not answer him. She merely looked at him coldly with her hollow eyes, then glanced back at Lin Shu, who lay on the ground in a deep coma, a trace of barely noticeable concern flashing in her eyes. This was a script that Lin Shu had already discussed with her. Lin Shu pretended to be stunned by the mental shock, and then she would step in to deal with this illusion butterfly queen. In this way, not only could they conceal Lin Shu's true strength as well as Monkey Brother and the arm-extended old ape, but they could also naturally showcase Bai Jingjing's power, laying the groundwork for the subsequent strategy against the illusion-type boss. Playing tricks. Yi Chen glanced at the silent Bai Jingjing and snorted coldly. Although he did not know how this woman had appeared, a semi-divine fifth-tier undead creature was not enough to instill fear in him. What concerned him more was the illusion butterfly queen outside, which continued to assault the shield. Crack. Another crisp sound echoed as cracks multiplied on the shield of the shuttle. At most, they could hold out for another minute. Since we can't rely on him, we have to depend on ourselves. A glint of determination flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a squad of soldiers clad in silver high-tech armor wielding energy rifles was teleported out from his divine domain. Divine beings, Starfall warriors, divine affiliation, galactic divine system, quality, rare description, super soldiers, enhanced through genetic modification and mechanical fortification, disciplined and adept at coordinated combat. They are the most common cannon fodder. I mean the backbone of the galactic divine system. Talent, energy coordination. During team combat, they can link their energy weapons into a web, greatly enhancing attack power and range. Skills: Gauss rifle shooting, electromagnetic pulse grenades, tactical rolling. Evaluation: a group of merciless shooting machines. As long as the energy supply is sufficient, they can turn any enemy into Swiss cheese. Fire. Yi Chen commanded. Hundreds of Starfall warriors immediately aimed their rifles at the massive butterfly phantom outside the shuttle and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense blue energy beams poured toward the illusion butterfly queen like a torrential rain. However, the massive butterfly phantom merely fluttered its wings lightly. Buzz. An invisible barrier composed entirely of pure mental energy suddenly appeared in all the energy beams. The moment they hit the barrier, vanished without a trace, as if they had fallen into the ocean, not even causing a ripple. What a... Yi Chen's pupils contracted sharply. His Starfall warriors, though only of rare quality, had enough firepower when focused to inflict effective damage on a semi-divine fifth-tier creature. But now they couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. The strength of this illusion butterfly queen was far beyond his expectations. Kik. A strange piercing laugh echoed in everyone's minds. The illusion butterfly queen's crimson compound eyes flickered. In the next second, all the Starfall warriors who were firing froze, then they turned their guns on their teammates, beginning to fire wildly. Not good. It's mental control. Yi Chen's face turned ashen in an instant. His Starfall warriors' minds had been taken over by the opponent. The entire shuttle was thrown into chaos in an instant. Allies were shooting at each other, energy beams flying everywhere, and explosions rang out incessantly. Yi Chen looked at this chaotic scene, nearly spitting blood in anger. His carefully cultivated army, before even facing the true enemy, was about to annihilate each other here. Just as he felt helpless and was about to forcibly recall the controlled soldiers back to his divine domain, a cold and alluring voice suddenly rang in his ear. A bunch of useless trash, let the professionals handle it. Yi Chen turned sharply, only to see the silent woman in white, Bai Jingjing, slowly raising her hand. At her fingertips, wisps of ethereal purple mist filled with illusionary energy swirled. In my name, the illusion realm, descend. She chanted softly. Buzz. A wave of more bizarre, deeper, and indescribable illusionary energy erupted violently from her. At that moment, the entire world seemed to lose its color. Whether it was the menacing illusion butterfly queen outside, or the Starfall warriors inside the shuttle, their movements were instantly frozen. Their gazes turned hollow and dazed. It was as if their souls had been forcibly dragged into another endless dream created by Bai Jingjing. Yi Chen stared blankly at the scene before him, feeling his brain once again overwhelmed. Who exactly? Her illusionary prowess is even more terrifying than that epic illusion butterfly queen. This is my hunting ground. Bai Jingjing slowly walked past him, and in her hand 2 blades made of eerie white bones had appeared, unbeknownst to Wen. She approached those utterly defenseless projections of the illusion butterfly queen. Her steps were graceful, yet filled with lethal intent, like a stunning death goddess about to begin harvesting her prey. Within the terrifying illusion realm of Bai Jingjing, even the spiritual projection of the illusion butterfly matriarch was as defenseless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Its soul was dragged into an endless cycle composed of countless nightmares, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. Bai Jingjing's figure appeared before it like a ghost silently. The twin bone swords in her hands traced 2 poignant arcs. The massive butterfly illusion shattered midair, not even emitting a sorrowful cry, turning into countless specks of light. The controlled Starfall warriors also awakened one by one as the projection of the illusion butterfly matriarch dissipated. They stared blankly at the energy rifles still emitting green smoke in their hands, then looked at their fallen companions in pools of blood, their faces filled with confusion and fear. What happened? Yi Chen stared at the dramatic scene before him, speechless for a long time. The crisis he had meticulously prepared to test Lin Shu was so easily resolved by this suddenly appearing woman in white. Moreover, it was resolved with such ease and thoroughness. He looked at Bai Jingjing, who stood quietly in the midst of the light points with her twin swords in hand, his gaze becoming increasingly grave and wary. This woman was definitely the greatest variable in his plans. What exactly is her background? Where did that guy Lin Shu get such a powerful undead creature? Yi Chen's heart was filled with questions and vigilance. However, this was not the time to ponder such matters. Although the projection of the illusion butterfly matriarch was destroyed, they had not truly escaped danger. We need to leave here quickly, Yi Chen said in a deep voice. The matriarch's projection has been destroyed, its true form will soon be disturbed. That is a true epic-level existence, so we are definitely not a match for it. As he spoke, he hurried over to Lin Shu, who was still unconscious, preparing to drag him up. However, at that moment, cough. Lin Shu, lying on the ground, emitted 2 coughs at a very opportune time and slowly awakened. He sat up from the ground with a confused expression, rubbing his aching head. What happened to me? Are we still alive? He looked at the wreckage of the cabin around him and the dissipating illusions outside, revealing a perfectly timed expression of surviving a disaster. Yi Chen, seeing his innocent expression of "Who am I? Where am I?" couldn't help but twitch his eye. He began to suspect that this guy had been pretending to be unconscious. But looking at his pale face and weak aura, which of course were all feigned, it didn't seem fake. You were stunned by the spiritual shock of the illusion butterfly matriarch. Yi Chen patiently explained, it was your companion who saved us. He pointed at Bai Jingjing beside them. Oh, is that so? Lin Shu looked at Bai Jingjing, showing a grateful expression. Thank you for saving my life, heroic lady. Bai Jingjing felt a bit uncomfortable being called heroic lady and merely gave him a cold glance without speaking. All right, enough with the chit-chat. Yi Chen interrupted their interaction. This place is not safe, we need to hurry. Before he could finish, the entire valley suddenly trembled violently. Rumble. The earth shook as if some terrifying beast was about to emerge from the depths below. A terrifying aura over 10 times stronger than the previous spiritual projection surged from the deepest part of the valley. The true form of the illusion butterfly matriarch had awakened. Damn, there's no time. Yi Chen's face instantly turned extremely grim. However, just as he thought they were about to face a furious epic-level BOSS, that terrifying aura suddenly halted at its peak. Immediately after, a scream filled with pain and terror reverberated throughout the valley. Then everything returned to calm. Yi Chen, what was going on? Where was the boss? What happened to the promised furious epic-level boss? Why did it just scream once and then fall silent? Did it get stuck? Just as he was filled with doubt, a series of system prompt sounds rang in Lin Shu's mind. Ding. Your divine creature by Jingjing has significantly improved her understanding of the illusion path after absorbing the spiritual essence of the illusion butterfly matriarch. Her quality is undergoing a transformation. Transformation successful. Your divine creature by Jingjing has evolved from epic pseudo to epic. Ding. Due to the increase in quality, her realm bottleneck has been broken. Her realm is rising. Rise successful. Her realm has advanced from demigod level 5 to demigod level 6. Lin Shu's heart was filled with joy. This was exhilarating. This was amazing. It turned out that by Jingjing's move, Illusion Realm Descend not only controlled the projection of the illusion butterfly matriarch, but also directly attacked the matriarch's soul body in that real illusion. That poor matriarch, without even showing its face, was killed by Jingjing in its own dream. Its entire spiritual essence naturally became the nourishment for Bai Jingjing's evolution. This round was a huge profit. It seems. Everything is fine. Yi Chen cautiously stuck his head out to take a look outside the window. The valley was calm, as if the previously earth-shattering aura had merely been an illusion. Let's go check it out. Yi Chen's curiosity was completely piqued. He piloted the shuttle towards the deepest part of the valley where the aura had emanated. Soon they arrived at an area shrouded in thick, colorful mist. This was what Yi Chen referred to as As the shuttle entered the mist, the various detection instruments on the light screen malfunctioned instantly, emitting a sizzling electrical sound. The surrounding scenery also began to become bizarre and distorted. Lin bro, hurry, Yi Chen shouted anxiously. Use your spatial ability to stabilize it. All right, let me try again. Lin Shu's face still bore a severely drained expression. He extended his hand again and began to cast a spell. Buzz, a familiar massive and chaotic spatial fluctuation reappeared. This time, under the covert operation of the armored old ape, this fluctuation appeared even more unstable than before, as if it could explode at any moment. Yet it was precisely this unstable spatial fluctuation that acted like a sharp knife, forcibly tearing a rift through the distorted illusion mist that led to the real world. Passing through the rift, the view suddenly opened up. A massive underground cavern resembling a beehive appeared. In the center of the cavern lay a gigantic butterfly corpse completely devoid of any life essence. It was the true form of the illusion butterfly matriarch. Behind the butterfly corpse stood a stone altar emanating an ancient and weathered aura quietly. On the altar, a semi-transparent energy shield composed of countless spatial runes was slowly rotating. At the center of the shield floated a fist-sized, dazzling diamond-shaped crystal that sparkled like a star. The crystal radiated a tremendous spatial energy that made even Lin Shu's heart race. I found it. Finally found it. Looking at Yi Chen's face twisted with excitement and greed and the hundreds of dark energy gun muzzles behind him, Lin Shu felt no tension or panic in his heart. He only found it somewhat amusing. So finally, no more pretending. He looked at Yi Chen, a playful smile appearing on his face. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that Lin Shu might be shocked, angry, fearful, or even beg for mercy in the face of this sudden betrayal. But what he did not expect was that the other party would wear such a calm expression, even tinged with mockery. Aren't you afraid? Yi Chen's brows furrowed, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Why should I be afraid? Lin Shu retorted, afraid of you lot who can't even withstand an illusion? Or are you afraid of being a waste that can't even defeat a boss? Yi Chen's face instantly turned a shade of iron blue. Waste. Yi Chen, hailing from one of the most prestigious divine families in the country, awakened the epic-level interstellar commander, leading an invincible legion of Starfall warriors. He had always been the pride of heaven. Never before had he been so humiliated to his face. It seems you still haven't grasped your situation. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. He coldly snickered and snapped his fingers. Buzz. A series of translucent barriers made of pure energy instantly rose from all sides, enveloping the entire cave. These barriers interconnected, forming an impenetrable massive energy prison. A powerful force of spatial confinement immediately spread out. This is an A-class divine technique, spatial lock. Yichen looked at Lin Shu once again, displaying that confident smile of someone in control. In this domain, all spatial abilities will be suppressed to their limits. Teleportation, flickering spatial traversal. All ineffective. Your proud spatial divine monkey is now just an ordinary monkey trapped in a cage. He proudly showcased his masterpiece to Lin Shu. This was the final piece of his plan. He had long anticipated that Lin Shu might have a means of spatial escape. Thus, he specially prepared this devastating weapon to counter space-type deities. He figured out that Lin Shu's followers, whether that frost giant or the eerie bone woman, were all melee fighters, while his Starfall warriors specialized in ranged attacks. As long as he used spatial lock to trap the opponent and then maintained distance for a saturated firepower cover, the other side wouldn't even have the chance to brush against his clothing. This was a case of dimensional suppression. Do you still think I'm joking with you? Yichen looked down at Lin Shu, his gaze akin to that of a spider gazing at a pitiful insect already caught. Lin Shu, I will give you one last chance. Sacrifice all your divine beings to me. Then kneel and swear to become my most loyal servant. Perhaps I might show mercy and spare your life. His tone was filled with condescension and arrogance. In his eyes, Lin Shu had no chance of turning the tables. Lin Shu listened to Yichen's final ultimatum and nearly burst out laughing. I say, young man, he fiddled with his ears, wearing an expression that seemed to say, are you out of your mind? Do you have some misunderstanding about your own strengths? Or do you have some misunderstanding about me? Even facing death, you dare to be stubborn. Yichen's patience was finally exhausted. He stopped wasting words, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Since you refuse to drink the wine, don't blame me for being ruthless. Starfall warriors, prepare. Target lock onto all enemies in front. Saturation attack. He suddenly swung his hand down. However, 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. The expected apocalyptic energy rain did not appear. The entire cave fell into a deathly silence. The hundreds of Starfall warriors who had raised their energy rifles remained frozen in their aiming stances as if they had turned into lifeless statues. Moi. Yichen's brows tightly knitted together. What happened? Why aren't they firing? He turned back and roared at his army. Yet not a single soldier responded to him. They simply stood there quietly, the dark muzzles still aimed at Lin Shu, but their gazes had turned incredibly vacant and fearful. An ominous premonition instantly engulfed Yichen's heart. He suddenly turned his head to look at the woman in white who had been standing next to Lin Shu, seemingly an outsider. He saw the corner of Bai Jingjing's mouth, which had unknowingly curled up into a cold and enchanting, exquisite smile. In her eyes, 2 swirling spheres of eerie purple soul fire were slowly spinning. What? What did you do to them? Yichen's voice grew sharp with fear. It's nothing. Bai Jingjing's voice was light and airy, yet it felt like poisoned daggers stabbing mercilessly into Yichen's heart. I merely asked them to have a dream. Nightmare about betrayal. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the Starfall warriors who had originally aimed at Lin Shu suddenly turned their gun muzzles around in unison. Hundreds of dark energy gun muzzles were simultaneously aimed at their once beloved, most revered deity. Yichen, no, this is impossible. Yichen looked at the hundreds of dark energy gun barrels aimed at him, his face drained of color as he let out a roar of disbelief. His Starfall warriors, his most loyal, most prideful army. Their brains had undergone the strictest genetic modification and mental branding, and their loyalty to him was absolute. Unshakable. How could they be controlled by mere illusions? Nothing is impossible, Bai Jingjing's voice whispered like a devil in his ear. In my illusion realm, I am the only god. I can see the deepest fears, desires, and resentments within each of them. Her lips curled into a cruel arc. Do you think their loyalty to you comes from the heart? No, it is merely a mental shackle imposed by you. Deep within their souls, they are filled with resentment towards your arrogance, viewing them as mere tools. I merely helped amplify that resentment a little. Bai Jingjing's words struck Yichen's heart like heavy hammers. His pride and confidence as the son of heaven shattered piece by piece. No, you traitors. I am your god. How dare you betray me? Yichen shouted madly at his own, but it was to no avail. The eyes of those Starfall warriors remained hollow and numb. Their fingers slowly rested on the trigger. It's over, Yichen, Lin Shu's calm voice rang out. He looked at the genius in front of him who had descended into madness and collapse, showing no sympathy in his eyes. From the moment he decided to treat others as tools and cannon fodder, he should have anticipated that he would one day be treated as prey himself. No, I have not lost. I have not lost. Yichen suddenly awoke from his state of madness. A flicker of final madness passed through his eyes. Even without an army, I still have it. He roared and violently tore open his divine domain space. Boom. A terrifying aura more powerful than all the Starfall warriors combined erupted violently from the crack in that space. A gigantic humanoid mech entirely composed of silvery metal filled with streamlined and technological beauty slowly walked out from the crack. It stood 10 meters tall. Behind it were 4 pairs of energy wings resembling angelic wings. In its hand, it wielded a massive sword of light, made of pure energy. Its chest was embedded with an energy core that shone like the sun. Divine entity, starry sky, light quality, epic top, tier god system, interstellar divine system, human technology rank, demigod level 6 description, the pinnacle of interstellar human technology and theology. Combining the most advanced curvature engine and divine core, it possesses the power to destroy worlds. It is the strongest ace of the interstellar commander. Talent light energy pulse. All attacks carry high-intensity light energy damage with double restraint effects against undead and abyssal shadow creatures. Skills light, sword, judgment, spear, galaxy, annihilation cannon. Evaluation, a walking stellar class war fortress. As long as it has enough energy, it can even battle against true gods. Ha ha ha. When this magnificent and powerful mech appeared, Yi Chun let out a maniacal laugh once again. Did you see that, Lin Shu? This is my true trump card. He pointed at the starry sky light, his face filled with sickly pride and confidence. Demigod level 6. Epic top tier. And it perfectly counters your undead woman. Now what do you have to fight me with? He seemed to already envision the scene of Lin Shu and Bai Jingjing being reduced to dust before his starry sky. However, Lin Shu looked at him and merely shook his head gently. Trump card. A look of pity appeared on his face. Know what you have can only be considered an appetizer at most. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the dazed Yi Chun. He simply raised his hand slowly. Then he lightly snapped his fingers. Come forth, my divine ape. Snap. The crisp sound of fingers snapped echoed in the silent cave. The next second, in the horrified gaze of Yi Chun, the indestructible space blockade he was proud of suddenly tore open dark spatial cracks from the inside. It was not broken by force, but rather penetrated from within. Immediately after, one by one, 5 maternal bronze-furred, terrifying giant apes with 8 fearsome arms stepped out from those spatial cracks. Their aura was wild, yet filled with iron blood discipline. Their eyes were steady and brimming with the desire for battle. 1,000 of them, a full 1,000 legendary quality primal divine apes descended. After their appearance, there were no roars or howls. They simply knelt on one knee toward Lin Shu in unison, offering the highest respect to their sole god in the most ancient and solemn way. What is this? Yi Chun looked at the suddenly appeared, an overwhelmingly large army of apes, feeling his worldview shattered once again. The space blockade. Why did his space blockade have no effect? How did these monkeys get in? I forgot to tell you. Lin Shu looked at his ghostly expression and kindly reminded him. My monkeys. They also have a bit of trivial spatial divine ability. Space. Divine power. Yi Chun repeated these 4 words in a daze, his mind completely The ultimate card he was proud of used to eliminate Lin Shu, the spatial lock, was unexpectedly disregarded by the opponent in a manner he could not comprehend. How could this be possible? Nothing is impossible, Lin Shu said, looking at him with a smile that grew increasingly radiant as he observed Yi Chun's dazed expression. Did you think you were the only one with a backup plan? He certainly knew that Yi Chun's spatial lock was formidable. Formidable enough to trap the vast majority of deities of the same rank. But unfortunately, he was facing Lin Shu, the one under his command who wielded the power of Qian Kuan Mo Nome, the primal divine ape. Just at that moment, as Lin Shu gave the order, the Tongbi old ape far away on the divine realm's Ape King's mountain combined its unparalleled mastery with the spatial essence of Qian Kuan Mo Nome, and along with over 1,000 primal divine apes forcibly opened a stable spatial passage within Yi Chun's spatial lock that connected to Lin Shu's divine realm. Although the Tongbi old ape's realm was suppressed, its understanding of the laws of space far surpassed Yi Chun's spatial lock was like a wall made of mud, while the Tongbi old ape directly opened a door on that wall, one that could be entered and exited at will. This was a dimensional suppression, an absolute crushing defeat on the level of understanding the laws against ordinary deities by the 4 chaotic monkeys. Now do you still think you can win? Lin Shu looked at Yi Chun with eyes that resembled those of a poor gambler who had lost all his chips. No, I still have the starlight. I haven't lost yet. Yi Chun seemed to grasp the last straw of hope, frantically issuing commands to his magnificent mecha. Kill them, destroy them all, reduce them to ashes. The starlight, upon receiving the command, instantly radiated an overwhelming glow from its energy core. Its eyes glowed with a blinding red light. The massive beam sword in its hand emitted a resonating. It raised its giant sword, preparing to strike down upon the ape army that appeared to be merely standing still. However, just then a voice ancient and filled with authority resonated in the minds of all the divine apes. Formed the formation. It was the Tongbi old ape remotely commanding through Lin Shu's divine realm. Roar. The 1,000 primal divine apes who had been kneeling stood up in unison upon hearing the command. They showed no signs of chaos, and with incredible efficiency filled with iron blood discipline quickly formed a profoundly intricate circular battle formation. Their 8 arms connected, and the divine power within them resonated in a unique manner gathering together. Buzz! A golden shield filled with the supreme essence of martial art instantly formed, enveloping all the divine apes within. Tong Bei Fist Formation activate. In the next moment, the beam sword of starlight capable of severing mountains fiercely struck against the golden shield. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire cave. The violent shockwave of energy caused the surrounding rock walls to crack. Yi Chen's face twisted into a sinister smile. He seemed to have already envisioned the scene of that ridiculous monkey army being cleaved in two and turned to ashes before his starlight. Yet when the light dissipated, the smile on his face completely froze. The golden shield, although it shook violently and ripples appeared on its surface, remained intact. It had withstood the full force strike of a demigod at the 6th level. How could this be possible? Yi Chen's eyes nearly bulged out. A formation formed by 1,000 monkeys whose average strength didn't even reach demigod could actually withstand his epic peak starlight. This completely violated the fundamental laws of deity warfare. I forgot to mention another thing. Lin Shu's devilish voice echoed in his ear once more. My monkeys, they not only know a bit of spatial divine power, they also know a trivial bit of boxing technique. After saying that, he gave Yi Chen no time to react. Tongbi, attack. Understood. The Tongbi old ape far in the divine realm flashed with brilliance in its eyes. Fist formation unite. Break. With his command, the 1,000 primal divine apes seemed to transform into one being. They simultaneously swung their fists. 1,000 fists converged into an unstoppable torrent. Their target was not the magnificent mecha but the ground beneath the mecha. Boom. With just one punch, the incredibly hard cave floor made of special alloys was forcefully punched through. A deep, bottomless pit appeared beneath starlight. The towering 10-meter mecha lost its balance and fell into the pit before it could react. Next, Ape King Mountain suppress. In Lin Shu's divine realm, the recently named Ape King Mountain, filled with a murderous aura, was forcibly moved over by the Tongbi old ape using the great power of Qian Kuan Mo Gnome. A true majestic mountain phantom appeared out of nowhere, then bringing an unparalleled might to suppress everything. It crashed down into that pit. Boom! The earth wailed, and the entire cave shook violently, as if it would collapse at any. The once invincible starlight couldn't even emit a cry of despair before being buried alive by a. Yi Chen stared blankly at the gigantic mountain that had suddenly appeared before him, his mind a complete blank. Had his last and strongest trump card just vanished, buried in the ground by a bunch of monkeys with their fists, then buried by a mountain? What in the world was this kind of divine combat? Now what do you have left? Lin Shu's figure appeared before him like a ghost silently. Yi Chen looked at him, at his face wearing a gentle smile, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. No, don't kill me. He finally broke down. He set aside all pride and dignity, speaking in a tone that was almost pleading. Lin Shu. No, Master Lin. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I will give you everything here. That spatial source crystal as well. I don't want anything. Please spare my life. I can be your servant. It's too late. Lin Shu gently shook his head. He extended his hand and pressed it on Yi Chen's head. In your next life, be a good person. In the next second, a tremendous divine power erupted. Yi Chen's body, along with his divine soul, was completely purified in an instant. From this moment on, this proud son of heaven who thought he could calculate everything utterly disappeared from this. Lin Shu retracted his hand, looking at the ravaged battlefield and the altar that still emanated an ancient aura, and let out a long sigh of relief. Killing and plundering, I am indeed more professional. Having resolved the looming threat of Yi Chen, Lin Shu felt as if the entire world had become tranquil. He glanced at the Starfall warriors, utterly befuddled by Jingjing's illusion, and at the light of the starry sky, which had been firmly suppressed underground by the phantom of the Ape King, now reduced to a pile of scrap metal, feeling not a single ripple in his heart. Winners are kings and losers are criminals. This has been the way since ancient times. This is the harsh reality of the divine wars. He did not rush to clean the battlefield, but instead turned his gaze towards the ancient altar. On the altar, a fist-sized diamond-shaped crystal, radiant like a star, quietly floated there, emitting an alluring glow. Legendary special material, space source crystal. Description: a primordial crystal formed from the convergence of all spatial laws of a dimension on the brink of collapse. It contains the purest and most immense spatial energy. It is the core material for constructing the Divine Kingdom teleportation array or forging spatial artifacts. Legendary space source crystal. Lin Shu gazed at the introduction of this item, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was precisely what Yi Chun had schemed so desperately to obtain. The value of this item was likely even higher than that of the divine fragment he had acquired before. I hit the jackpot. This time it's truly a windfall. Lin Shu felt his mouth practically watering. He stifled the impulse to immediately collect it and turned his gaze to the other side of the altar. There lay the corpse of the illusion butterfly queen. As an epic-level spiritual divine creature, its corpse was in itself a treasure of immeasurable value. Its wings could be used to craft top-tier illusionary artifacts. Its compound eyes could be used to concoct potions that break through illusions. Moreover, this spiritual core within it, which had not fully dissipated, was a supreme tonic that could drive any spiritual or illusionary deity mad with desire. Lin Shu's gaze fell upon Bai Jingjing beside him. At this moment her face still bore a pale hue. The strain of controlling over 100 Starfall warriors had taken a significant toll on her. Jingjing, this is yours now. Lin Shu pointed at the massive butterfly corpse and said. Bai Jingjing looked at the corpse, radiating immense spiritual energy, and a flicker of desire crossed her eyes. But she still shook her head. My lord, if it weren't for you this time, Jingjing would have. Enough, no need for such words. Lin Shu interrupted her directly. We are a team. Rewards for merits and penalties for mistakes. This time you have made a great contribution. These are all yours. But, no buts. Lin Shu's tone was unyielding. Go. Consume it completely. His command filled with a bully aura left Bai Jingjing feeling both amused and exasperated. Yet inside her heart a wave of unprecedented warmth surged. She understood that her lord was showing his concern for her in his own way. Yes, my lord. She no longer hesitated, respectfully bowed, then with a flash transformed into a beam of white light directly merging into the massive butterfly corpse. Buzz. The entire butterfly corpse began to emit waves of deep purple light. Streams of pure spiritual essence surged towards Bai Jingjing's soul like rivers flowing into the sea. Her aura began to rise at a visibly rapid pace. Mid-stage demigod level 6. Latest stage demigod level 6. Peak demigod level 6. Boom. An invisible explosion resonated at the soul level. Bai Jingjing's realm broke through once again. Ding. Your divine creature Bai Jingjing has increased her realm after absorbing all of the illusion butterfly queen's essence. Current realm demigod level 7. Demigod level 7. Lin Shu's heart surged with excitement. In less than a day, Bai Jingjing's realm had advanced 2 levels. From level 5, she soared to level 7. This speed was akin to riding a rocket. Yet this was not the end. With the elevation of her realm, Bai Jingjing's body began to undergo astonishing changes. Her originally somewhat ethereal skeletal form gradually began to solidify. Threads of a flesh-like pink aura began to appear and spread across her bones. On her face, the cold skeletal mask began to show cracks. Crack. The mask shattered with a loud, a breathtakingly beautiful face, stunning enough to take one's breath away, appeared before Lin Shu. It was a face that truly possessed flesh and warmth. Though still carrying a hint of a sickly pallor, those elegant willow-like brows, that proud and straight nose, and those cherry-red lips. All were perfect to the extreme. Ding. Your divine creature Bai Jingjing has evolved her talent after comprehending a higher realm of transforming the illusory into the real. Original talent skeletal body passive. Current talent flesh and blood derivation beginner. Can reconstruct her flesh and blood body at the cost of vast life energy. Currently can only maintain the fleshification of the head region. Ding. Due to the evolution of her talent, her race has also undergone a fundamental transformation. Original race bone spirit. Current race painted skin primordial variant. Evaluation: she is no longer the skeletal being who could only self-pity in dark corners. She is transforming into a true human, a painted skin fairy who can walk in the sunlight. Painted skin. Lin Shu looked at the Bai Jingjing before him, now possessing an unparalleled beauty, murmuring to himself. He knew that from this day forward, he would have another immensely potential extraordinary fairy under his command. And Bai Jingjing, after completing her transformation, slowly opened her eyes. Those were no longer hollow but filled with life and brilliance like autumn waters. She gazed at Lin Shu, the man who had rescued her from endless darkness and solitude. A smile appeared on her face, a smile so beautiful it could make the heavens and earth pale. Then she gently bowed to Lin Shu. Her voice was no longer the cold transmission of a soul, but a truly melodious sound like a yellow aureole emerging from the valley. Get up. Lin Shu looked at the figure before him, Bai Jingjing, who had undergone a remarkable transformation, her beauty almost surreal, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Who would have thought that the once infamous and feared demoness in the secret realm would now transform into such a stunning figure? The power of the transformation divine office is truly terrifying. Bai Jingjing slowly rose, curiously extending her skeletal hand to gently touch her own cheek, now flesh and warm. The warm, tangible sensation made a hint of dreamy confusion flicker in her bright eyes. Is this the feeling of being alive? She murmured. This is just the beginning, Lin Shu said with a smile. Once you can transform your entire body like this, then you will truly have come to life. Bai Jingjing nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with unprecedented determination and anticipation. She knew that as long as she followed this unfathomable man before her, everything she had dreamed of would no longer remain a dream. After dealing with Bai Jingjing's matters, Lin Shu finally turned his attention to the last and most bountiful spoils of this mission. He walked up to the ancient altar, extended his hand, and took hold of the spatial source crystal, which radiated immense spatial energy. As he grasped the source crystal, a cool and profound sensation instantly spread throughout his body. Lin Shu felt as if he was holding a complete world. How is this thing used? Lin Shu pondered, stroking his chin. The description said it could be used to construct a divine kingdom teleportation array or forge spatial artifacts. Constructing a teleportation array was of no use to him for now. His divine domain wasn't large enough to necessitate using a teleportation array for transportation. That left only the forging of artifacts. Spatial artifacts. The first thought that came to Lin Shu's mind was the great ape. His innate divine ability, Qian Kuan Mo known, perfectly aligned with the laws of space. If he could use this spatial source crystal to forge a dedicated spatial weapon for him, his combat power would definitely experience another qualitative leap. It settled then. Lin Shu made a swift decision in his heart. This source crystal was meant for the great ape. He carefully stored the spatial source crystal into his divine domain. Then he began to clean up the battlefield. Yi Chun, as an epic-level interstellar commander, had quite a Lin Shu scavenged through his relics, uncovering over 3,000 divine power cards, various rare interstellar technology blueprints, and a large number of high-purity energy blocks used to recharge the starry light. These items combined were worth at least over 10,000 divine power points. Killing and plundering the ancients do not deceive me. Lin Shu gazed at this windfall, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. He felt that he could further develop this side business in the future. Besides Yi Chen's inheritance, the fallen star warriors who had been rendered silly by Bai Jingjing and the buried starry light were also valuable spoils. Lin Shu did not disassemble them, but waved his hand, packing everything into his divine domain. He planned to wait until his transformation divine office level increased before researching these interstellar divine systems to see if he could remodel them into his own primordial heavenly soldiers. For instance, outfitting the fallen star warriors with heavenly armor and having them charge into battle shouting for the celestial court. Or transforming the starry light into a towering version of Neza with 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Shu's imagination began to run wild, spiraling out of control. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this idea had potential. After thoroughly scavenging all the spoils, Lin Shu glanced at the now empty cave, feeling satisfied as he chose to return. A flash of white light. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to his small rented room in Donghai City. Outside the window, night had fallen. Although this trip to Butterfly Valley only took less than a day, the thrilling process and the bountiful rewards far exceeded his expectations. Lin Shu lay back on the sofa, letting out a long sigh of relief. He opened his divine panel to begin tallying all his gains from this trip. Divine rank Demigod, level 1, Divine Power Transformation 10. Divine Power Balance, 4859 points, Core Divine Beings. Lingming Stone Monkey Sun, Wukong Epic level 60-year Divine Being. In Search of Immortals. Great Ape Epic level 90-year Demigod. Dao Foundation Damaged Current Strength Cap, Demigod 5-tier. Huapai Bai Jingjing Epic level Demigod 7-year. Flesh and Blood in Development. Frost Demon Ape Rare level Demigod 2-tier. Labor Duties. Core Legion. Primordial Divine Ape Legion Near Legend level Quantity 1450. Breeding actively. On the virtual interface of the Divine Domain, trading house rows of product information were rapidly refreshing. Lin Shu listed the last piece of rare material from Yi Chen's inheritance that he could not use, setting the price, before letting out a long sigh of relief. Done. Apart from the epic mech Starry Sky Light reserved for modification and a few accompanying technological weapons, all other sellable items of Yi Chen's inheritance had been put up for sale by Lin Shu. When a person dies, their debts are settled, but resources cannot be wasted. Taking advantage of the selling time, Lin Shu's consciousness returned to his divine domain. In the center of the divine domain stood a massive humanoid mech, entirely dark silver in color with smooth lines that exuded a sense of violent aesthetics. Standing at a height of 100 meters, it emanated a chilling sense of oppression, even while motionless. This was Starry Sky Light, one of the pinnacle creations of technological divine beings of epic quality. Lin Shu floated slowly around it, his fingers lightly brushing against the mech's cold metal exterior. Technological divine beings are essentially advanced artificial intelligence puppets, he silently complained, Fundamentally, they have not awakened as independent lives. All actions depend on the commands and divine power of their divine masters. At least this epic mech of Yi Chen's has not reached the level of self-awareness. This thing was powerful, but also consumed a lot, and its growth potential was locked, unable to evolve like true life. For the vast majority of deities, this is an expensive, big toy that requires constant investment of divine power for maintenance. But as Lin Shu gazed at it, his eyes grew brighter. Because he was about to gather 10,000 points of divine power, condensing divinity, and advancing to the second tier of demigod. Advancing to the second tier meant he could choose a new divine technique. Divine techniques are manifestations of a deity's authority, levers to manipulate rules. Lin Shu's consciousness sank into his divine rank and called up the list of selectable divine techniques for the second tier of demigod. Flame Storm, Spear of Thunder, Earth Guardian, Extreme Ice, Deep Cold. A series of names that sounded immensely powerful occupied the majority of the list. These were popular choices, directly and effectively enhancing the combat power of the deity or their followers, proving immediately beneficial in divine wars or while exploring realms. Yet Lin Shu's gaze skipped over these and settled at the very bottom of the list on a nondescript divine technique marked by the system as rare. Enlightenment divine technique effect consumes divine power to grant lifeless objects temporary or permanent vitality and spirituality, endowing them with simple or even independent consciousness. The strength of the effect and success rate depend on the material history of the object and the divine power and understanding the deity invests in the technique. This is it. Lin Shu's lips curled into a slight smile. The enlightenment technique in the eyes of most deities is regarded as a combat technique that is merely a side dish. Why? First, the cost is enormous. To enlighten a slightly better item like a transcendent weapon, the divine power consumed is vast, along with a very high failure rate. With those resources, wouldn't it be better to directly buy an elemental creature or summon creature of the same level? Secondly, the effect is unpredictable. The life that emerges from enlightenment has random personality and abilities. You might want to enlighten a sword of slaughter, but the awakened consciousness could be a pacifist, incessantly reminding you not to engage in violence. The image is simply too beautiful. Lastly, and most importantly, the growth potential is extremely poor. The life that emerges from enlightenment is capped at the moment of its birth, making it difficult to improve. Huge investment, uncertain returns, and low potential. These three major drawbacks have relegated enlightenment to the cold palace. Some deities previously attempted to use it to form golem legions or sword legions, but without exception, they all ended up losing everything. Over time, apart from certain life-oriented deities with unusual preferences who used it to enlighten teacups and furniture to make their divine domains more interesting, it fell into disuse. Other deities found enlightenment to be a side dish because they lacked a crucial core ability. Yet Lin Shu just happened to possess it. It is his core divine power, transformation, a divine ability that appears rather insignificant and even somewhat amusing in the early stages. If I first use the enlightenment divine art to bestow true life and an independent soul upon this starlight. A flicker of madness and creativity sparkled in Lin Shu's eyes. Then using my transformation divine power to alter and define its life form. Can I turn it from a technological creation into a unique life capable of cultivation? Once this thought emerged, it spread like wildfire, impossible to restrain. Cultivating mechas. Not in the sense of a person controlling it from inside, but rather the mecha itself as an independent life form engaging in cultivation. For example, the powerful divine arts of the primeval world. 99 Mystic Art. Law of Heaven, 100 Turtle Steel Giant suddenly transforms into a towering demon god wielding stars and treading the galaxy. Lin Shu inhaled sharply, not out of fear, but excitement. The fusion of technology and fantasy, the collision of physics and Tao. This is precisely what the legend of dual cultivation of matter and law speaks of. Moreover, as a living entity, what is the greatest advantage of the mecha? It does not need rest. It does not need food. It is free from the torment of inner demons. As long as it has sufficient energy, it can cultivate tirelessly 24 hours a day, all year round. Such cultivation efficiency is unattainable by any flesh and blood life. If this truly succeeds, it will not simply be a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Lin Shu muttered to himself, his heart racing uncontrollably. This is truly an unprecedented path, one that may never be replicated. Risks? Of course there are. If it fails, the opportunity to choose a divine art and the epic mecha may go to waste. But what about the rewards? Once successful, he will create a brand new terrifying species with boundless potential. A unique super fighter that belongs solely to him, Lin Shu. Let's do it. Lin Shu's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. As a transmigrator, he inherently possessed the non-conventional gene of the Blue Star people. In a world where gods are as common as dogs and geniuses abound, how long will it take to stand out by progressing step by step? To overtake on a curve, one must dare to play with ideas no one else would dare to. Ding. A crisp notification sound echoed in the divine realm, notifying him of a transaction. Lin Shu checked the interface and saw that all the legacies he had listed had been sold one after another. His divine power balance was rapidly fluctuating. 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. Finally, the number settled firmly at 10,000. Adding to the remaining divine power from before and the belief conversion provided by the group of primal divine apes in the divine realm, he had exactly amassed 10,000 points of divine power. This is the threshold for advancing to the second tier of demigod and condensing the second point of divinity. Looking at this number, Lin Shu took a deep breath to suppress the turmoil in his heart. All preparations are complete. His gaze returned to the towering mecha filled with determination. Then the first step, advancing to the second tier of demigod. Lin Shu suddenly stood up, his eyes shining with brilliance. His aura began to rise sharply, and the very fabric of the divine realm shifted. An invisible pressure emanated from him, spreading outward in all directions. The sky turned dark and the earth began to tremble slightly. The distant primal divine apes seemed to sense the changes in the deity and stopped their actions, kneeling towards the center while emitting fervent roars. The ascension occurs at this moment. Break the bottleneck of the first tier of demigod for me. Lin Shu let out a long howl towards the sky, mobilizing that 10,000 points of divine power surging like a flood towards the invisible barrier deep within his divine body. Boom. A surge of divine power totaling 10,000 points stirred up a colossal wave within Lin Shu's divine body. The sensation was akin to forcing the water of an entire reservoir into a single pipe. A sharp pain instantly spread through every inch of Lin Shu's soul, causing him to involuntarily let out a muffled groan. Damn it, it's even more intense than I imagined. Lin Shu gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He knew this was the necessary path for promotion. From the first to the second tier of demigod, the core lay in using vast amounts of divine power as fuel to condense a second point of divinity. Divinity is the source of divine power, the fundamental distinction from mortals. A little more divinity means a deeper understanding of the laws, a higher limit to divine power, and a more stable divine domain. However, this process is extremely arduous and perilous. The pain from the impact of divine power is merely an appetizer. The real test lies at the spiritual level. In the torrent of divine power, Lin Shu's consciousness seemed to be stripped from his body, plummeting into a chaotic void. Countless stray thoughts, illusions, and inner demons surged from all directions, trying to devour his will. There was the grief from the car accident that took his parents on Blue Star. There was the confusion and fear he faced upon crossing into an unknown world. There was the anger and unwillingness when other deities coveted and suppressed him. And there was the worry for the future, the longing for his sister Lin Yao. Various emotions intertwined into an invisible net, threatening to drag him into the abyss. Get away. Lin Shu's will coalesced into a point of cold light, roaring defiantly in the darkness. He knew very well that once he sank here, the lightest consequence would be a failed promotion and divine backlash, while the gravest would be a shattered divine persona, leading to his immediate demise. I still have my sister to take care of, and I want to stand at the pinnacle of this world. How can I die in a place like this? His conviction was as solid as iron. Stay calm. Absolute calmness is essential. He forced himself to ignore the illusions, concentrating all his mental energy on guiding the divine power. The 10,000 points of divine power under his control began to rotate and compress in a mysterious manner, as if forming an invisible vortex at the very center of his divine body. Not enough. Not fast enough. Lin Shu could feel that the bottleneck was immensely solid and conventional impacts could not shake it. All power must be condensed into a single point and burst forth in an instant. This required extremely intricate control over divine power. A fraction too much could lead to the collapse of his divine body. A fraction too little would lead to failure. Sweat had already soaked his divine robe, but he was oblivious to it. All his focus was invested in this gamble. At that moment, time seemed to lose all meaning. It was unclear how long it had been, perhaps a moment, or perhaps 1,000 years. When the 10,000 points of divine power were compressed to their utmost, transforming into a dazzling light point that was impossible to look at directly, Lin Shu knew the opportunity had arrived. Now is the time. Break for me. Accompanied by the roar of his will, the light point condensed from 10,000 points of divine power slammed against the invisible barrier. Crack. A sound reminiscent of something shattering from deep within his soul resonated clearly through Lin Shu's consciousness. See. The barrier shattered. Boom. Endless profound insights poured into his mind like a flood bursting through a dam. It was a deeper understanding of the divine authority of change. If in the past his change could only alter the form and size of objects, Now he could even touch the more essential aspects of things such as energy structures and information composition. Meanwhile, a brand new power was born from behind the shattered barrier. It was a tiny but immortal golden light. The second point of divinity. It was formed. Lin Shu's consciousness suddenly returned from the chaotic void. He opened his eyes and 2 rays of golden divine light flashed and disappeared. At that moment, the entire divine domain erupted in cheers. The sky became higher, the earth denser, and the boundaries of the divine domain visibly expanded outward by a whole circle. What had originally been considered a beginner primitive divine domain now subtly showed signs of advancing to intermediate. Lin Shu could clearly feel the unprecedented closeness between himself and the entire divine domain. With a thought, a distant peak rose from the ground, transforming into the shape of a famous mountain from his memories of Blue Star. With another thought, the peak returned to its original form. There is no greater manifestation of the law than this. Is this the power of the second tier of demigod? Lin Shu clenched his fist, feeling the divine power surging within him, now several times more potent than before, filling him with an unprecedented sense of strength. The upper limit of divine power has at least tripled. The strength of his soul has also risen to a new level. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the second tier of demigod. You have gained an opportunity to choose a divine technique. Please select one from the following divine techniques. A row of golden text slowly unfolded before his eyes. 1. Flamestorm combat. Summon a storm of flames to deal continuous divine power damage to a designated area. 2. Guardian Halo defensive. Provide a shield to absorb damage for you and your followers. 3. Elemental summon. Summoning. Randomly summon a powerful elemental creature to fight for you. 4. Enlightenment special. Grant life to inanimate objects. 5. A multitude of divine techniques were listed on the screen, the first few of which were all powerful, simple, and practical combat techniques. Any normal newly promoted demigod, upon seeing the Flamestorm technique, would probably choose it. After all, having an additional large-scale destructive skill is advantageous, whether clearing small minions in divine battles or attacking divine domains. However, Lin Shu's gaze skipped over all the preceding options, falling directly on the one marked as special, Enlightenment. There was no hesitation in his eyes. "I've finally waited for you," he murmured, as if looking at a long-lost old friend. For this moment, he gave up the powerful combat prowess that was easy to obtain, choosing this neglected. What others saw as a useless piece of meat was the most crucial piece in his cyber cultivation plan. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Shu extended his finger and firmly pressed on the 4th option. System prompt. The divine technique Enlightenment is a special class technique with low growth potential and poor versatility. Do you confirm your choice? Quite intelligent knowing to remind me. Lin Shu chuckled lightly. Confirm choice. Ding. You have successfully mastered the divine art transformation. As Lin Shu confirmed, a stream of information containing profound laws surged into his mind. It was everything about the divine art of transformation. How to guide divine power, how to construct a spell model, and how to imprint one's will onto inanimate objects, endowing them with the most fundamental concept of life. The entire process was not complicated. One might even say it was somewhat simple. Indeed, the design philosophy of this divine art emphasizes simplicity and brutality. Lin Shu, having received the information, couldn't help but inwardly scoff. No wonder no one chose it. The core of this divine art was the sheer accumulation of divine power. As long as the divine power was sufficient, theoretically, you could even transform a planet. However, the things created would have questionable intelligence, weak power, and a cost-performance ratio so low it was appalling. If any other deity learned this divine art, they would likely regret it deeply, having spent a precious opportunity to choose a divine art only to receive a trick that could only amuse. Where could one argue their case? Yet Lin Shu wore a satisfied smile. Simple is good. Simplicity means high malleability. If this divine art itself came with a complex life template, the difficulty of subsequent modifications using the transformation divine office would undoubtedly increase drastically. Now it was like a blank canvas, perfectly suited for him to freely express himself. The promotion was complete, and the divine art was in hand. Next came the most crucial and thrilling step of the entire plan. Lin Shu turned around, his gaze fixated on the colossal machine, standing silently, Starlight. His heart raced uncontrollably. Come on, baby. He took a deep breath, stepping up to the mech, extending his right hand, and gently placing it against the cold metallic shell. From today onward, you will no longer be a heap of cold steel. You will possess your own soul, your own will, and even your own Tao. Lin Shu's expression became intensely focused as the divine power within him began to circulate slowly. The robust divine power of a demigod level flowed through his arm, continuously pouring into Starlight. At the same time, his mental energy was highly concentrated, beginning to construct the spell model of the transformation divine art in his mind. It was a complex structure made up of countless divine power runes radiating a gentle life glow. Buzz, as the spell model took shape, a vibrant green light illuminated Lin Shu's palm. Within the light was a rich aura of life reminiscent of the first tender sprout of spring awakening. Transformation. Lin Shu shouted softly, abruptly pressing the luminous orb into the mech's chest, where the energy core of Starlight resided. The green light, like ripples on water, instantly merged into the body of the mech. Soon after, an incredible scene unfolded. Radiating from the energy core, streaks of emerald light spread throughout the mech's body like blood vessels and meridians. From the torso to the limbs, from the internal energy pipelines to the external armor, seems every inch of metal was dyed by this life-filled light. Crack, crack, crack. The third-turtle steel giant emitted a faint metallic scraping sound, as if a slumbering giant awakening after billions of years. The observation window of the cockpit, which had been pitch black, now flickered with a faint red light that pulsed like Lin Shu could clearly feel a vague, chaotic consciousness akin to that of a newborn infant slowly emerging within the mech. It worked. The first step succeeded. Lin Shu felt a surge of joy in his heart, but he knew this was just the beginning. At this point, Starlight had merely come to life like a stone golem that had just been transformed, possessing only the simplest instinct. If no further steps were taken, it would at best be a walking chunk of metal, unable to even use a weapon system. Next comes the main event. Lin Shu's gaze sharpened as he unhesitatingly activated his core divine office. Transformation. In my name, I grant you a brand new form. Your core will no longer be cold program code, but the practices of cultivation. Your energy will no longer be a mere flow of particles, but the true essence of cultivation. Your soul shall be born for battle and exist for the Tao. The majestic power of transformation surged into the mech's core, closely following the power of transformation. If transformation created a blank canvas, then transformation was the brush in Lin Shu's hand, and he would paint the grand blueprint he envisioned on this canvas. This was a process 1,000 times more complex than transformation. He needed to analyze the original control system of the mech, and then use the power of the transformation divine office to gradually modify and restructure its underlying logic into the cultivation system he had designed. This was akin to performing low-level code modifications on a supercomputer running at high speed, all while avoiding causing it to crash. At this moment, Lin Shu's mental energy was pushed to its limits. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The consumption of divine power was akin to a dam bursting, plummeting swiftly. Divine power 1,500. 1,000. 500. Just the beginning of the transformation had already consumed several thousand points of divine power. During the promotion process, all the divine power obtained from selling Yi Chen's legacy was once again exhausted. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The modified Starlight began to tremble violently. The green light on its surface intertwined with the golden transformation divine power Lin Shu infused, constantly clashing and merging. The flickering red light in the cockpit also became extremely unstable, fluctuating wildly, as if a soul was undergoing immense suffering. Hold on, Lin Shu shouted, increasing the output of divine power. He knew this was the inevitable reaction during the transition from the old to the new system. The modification blueprint he chose was a fantasy body refinement technique he had seen in his past life on Blue Star, which he had refined and improved with divine power, making it the most suitable for this steel body. This was a mad endeavor unprecedented in history and perhaps never to be repeated. If it failed, this epic mech Starlight could very well be rendered inoperative due to this was a mad endeavor unprecedented in history and perhaps never to be repeated. If it failed, this epic mech Starlight could very well be rendered inoperative due to a core collapse. Yet there was no sign of retreat in Lin Shu's gaze, only endless madness and anticipation. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Transform for me. As the divine power of transformation surged completely, the transformation of the starry sky light entered its most intense stage. It no longer merely trembled, the entire body emitted a high-frequency hum, as if every atom was being dismantled and reassembled. The external appearance of the mech underwent a tremendous transformation. The original contours of its features were swiftly erased and reshaped. The silver-white superalloy armor under the influence of divine power took on a warm luster, shimmering with an interplay of white jade and crimson gold, as if forged from celestial jade and divine iron. The faceplate was fully formed, a metallic visage imbued with sharp, youthful vigor, yet imbued with divine majesty. The shoulder armor extended, transforming into layered shoulder pads resembling lotus petals, with energy auras flowing along the edges. The original energy propulsion array was completely overhauled, forming 4 floating phantom arms behind, composed of pure energy and solid metal. Beneath its feet, pairs of blazing flame wheels formed from ultra-high-density plasma, slowly rotated, scorching the surrounding air into a slight distortion. Boom! As the final surge of divine power completed its imprint, a magnificent aura infused with boundless sharpness and indomitable fighting spirit erupted from the transformed body. Race name, Santan Hai Hui De Shun Prototype Starry Sky Light Ultimate Mod Version Divine System Affiliation Primordial Supreme Creation Concept Incarnation Quality Epic Potential Unknown Description and Ultimate Creation that initiates awakening through enlightenment and forcibly alters the essence of life and existence through the divine power of transformation. Its template derives from the concept of rebellion and the war god in the supreme mythology of the primordial. My fate is determined by myself, not by the heavens. Neza. Combining all the technological essence of the epic mech Starry Sky Light, it forged this immortal lotus mechanical sacred body. It is a miracle born from the collision of technology and mythology, a testament that transcends the boundary. Talent 1, Lotus Mechanical Sacred Body Epic, a body constructed from ultra-dense celestial alloy and energy, runes possessing strong physical energy resistance and self-repair capabilities. The lack of a flesh body presents weaknesses, yet it exhibits extremely high resistance to toxins, curses, and soul erosion. Talent 2, Multi-Treasure Combat Framework Epic. The mech is equipped with highly adaptive weapon interfaces and energy conversion matrices. It can quickly load, simulate, and utilize various technological or energy weapons. The 4 energy mechanical arms behind can extend to achieve all-round nodiate angle attacks or defenses. Talent 3, Flame Wheel Propulsion System Epic. The flame wheels beneath its feet provide unparalleled supermobility, hovering capabilities that disregard complex terrain and extreme speed. It can accelerate explosively and leave a lasting trail of scorching energy. Talent 4, Devouring Reconstruction Legendary. By devouring high-grade metals, energy cores, weapon modules, or substances containing special rules, it can optimize its structure, unlock new weapon forms, divine abilities, or enhance basic attributes. Talent 5, Adaptive Cultivation. Perhaps you should let this mech try practicing primordial cultivation. Evaluation, a taboo creation that overturns cognition. It breaks the barrier between technology and myth, embodying the concept of a war god in a mechanical form. It is your sharpest sword and your strongest shield, as well as a Tao fetus brimming with infinite possibilities. Legendary Talent. Growth Limit Unknown. Even more terrifying is Talent 5, which the system itself cannot even comprehend. Cyber Cultivation. It truly happened. The effects of enlightenment and transformation divine power brought surprises to Lin Shu far beyond imagination. Just as his emotions surged, the Santan Hai Hui De Shun prototype slowly turned its burning golden gaze towards Lin Shu. Kneeling on one knee, the phantom energy arms behind it slightly retracted. A clear, resonant wave of consciousness, rich with a metallic resonance, yet exuding a sense of nascent purity and indomitable spirit, directly echoed in Lin Shu's soul. The grace of rebirth is akin to that of a parent. This body and spirit shall serve you as a father god. Its voice paused. The golden flame-like gaze seemed to brighten slightly, as if swearing. It added, "Please grant me a name, Father God. This body shall be your vanguard, invincible in battle." Lin Shu took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and slowly spoke, his voice like a divine decree. "From this day forth your name shall be Hong Lian." With the creation of this formidable weapon, Lin Shu felt elated. He waved his hand grandly, handing the red lotus to the Tongbei old ape, instructing it to leverage its cyber cultivation advantages and start learning the techniques tirelessly for 24 hours. Next, his consciousness shifted, directing his gaze towards the core area of the divine domain, Flower Fruit Mountain. Even though Lin Shu was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. What he saw was that the once spacious Flower Fruit Mountain was now utterly overrun with monkeys. The mountains and fields were filled with the figures of the primordial divine apes and the monkey horde from Flower Fruit Mountain. Some were frolicking in the mountain streams, others chasing each other through the woods, while many more were practicing staff techniques under the guidance of the Tongbei old ape in a clearing by the waterfall. These little monkeys were bursting with energy, screeching loudly, nearly uprooting the entire Flower Fruit Mountain. Divine Domain Log Query: the number of primordial divine apes in the tribe. Lin Shu silently chanted in his heart. Querying. Current divine beings: primordial divine apes 2437. Flower Fruit Mountain Monkey Horde 986 over 2,000. In less than a month, the tribe's population had doubled. The effect of the breeding card was indeed immediate. He then checked the income situation regarding faith values. Thanks to the explosive growth in population, the daily faith values provided had also surged, stabilizing at around 400,000. 400,000 faith values meant 40 points of divine power. This income would make most demigods struggling at the brink of survival envious to the point of jealousy. However, Lin Shu couldn't find joy in it. He had discovered the crux of the problem. The carrying capacity of the divine domain is nearing its limit. Although his divine domain was vast, the core ecological circle, specifically Flower Fruit Mountain and its surrounding areas, was supported by a recently activated spiritual vein. Now the over 2,000 primordial divine apes were consuming so much spiritual energy and food that the divine domain was becoming overloaded. If this continued, he would be financially drained. Let alone expanding the tribe, the current environment might collapse due to overexploitation. At that point, the exhaustion of spiritual energy, ecological imbalance, and a dramatic drop in faith values would be minor issues, possibly even leading to a downgrade of the divine domain. What a sweet trouble this is, Lin Shu sighed helplessly. While others worried about not having enough followers, he was troubled by having too many to support. I must find a way to expand the carrying capacity of the divine domain and build a more comprehensive ecosystem. Lin Shu immediately began to plan. The most direct way to enhance capacity was to invest divine power and purchase various resource cards. For example, new spiritual vein cards, land expansion cards, species cards, and so on. This was an extremely costly process. Many demigods preferred to limit the number of followers rather than invest too much in this area due to cost-effectiveness. They were more inclined to use divine power to enhance the strength of their core followers. However, Lin Shu's goal was to create a true primordial divine domain, a world capable of self-circulation and continual growth. The explosive troop strategy was his core strategy. The carrying capacity was the foundation. If the foundation was unstable, everything would be a castle in the air. Money is not the problem is how to make money. He checked his divine power balance. After his earlier generous expenditures, it had once again entered a state of depletion. Fortunately, with the current rate of faith value acquisition, his wallet would soon be replenished. However, I still need to continue earning money. Lin Shu cast his gaze towards the endless void beyond the divine domain. There lay countless secret realms, the primary avenues for demigods to acquire resources and divine power. Before setting off, there was still one thing to do. His consciousness descended before the water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain, where the Tongbei old ape was teaching the little monkeys how to practice, immediately sensing his presence. My God! The old ape bowed respectfully, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. No need for such formalities. Lin Shu's gaze swept over the dark iron staff in the old ape's hand, which was still the most basic of ordinary equipment. As the leader of the primordial divine ape tribe, this equipment was simply too shabby. Lin Shu's mind shifted, and he retrieved a peculiar crystal shimmering with spatial fluctuations from the divine nation's warehouse. It was the spatial source crystal he had previously acquired from Yi Chen's loot. This was a legendary material containing pure spatial power. Lin Shu had long thought about its use. The Tongbei old ape's talent was shrinking the earth to an inch, which perfectly matched the spatial power. If he could forge a piece of spatial equipment for it, its strength would surely undergo a qualitative leap. Last time he had relied on Han Tiancheng's connections to commission Master Buck to forge the Rui Jingu Bang. Fortunately, that collaboration had gone smoothly, and his brilliant idea had managed to impress Master Buck. Thus, with the help of Han Bingjing, Master Buck quickly agreed to assist Lin Shu in forging, once more promising it would be completed in 3 days. Of course, the forging fee was 1,000 divine power, and Lin Shu had no choice but to accumulate. In the next 3 days, Lin Shu monitored the situation of the monkey horde within the divine domain, while researching materials on building divine domain ecosystems in the library of the Divine Academy, preparing for the upcoming major operation. 3 days later, when he returned to Master Buck's forge, an aura sharp enough to seemingly cut through anything, Master Buck appeared somewhat fatigued, yet his eyes gleamed with excitement. He carefully presented a box, opening it. Inside lay a pair of dark silver metal gauntlets, quietly resting. The gauntlets were designed with a sense of power, their surface etched with countless intricate spatial runes, and at the knuckles 2 halves of the spatial source crystal were embedded, emanating a disquieting pulse. I have not let you down. Master Buck's voice was hoarse yet proud. I named it Skybreaker. Take a look at the... Without him saying a word, Lin Shu had already seen the attribute panel of the gauntlets. His pupils suddenly constricted. Equipment named Skybreaker Gauntlets, quality legendary. Crafted with unparalleled skill by Master Buck, this masterpiece is centered around a spatial source crystal, seamlessly integrated with a small amount of other materials, perfectly attuned to the spatial talents of the Tongbei old ape. Donning it, your guardian will transform into the most terrifying assassin on the battlefield, with each punch delivering a merciless cut through space. Special effect: 1 blade of space. Passive: the gauntlets naturally emanate spatial power, forming an invisible blade around the fist, greatly enhancing the penetration and cutting effect of attacks. Special effect: 2 rift. Active, consuming a significant amount of stamina. It channels the power of the spatial source crystal, allowing the next attack to directly tear apart the space where the target resides, inflicting devastating spatial damage with a chance to banish the target. The duration of banishment depends on the enemy's strength. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Special effect, 3 shortening space passive amplifies the Tongbei Old Ape's Chinquan manipulation endowment, allowing for greater teleportation distance with reduced consumption and enables a sudden ambush on the enemy immediately after teleportation. Evaluation, this is a piece of art born for slaughter. Be careful not to let your enemies approach its master, or they won't even realize how they met their demise. Legendary level. Lin Shu's heart skipped a beat. Although the spatial source crystal is a legendary level main material, crafting legendary level equipment is no simple feat, usually requiring a plethora of rare auxiliary materials. Given his current financial situation, he simply could not afford it, and thus it was not a consideration. He originally expected only to reach the peak of epic level, but unexpectedly Master Buck had given him an enormous surprise by actually creating legendary level equipment. Even if it is merely the lowest tier of legendary equipment, it is nevertheless a genuine step into the realm of legends. Master this. Lin Shu was so excited that he could hardly speak. Don't look at me with that expression. Master Buck wiped the sweat from his face and said proudly, it is not only due to the materials, but also your excellent ideas. I merely combined them perfectly. This piece is the one I am most satisfied with in recent years. Lin Shu knew that he was being modest. To forge legendary equipment relying almost solely on a legendary level main material is nearly akin to turning decay into wonder. Thank you, Master. Lin Shu solemnly thanked Master Buck. With the Riftmaker gauntlets, the combat power of the Tongbei Old Ape had multiplied several times. It would no longer be a mere melee unit, but a top-tier assassin that strikes swiftly and lethally. Satisfied, Lin Shu left Buck's workshop and promptly returned to the Divine Realm with the Tongbei Old Ape. In the following month, the Divine Realm entered a period of stable and rapid development. Lin Shu continuously invested the newly acquired divine power into the construction of the Divine Realm. Through the deity trading network, he specifically sought out those garbage resource cards that others overlooked, such as several damaged micro-spiritual veins. For example, the ecologically imbalanced species card pack, containing overly prolific or defective flora and fauna that could easily disrupt the original ecology of the Divine Realm. After purchasing them, Lin Shu utilized his transformation divine authority to modify them, removing harmful traits while retaining beneficial aspects before introducing them into the Divine Realm. Thus, over the course of a month, Lin Shu spent over 1,000 points of divine power and acquired dozens of similar small leak resource cards. Consequently, his divine realm underwent tremendous changes. To the east, several modified ley lines transformed the once barren land into fertile ground, sprouting dense fruit forests that provided a continuous food source for the monkey population. To the west, he diverted a water source, creating a river, and introduced modified fish and aquatic plants, establishing a preliminary aquatic ecosystem. The entire ecological chain of the Divine Realm was visibly becoming richer and more complex, providing a solid foundation for the frenzied expansion of the primordial divine monkeys. With no restrictions on living space, ample food, and abundant spiritual energy, these monkeys completely unleashed their potential. The population surged like a rocket. 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. By the end of the month, the number of primordial divine monkeys had surpassed 5,000. The population of the flower fruit mountain monkeys also exceeded 1,500. This figure was enough to send chills down the spine of any demigod. The explosive increase in numbers brought about the most direct benefit, a massive surge in faith value. Finally, on the morning of this day, as the first rays of sunlight poured into the Divine Realm, a crisp notification sound echoed in Lin Shu's mind. Ding! Your daily total faith value income has successfully surpassed 1 million. 1 million. Upon seeing this number, Lin Shu's breath momentarily halted. He confirmed it several times before daring to believe his eyes. The daily income of faith points is 103,000. According to the conversion rate of 10,000 faith points to 1 point of divine power, this means that he can now earn a stable income of 100 points of divine power each day without moving a muscle. 100 points a day. That amounts to 3,000 points in a month. Holy crap. Despite Lin Shu's usual calmness, he couldn't help but curse at this moment. What does this concept mean? For the vast majority of students struggling at the demigod stage, accumulating 300 to 500 points of divine power in a month is already considered quite good. Take Yi Chun, whom he had previously killed in retaliation. As a scion of a prominent family, the divine power resources he could utilize in a month would likely be around 1,000 points. And now he could achieve in a day what others took 10 days or even a month to obtain. This is astronomical. It's absolutely astronomical. Lin Shu's heart raced violently. To advance from the first to the second tier of the demigod stage, one needs 10,000 points of divine power to condense divinity. Following this logic, reaching the peak of the 9th tier of the demigod stage requires only 80,000 points of divine power. In other words, Lin Shu now only needs a little over 3 months relying solely on his daily faith income to accumulate the 10,000 points of divine power required to advance from the 2nd to the 3rd tier. While most common demigods are struggling with meager daily incomes of a few points of divine power toiling for decades for step-by-step advancement, Lin Shu's rate of ascension, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout Tianhai City. The Primordial Divine System. The explosive troop strategy. Truly a match made in heaven. Lin Shu deeply felt the terrifying potential of the path he had chosen. The Primordial Divine Apes, over 5,000 of them under the transformation of his divine position, have all become legendary quality believers. Even the monkey troop from Flower and Fruit Mountain, in the eyes of ordinary people, is a rare group of highly intelligent followers. Moreover, with the gradually improving ecology within the divine realm, it supports the vast population of the Primordial Divine Apes, which is enormous for a legendary level group. Not to mention the contributions from several high-tier powerful demigods under his command, who also provide a significant amount of faith points. All these advantages combined have created this miracle of 1 million faith points. Calm down, calm down. Lin Shu forced himself to steady his mind. This is just the beginning. It's far from the time to be proud. During this month, Lin Shu had not wasted a moment. In addition to building the divine realm, he also attempted to enter some lower difficulty secret realms. His current lineup is nothing short of luxurious. The close combat assassin equipped with legendary grade gauntlets, the long-range artillery of the newly born, and immensely potential Crimson Lotus, along with over 5,000 fearless Primordial Divine Apes forming a legion. This combination is an overwhelming force in low-tier demigod secret realms. The Tongbei Old Ape is especially terrifying. It often uses shortened space to directly flash behind the enemy leader, delivering a heavy punch imbued with the blade of space, leaving the opponent with no time to react before being slain. The entire process highlights the element of surprise. The Primordial Divine Ape Legion is responsible for clearing out the minor soldiers. Although their individual strength is not top-tier, their sheer numbers and fearlessness create an extremely spectacular scene. With such a nearly unscrupulous fighting style, Lin Shu indeed sailed smoothly through the secret realms, encountering almost no substantial resistance. However, problems soon arose. Low-risk secret realms are often those that have been repeatedly exploited by various major forces, leaving very little profit. It's like a gold mine that has been sifted through by countless people with only a few specks of gold left that are After a month, Lin Shu led his monkey army sweeping through 7 or 8 low-level secret realms, and after selling all the resources, he only earned a meager 2,000 points of divine power. This is far too inefficient. Lin Shu shook his head. The 2,000 divine power points are barely enough to fill the gaps. It only covers the 1,000 divine power he owes to Master Buck and picks up the resource card to expand the divine realm. He also wanted to challenge those mid to high difficulty secret realms with higher yields. But reason told him that it was not wise to do so. Although his followers are powerful, his own realm is still too low. If he were to encounter enemies with strong area effect divine arts, it's very likely that he would be wiped out in one wave. The last time he was ambushed by Yi Chun, while the rewards were substantial, the risks were also considerable. Moreover, these Primordial Divine Apes are his money trees that generate faith points. Entering higher-tier secret realms would inevitably lead to casualties. Each loss pains him greatly. As for the Tongbei Old Ape and Bai Jingjing, while they are strong, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. Should they fall into encirclement or encounter some bizarre rule-type secret realm, they too face the risk of perishing. Sigh, I still haven't encountered another money-spouting boy like Yi Chun. Lin Shu thought with a tinge of regret. The last time he counter-killed Yi Chun, the one-time income was more than what he could earn in a month of hard work. Unfortunately, such good fortune is hard to come by. Compared to other demigods, his additional income of 2,000 divine power in a month is already absurdly high. At this rate, accumulating 100 divine power daily and 2,000 divine power monthly would amount to 40 to 50,000 divine power by the end of the year. Within 2 years, he would definitely reach the peak of the demigod stage with stability. This speed is already considered monstrous. But the problem is, there are just over 4 months until the college entrance examination. Time waits for no one. Just as Lin Shu contemplated whether to dare risk exploring the high-difficulty secret realm. On the other side, at the edge of the Sea of Divine Domain, the Monkey King, transformed into an invisible man, was still desperately searching for immortality, with his little brother, the Frost Demon Ape, drifting aimlessly. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose and giant waves surged. Even the Frost Demon Ape, possessing the power to control ice, was helplessly tossed about. Strangely, amidst such tremendous wind and waves, the small raft beneath the 2 monkeys showed no signs of breaking apart. Instead, it steadfastly drifted in one direction. By the time the Monkey King regained his senses from the disorientation, he found himself already on the shore. He looked up to see majestic mountains and deep serene valleys. Unafraid of wolves and insects nor daunted by tigers and leopards, he led the demon ape to the mountain peak to take a look. While watching, he suddenly heard voices coming from deep within the forest. He hurriedly stepped forward, entered the woods, and listened carefully. It turned out to be singing. The song went, watching the chess match, chopping wood, strolling at the valley mouth by the clouds, selling firewood and liquor, laughing joyfully, recognizing the old forest, climbing cliffs and crossing ridges, wielding an axe to cut withered vines, gathering them into a load, singing as I go to the market, exchanging for 3 shung of rice. No competition, the price remained steady. Not skilled in cunning schemes, indifferent to glory and shame, I live a tranquil life. Where we meet, it's either immortals or the Tao, quietly sitting and discussing the Huang Ting. The Monkey King, hearing these words, was filled with joy, saying, "What a marvel, what a marvel! The immortal is hidden right here." He hurriedly jumped inside, taking a closer look. It was a woodcutter there, chopping wood with an axe. The Monkey King approached and called out, "Old immortal, disciple at your service." The woodcutter hurriedly dropped his axe and turned to greet him, saying, "I am no one. I am no one. How could I, with my meager means, dare to be called an immortal? You speak words of an immortal. How can you claim not to be one?" The woodcutter replied, "What immortal words do I? I just arrived at the edge of the forest and heard you say, where we meet, it's either immortals or the Tao, quietly sitting and discussing the Huang Ting." The Huang Ting is a true teaching of the Tao. How could it not be of the immortals? The woodcutter laughed and said, "To be honest, this phrase is called Man Ting Fong, taught to me by an immortal. That immortal lives next to my home. Seeing my household troubled and worried, he taught me to recite this phrase in times of distress. It helps to ease the mind and alleviate troubles. I have some shortcomings, thus I often recite it, and unexpectedly you heard me. Since your home is next to an immortal's, why not cultivate with him? Wouldn't it be wonderful to learn the way to immortality?" The woodcutter replied, "I have lived a hard life, raised by my parents until I was 8 or 9, only to understand human affairs, and then my father passed away, leaving my mother a widow. There are no siblings, just me alone, so I must serve her day and night. Now my mother is old, and I dare not leave her. Moreover, my fields are barren and I lack food, so I can only chop a few bundles of firewood, carry them to the market, exchange them for a few coins, buy some rice, and prepare some meals to support my elderly mother. Hence, I cannot cultivate. From what you say, you are indeed a filial gentleman destined for a future with immortals. Please direct me to this immortal's residence. I would like to pay a visit." The woodcutter replied, "Not far, not far. This mountain is called Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain. There is a cave in the mountain named Xie Yusin Xingdong. In that cave lives an immortal called Master Su Puti. The disciples of that master are countless. Even now there are 3 or 4 dozen who cultivate with him. Follow that small path south for about 7 or 8 li and you will arrive at his home." The Monkey King grabbed the woodcutter's hand and said, "Brother, come with me. If I gain anything good, I will surely not forget your guidance." The woodcutter replied, "You, my friend, are not very understanding. I just told you all this, and you still don't comprehend. If I go with you, won't it disrupt my business? Who will take care of my elderly mother? I must chop wood, you go on your own." Having learned of the immortal's fate, the Monkey King exited the deep forest, crossed a hillside about 7 or 8 li away, and indeed saw a cave dwelling, instantly filled with overwhelming joy. Meanwhile, not to mention the Monkey King, who was about to bring the frost demon ape closer to investigate, Lin Shu experienced another sensation. Boom! Lin Shu felt a rumble in the divine domain. In the far west of the sea of divine domain, that originally empty sea area suddenly gave rise to a majestic mountain. The mountain's steep slopes reached straight into the clouds. Around the mountain, faint starlight flickered, as if forming a realm of its own. Lin Shu felt a stirring in his heart and hurriedly adjusted his vision, directing his gaze towards that mysterious, immortal mountain. He beheld mist and clouds dispersing, sun and moon flickering, thousands of ancient pines, tens of thousands of bamboo shoots. Thousands of ancient pines half soaked in rain rising lush in the air, tens of thousands of bamboo shoots shrouded in mist, a valley of deep colors. Strange flowers adorned the gates and fragrant herbs grew by the bridges. The stone cliffs stood tall, adorned with green moss, and the hanging walls displayed vibrant green moss. Occasionally he heard the cries of cranes and saw phoenixes soaring. When the cranes cried, their voices echoed far into the skies. When the phoenix soared, its colorful feathers illuminated the clouds. Mysterious apes and white deer appeared, and vanished golden lions and jade elephants roamed freely. Upon careful observation, this land of spiritual fortune truly rivals heaven. But he saw that the cave door was tightly shut, quiet and devoid of any human presence. Suddenly turning back, he saw a stone tablet standing at the cliff's edge, about 3 zhang high and over 8 chi wide, with a line of 10 large characters inscribed Ling Tai, Fong Siyuan Mountain Xie Yusin Xingdong. The first volume ends here.